Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7SP Chapter 264. Becoming a God, World Changes, Summit War begins. During the system upgrade, Ron's body underwent tremendous changes. This is an unprecedented change, a huge change that has not been seen in the previous 3 upgrades. Ron's body was changing, undergoing a qualitative change. This was a qualitative change caused by his entire body from the inside out. First of all, there's the appearance. Ron's appearance has undergone some subtle changes. His skin has become fairer and looks whiter than a woman's skin. Ron's skin is now even better than that of the Empress. It seems that the skin is so delicate that it can be broken by a blow. In fact, Ron's skin is extremely tough. It was already extremely tough under the blessing of a strong physique. Now, Ron's all attributes have reached 1,000 points, resulting in a qualitative change. This change has occurred in his body. The bonus on it is even more terrifying. This is still external, but the internal changes are even more exaggerated. Ron's bones gradually became as clear as jade, yet extremely strong, and his muscles became even stronger and stronger. His muscles were extremely well proportioned, just like the golden section, perfect. In the blood vessels and arteries, the gurgling blood is continuously circulated back and forth under the beating of the powerful heart like a perpetual motion machine, and even a little golden light shines through the red blood cells. Among the white jade bones, the bone marrow was producing blood like crazy, and the nuclei of the fresh red blood cells exuded a golden light like a god. As the fresh golden blood flowed throughout the body, the transformation of Ron's whole body was in full swing. The day passed slowly. Ron was retreating in the cabin. The girls had already received Ron's care before retreating and were guarded vigilantly outside. The Ark was slowly sailing in the ocean, the 9 Snakes pirate ship in the Pony Sea. The pirate ship stood by to protect him. And on the outside, Mariajoy. The world government is working hard to cover up Ron's huge impact. World government first interviewed Morgan's World Economic newspaper and asked them to issue an announcement to clarify the content of the previous filming. Well, Morgan's did promise to clarify, but it is unclear how effective this will be. People can understand that the people are not fools. What happened before was so big that you could cover it up in one fell swoop. As a result, the world government united more than 170 kingdoms in the world to suppress people's free speech worldwide and controlled fishing boats within a certain range. Advertisement at the same time, world government and naval headquarters jointly released a message that Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, will be formally tried on a certain date. This news did not cause too big a stir around the world. Ace's name is not that loud among ordinary people. It is far less influential than Ron in the world. However, among pirates, especially new among the pirates in world, Ace is still quite famous. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is world government using this matter to divert public attention. Moreover, the people who proposed this information, including Counselor He and 5 elders, obviously want to make up for the loss of world government's reputation by trying Ace. This way to restore the majesty of world government and naval headquarters. Because Ace's identity is very different from ordinary pirates. He is not just a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. His identity is the son of the Pirate King. If he is judged by the whole world, the momentum of the world government and marine, it will be a great inspiration and a huge blow to the pirate forces. At the same time, it can also deal heavy damage to the Whitebeard Pirates. In terms of world government and marine, a Whitebeard Pirates group is far from comparable to Ron. If Ron suffers a loss, then he can find his place with other pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates group is a good choice. Ace's trial took place in Marineford, and the whole world knew the trial date, so the matter was settled. The world government and naval headquarters are preparing for Ace's trial, but New World has been greatly shaken by this news. The Whitebeard Pirates immediately made a move, recruiting all the major fleets under its jurisdiction, and rescuing Ace was put on the agenda. The other 3 emperors of the New World are also eager to make moves. Among them, Kaido of the Beasts and Aunt Charlotte Linlin are eyeing Whitebeard's territory. The red-haired Shanks personally went to 287 Whitebeard's location and had a secret conversation with him. No one knows what the two talked about. In the first half of Grand Line, Luffy and his party also officially set foot here. At the same time, he also learned the news that Ace was about to be tried, and immediately took his Straw Hat friends on the journey to Marineford. According to the time calculation, he should be able to reach Marineford when Ace was tried. However, not long after he was on his way, Luffy got the news that Ace was being held in Impel Down, so he immediately changed his course and headed towards Impel Down. At the same time, several members of the Blackbeard Pirates were also plotting on the 6th floor of Imperial Prison. He is one of the new Shichibukai, and his authority over these places has naturally been greatly improved, making it easier to act and implement his conspiracy. His actions are much easier than Luffy. At the same time, on the moon, in an underground base and a laboratory flashing with various mechanical lights, some strange changes also occurred. Chapter 265 Iron's Resurrection. Uranus is being repaired. Creak, squeak, 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 squeak. After a strange sound, a burst of gas appeared around something like a space capsule. Then the lid of the nutrition capsule slowly opened. Inside the nutrition capsule, a beautiful woman slowly opened her eyes. His dull eyes stared at the top of the laboratory. After a long time, his eyes began to focus and his eyes became alert. Ron. The woman bit her silver teeth secretly and spit out 2 words. Then she stood up and walked out of the nutrition cabin. She walked in the laboratory with her perfect tall body. After going to the next room to find some clothes and put them on, the woman came to another room. In the huge room, dark blue light flashed everywhere in this room, and countless monitors were calculating something. "Hello, controller. How is your body feeling?" A mechanical sound came from the side, apparently asking the woman. "It feels okay." The woman nodded. This woman was none other than I Am, who was attacked and killed by the Uranus she controlled in the pirate world. She dared to fight to the death with Ron because she had a trump card. Her ability to survive from more than 800 years ago to the present relied not only on her being the leader of the world government, but also on the control of Uranus. Or, these can't keep her alive that long. On the moon where Uranus is located, there is the advanced technology of the D family. As a member of the D family, she has the ability to control Uranus's mental fluctuations. Naturally, she can also use this kind of resurrection technology. Advertisement. Yes, I Am is also a member of the D family, but some things that happened at the beginning made her identify the D family. As a member of the royal family, her wisdom and talents belong to the top of the D royal family. She even took credit for the creation of Uranus, the super weapon that can destroy the world. After leading 20 powerful royal slaves to overthrow the rule of the royal family of D, she established herself as king, hid behind the scenes, and controlled the world government for more than 800 years. But now, she was defeated by a guy from East Blue, which made her very angry. The energy reserve is only 13%. I Am looked gloomy. There should have been 15%, but now only this little is left. Call. I Am nodded. The controller she originally controlled Uranus has been left in the pirate world. It must have been obtained by Ron. However, I Am is not afraid that Uranus will be controlled by Ron because she is not dead yet. Control the Machine has recognized her as the master. Unless Ron destroys the Straw Hat, he will not be able to control Uranus even if he gets the Straw Hat. What's more, if he wants to control Uranus, he must have the mental fluctuations of the D family. A dangerous light flashed in Im's eyes. HMPH, Ron, just wait for me. When I repair the energy collector, I will definitely seek revenge from you. You have already angered me, and I will directly start the full strategy by then. The Uranus main cannon will blast you to death. Hey, the power of the Uranus main cannon is 10,000 times more powerful than the previous Star Strike with 100 times strength. Even the huge red line can be shattered. There was no such big world more than 800 years ago. There is no extreme weather like the Grand Line. So many islands in this world were all caused by Uranus's cannon at that time. May I ask the controller whether to call the Uranus Emergency Control Authority? Zhenao asked. Ron is not from the D family. I know, I Am nodded. Unfortunately, she is only one person now. In the past, when she was in the pirate world, she could not often return to the moon for repairs. Because the technological strength on the ground was too low, many things were difficult. Do it. Controller, the problem of energy storage is that the damage of the energy collector has reached 90%. The energy storage speed is extremely slow, and it must be used to maintain all aspects of the operation of Uranus, so the energy reserve is very scarce. If you want to speed up the energy reserve, you still need to clean and repair the energy collector. Ji Nao reminded Daoyang. Advertisement, understood. Zheng Liao Nuo is in contact, Zhenao replied. Report to the controller. Intelligent Brain replied mechanically. The Star Strike with 100 times the strength was not able to kill that human being. His body strength was too high. After superimposing armament Haki, he blocked the blow. This is too pervert. This book is short of 3,000 flowers and there are already 100,000 flowers. Can you please give me some support? Let's consider this as a New Year's gift to Li Zi. Thank you all, I am very grateful. That guy is too strong. I Am thought for a while and asked, Ji Nao, did Ron die from that blow? I Am coldly checked the information of Uranus, and also checked the information of other buildings on the entire moon fortress. The main thing to check was whether the various weapons were intact and whether the energy storage was sufficient. Im's eyes were extremely gloomy. She never thought that she had already overestimated that guy as much as possible, and even resorted to such a strategy of mutual destruction. She believed that even if the 4 emperors gathered together, even 10 4 emperors would not be able to handle it. To withstand such an attack, Star Strike, like armament Haki, will directly attack the Devil Fruit ability. Whether it is elemental or smoke, it cannot block the attack of Star Strike that is 100 times stronger. Contact me Vegapunk, I Am said in a deep voice. I need his help. At that time, Ron obviously didn't use any door to escape, but even so, he actually resisted. Is his body so strong? Emergency control permissions are being loaded. Please wait, Intelligent Brain said after running for a while. The emergency program has been started. Please check the relevant information. He's not dead yet. Chapter 266 Crazy Extra Points. Level 8 million Armament Haki. Ron didn't know that I Am had been resurrected on the moon. From the smart brain notification sound of the Uranus controller, he only knew that I Am was not dead, but even if he knew that the Uranus was about to be repaired, I Am was ready to fire him with the Uranus main gun that could destroy the red line. He will never be afraid. He would even say to I Am with a smile, "You are welcome to hit me, aim at the head, if you can break a little bit of skin, I lose." Because one day has passed, Ron's system has been upgraded, and he is no longer the same person as before. Ron, who has completed his transformation, is extremely different from ordinary people. In the cabin of the Ark, in Ron's room, Ron slowly opened his eyes. A golden light radiated from his eyes and then disappeared. The pupil in the center of Ron's eyes has completely turned golden. Except for the whites and black pupils of the eyes, the golden pupil naturally exudes the majesty of a god. 923. This is. Have I become a god? Ron stood up slowly, and his body began to float uncontrollably, floating in midair. I actually automatically gained the ability to fly, not bad. Ron's lips curled up, and a smile appeared on his face that was even more handsome than before. He looked down at his hands and entire body, and immediately noticed the huge changes in himself. Changed? What a big change. After all your attributes reach 1,000 points, you really become a god. System. Bring up my data panel. Ron directly calls up the data panel, through which he can more directly view his changes. Host. Ron race. Lower god race body of the true god. Immune to 99% of the damage caused by all attributes lower than the host. Eliminate the devil fruit side effects on the host. Automatically have the ability to fly, and automatically have the divine life zone. Advertisement age, 19 years, billion physique, 1023. J. 1014, 1036, 1029 skill point balance, 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2 plus 98, full level, basic swordsmanship. 3 plus 97, full level. Sky-breaking palm technique. 1 plus 99, full level. Armament Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, armed color awakening ability, absolute armament. Observation Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, ability to awaken by seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. Conqueror's Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, Conqueror's awakening ability, Soulstorm. Devil Fruit. Munch Munch Fruit. 1 plus 99, full level, fruit ability awakening. Swallowing, 2/3. Door Fruit. 1 plus 99, full level, advertisement fruit ability awakening, any door. Looking at his data panel, even with Ron's determination, he was stunned by the huge changes in his body. Am I really a god? Ron whispered in surprise. He had felt the huge changes in his body before. The bones as clear as white jade, the golden blood flowing in the veins, and the incredibly powerful body. All of this made him clearly aware that an indescribable change has occurred in my body, BDAJ. But now, looking at the information on the data panel, he knew that he had really become a god. Not only did he have the body of a true god, but he also had the long lifespan of the gods, a billion-year lifespan. This meant that he would live to the end of the world. The rhythm. Also, the side effects of devil fruit are automatically eliminated by the body of the true god. Well, there's also this lower-level god? Ron touched his chin and said to himself, with such a powerful force, is it just a low-level god? Then, let's start adding points. Ron grinned. Unlimited points. Although I am already invincible now that I have the body of a true god, I still want to experience unlimited points. The lower gods have the body of a true god. What was given to me is unparalleled defense power and changes in bloodline. If we really talk about attack ability, the improvement is not obvious, so let me improve the attack ability. Let's start adding some, first the 3-color egg gas. Ron reached out and started adding points on top of Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki adds +1 +1 +1 +1. Ron was a little interested at first, but as time went by, after about a few hours, he had boosted the weapon color to level 4 million, and his hands were a little sore, even with his current true god body. The body also feels bored. Yes, it is not tired. The body of a true god will not feel tired even if it fights crazily for several years, let alone a few hours, but this is too boring. System. When adding points, you can't just add hundreds of points at once, but thousands or tens of thousands of points. Ron asked the system while adding points. No, we can only add points to host, the system said calmly. Okay, this is really tiring for me. Ron was both happy and hard at the same time adding points. A few hours later, when Armament Haki was upgraded to level 8 million, he no longer added points to the armed color. It took more than 8 hours to reach the 8 million level. Even with his non-stop adding points, it would take more than 80 hours to reach the 80 million level. If it reached the 800 million level, it would take more than 800 hours. Really time-consuming. So Ron changed the target and gave Observation Haki points. While adding points to Observation Haki, I'm looking at the difference between the 8 million level Armament Haki. Boom! As soon as the weapon color was used, Ron's body lit up with a golden light, and a terrifying Kamui suddenly erupted. Chapter 267 The Pressure of God, 30 million level Conquerors and Observation Haki. Golden light emanates from Ron's body. This is a new Armament Haki with a completely different atmosphere from the previous purple-red Armament Haki. Ron felt it carefully, and immediately knew in his heart the difference between this 8 million level Armament Haki and the previous ordinary armed colors. First of all, the essence of the weapon color has not changed. It is still a skill that can increase one's own defense, increase the attack power of the weapon, and even attack outside the body. The difference is that now the power of the 8 million level armed color has become much stronger. After all, it has been increased from level 100 to level 8 million. It is not strong and unreasonable. The color has become golden, and the intensity has been increased by 80,000 times. What is this concept? 80,000 times the strength of the armed color, that is to say, The star strike that I am bombarded before that could hurt Ron with 100 times the strength could even make the current armed color shield fluctuate. It was difficult. The gap is too big. Ron even suspected that even if the pirate world planet exploded and disintegrated, it would not be able to harm him. With the body of a true god, he could even survive in a vacuum. What kind of concept is this? It's scary. I've known for a long time that after the 4th level of the system, the improvement for me will be huge, but I didn't expect it to be so huge. I can't even imagine it. Ron sighed, then smiled slightly and continued to add points. Huh? I remembered that among the skills I learned before, there seemed to be 3 skills that increase finger strength and hand speed. This one is the stealing technique I learned from Nami. I first increased it to 1 million levels, and this one, Marine 6 the finger pistol in styles, and the last one, Speedy Hands, have all been increased to 1 million levels. I believe that the speed at which I add points will definitely be greatly improved. The sharpening of the sword does not waste the time of chopping wood. Ron is going to increase his point adding speed first, and then continue to add points to observation Haki. The ark outside continued to sail on the sea. At the suggestion of the Empress, it headed towards the 9 Snakes Island in the Calm Belt. She had been out for so long, and now because she followed Ron to Mariajoy, the position of Shichibukai was also lost. She needed to go back and deal with some matters related to 9 Snake Island immediately. Regarding the Empress's Shichibukai position, although the world government has not issued a clear announcement, no matter how much they fear Ron, it is impossible to give this position to the Empress again. They are now convening the major Shichibukai and Marine forces to prepare for the trial in Marineford. Ace, trying to save face, the summons message was not sent to the Empress at all. The idea is obvious, but the Empress is not afraid now. With Ron as a giant tree at your back, do you still need to be afraid of the world government and Marine? Ron had told the Empress when he was in seclusion. He had already warned the 5 Elders and Celestial Dragons executives. If Marine dared to touch 9 Snakes Island, Ron would not mind killing Mariajoy again. Then he would not be as easy to talk to now. Advertisement. Moreover, the world government does not have that much money to exchange lives with devil fruit. I believe that they would not provoke 9 Snake Island at this time even if they have any brains. They're busy trying Ace. If Ron is brought in at this time, then it's also a judgment call. I wonder how Ron is doing. On the deck of the Ark, Nami glanced at the cabin where Ron was with some concern. Don't worry about him. Robin sat on a recliner with his legs crossed and read the newspaper. Hearing this, he smiled lightly and said, "It's not like you don't know his strength. He will be fine for sure. There is no difficulty that can stump him." Well, brother Ron will be fine for sure. Kaya nodded while drinking juice. Even the masters from Mariajoy and Naval Headquarters couldn't keep him. Now he's just sleeping in the cabin. How could something happen? Well, Ron's so-called retreat practice, in Kaya's opinion, is as simple as sleeping. Well, even though she has been sleeping for 2 days. Yes. Cornies hugged the pet little fox Cece and said with a smile, "Don't you still believe him?" "Anyway, I believe him." "I believe it too. I believe it too." Abis raised one hand and hugged the little flying dragon tightly with the other hand, and the little flying dragon shouted with its head raised. "Here you eat." On the other side, Aisha quickly handed a piece of food to the little flying dragon and blocked its mouth. Thank you Aisha," Abis said with a smile. "You're welcome, ha ha ha." Aisha chuckled, but she didn't have a pet of her own. After seeing Abis's pet little flying dragon, she has been helping to raise the little flying dragon. Normally, Abis couldn't take care of it properly. She is taking care of it all. "Please give me flowers." 0, quack quack, 30 million level observation Haki. Ron smiled. Also, 30 million level Conqueror's Haki. It's really scary. Conqueror's Haki, under Ron's current true god body, is the arrival of a real god into the world. A real god coming to the world. On the other side, the little human girl is worried about her future. She doesn't know what kind of life she will have in her future. Will she have to stay in birdcage for the rest of her life? Advertisement. They have such a good relationship, Lackey said with a smile. And in the cabin, Ron was also at his last moments. Next to her, Nami looked at the cabin with worry. This girl was usually very jealous, but at critical moments she was very concerned about Ron's safety. At this point, its terrifying side is revealed. 30 million level Haki. "Oh, Kalu, what are you doing? Not far away." Vivi looked at Kalu angrily. Yes, the little girl is still in birdcage. She is just a little pet of Abis and Elsa now. There is no shortage of food and water every day, but she has no freedom because Ron has not given orders and she is still just a slave. Yes. Jewelry was a little confused, but she continued while Lackey said, it was still a short time for her to integrate into the crew of Sword and Rose, and some of them didn't quite understand the life between them, so she could only deal with it with an awkward smile. On one side, the giant girl standing aside had already woken up. She looked at the cabin curiously. She didn't know who the people were or what they meant. She could only make ignorant guesses and look silly, smiling mischievously. When Kamui comes to this world, Wei dare not obey him. A-hole, you despise me again. Miss Valentine glared at Golden Week, who drank tea indifferently and ignored him at all. Idiot. Golden Week glanced at her and drank tea calmly. Look at what they're doing, Miss Valentine laughed playfully. Although Robin was still reading the newspaper, he was absent-minded. The same was true for Kaya and others. Although they were playing around, their attention was still in the cabin. Chapter 268. Get ready to help the girls get crazy extra points, upgrade your skills. Jian Wen-sei and Conqueror's Haki were directly blessed by Ron to the 30 million level. After adding some points to increase the speed, it did not take too long, but he was not ready to stay in the cabin anymore. Anyway, the time will be very long in the future, slowly just add it, just use it every day when you have nothing to do. If you have nothing to do, add some points, and you can upgrade your skills to tens of thousands of levels every day without any problem. Ron opened the cabin door and walked out. He had good control over his power, which was increasing all the time. Because of the existence of the true god's body, he had a strong ability to control his power. As Ron walked towards the outside, his fingers turned into phantoms, and he was still adding points to other skills, especially physical skills and swordsmanship. Regarding physical skills, Ron first added millions of points to various physical skills, and then stopped doing them. He would slowly add them later when he had free time. Then Ron's main goal was to focus on basic swordsmanship. He did not add too many skills such as sword drawing and stabbing skills in 220. He also only added a few million points and left it alone, and then started to add points to basic swordsmanship like crazy, and the level of basic swordsmanship is constantly improving. Ron, brother Ron, Captain Ron. As soon as Ron stepped onto the deck, all the girls turned their heads and looked over. After seeing that Ron was safe and sound, they all showed smiles. The giant girl also looked down at Ron curiously. Was this the man who saved her? The girl from the small human tribe also looked up at Ron. She had heard from other girls that this Ron was a great man, an extremely powerful pirate. She didn't know what he would do to her later. Thinking of this, the girl became a little scared. In her mind, many humans in the outside world are evil and terrifying, such as the human traffickers who kidnapped her from Greenbit Island in Dressrosa, plus what she has seen along the way. It's all about the evil side of human beings, which makes Wicca no longer able to trust humans. This little human girl was an investigator from the Dantata Kingdom. At that time, she was in charge of going to Dressrosa to obtain information about Doflamingo. Who knew that before she could complete the task, she was captured by a passing slave-catching team. Caught here. Advertisement as for why she was sent all the way from New World to be auctioned here, and this auction house was also Doflamingo's property. The slave-catching team's unnecessary approach made her a little confused. But she didn't know that the slave-catching team did not dare to sell the little humans in front of Doflamingo. The people in the slave-catching team were afraid that Doflamingo would ruthlessly snatch the little humans they had worked so hard to catch. Human slaves. Well, with Doflamingo's character, this kind of thing is really possible. Anyway, after some turnover, Wei Ka was bought by the Rhodes family of celestial dragons, along with her and the big giant girl. Wei Ka looked at the giant girl, but the girl still looked at Ron and others with an innocent expression, as if she was not worried about her future at all. Wei Ka sighed. This girl from the giant race is too young, only about 8 years old. Such an age is considered a little girl among humans, but she is even more young among the giants who have longer lifespans. But Wei Ka is different. Although her body looks smaller, she is actually an adult. Hope. I hope this Ron won't be so bad. After Wei Ka knew about Ron's ability, she had no intention of escaping. There was no way to escape. She still remembered that when she was in Sabaody Archipelago, this was the one. Ron, with one look, all the marines around the celestial dragons who bought themselves fell to the ground. Well, this included herself, but she saw the terrifying scene before she fell into coma, which made her can't forget it now. On the other side, Ron glanced at Weka thoughtfully. How strong is his current observation Haki? 30 million level. Observation Haki, who has been blessed to this level, has almost reached the state of hearing all things. The worry and anxiety in Weka's heart were all noticed by Ron. He just smiled slightly and didn't say much. Good morning everyone. Ron greeted the girls with a smile. It's almost noon, look how big the sun is. Kaya took Ron's hand and said coquettishly, then she let out a startled sound, looked at Ron's body carefully, and said in surprise, Brother Ron, my skin has become so good, my god, it's better than our girl's skin. Really? Let me take a look. Nami quickly ran over and took a closer look. She was stunned by Ron's current appearance. She didn't think anything about it if she didn't take a closer look just now. Now she got closer and took a closer look, and immediately realized how extraordinary Ron was now. Advertisement, don't be surprised. Ron waved his hand nonchalantly and said, my strength has been greatly improved, so my body and appearance will become more perfect now. Does improving strength have this effect? Kaya's eyes suddenly lit up and asked. Well, Brother Ron, I still want to improve my strength. Look, is it night? Huh? You? Ron pointed at Kaya's little head and said, how are you doing with the physical skills and swordsmanship that I asked you to learn before? For girls, Ron has blessed them with some skills before, but now, Ron's system has reached level 4. The level 4 system has the ability to erase the skills previously blessed by girls. He can re-bless the girls with 4 skills at will. Skill. Regarding this, Ron mentioned a few words to the girls before retreating, mainly asking all girls to practice physical skills and swordsmanship. Now that he is out of retreat, he will naturally look for opportunities to bless these 2 skills for the girls. As for the other 2 skills, it is left to the girls to choose. Under normal circumstances, one of the remaining 2 skills will be reserved for Devil Fruit, and the other will be a skill in everyone's area of expertise and interest. For example, Kaya's medical skills, Nami's navigation skills, etc. I have already learned it. Kaya heard this and immediately nodded proudly and said, I have already learned basic swordsmanship and physical skills, and the other sisters are also very poor at it. Ron. Nami looked at Ron with some curiosity. What are you planning to do by asking us to learn swordsmanship and physical skills? Do you want to give us blessings and improve our strength? It seems that you had this intention before retreating. Vivi blinked her big eyes and looked at Ron. But didn't you say that you can't add too many skills? That was before. Ron smiled calmly. 3.1. Now I can bless each of you with 4 skills, one of which is reserved for devil fruit, and the other is reserved for related abilities that you mainly practice, such as Kaya's medical skills, Nami's navigation skills, Makino's cooking skills, etc. Wow. Abyss jumped up happily after hearing this. Brother Ron, I have also learned swordsmanship and physical skills. I also want to improve these 2 skills. Also, my whisper fruit ability can be improved. What? Of course. Ron smiled and touched Abyss' little head. In the past, it was impossible to upgrade the full level of whispering devil fruit, but now the level 4 system has the ability to do this. Yes, Ron can now not only add unlimited points to himself, but also add points to girls wirelessly. However, the number of skills is still limited. Each person can only have up to 4 skills for blessing. Chapter 269. Divide the devil fruit. A metal giant is born. Speaking of devil fruit, Robin's expression moved and he said, we haven't checked the 30 devil fruit you got from the world government and celestial dragons before. Take it out first and take a look. Ron nodded. He mainly prepared the 30 devil fruits for girls, but how to use them needs to be carefully considered. After all, not every fruit is suitable for everyone, such as Zone Devil. As for fruit, if Ron wants to transform into a disgusting animal, not only Ron won't be happy, but the girls themselves won't be happy either. If any of them were asked to eat Zone Devil fruit like wild boars, they would definitely not be willing to do so. Devil fruit, like more than 40 billion belly, was collected by Nami. Now after hearing what Ron said, she immediately took Toshigi and Noki high school girls to take out 30 boxes containing devil fruit. The Empress and Jewelry were also watching, but they did not join in the fun. They just watched curiously. They already had devil fruit themselves, and it was a devil fruit that suited them very well. People in this world cannot have 2 at the same time. 13 with the devil fruit ability, including Abyss, Nami and Miss Valentine. They all have their own fruits, and they will not have a share in sharing the spoils this time. Here, the devil fruit here is from Zone, these dozen are from Paramecia, and finally, these are 5 fruits from Logia. Nami placed the boxes on the deck, lined them up, and divided them into 3 piles. There are only 5 of the most precious Logia devil fruit. Ron first opened Logia's devil fruit box to check the abilities of these 5 devil fruits. There are rock fruits, earth fruits, and a cloud fruit, all of which are relatively common Logia devil fruits. Then there are 2 more precious Logia fruits. One is the metal devil fruit that allows people to control metal, and the other is the Mumu fruit that allows people to control trees and plants. Which of you wants these 5 fruits? Ron looked at everyone, said the abilities of these 5 devil fruits, and then raised his head to ask the girls. Although it is Logia's devil fruit, the most precious type among all devil fruit categories, Ron really doesn't take this thing seriously. It is mainly for girls. As for whether to use it or not, it depends on their free choice. Anyway, it doesn't matter if they don't use the fruit. Ron and others will give them blessing skills. Whether they have the devil fruit or not actually doesn't make much difference. Of course, if they are willing to use the fruit's abilities, Ron will also help them increase the devil fruit's ability level. I don't want the rock fruit. Kaya shook her head immediately, then looked at the cloud fruit, somewhat attracted by the beautiful cloud pattern on the fruit. This cloud fruit is quite good, do any of you want it? Cloud fruit? I don't want it. Toshigi shook his head, and Nokagao next to him also shook his head. Advertisement, Sister Kaya, just take it if you want it, Abyss said with a smile. I already have the fruit. Where are you, Aisha? Kaya asked. You don't have the fruit yet, and Sister Lackey, this fruit is quite suitable for you Sky Island people. Aisha and Lackey also liked the cloud fruit, but seeing that Kaya seemed more interested, they didn't want to argue. When Kaya asked, they both shook their heads. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help but smile and said, there are still more than a dozen Paramecia fruits. Maybe there will be better ones. Don't worry about who will use this fruit. Okay, Kaya nodded. Then let's wait until we see the other fruits before deciding? Ron, Nami said with a smile, don't you think this rock fruit is very suitable for the little giant girl? The rock fruit has the ability to control rocks. Robin also nodded and said, it is quite suitable for the giants. However, I think the metal fruit is more suitable for the giants. That's right, Nami nodded. Is that so? Ron nodded slightly, then took the metal fruit and walked to the little girl from the giant tribe who was looking curiously at the side. When the little girl from the giant tribe saw Ron coming, she quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look at Ron. She was a little shy and timid. What's your name? Ron asked with a smile. My name is Eileen, the giant girl replied timidly. I'll give you this metal fruit, will you? Ron said, handing the devil fruit in his hand to Aaron. Huh? Me? Irene didn't expect that she could also share the devil fruit? She just saw Ron and the others sharing the fruit. She just watched curiously, but she didn't expect that Ron would now give away a precious devil fruit. The fruit was handed to herself. She may not know how precious the Logia devil fruit is, but she knows that things like devil fruit are very precious in the entire ocean and the entire world. Even on the giant island Elbaf, those with devil fruit abilities giants are also extremely rare. But now, Ron actually gave herself a fruit. Even at her young age, she knew how much she cherished this opportunity. Am I really okay? I asked timidly. Advertisement. Of course. Ron nodded, took the metal fruit out of the box, then raised his feet, stepped on the air, walked step by step into the air, and came to Irene's mouth. Open your mouth. Oh ah. Erin opened her mouth obediently. With a move of Ron's wrist, the devil fruit in his hand was thrown into Erin's mouth. Irene made a sound and swallowed the metal fruit, then she frowned slightly. The taste of the devil fruit was really disgusting. Fortunately, this strange smell went away as quickly as it came. After a while, Irene's eyes widened, and she had obviously felt the changes in her body. Irene stood up slowly. Even though her real age was still very young, she was still a bit huge as a giant. After standing up, she was more than 10 meters tall, which was not worth it for an adult giant. Just mention it, but for ordinary humans, it is an out-and-out giant. It feels so strange. Erin looked at her hands and body. Her entire body was covered with a layer of metallic luster, glowing with a layer of silver-white cold metallic color. Is this the power of the metal fruit? Ron and other girls also looked at Irene curiously. The metal fruit is a type of logia fruit and naturally has the ability to become elemental. However, Irene's current situation should not be elemental. Instead, it turns itself into metal to improve its defense and attack power in close combat. It's a pretty good fruit ability. Ron checked Irene's body, then nodded, and said to Irene, you should familiarize yourself with the ability first. We will share the devil fruit later, and I will help you. It's the one that enhances the metal fruit's abilities. Well, thank you, big brother, you are a good person. Erin blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Ron, and thanked her heartily. Ron fell down and touched his nose. Well, he was given the good guy card by a little girl. Ron waved his hand casually, turned and left gracefully, came to Nami and others, and continued to distribute the fruits to the girls. On the other side, Wei Ka watched everything that happened with wide eyes. She never expected that Ron would give the precious devil fruit to the little giant girl Irene. Irene didn't know how precious the Logia devil fruit was. It's very clear, that's Logia's devil fruit. Wei Ka looked at Erin with envy, she wanted it too. That's the Logia devil fruit. I really want it. Chapter 270 Mumu Fruit. Surprise little human girl microcard. If no one wants the rock fruit and the earth fruit, then just keep them for now. Ron put the two devil fruits back into the box, and then placed the cloud fruit in Kaya's hands first, and decided to give them to her later. Who uses? As for the last Mumu fruit, who would this Mumu fruit be better for? Ron glanced at the girls, then looked at Makino and asked, Makino, do you want this fruit? I don't really want to. Makino shook his head. Nagagao? Vivi? Ron looked at the two girls again, but the two girls shook their heads, and the others shook their heads too. No one wanted the Logia fruit. Why don't you give this Mumu fruit to that little human girl? Kaya rolled her eyes and said to the little human girl who was lying on the edge of the cage not far away and looking at her with envy. Huh? Upon hearing this, Weka opened his mouth in shock. Okay. Ron smiled and nodded, then gave the Mumu fruit to Kaya and asked her to go over and hand the fruit to the little human girl. Kaya walked to the cage with the fruit, first opened the cage, then stretched out her hand to pinch out the microcard, put it in the palm of her hand, looked at her and said, you are no longer a slave now. Brother Ron promised to give the fruit to Mumu by giving it to you. I am giving you freedom. Do you want this fruit? Yes. Yes? Weka nodded quickly in surprise. His head wearing a small hat kept nodding like a woodpecker, as if he was afraid that Kaya would regret it. Okay, then, what's your name? Kaya asked, with a strange look in her eyes. Ron promised to give the fruit to this girl, which means he is preparing to keep this girl. His current task is to find a way to keep this girl on board the Ark. My name is Wika. Hello, Wika said, biting her lips, but her eyes were staring at the box in Kaya's hand, looking at the green fruit. Her eyes were full of surprises. Hello Weka, I'm Kaya. Kaya looked at Weka with a smile, then handed the Mumu fruit directly to her, and said casually, we've been treating you well these days, it's delicious and delicious. And, if Ron hadn't taken action, you would have been captured by the celestial dragons. Then, you should have learned about Ron's strength from our conversations in the past few days. Is it clear? Ron. Weka was silent for a moment, then raised his head and nodded heavily. I know Ron is very powerful. I often read about him in the newspapers when I was in Dressrosa. Advertisement, that. Kaya said with a smile. Our Sword and Rose pirates welcome girls to join. Wika, you have to think about it carefully. Moreover, if you want to join Sword and Rose, if you have no matter what trouble you have, if there is anything you want to do, we can help. Is this? Really? Weka's eyes widened, and he heard what was happening to the Dongtata kingdom now. Maybe relying on the Sword and the Rose, relying on Ron's power, we can realize what the Dongtata kingdom has been doing for 900 years, my greatest wish. I'll think about it. Wika was moved. She was really moved. If she could borrow Ron's power, it would be really easy to deal with Doflamingo. Moreover, people like Ron and Kaya are really kind to her. They have been treating her very well these past few days. Although she lives in a birdcage, the cage is covered with thick small cups. She ate with Makino and the others, and the delicious dishes made by Makino made her want to come back. If she can join, she is still very willing. Coupled with Kaya's assurance just now, Wika thought for a moment, then immediately raised her head and said, I am willing to join Sword and Rose. Great, Kaya smiled happily. Welcome to join, Wika. Thank you. Weka nodded with a smile, and then focused on the mumu fruit. This is Logia's mumu fruit, a devil fruit that can control trees and plants. The Dantata kingdom where the little humans are located is located in a primitive in the forest. If she has this ability, she will definitely be able to exert great power in the forest. There is really no fruit ability that is more suitable for her than this. Wika jumped up and came to the mumu fruit. She opened her small mouth and bit on the fruit. After one bite, the strange smell made Wika feel like vomiting, but she knew, it was good to get money. This is the delicious taste of devil fruit. After suppressing her nausea and eating the fruit, Weka began to feel the changes in her body. A strange feeling came from her body. She felt that she had a special ability and could control trees and plants. I can really control flowers, plants and trees. Great, great, Weka exclaimed happily. Congratulations, Wika. Kaya smiled and congratulated. Thank you, Kaya. Weka looked at Kaya gratefully. We will be a family from now on, so we don't need to say such polite words. Kaya waved her hands with a smile. Well, we are a family. Weka nodded excitedly. Chapter 271 Devil Fruit Giveaway, Strange Fruit Abilities. The little human girl Wei Ka was taken care of by Kaya, and Ron here smiled. Keep picking up devil fruit for the girls. This devil fruit is Zone's rhino fruit. Ron looked around with the devil fruit and said, I believe no one will want this fruit, right? No, Cornish shook her head quickly. Become a big rhinoceros? Oh my god, I don't want it. Aisha's eyes widened and she quickly waved her hands to indicate that she definitely didn't want to become a big rhinoceros. It's better to put it away. You can sell it for money later, Nami said with a smile. Besides you, all the girls on our boat are girls. Who wants to become a rhinoceros? Yeah. Noki Gao also nodded. I think not many people are willing to eat Zone's devil fruit, right? Not necessarily, some Zone fruits are still good. Ron smiled, put the rhino fruit aside, then picked up another devil fruit, and said with a smile. Just like this one. What kind of fruit is this? Aisha asked quickly. She saw that Aaron from the giant tribe and Wika from the small human tribe both got fruits. She was also very envious of herself and wanted to have a fruit of her own. Of course, only if she likes it. This is a swan fruit. Ron said. This fruit allows the user to turn into a big swan. Well, after the fruit's ability is awakened, the user can freely change his body. In other words, you don't have to completely transform into a swan. You can only transform into wings, which is equivalent to having the ability to fly, and other aspects of the body's abilities will also be enhanced. Well, this is still a good fruit. You discuss, let's see who can use it better. Swan. The other girls had no idea, but the eyes of the three girls from Sky Island lit up. Aisha, Cornish and Lackey all looked at the swan fruit with bright eyes. Lackey glanced at Aisha and Cornies holding the little fox Cece, thought for a while, shook his head and said, Give this fruit to Aisha or Cornies, I will look at the other fruits later and say there may be something better. Elsa, I'll give you the swan fruit. Cornish reluctantly looked away from the fruit, took Elsa's hand and said kindly, Have you not always envied Valentine's flying ability? Now this swan the fruit is a good opportunity. Advertisement, swan fruit, the ability to fly. Miss Valentine held her chin and said, This is Zone's devil fruit. If Ron helps to improve the skills, you can really reach the final stage in one go, and even directly awaken the devil fruit. Aisha, this is a good opportunity. Sister Cornish. Elsa looked at the swan fruit reluctantly, then looked at Cornish and Lackey, biting her lips. She knew that these two sisters were giving up to her. As a Sky Island person, every Sky Islander dreams of real flight, but unfortunately their wings are too small and they cannot really fly at all. But the swan fruit can make up for this and allow them to truly fly. No, Sister Cornish. Aisha suddenly shook her head and said decisively, I think it is best to give this swan fruit to Sister Cornish. Sister Lackey and I can wait a little longer. Although I want the ability to fly, but for the devil fruit, I hope I can get a paramecia fruit. I don't like this Zone fruit very much, Aisha, you. Cornies held Aisha's hand anxiously. She also knew that this was because Aisha was too sensible and was being modest with herself. She always told herself what she liked more about paramecia. In fact, from the look in Elsa's reluctant eyes as she looked at the swan fruit, Cornish knew that Elsa really liked this fruit. He. Ron smiled slightly, raised his hand and said, I'll give you this swan fruit. Cornish, don't worry, look at this. Ron took out another fruit from a box and said, This is Paramesh's floating fruit. This fruit is a very bad fruit among paramecia. It can only make people float and float with the wind, but cannot control it. The free flight of the devil fruit is incomparable to Valentine's light lion fruit. However, I have the ability to tap out all the abilities of this devil fruit. Aisha, do you believe me? Of course I believe brother Ron. Aisha looked at Ron and nodded heavily. Then I'll leave this floating fruit to you. Ron handed the floating fruit to Elsa. Yeah. Aisha took a deep breath, puffed out and took a bite. Then, her cute little face suddenly wrinkled tightly. The smell was too unpleasant, but she was strong enough to swallow the mouthful of fruit. I feel it. After a while, Aisha was surprised to find that she really had the ability to float. When the ability was activated, her little body slowly floated in the air, but she could not truly control it freely. It can only float with the wind. Stop playing now. Ron smiled and nodded Elsa's little head, causing Elsa to flutter backwards uncontrollably. Elsa quickly withdrew her power and landed on the ground with a thud, covering her little head, but giggled. Hee. Corny smiled softly, and then looked at Lackey. Sister Lackey, then, I will eat this swan fruit? Eat it, Lackey said with a smile. I believe that among the fruits below there will definitely be fruits that are more suitable for me. There are still more than 20 fruits that I haven't looked at yet. You should eat them first. Well, thank you Sister Lackey. Cornies also lowered her head and took a small bite of the swan fruit, frowned and swallowed it. Not long after, the small white wings on her back suddenly opened up and turned into a pair of huge white feather wings. Because of the fruit's ability, being humble and unskilled, her hands and feet also turned into claws, and her body quickly transformed towards a swan, which scared Kessie and quickly withdrew her fruit ability. I'll give you the enhanced fruit power later, don't use it randomly yet. Ron looked at Cornies patting her chest in fear and quickly comforted her with a smile. Advertisement, okay, thank you Ron, Cornish laughed. What are you saying thanks? Well, let's share the fruits. Ron smiled and then continued to pick up the fruits in the box. This time he got a green fruit. Huh? This is a frog fruit? Ron looked at the content written on a piece of paper in the box and immediately lost interest. If a girl used this fruit and turned into a frog, then he wouldn't happy. Frog fruit, please don't want it. Sure enough, the other girls who had never eaten the fruit shook their heads vigorously and looked at the frog fruit in disgust. There was such a fruit and they absolutely couldn't have it. Then keep putting it away and we'll look for it again. Ron threw away the fruit and continued to look for the remaining fruits. This one is pretty good. Ron picked up another zone fruit, his eyes lit up and he said, this is a zone fantasy beast species fruit. The civet fruit. Civet fruit. Several girls' eyes lit up. It would still be acceptable to turn into a cat. Among the girls who were interested were Toshigi, Nokagao, and Miss Golden Week. The girl Golden Week usually looks calm, but she is a person who likes things like cats. She likes devil fruit that can turn into a civet cat, but she seems to like Toshigi and Nokagao too. He opened his mouth, but still didn't speak. Toshigi, do you want it too? Nokagao didn't see Golden Week's expression, but he saw that Toshigi seemed to like this fruit very much, so he couldn't help but said, how about I give you this fruit and I'll take a look? No, I'll give it to you. Toshigi thought for a while and said with a smile. I practice swordsmanship myself, so I don't rely much on the devil fruit. I'll take a look at the paramecia fruit later. If I turn into a cat, it's still a bit inconvenient to use swordsmanship. This. Nokagao didn't know what to say. She really liked this fruit. Just like Golden Week, Nokagao also liked raising cats. When she was in Cocoa West Village, she once raised a cat. But the cat died some time before she left the island, and she shed tears for this. Give this fruit to New Okagao. Ron spoke at this time. He handed the fruit to New Okagao and said, this is the civet fruit of the phantom beast species. It is not as simple as turning into a cat. You can wait for me, you'll know after you eat it. Isn't it as simple as turning into a cat? New Okagao was a little curious, but still obediently ate the civet fruit. After a while, New Okagao also felt the extra fruit power in his body, and quickly used the fruit power happily. Huh? Why? Ha ha ha. Seeing the sudden changes in Nokagao, the girl's eyes widened one by one, and Abis even burst into laughter. Chapter 272, Stillness Fruit, take control of your time. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. Aisha and Abisi laughed, pointing at Noki and laughing from ear to ear. Nokagao was curious for a while, then looked at herself and immediately blushed. What does she look like now? Cat ears, cat tail. Body shape became more slender and slender, but the muscles were very strong, and the pupils of the eyes became vertical pupils, glowing with a dark golden color. This is a real Catwoman, meow? Ron said with a smile. Hate. Nokagao glanced at Ron with shame and anger, and then moved away from the laughter of the other girls. Sister Nuauchi-gao is so shy. Kaya laughed. Yes, Noki's sister has turned into Catwoman. Abis giggled. Sister Nuauchu looks even cuter now, Aisha said with a smile, then rolled her eyes and looked at Ron. But in this case, brother Ron will like it more, right? Ahem. What's the matter? Ron coughed lightly, then glared at Aisha. You're the only one who's troublesome. Aisha hid behind Lackey and made a face at Ron. Ron shook his head and continued to draw prizes for others. Oh no, it was to check out the devil fruit. Advertisement, is this an active fruit of paramecia? Ron looked at the fruit in his hand, a little confused. Then he checked the description on the note and realized that this is a fruit that can give life to dead things, but there is something in it. Huge restrictions. After giving life to dead creatures have the most basic instincts, but do not have the intelligence of intelligent creatures. The specific situation is not clearly explained. Maybe celestial dragons do not know its official function. This fruit has the ability to impart activity, but I don't know what kind of activity it is. Which of you wants it? Ron asked. The other girls looked confused and had no idea what kind of fruit this was. Girls. Shaking their heads, however, Makino's eyes lit up. Give me this fruit. Sister Makino, shouldn't we use this kind of fruit that we don't know the specific situation? Kaya said. Originally, the activity attribute should be of interest to me as a medical student, but I don't know the specific situation. I don't want it. Kaya is still thinking about the previous fruit and is not very interested in the active fruit. I think active fruits are very suitable for cooking. Will they add activity to the food and make the food more delicious? Makino thought ingeniously and then said it. Forehead. Everyone, including Ron, didn't know what to say. Ron casually threw the active fruit to Makino and said, if you want to save it, it might have some effect. It's useless anyway, I'm here. Makino nodded happily and took it, then took a bite, frowned and swallowed the fruit, and then said in surprise. This ability can indeed give life to dead things, but this kind of activity. It just exudes its original aura, and so on. Makino frowned, not knowing its specific function. Even though she was the owner of the fruit, she didn't know the specific ability of this thing. Then let's not talk about it for now. Ron waved his hand. Anyway, it's okay if the devil fruit doesn't have any good effects. As he said, with him here, it doesn't matter even if the girls don't eat the fruit. Advertisement including Makino, Nokagao, Kaya and Konas, and even Nami and Khalifa who already have the fruit. As long as he learns the skills, he can now upgrade the skills of the girls, and there is no limit to adding points. Girls can be blessed to the level of gods. In this case, what does the ability of 2 devil fruits out of 10 mean to him? Please give me flowers, okay. Makino nodded and stepped back. While he was thinking about the fruit's ability, he watched Ron continue to examine the fruit. This fruit. Ron looked at another fruit, and then suddenly became quiet, silent and stunned for a long time. What's wrong? Nami asked. This fruit. Ron looked up, glanced at the girls, and said, this fruit is what I need. 0. What fruit? Nami asked curiously. The other girls also looked curious. Unexpectedly, such a paramecia fruit would be what Ron needed. Not everyone said the Logia's fruit is the most powerful type. What? This is a still fruit. Ron said in a deep voice. I already have the gate fruit. The gate fruit belongs to the space system and has the power to control space. And the fruit of stillness. Ron looked up. This is a fruit with a type of time, just like Jewelry's fruit. My fruit? Jewelry asked curiously. Is my fruit about time? It seems to be true. My fruit ability can make people smaller and younger. Yeah. Ron nodded. This stillness fruit has the ability to stop time. It is a time-related ability. In addition to the space-type ability I have now, if I have it, superimposed on my own ability, I can integrate these 2 abilities and turn them into an ability that can control time and space. This ability will eventually develop to the point where you can even travel through time and space. Travel through time. The girls were shocked. Chapter 273 The Unity of Time and Space, Super Skills Appear. Yes, travel through time and space. Ron smiled, then looked at Robin and Nami. If I could travel through time and space, I could go back to the past and save your mother. Really, really? Nami exclaimed, and Robin's eyes lit up, staring at Ron closely. Of course it's true. Ron nodded and said seriously. I've thought about traveling through time and space before, why I haven't obtained the 3rd devil fruit. It's because of this, why I chose the gate fruit for the 2nd fruit, it is also because of this that I do this, and now, this fruit about time has made up for the shortcomings in my abilities. 700. Then, use this fruit, Nami quickly said. Ron, I believe in your ability. There is nothing in this world that you can't do. Come on, if you really I can save Belmere when she was still alive. Whatever you ask for, I will agree to it. As he said that, Nami's face suddenly turned red. Robin gritted her teeth. Although she and Ron had a vague relationship, she knew that with Ron's current strength and dominance, he would never let her go no matter what. Robin whispered. If you can save my mother, I can also promise you, it will be easier for you. As he spoke, Robin turned his head. Although he couldn't see his cheeks, he could see his rosy neck. Okay. Advertisement. Seeing this, Ron was overjoyed and felt that his choice was right, not only because choosing to do so would give him the ability to control time and space, and he would also be able to take down Robin. Well, this is good news. For such a long time, Ron has always wanted to win over Robin, but unfortunately, Robin has always been aloof from him. Now, it seems that as long as he rescues Orovia, Robin will return home. This matter was finally settled, which made Ron feel a little more at ease. He didn't want to be too forced on his woman, and he didn't want to make the girls unhappy. Don't want to make them unhappy. With his strength, even if he forces it, the girls can only accept it with gritted teeth, but he just doesn't want to do that. His strength is so strong that nothing can stop him. If even girls need to use strength to suppress coercion, then Ron will be a failure. Ron happily took a bite of the stillness fruit and swallowed it, and the power of the stillness fruit was generated in his body. He immediately had the ability to stop time. With a few clicks, he increased the fruit level to 100, and then the awakening ability appeared. The awakening ability is called the time domain. It is a field that can be within a certain range. The ability of time is not too exaggerated, but it is also very pervert. Ron doesn't care about this ability for the time being. When everything is fine, he can easily increase the fruit's ability to millions or tens of millions. There is no rush now. Ron simply glanced at the data panel, and he discovered that because of the emergence of the stasis fruit's ability, the gate fruit's awakened ability, any door, has been reorganized with the stasis fruit's awakened ability, time domain, and has been reorganized into one. The new ability is called time and space control. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this ability has really appeared. Traveling through time and space is not a fantasy, but a real and achievable ability. Advertisement. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded, gave Nami and Robin a confident look, and then continued to examine the fruit with a smile. This fruit is more interesting. Ron took a Zone's devil fruit, which is a fruit that Ron is very interested in. What fruit? Brother Ron? Kaya asked curiously. I've never heard of the demon fox fruit before. Ron said with a smile. This is also a fruit of the phantom beast species, and its power is much stronger than the previous civet and swan fruits. 1. Demon fox fruit? What kind of fruit is this? Nami asked curiously. This is. Ron raised the corner of his mouth and said, a fruit that can turn people into demon foxes. It has the ability to enchant. Charm ability. Khalifa's eyes lit up. She had rarely spoken because the girls of the Sword and Rose Pirates had just accepted her. Although she had already had some indescribable relationships with Ron, she still had some. She has low self-esteem and feels that her relationship with Ron is not as cordial as that of other girls. She has always been thinking about how to use her advantages to make Ron like her more. After all, she is Ron's person now, and she will have to rely on Ron for the rest of her life. Want to run away? That's impossible. Ron's current strength won't let her run away. She also likes Ron a little bit in her heart. The key is not to run away at 3.7. Then we can only think about how to capture Ron's heart and compete with the large group of beautiful women on the arc for Ron. Now that she saw the fruit in Ron's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up, but then she frowned because she already had the fruit, and it seemed impossible to eat this fruit again. During the Huxia New Year, every family member and relative is celebrating birthdays, weddings, birthdays, and even housewarmings. Oh my god, it's too late. I don't know if readers are like this. I'm troubled. I'll try to restore the update speed of years ago in the next few days and write as much as possible every day. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 274 The Unparalleled Charm of Vivi. Charming and beautiful. Isn't that the same ability as my sweet fruit? The Empress's face couldn't help but change a little. The ability of this fruit conflicts with her sweet fruit ability. If it is used by others, how can it be done? Wouldn't it be a threat to yourself? Of course, such thoughts passed away in a flash. The Empress looked at Ron and knew that this was not the past. In the past, she alone supported 9 Snake Island and Amazon Lily's countless citizens. Now, she also has someone to rely on. A solid chest gives her a huge sense of security. In this case, it doesn't matter even if such a fruit is obtained by others. This fruit is somewhat different from the sweet fruit. The sweet fruit is Paramecia, and this demon fox fruit is the Zone Fantasy Beast species. The difference is not only the different fruit types, but also the differences in abilities. Of course, the specific differences still need to be determined. Who will know after eating it in the future? With that said, Ron took the demon fox fruit and asked, so, which one of you wants this fruit? This. The girls looked at each other, but no one spoke. Ron's eyes moved and he looked at Vivi. Vivi seemed a little tempted by the fruit, but she was a little hesitant because she was afraid of arguing with others and was a little embarrassed to speak. Since no one is talking, let me allocate it. Ron laughed, walked up to Vivi with the demon fox fruit, and said, give this fruit to Vivi. The devil fruit ability of the phantom beast species is quite good. Yes, Vivi, just eat it. This? How embarrassing is this? The other sisters haven't spoken yet, Vivi said hesitantly. Sister Vivi, please don't be polite. Kaya smiled and said, the rest of us basically have the fruits, and we won't compete with you. But there are still people who haven't. Vivi looked at Lucky, Golden Week, and Insiki. Vivi, just use it. We're not in a hurry. There are only a few of us, and there are still so many fruits that we haven't checked yet. There will definitely be fruits suitable for us next, so don't hesitate, Tashigi advised. Well, okay, thank you everyone. Vivi nodded, happily picked up the demon fox fruit and ate it. After a while, a white fox phantom appeared out of thin air behind Vivi. Vivi herself also had a seductive charm, as if her whole person had become much more beautiful, with every movement, every blink and every movement. There is a unique charm in every breath. Advertisement, wow. Sister Vivi seems to have become a lot more beautiful. Kaya opened her eyes wide and gave Vivi a thumbs up in praise. Really? Vivi asked, covering her cheek in surprise. Of course. Kaya, Aisha and Abis both nodded, and the other girls also nodded. There was even a hint of envy deep in their eyes. Which girl doesn't love beauty? After Vivi ate this demon fox fruit, she instantly became she is so charming, and they are very envious of her now. Whoosh. The little fox in Cornish's hand jumped out of Cornish's hand with a snap, came to Vivi's feet, rubbed against her long legs, expressing his love for Vivi. Vivi now has the demon fox fruit of the phantom species has a fatal attraction for little foxes like Cece. Cece, you little guy, you actually like Vivi. Cornish gritted her silver teeth and glared at Cece slightly angrily. Ha ha ha. Kaya, Abis and Aisha all couldn't help laughing. Abis even warned Xiao Feilong. Longlong, don't imitate Cece. Although Sister Vivi has become more attractive, don't leave me. Chirp chirp. The little flying dragon nodded solemnly, and Abis smiled happily. However, without anyone noticing, the little flying dragon immediately fluttered its wings and flew out, hovering around Vivi, and kept chirping at Vivi, seeming to express her feelings. General love. Damn Longlong, you deceived my feelings. Abis pointed at the little flying dragon with tears in her eyes. 457. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. Elsa laughed heartily as she watched. Everyone else was also smiling, and even Ron couldn't help laughing. Quack. Even Abis and Cornish's pets were attracted to Wei Wei. Wei Wei's own pet Karu was naturally attracted too. Karu ran to Vivi's side and looked at her heartily. Vivi looks like a nympho. I hate it, Karu, you come and join in the fun. Vivi looked at Karu's nymphomaniac look and felt funny in her heart. She quickly restrained the fox shadow behind her, and then the three pets with insufficient willpower returned to normal. Ron and the other girls are strong-willed and have high mental values. Vivi's demonic fox fruit ability has just been learned, so it doesn't have much impact on them. If it were used on ordinary people, those people might be immediately confused. Is this still a situation where Wei Wei is just showing the shadow of the fox? If she waits for Ron to give her the skills and then takes action with all her strength, then... Unimaginable. Chapter 275 The Surprising Devil Fruit. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. The little fox Cece and the little Phylong returned to their masters and were being scolded by the two masters with their heads hanging down. On the other side, Vivi calmed down and stood quietly next to them. At present, there are only a few girls among the girls who have not yet achieved fruit. Lackey, Golden Week, and Tashigi. As for the other girls, basically all have their own fruit abilities. Lackey and the three looked at Ron expectantly, hoping that he could find a suitable fruit for them. You three. How about you come and find out on your own? Ron looked at the three girls, smiled slightly, and asked them to take action on their own. The three of them looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes, and then walked to the box together and started searching. After a while, all three of them looked at the fruit in their hands with satisfaction. This is a sharp fruit. Tashigi looked at the fruit in his hand in surprise. This fruit can add a sharp attribute to the weapon, which is really suitable for swordsmen to use. Sharp fruit. The Empress' expression changed. Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, possesses the string fruit, and he also has the ability to cut everything. Doesn't the ability of the sharp fruit overlap with the string fruit? It's not a coincidence. Tashigi shook his head. String fruit also has other abilities. For example, it can stretch into the sky, tie the other end of the string to the clouds so that the owner can fly, and can be controlled like a puppet. Others seem to be stronger than sharp fruits. That's not what I'm saying. You need to find a way to develop the ability of any fruit. Some fruits have very strong abilities, but it's just because the owner failed to develop them well. It would be too arbitrary to say that the fruit has poor abilities. Ron said with a smile. If Doflamingo's fruit were placed on an ordinary person, he might still be disliked. The reason why his fruit is so powerful is that it has been developed to ultimate. But no matter how powerful he is not as powerful as Brother Ron. Kyle looked at Ron cautiously. Brother Ron has the ability to help others improve their skills. This ability is the most powerful, better than any devil fruit. It's awesome. Advertisement Wei Wei. Nami and others nodded at the same time, unanimously agreeing with Kaya's statement. Ron's ability is so pervert, he can directly help people improve their skill level. This ability is simply too buggy. The girls who knew about Ron's ability all agreed with this statement, but what they didn't know was that Jewelry, the little human girl and the giant girl didn't know about it. Even the Empress didn't know that Ron had such an ability. She couldn't help but he looked at Ron with wide eyes, full of curiosity. Ron looked at the Empress staring at his lovely appearance with her beautiful big eyes, and couldn't help but smile slightly, waved her hands calmly and said, "You'll know this later. Although your sweet fruit is powerful, its current level it's still too low, and you can only develop a few abilities. After you and I upgrade your level, you should try to develop more and stronger abilities." Yeah, okay. The Empress smiled sweetly, which immediately made Ron shout that he couldn't stand it. Who could withstand such a peerless beauty acting coquettishly to him? Of course, Ron can withstand it. After all, he is a straight man who is known as Lu Shaohui, who is always calm and confident. Female S*X or anything else can never corrode his great and upright heart. Ron looked upright and turned his gaze away from the rosy-faced Empress to look at Jewelry, who was also confused just now. Your fruit ability is actually very powerful. Ron said to Jewelry. Just like I said when I got the stillness fruit just now, your fruit is also a fruit related to time. When this ability is developed to ultimate, it is a heaven-defying ability. In my opinion, many fruits in this world have very heaven-defying abilities. Some are even more heaven-defying than Whitebeard's shock fruit. The fruit about time and space is one of them, the best. Actually, I don't blame you for not thinking about it. Ron waved his hand. Who in this world can have 3 devil fruits at the same time? Of course. Ron touched Abi's little head and said, "Didn't you do that before? You can only use the whisper fruit to talk to animals. After being promoted by me, now you can pull all of us into our hearts. The ability to communicate over the internet goes beyond this. You have to develop it well, and more powerful abilities will appear in the future." How about my fruit? Lackey asked Ron, holding the fruit she picked in her hand. She was very satisfied with the ability of this fruit. It has the ability to fly and has other functions. She liked it very much. Seeing Jewelry's disapproving look, Ron smiled slightly. Don't you believe it? I now have the ability to travel through time and space. What do you think? Advertisement. Well, I will definitely work hard. Abis clenched her fists and nodded vigorously, looking confident. Thinking of Ron's current abilities, even Jewelry couldn't help but be horrified. She almost forgot that Ron didn't have very strong fruit abilities before. Even the ability of the gate fruit could only be used to rush on the road. What's more, but things are different now. Ron's 2 fruit abilities are combined into one, and he actually has the ability to travel through time and space. Speaking of such an ability, it is really too scary. Yes, she found this fruit among the fruits of paramecia. How could a fruit related to wind be placed in the category of paramecia? Looking at her cute little appearance, Ron couldn't help but smile, and then looked at Toshigi. This fruit is indeed suitable for you, just use this one. The sharp fruit can increase the sharpness of weapons. You can also develop it, nose, ability, such as a dog that attaches to the sword and performs long-range attacks. Only you, Jewelry nodded. Are my abilities okay? Abis asked, blinking her big eyes. Is there a mistake? Lackey said strangely. This breeze fruit should belong to Logia. How could it be placed in paramecia? Let's take a look. Ron read the note and finally understood why this fruit was not attributed to Logia, but placed in paramecia. More heaven-defying than shock fruit. Jewelry disagreed a bit. Shock fruit's ability is recognized by everyone in the world. Even Ron can't refute it like this. Your strength, Ron, is indeed strong, but you're not relying on the fruit's ability. How can you say shock fruit is useless? This one is the breeze fruit? Ron's expression changed. The breeze fruit, the fruit related to wind in this world, should belong to Logia, right? Yeah, I know. Toshigi nodded and happily ate the sharp fruit. Yes. Nami also nodded, and behind him, the other girls all nodded. In the whole world, Ron is the only one who possesses the ability of 3 fruits at the same time. Why can I have the power of 3 fruits at the same time? Ron said. Because when I was on Drum Island, I got the first fruit from the king of the island. Munch Munch fruit. And after Munch Munch fruit was developed to ultimate, an ability appeared, Swallow. This ability allows me to have 3 devil fruit at the same time, so, this is what I said, there is no real garbage fruit, as long as it is developed well, his abilities are not too bad. Strong. Very strong. Jewelry nodded seriously. I never thought that after your fruit abilities were combined into one, you would have such terrifying abilities. Chapter 276 Shock. The strongest fruit acknowledged by Ron himself appears. First of all, this breeze fruit is really not the fruit of Logia. Its name is the breeze fruit, and its ability is related to this, but it is not the kind that can control the wind in nature, nor can it set off wind waves and tornadoes. Fruit of ability. This fruit belongs to paramecia, which allows the owner to control the breeze generated between movements. This control is very weak and can only play a minor supporting role. In other words, this is an auxiliary passive ability, not an active skill. For example, if Ron uses this breeze fruit, his running speed will increase, because when he runs, the friction generated will be partially offset by the breeze ability of the fruit, and then the friction generated when he runs the wind will also push his body behind him. It seems that the ability of this fruit is very rubbish, even among paramecia, it is probably one of the inferior ones. Of course, that is for ordinary people. Looking at Lackey's somewhat depressed expression, Ron couldn't help but laugh and said, Don't think this fruit is of little use. It is indeed not very powerful for ordinary people, but for me, it's not necessarily true. Lackey, have you forgotten my ability? Your ability, you mean, this fruit will be very powerful after the level increases? Lackey's eyes lit up. Of course. Ron nodded affirmatively. Yes, in Ron's opinion, this fruit is very powerful and suitable for melee warriors. Lackey is a warrior, and her Sandora inherited combat skills have been used before. She has been upgraded to the full level by Ron, and her melee capabilities are lower than those of the extraordinary Marine Vice Admiral. Even with the original Vice Admiral, she can fight for a long time. Now, Ron can say with certainty that when he improves Lackey's newly learned swordsmanship and physical skills, then upgrades Sandora's inherited combat skills to tens of thousands of levels, and finally upgrades this breeze fruit to tens of thousands of levels, no matter what counting Ron and the other girls on the arc, Lackey is the strongest in the world. Moreover, when the breeze fruit reaches tens of thousands of levels, Ron can be sure that the power of this fruit will be very powerful. If this kind of fruit reaches that level, with every move and slap of the palm, the wind of the palm can destroy any building on an island. Yes, the suitable development direction for this kind of fruit is right here. With one punch, the fist wind will sweep over everything. With one sword strike, the sword wind contained in the sword light can crush the entire island. Who said breeze fruit is garbage? It's just that the level has not gone up. Once the level reaches a certain level, the power of this fruit is terrifyingly strong. If it's so powerful, Lackey laughed, then this fruit can also give me the ability to fly, right? Advertisement, of course, as long as the level is enough, you can definitely fly. Ron nodded, very sure of this. The level was reached, and the breeze generated by one jump was enough to propel Lackey to fly very far, from one island to another. There is no problem with the island, this is just flying. When the wind decreases, if you punch out, the reaction force generated by the wind will allow Lackey to continue to have the ability to fly. She can fly without limit. That's good, I like this fruit very much, I'll eat it. Lackey smiled and ate the fruit. Next, it's the last person. Golden Week, what fruit did you choose? Ron looked at the little Lolita from Golden Week. This girl likes to be quiet and never likes to take the initiative to talk. Occasionally she quarrels with Valentine, and it's just a few words. Sometimes when I want to eat or drink something, I just walk up to Makino or Nokagao and stare at them blankly. At first, people were shocked. Later, when Valentine, who was familiar with her, explained, everyone was surprised. Figure out what it means. This is good. Golden Week took the fruit in his hand and handed it to Ron. Well, let's take a look. Ron looked at the fruit in his hand. This fruit looked a little weird. He looked at the note and saw a few simple handwritings written on it. Is this Paramesh's emotion fruit? Ron was surprised. The ability of this fruit is too suitable for Golden Week, right? Ron, is there anything different about this fruit? Seeing Ron's surprised expression, Nami, Kaya and others all looked over. What kind of fruit was it that made Ron look shocked? This fruit must be the strongest fruit I have ever seen. Ron took a long breath and said, the strongest fruit? All the girls exclaimed, even the Empress and Jewelry looked over in shock. You must know that this is Ron, the real strongest person in the world now. If you can make him say the strongest, this fruit must have its own extraordinary features, and its ability is extremely powerful. This fruit is called the emotion fruit. Ron looked at the girls seriously and said, the note just said that this emotion fruit has some ability to affect other people's emotions, but it didn't say much. This is because those celestial dragons are you're so stupid, you don't even know how much potential this fruit has. Emotional fruit? Affecting people's emotions? Advertisement, is it that strong? Why'd I feel so ordinary? Yes, people with strong willpower should not be affected, right? It can only affect ordinary people, right? The girls talked a lot, and they all felt that this fruit was not very good. However, Ron can say personally that this fruit is the strongest fruit he has ever seen, which shows that this fruit must have abilities that everyone doesn't know about. Looking at the girls looking over, Ron looked at Golden Week with a solemn expression and said, this fruit, I can say this, if I help you improve the fruit's power to ultimate, you will have the ability to destroy the world. Destroy the world. Golden Week scratched her head. How could she, a little girl, think about destroying the world? Besides, is this fruit really so powerful? Destroy the world. Nami, the Empress, and even Robin, who had always been calm and indifferent, were shocked. Is the emotion fruit really capable of destroying the world? This is no joke. Don't you believe it? Ron looked at the shocked but questioning eyes of the girls, and continued. The ability of emotions has great potential. If this fruit is only available to ordinary people, he can only affect a few people at most. Ordinary people with weak wills have little effect on the strong. Even if they are discovered and developed to the strongest level, they can only influence a few people and shake the will of others, but... Ron looked at Golden Week and said solemnly, but if I help you upgrade this fruit to a very high level, you will have the ability to affect the emotions of everyone in the world. With that level of emotional fruit, you can even let all humans in the world kill each other in rage, all hang themselves in pessimism, or all become greedy. It can even trigger horrific memories in everyone's minds and plunge everyone into fear. When the girls heard this, they were all shocked. It turned out that this seemingly inconspicuous emotion fruit would have such terrifying abilities after reaching a high level. If people all over the world go crazy and fall into a state of rage, they can really destroy the world. This will not destroy the oceans and islands, but directly destroy mankind itself. Horrible. It's really terrible. Chapter 277. The girls were shocked. The emotion fruit ability is activated. It's terrible, it's really terrible. If people all over the world are really plunged into despair, then most people in the world will commit suicide. After all, there are still the most ordinary people in the world, and they can't resist such a fruit ability, then it requires absolutely strong willpower. Nami said in shock. Yes, after the level of the emotion fruit increases, it can be so powerful. Valentine looked at Golden Week strangely. She used to have the ability to use paintings to carry out psychological suggestions and hypnosis enemies, but that ability was a kind of hypnosis technique classification, and now this emotional fruit really suits her very well. Yeah, it's perfect for her. Kaya also nodded, and then said with some worry. But Golden Week is still young now. If one day we don't control it well, we will do this to the whole world. The other girls looked at Ron with worried expressions. As for Golden Week herself, even though Ron said words like, destroying the world, and all the other girls were shocked, she herself didn't have any change in expression. She still looked indifferent, as if these things had nothing to do with her. Seeing the worried looks on the girls' faces, Ron smiled and said, first of all, I will definitely not help her raise the level of the emotion fruit too high. Then, I believe that Golden Week will not use her abilities indiscriminately unless it is someone. Only after provoking her, or seeing something she doesn't like, or encountering a damned person will she really use this ability to attack on a large scale. Really? Ron looked at Golden Week. Yes, Golden Week nodded. She felt that Ron said too much. Every word he said spoke to her heart and he understood her very well. Ron smiled. Of course he knew what Golden Week was thinking. The 30 million level observation Haki not only has the ability to predict the future, but also has the ability to listen to all things. He can now listen to the voices of all girls, and even know what they are thinking. However, this ability to see through everything is too shameless, and he will not maintain this state all the time. Seeing through everyone is not necessarily a good thing, it will make people feel boring. Ron handed the fruit in his hand to Golden Week and said, this fruit is very suitable for you, you can eat it now, and then I will help you increase the level of the fruit, first to level 10,000. What do you think? Advertisement, yeah. Golden Week nodded, level 1, 10,000. When the girls such as Nami and Kaya heard this, their eyes widened immediately. Jewelry and the Empress also widened their eyes at the same time. Although they didn't know how many levels each skill limit had, they were definitely not as high as 100,000 levels. Robin looked at the two girls with shocked faces and slight doubts. He walked over and explained softly to the two of them. Ron has the ability to help people improve their skill levels. The maximum level of each skill is 100. Before, are other the skills that people learn, such as swordsmanship, physical skills, fighting skills, and even Devil Fruit's ability level, are all improved by Ron to help us reach the full level, so our abilities are so powerful. No wonder. The Empress and Jewelry nodded, and then said in shock, the full level is 100, but he just said it would be raised to level 10,000, this. I'm not sure either. Robin shook his head and looked at Ron in confusion. Ron helped them improve their skills before, and they could all be upgraded to the full level, but now, can they break through the level? This is incredible, right? Seeing the surprised expressions on each of the girls, Ron smiled calmly. In this retreat, my strength has increased a lot, to the point that you can't believe it. My ability to improve skills has also been improved, and now I can help you break through. Skill level limit, unlimited improvement. Please give me flowers. No, infinite improvement? The girls were shocked. Advertisement is skill. No matter how bad it is, if it can be improved without limit, it will be very, very scary. Just like an ordinary boxing technique, even if it is practiced to the full level, it will only have a little power. But if the level of the boxing technique can be increased without limit, wouldn't it be possible to destroy the whole world with one punch in the end? However, this is really the case. Ron can upgrade ordinary punches to countless levels. With one punch, not to mention destroying the world of pirates, even the sun is not a problem. Zero. Just when the girls were shocked, here, Golden Week, standing in front of Ron, had already eaten the emotion fruit, and then looked at Ron expectantly. Ron smiled slightly, touched Golden Week's forehead, and began to add some points to her. On the data panel of Golden Week, a new skill appeared, which was the ability from the emotion fruit. Ron's right hand turned into a phantom, and he added crazy points behind the emotion fruit ability. It's only 10,000 points. With his current hand speed, he has completed adding points in a short time. Ron took his hand away from Golden Week's forehead, and all the girls looked at Golden Week. Kaya even asked impatiently, Golden Week, how do you feel? The 10,000 level fruit power, my god, how strong does that have to be? Yeah, level 10,000. It's unimaginable. Nami shook his head and sighed. The power of the fruit at the full level of 100 is already shocking, and now it's at the level of 10 cities. It's unimaginable. Golden Week saw so many girls looking at her, and she also had the idea of experimenting in her heart. She raised her head slightly, looked at Ron, and activated the ability of the emotion fruit. Angry at. Chapter 278. Poor experimental subject, Laughing Valentine. Ron looked at this girl speechlessly. She was using her emotion fruit ability on herself. What kind of trouble are you making? How high is your current mental level? Can your mere 10,000 level emotional fruit ability have any effect on you? The other girls were all staring at Golden Week, and Ron was also looking at her. She could see that her little face was red because she was suppressing it. It was obvious that she didn't react at all when she saw Ron, and she thought her ability was not strong enough, so she continued to use her ability desperately. The girls looked at each other and didn't know why. Ron said helplessly, don't use this ability on me. This thing is useless to me. Don't tell me that you are only level 10,000 now. Even if it is level 1 million, you can't use it on me. I won't even have the slightest effect. Why don't you try it on others first? Okay. Golden Week said a little discouraged. She just had an idea in her mind. She wanted to use the emotion fruit on Ron to make Ron angry and make him make a little fool of himself. She didn't expect that this ability would not work at all. But he didn't. 747, Ron in the slightest. Golden Week turned around and looked at the other girls, looking at them one by one as if they were selecting the target for the experiment. No, don't choose me. Kaya saw Golden Week looking over and hid behind Ron. She didn't want to make a fool of herself. Golden Week curled up his lips, then let Kaya go, and then looked at Nami. You girl, you still want to experiment with me? Nami put her hands on her hips and said, do you want to buy all kinds of delicious and fun things in the future? Do you want to buy good tea to drink? I'm in charge of money? Oh, Golden Monday thought it was right. Nami couldn't be messed with. He would count on her for food, drink and shopping in the future. He changed his target and looked at Robin. The corner of Robin's mouth twitched. Hey, you girl can't afford to offend Nami, but now you're on my head. Ahem. Robin coughed slightly and walked behind Ron calmly. Sister Robin is so witty. Kaya held Robin's hand and laughed. When Golden Week saw Robin walking behind Ron, he knew what to do and immediately changed the target. Makino saw Golden Week looking at him and said quickly, no, don't choose me. I make delicious food for you every day. I also help you with all kinds of snacks you like to eat. Right? Well, Sister Makino is very good. Golden Week nodded. Makino was very kind to her and she couldn't do experiments on Sister Makino. Advertisement. Golden Week continued to look for goals again, and Makino breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Khalifa, Nokigao, Lackey and others all used various excuses, various reasons, and various good words to persuade them to escape. When it was Elsa and Abisa's turn, the two little girls ran over quickly, acted like a spoiled brat, and ran away. When Golden Week looked at the Empress and Jewelry, someone was retreating. Valentine saw the other girls running away one by one, and she felt an ominous premonition in her heart. I used to expect to see other people's jokes, but now it's like this. She felt that the last experimental subject seemed to be on her head, because she had always been at odds with Golden Week. Of course, it wasn't a deep grudge, she just liked to quarrel with this girl, but now, this has become her the biggest clue. The Empress and Jewelry were slightly panicked when they saw Golden Week looking over. Everyone else had escaped. Even Vivi did not hesitate to use the Demon Fox fruit to charm Golden Week and make her feel good about her. I cheated on her once, what are we going to do now? Little girl, are you going to use me as a guinea pig? The Empress's face suddenly turned red, her hands pointed at each other, and she looked at Golden Week with a coquettish look. Can you just go around me once? Return to Nine Snakes Island later, can I give you my treasured tea? When Golden Week heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. Seeing that the Empress escaped, Jewelry became even more panicked. Could it be that she was going to become a test subject? No, absolutely not. Jewelry knows that the emotion fruit can arouse and amplify emotions deep in people's hearts. If this little girl triggers bad memories for him and makes him cry in front of so many people, it will be embarrassing. Get smaller. Jewelry directly used her fruit power on herself, turning herself into a little loli about the same age as Golden Week. She looked at Golden Week with a pitiful expression. I am almost the same as you now. Doll, you don't want to experiment on me, do you? Everyone rolled their eyes when they saw Jewelry being so cruel to them in order to escape, and Ron almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Okay. Golden Week nodded. It is true that Jewelry cannot be used as a test subject. After all, Jewelry has only just boarded the ship and is still a stranger. She is considered a half-guest. It is not good to use guests as experiments. So, Golden Week let Jewelry go, and Jewelry breathed a sigh of relief. Then he released his transformation and returned to his original appearance, with a look of joy on his face. Golden Week finally set its sights on Miss Valentine. Don't run away, it's you. Hey hey hey. Advertisement Valentine had already retreated far away and was about to hide in the cabin. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by Golden Week. He quickly turned around and waved his hands towards Golden Week, with a frightened look on his face. No, you. It's a private vendetta, don't I just like to quarrel with you, you can experiment with little human and giant girls, don't choose me, okay? The little human girl and the giant woman over there heard this and looked at Valentine with wide eyes. Hey, you are betraying others in public. Is this really okay? Golden Week didn't listen, and still stared at Valentine. It's you. Don't Valentine was just about to speak, but she felt the power of emotions emerging deep in her heart, which reminded her of all the happy events, all the happiness, and all the joy in her life, and she suddenly started laughing uncontrollably. The girls saw Valentine laughing so hard that they rolled on the ground. They even patted the deck while laughing and burst into tears. It was as if they had seen the best joke in the world. No, it was more exaggerated than this. What a terrifying ability. The girls all shuddered. Such an ability is too terrifying. Fortunately, they escaped just now. They must have a good relationship with Golden Week in the future, and they must not let her do it to them. This is the best time. Ha 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 ha. Valentine laughed wildly, almost laughing until the end, and even his hands slapping the deck turned extremely red. It's almost time to meet Ron. We can't really make Valentine laugh to death. 3.3 Otherwise, she will become the first person in the world to die of laughter. After all, she is also one of her own women. At this time, you still need to help. Okay, it's almost done. Ron tapped Golden Week's little head, gesturing for her to withdraw the emotional power from Valentine. Oh. The little girl who was watching Valentine make a fool of herself with great interest reluctantly took back her emotional power after hearing Ron's words. And over there, Valentine felt that the emotional power that made her laugh continuously left and finally recovered. He felt normal, but he didn't have any strength to get up. He could only lie weakly on the deck, with no image at all. Those big beautiful eyes were filled with a sense of powerlessness, and his heart was full of shadows. Ron smiled and shook his head. This girl from Golden Week still seems to be very vindictive. Ron walked up to Valentine, bent down and hugged her. Seeing her aggrieved and about to cry, Ron said with a smile, let's see if you dare to bully her in the future. Chapter 279 Crazy Extra Points. A large number of goddesses are being born. I will never dare to do it again, Valentine said feebly. The burst of crazy laughter just now had really made her whole body weak and exhausted all her strength. Okay. Ron took Valentine aside and put her on the chair next to her. He turned around and said sternly to the girls, the devil fruit has been distributed. Next, we will improve everyone's strength. It's time, everyone counts, everyone on the ship has a share today, each of them has 4 skills, and they can all be upgraded too. Ron thought for a while, and he also thought carefully about the appropriate level for the girl's skill level. He didn't need to raise the level too high, it was enough to raise it to a level that surpassed everyone else. It was too much. If so, it would be tiring for him to keep adding points one by one. Everyone's skill is 1 million levels. That's it, Ron said lightly. Level 1 million is considered a suitable level. Girls have relatively few skills, unlike him who has nearly 200 skills, all of which are at full level. Now he has several levels reaching level 30 million. Terrifying skills. 1 million level, enough to raise the girl's 4-dimensional attributes to thousands of points, almost reaching the stage when Ron has just become a lower level god. Ron also wants to try it. After the girl's 4-dimensional attributes all reach 1000 points, is it possible? Will he become a god? A million levels. When Nami, Kaya and others heard this, their eyes widened. Everyone had 4 skills that could be improved, and all of them could be upgraded to 1 million levels. What a concept is this? The previous skill's full level was level 100. After reaching the full level, they have already felt how powerful the skill is. It is directly the strongest level in the world. Now they have to improve it, and it can still be improved. The most terrifying thing is, it can actually be upgraded to level 1 million, which is 10,000 times higher than the full level. Level 1 million, it's too scary, Nami murmured to himself. My thunderfruit is already so scary now. If it is upgraded to level 10 million. This. Pale is not a thunderblast. An island? Nami, with a million level thunderfruit, it should be very simple to destroy an island, Nokagao said in horror. Didn't Ron ask each of us to learn swordsmanship and physical skills before? Yes. Nami had not recovered from the shock just now, so she simply responded. Advertisement. Think about it, each of us has 4 skills that can be upgraded to 1 million levels. Each of us has learned swordsmanship and physical skills, plus our devil fruit ability, plus the most suitable skills for each of us. That skill, as Ron said before, if all 4 skills reach level 1 million. Our sword and rose pirates will no longer have just Ron's combat power. Every one of us, we are all top world-class strong men. Yes. Oh my god, Nami took a deep breath, and she also thought about it. If all of them reached 1 million levels in swordsmanship and physical skills, everyone would be a great swordsman, no, even stronger than the great swordsman. If the basic swordsmanship is 1 million levels, how strong is it? They will know this problem later, because Ron is already improving the skills of the girls. Ron has the ability to improve other people's skills, but he will not improve strangers, but only his own women. Firstly, it is to improve their strength so that they can protect themselves. Secondly, if their bodies are not strong enough, they may not be able to withstand the impact of their true god's body in the future. Yes, how strong is Ron now? Even if the planet explodes, he won't die. You can imagine how strong he is. With such a strong body, when he does things he likes with girls, it's okay if he can control it well. What if he can't control it well? Wouldn't it make the girls crazy? Therefore, improving the strength and physical strength of the girls is something he cannot delay now. Learn to control. Ron waved his hand to block Golden Week's power. If he hadn't taken action, the power released by Golden Week might have caused the other girls on the ship to fall into coma instantly. This was the pressure from higher beings. It is a huge threat to ordinary mortal life and has extremely powerful terrifying lethality, even if this is just the aftermath of unconscious power. Golden Week also slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying power was released from his big, watery eyes. After a while, the 4 skills, except for the emotional fruit, which was at level 10,000, the other 3 were all upgraded to level 1 million. What's going on? Nami pointed at Golden Week and said, I feel like I'm terrified when I see this girl now. It's like I've seen an ancient giant beast. Advertisement. Then there are other abilities. There is no need to add more emotional fruits. The ability of this fruit is quite terrifying. I don't expect this girl to do much with this ability in the future. Level 10,000 is enough. Let's start with Golden Week first. Ron came to the little girl's side and put his hand on her forehead. Before Golden Week, he had upgraded the ability of the emotion fruit to level 10,000. Now he can also improve other abilities. This time, Ron directly reached out to add some points to her basic swordsmanship and basic physical skills that she had just started. This was an ability that he had asked the girls to learn before. Finally, there is the choice of painting ability and psychic suggestion hypnosis ability. Both of these abilities are Golden Week's own abilities. Ron can only choose one to add points. After thinking about it, he decided to ask her personally. Well, let's paint. The little girl didn't choose the ability to suggest hypnosis, which surprised Ron a little, but it doesn't matter, just paint. In the shocked and horrified eyes of the girls, although the little girl's body is still so tall, she exudes a terrifying pressure like a god. It is a level of pressure from a higher life, just like a god coming to the mortal world. The same natural pressure on ordinary mortals. Ron slowly took back his hand, looked at Golden Week with a smile on his face, and said, How is it? How do you feel now? There was also an obvious change in the body during Golden Week. Very strong, very scary, Robin also said in a deep voice, looking at Golden Week with burning eyes. She had a feeling that if the little girl today was placed in the world, she might be able to do what Ron did before. For example, one person provoked the entire world government, and one person suppressed the entire naval headquarters. Basic swordsmanship starts to add points, +1 +1 +1 +1. The painting ability starts to increase, +1 +1 +1 +1. What a terrifying ability. Jewelry looked at Golden Week, who was as majestic as a god, but she felt that the most terrifying thing was not Golden Week now, but Ron, who turned Golden Week into a godlike existence. Such an ability is too scary. I feel the same way, Kaya said in horror. It's too scary, too scary. What kind of strength does this little girl have now? It's so scary just looking at it, it's really. Basic physical skills start to add points, +1 +1 +1 +1. Drawing or psychic suggestion hypnosis ability, which one do you choose to add points to? Ron asked. Chapter 280 The goddess has arrived. Kaya and Golden Week have become gods. Golden Week was also a little amazed at her current strength. She had a strange feeling that she was very strong now, but she didn't know how strong she was. But the feeling in her heart told her that her understanding of swordsmanship and physical skills had reached a terrifying level, as well as painting. Now she can smash a small island with a sword strike or a punch. Now her body is so strong and tough that ordinary weapons can't hurt her at all. So powerful. Golden Week looked at her hands and exclaimed, and then looked at Ron. Unfortunately, even though she was so powerful that she couldn't even express herself, she still couldn't see through Ron. Not a single bit can be seen through. Go to the side first to familiarize yourself with your body and strength, and be careful to control your movements so as not to damage the arc, Ron warned. Okay, I understand, Golden Week nodded, and then she moved and appeared on the deck not far away. She just moved her steps, but she was already so far away in an instant. Fortunately, she heard Ron's words and was already paying careful attention. Otherwise, if she kicked it down, the arc would basically be gone. Ron nodded. During the current Golden Week, the 3 values of the 4-dimensional attributes have reached more than 5,000 points. Among them, the mental value has reached more than 4,000. The emotional fruit is a mental ability. If it is also blessed to 1,000,000 levels, if so, the mental value will definitely be higher, and the 1,000,000 level painting ability will also greatly improve the mental value, so the mental value is not much worse. Such 4-dimensional attributes are far beyond the ordinary strong men in this world. The so-called 4 emperors, in front of the current Golden Week, are garbage that can be killed with just one look. As for the current data panel of Golden Week, Ron didn't check it in detail just now. Now he has walked in front of another person, and this person is Kaya. I'll come first. Kaya rushed to Ron, stuck out her tongue, and said to the other girls. Sisters, let me come first. Golden Week was so powerful just now. Let me experience it first. You can come and do it. We can wait later anyway. Nami had no choice but to help Kaya, so she could only nod helplessly. But you have to control your power later. I almost didn't control it during Golden Week just now if it weren't for Ron's help. If you resist, we might all be killed by her momentum. Don't worry, Sister Nami, Kaya nodded immediately. I won't accidentally hurt everyone. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ron smiled and waved his hand. With him here, how could he let Kaya and the others who had just upgraded their strength accidentally injure others? His observation Haki is 30 million levels, and it must be activated at this moment. The purpose is to prevent emergencies, so with him here, it is really foolproof. There will be no accidents at all, and even if there is an accident, he can know it in advance. Brother Ron, let's get started. Kaya looked at Ron expectantly. Yeah. Ron nodded and put his hand on Kaya's little head. System, open Kaya's data panel. Ron looked at Kaya's data panel, which showed that the medical skill was at level 100. Among other skills, there were basic swordsmanship and basic physical skills that were just getting started, as well as the devil fruit. The cloud fruit that he had just eaten. This is a fruit that has the ability to control clouds. This fruit is a perfect match for Nami. Unfortunately, Nami already has Thunderfruit, and Thunderfruit is also a perfect match for Nami. If there is anything to fight in the future, let Nami if paired with Kaya, it will be even more powerful. The cloud fruit starts to add points, +1+1+1+1. Advertisement basic swordsmanship starts with points, 1+1+1+1. Basic physical skills start to add points, +1+1+1+1. Finally, the medical skills were added. The 4 skills were all enhanced to 1,000,000 levels by Ron. Kaya also underwent unimaginable changes. This time, Ron summoned Kaya's data panel. Character name. Kaya race, lower god clan, age, 16 years old, billion. Body of the true god. 1. Immune to 99% damage with all attributes lower than itself. 2. Eliminate the side effects of devil fruit on your body. 3. Automatically possess the ability to fly. 4. Automatically have the lifespan of the gods. 6,512 physique, 6,425 agility, 6,354, 6,245 skill. Medical skills. Level 1,000,000 painting, level 3. Cuisine. Level 5 basic swordsmanship, level 1,000,000. Basic physical skills. Level 1,000,000 advertisement. Cloud fruit. Level 1,000,000 fruit awakening ability, cloud control. The Protoss is indeed a Protoss. After all attributes exceeded 1,000 points, Kaya also possessed the body of a true god. Her lifespan reached a terrifying billion years. She also automatically gained the ability to fly and immunity to damage. Ron had a premonition before. He just saw Kamui erupting from Golden Week and knew that girls, no, anyone, will become a god after all attributes reach 1,000 points. Ron laughed. In this way, did he create the gods? What do you think you are, creator god? That's almost it. Host, not everyone will become a god when all attributes reach 1,000 points, but they will become a god after the host is improved. As for other people, not to mention that they are incapable of reaching such a value, even if they are close to it, he is only a demigod, and his strength will be hindered before the value of 1,000 points. Before he becomes a god, he cannot continue to improve his 4-dimensional attributes. The system reminded at this time. That's it. Ron nodded. After all, others don't have cheating devices like him, which can directly and unlimitedly improve their strength. Others have to improve their own strength step by step. Ron directly adds points and instantly creates a god. How do you feel? Ron stopped and looked at Kaya and asked. He saw the ability of Kaya's cloud fruit to awaken, which is called cloud control. This should be an ability to control clouds, but Kaya's 4 skills add points. They were all used up and he couldn't add more points to Kaya. It feels so good. Kaya opened her eyes, and a terrifying pressure was released from her beautiful big eyes. It was Kamui from the God clan. This Kamui swept out with overwhelming power and was about to sweep across the arc. When it was heading towards the sea, it was stopped by Ron's look. It's amazing. Kaya sighed as she looked at her hugely changed body. She could clearly feel the changes in her body. Her body became extremely powerful, and every move carried a terrifying power that made the earth tremble. She felt that she could blast through the sky and the sea with one punch. This terrifying power to control everything made her a little obsessed. Go to the other side first, familiarize yourself with the power with Golden Week, and be careful not to destroy things, Ron instructed. Okay. Kaya nodded happily, and then she flew up, her dress fluttering, and flew to the Golden Week like a fairy. You can still fly. Golden Week saw Kaya flying over. As she was getting familiar with the power, her eyes suddenly lit up, and then her mind moved and she also flew. Well, not only can we fly, our bodies are no longer mortal bodies. Kaya looked at Golden Week and said excitedly, let's go to the sky and fight. Now our bodies are very powerful, we just need to control them first. If you take action, you won't get hurt. Come on, let's try fighting with only half our strength. Good. Golden Week was also very happy. After nodding, he flashed and flew into the sky like a rocket. That's so fast, Kaya laughed, and a white light flashed on her body. A cloud enveloped her, and she flew up into the sky with a white light. Chapter 281 The Goddess Flying in the Sky. The power of terror shakes the world. I'm so envious. Abis and Aisha watched with envy as Kaya and Golden Week flew into the sky. Flying was not one of their original abilities, but now, they can fly freely. It is certain that Ron improved their skills and gave them the ability to fly. Flying ability. Lackey looked at the sky with bright eyes. If she had known that Ron would automatically give people the ability to fly after upgrading his skills, then what would she do with the devil fruit that can give people the ability to fly? Brother Ron, please give me a promotion first. Abis quickly ran over and hugged Ron's legs. No, you should give me a promotion first. Aisha also ran over and hugged Ron's other leg. Aisha continued. I flew up to the sky to fight with Sister Kaya during the Golden Week. I want to go help her. HMPH, Sister Kaya will not bully Golden Week. If you go to help Golden Week bully Sister Kaya, I will beat you up with Sister Kaya later, Abis snorted. Seeing the 2 little girls scrambling for the first place, Ron smiled hoarsely. The other girls also laughed a little, but when they looked up and saw the terrifying power erupting in the sky, they were also very envious. Kaya and Golden Week were not very powerful before, but now, they have only been used by Ron a few times. After improving my skills in minutes, I can now not only fly freely and quickly, but also have such powerful and terrifying strength. It's simply terrifying. Don't be impatient, Ron said with a smile. 253. It's only a few minutes, can't you wait any longer? Come on, Abis, come first. A little bit. Seeing Ron letting her come first, Abis made a face at Elsa proudly, making Elsa pouted angrily, but she didn't dare to disagree with Ron's words. Listen, what Brother Ron said is right, it just takes a few minutes. After a while, Ron upgraded Abis' skills, raising her Whispering Fruit to level 1 million, followed by basic swordsmanship and basic physical skills, both of which were raised to level 1 million. However, the last skill selection, Ron took the initiative to help Abis choose the Psychic Network and upgraded this skill to 1 million levels. A million-level Psychic Network can contact everyone Abis wants to contact almost all over the world. This skill now has the function of a phone bug, and is more secretive, faster and more convenient. Ha, I'm going up first. Sister Kaya is waiting for me. Abis felt her own strength and learned to fly. She first smiled proudly at Aisha, then she soared into the sky and flew directly into the high-altitude clouds, went to participate in the battle between Kaya and Golden Week. Brother Ron, please give me a promotion. Seeing this, Aisha hurriedly said, I want to fly to the sky too. Abis must have bullied Sister Kaya. I want to help Sister Kaya. Okay. Ron smiled cheerfully. Although Abis and Golden Week are powerful, they are now at the stage of being familiar with the power, and they are reserved in their attacks. It is impossible to really hurt Kaya. With his knowledge turned on, I already knew what was going on in the sky. Advertisement. It took a few more minutes to raise Aisha's strength to the level of a lower-level god. In just a few minutes, a god was born so quickly. Seeing Elsa flying into the sky excitedly, the other girls came to Ron one after another and accepted Ron's creation of a god. Goddesses were born one after another, and after gaining the power of gods, they also flew into the sky together, and started a familiar power battle with the girls who had flown up before. Makino, Nako, Toshigi, all flew into the sky. Khalifa and Nami were also upgraded to level 1 million by Ron, and the two of them ascended to the sky together. Khalifa had a colorful bubble wrapped around her body, and her tall and graceful figure became even more attractive after becoming a god. Nami's whole body was flashing with purple thunder, like a thunder goddess, flashing lightning into the sky. Ron, I want it too. The Empress came over and looked at Ron with a rosy face. Come on. Ron smiled slightly and reached out. After a while, the Empress's sweet fruit was upgraded to level 1 million, her basic swordsmanship was level 1 million, and her basic physical skills were level 1 million. For the last skill, the Empress chose the ability after the sweet fruit awakens. Petrification. I know, I'll pay attention. I'm going up now. It's so lively in the sky. Vivi looked at the sky with interest. Ron, Jewelry, and the little human and giant girls were also looking at the sky. At this time, there were too many girls in the sky, more than a dozen, and the entire sky was releasing a terrifying power that made the whole world tremble. From time to time, there were terrifying thunder, clouds, colorful bubbles, and the sound from Tashigi. Thousands of meters long terrifying sword light shot out from time to time, almost splitting the entire sky. Ron touched his nose and looked at Vivi's somewhat jealous eyes. He knew that Vivi must know what he was thinking just now. He quickly put his arms around Vivi and helped Vivi improve her skills. I'm going too. A white demon fox with 9 tails appeared behind Vivi, hugged Vivi's body and flew up into the sky, joining the war of gods in the sky. Advertisement. Ron felt that he would have to warn them later that they must be careful when using power in the future, so as not to destroy the pirate world. Ron was numbed by the look from the Empress, and he couldn't help but have some thoughts in his mind, but he was glared at by Vivi, who walked in front of him. It's finally my turn, right? The power of a million-level petrified eye was so terrifying that even Ron felt terrified when he looked at it. If the Empress looked at Mariajoy, the entire city would be petrified. Thinking of this, Jewelry looked down at Ron with a rosy complexion. She knew in her heart that once she accepted such power, she would basically belong to Ron. However, in order to have this godlike power, she was willing to sacrifice herself, life. After upgrading Vivi's demon fox fruit to 1 million levels, Vivi's charm has reached its peak, on par with the Empress. 3 other skills have also been upgraded to 1 million levels, and the palace fighting skills have reached 1 million levels, the basic swordsmanship is 1 million levels, and the basic physical skills are also 1 million levels. The Empress glanced at Ron coquettishly, and then flew into the sky to fight with others and get familiar with the power. The whole world is trembling under this terrifying power. The power of these goddesses is too powerful, making it difficult for the pirate world to bear. Jewelry looked at the sky and murmured to herself. Before this, even if she tried to break her head, she couldn't believe that these girls around Ron would become such powerful beings. And now, she, who had just agreed to stay for less than 2 days, seemed to become such a strong person. Okay. That's amazing. Your charm is too strong now. You must learn to control it in the future. Otherwise, you will be fine in the future. If you are an ordinary person, your random release of charm can stun everyone on the entire island, Ron said. This is the ability that appears after the sweet fruit awakens. It allows the Empress to have the ability to turn people to stone with her gaze. She does not need to use other skills at all. She can petrify large areas of the enemy with just one look. Of course, with their current 4-dimensional attributes, they cannot destroy such a large planet, but if they attack together with all their strength, it is not necessarily possible. Vivi smiled, pushed Ron away, and slapped away his hands that were moving around her body. The charm of her whole body was naturally revealed, which made Ron a little moved. The remaining girls on the boat were also unable to resist Vivi's divine power. Charming, Ron took action to resist the naturally revealing power of charm. Chapter 282 Jewelry becomes a god, terrifying skill, life control. Have you decided? Ron looked at Jewelry. Different from Nami and the others, and even different from the Empress had some close contact with Ron. Ron was determined to win the Empress, and Jewelry, she had just agreed to come on the ship. Well, actually it doesn't count as agreeing to get on the ship. She only agreed to be a guest on the ship, and was tricked by Kaya and other girls into boarding the pirate ship. Ron could guess some of what she was thinking now, and it was obvious that she seemed to have made a decision. Jewelry nodded heavily and looked at Ron with burning eyes. I have decided to join the Sword and Rose pirates. Welcome. Ron laughed. Jewelry successfully joined Sword and Rose, and Ron had one more member of his crew. By the way, have you been learning swordsmanship and physical skills with them these past 2 days? Ron asked. Learned. Jewelry nodded. She didn't quite understand why Nami and Kaya asked her to learn these skills. She had abilities that she was familiar with before. Why should she learn these unfamiliar skills? Her own skills are not bad at all. Basic swordsmanship and basic physical skills are ordinary skills, so it is useless to learn them. And now, she understands. With Ron's bug, even ordinary skills can be transformed into magical skills. Just learn it, Ron said, placing his hand on Jewelry's forehead while looking at her slightly shyly. System. Bring up Jewelry's data panel. Character name, Jewelry. Age. 22 Strength, 36 Constitution, 32 Agility, 34. 25 Skill. Advertisement Stab Sword Skill, Level 6. Spearmanship. Level 11 South Blue Martial Arts, Level 12. Basic Swordsmanship. Level 1 Basic Physical Skills, Level 1. Yearly Fruit. Level 26, Author's Note. The name of Jewelry's fruit was not found. Here is the fruit name made up by Lizzie himself. Please don't mind. If any reader knows, you can also tell me in the book review area. Thank you. Close black lens bracket. Ron looked at Jewelry's data panel and suddenly realized that the Nian fruit should have the ability to control the physical age of himself and other people. The flaw is that it consumes a lot of energy. This is also the reason why Jewelry is so good at eating, but what she eats cannot be seen. She has a very good figure. Although she eats a lot every day, she has never gained weight because all the food is turned into energy and is consumed year by year. The fruit is absorbed. This fruit is also a time-related devil fruit. I don't know if it can control the lifespan. If the lifespan of a person who has been shrunk is restored to that of a child, then this fruit will be very pervert. However, considering that in the original plot, Jewelry can turn Marine into an old man, this ability may also be able to control lifespan. It seems that this is also a very dangerous fruit, Ron thought secretly, but this has nothing to do with him, because even the annual fruit cannot have any effect on him, and his true god's body can resist it. The invasion of this ability, even after Jewelry becomes a god, will not work on Ron because his four-dimensional attributes are far lower than Ron's. She started to add points, and she added points crazily every year. When she reached level 100, Jewelry's expression changed, and she learned that her fruit ability had awakened. Ron looked towards the data panel and saw a new skill appearing under the Nian fruit, life control. This skill only has a name and no skill introduction. You will have to ask Jewelry later to find out what the specific skill is. Regardless of anything else, Ron continued to add points, increasing the annual fruit to level 1 million, then basic swordsmanship to level 1 million, and basic physical skills to level 1 million. Ron did not rush to add the fourth skill, but asked Jewelry, "What kind of ability is your devil fruit awakening?" It seems to be able to freely control the cycle of any life from birth to death. Jewelry thought for a moment and said, her heart was also shocked. In the past, the annual fruit could only shorten or accelerate the age of life, but now this life control obviously a more domineering skill. Okay, this is the fourth skill. It's a very powerful skill. It's a very powerful ability in terms of time. Ron smiled. This skill should have other more powerful uses. The fruit's ability is more powerful. Abyss's little flying dragon is still looking at the sky helplessly. Its current flying ability is not strong and it is still in its infancy. Later, Jewelry can try to use life control to accelerate its growth. Different from the ability of annual fruit, life control is to completely control the growth cycle of life, rather than accelerating the consumption of lifespan. Start adding points to life control, which is also level 1 million. At this point, adding points to Jewelry's skills can be considered completed. What a powerful force! Jewelry looked at her hands and body. She could clearly feel how powerful she had become now, just as powerful as those girls in the sky. Her own devil fruit was related to her age and lifespan. Related to time, she can feel her age from her body. It seems to have become extremely long. Advertisement. My age seems. Jewelry looked at Ron in shock. Your current body is the body of a true god, the body of a god. Ron smiled lightly. So now you have the power of a god. The lifespan of a god is 1 billion years, and you also automatically have the ability to fly, just like Nami and the others. 10. A billion years. Jewelry was a little confused. How could a human being live to be a billion years old, but a god could? Now, he could become a god so easily? This is simple. Jewelry took a deep breath and felt that her decision just now was too wise. She could become a god and have an almost unlimited lifespan of 1 billion years. No one could ask for it, but now she really has it. Flowers. Thank you, Captain Ron, Jewelry said excitedly. We are all our own people, no need to say any words of thanks. Ron waved his hand. You also go to the sky to familiarize yourself with the power with them. Also, pay attention to controlling the power. Your fruit power is somewhat different, it is the power of time. Stop using it indiscriminately. Yeah, I know, Jewelry nodded, fluttering around, and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ron. Wait a minute, use your life control to see if this little guy can make it grow up directly? Ron said, pointing to the little flying dragon beside him. Okay, it should be okay, I'll give it a try. Sleepy Ellie also wanted to test her new skills. Coming to the little flying dragon, looking at its big eyes, Jewelry stretched out her hand and said, Control life, grow. The size of the little flying dragon has grown crazily. These growths require huge amounts of energy, all of which are provided by the Nian fruit. Jewelry in the past might not have been able to withstand such a huge energy consumption, but now she has the body of a true god. It is completely bearable to consume this kind of energy. After a while, the little flying dragon finally officially became an adult, and because it is the awakening ability of the Nian fruit, this ability can be completely solidified after use, and will not return to the way it was when it was a child. The little flying dragon roared loudly and flapped its wings happily into the sky, flying towards the sky where Abyss was. Don't get too close, you can't bear the aftermath of their battle. Ron shouted towards the sky. If he hadn't warned him, the little flying dragon would probably be torn apart by the aftermath of the battle even if he couldn't even get close, in pieces. Abyss had a psychic network and immediately felt the little flying dragon ascending to the sky. She quickly withdrew from the battle in excitement and flew towards the little flying dragon. Wow! Longlong, why have you grown up? Abyss flew to the little flying dragon, looked at the huge flying dragon under her and shouted curiously. It's me. Jewelry flew over and said with a smile. Ron helped me improve the fruit's ability. The awakened skills can help it grow into adulthood quickly, so this is what you see now. Wow, what an amazing ability. Abis looked at Jewelry with wide eyes. Thank you Sister Bonnie, since this ability is so powerful. Then, Sister Bonnie, can you let me grow up? I want to marry Brother Ron right now. This, Jewelry was stunned and looked at Abis with a strange look. Should we make the 3 little Lolita big and collect them? Wouldn't they be too beastly? Leave some comments in the book review section, go ahead. Chapter 283 The Birth of the Golden Female War Goddess of the Giant Race. The little human wood goddess is born. Ahem. Ron's figure instantly appeared in midair, looking at Abis's eager expression, and then looking at Jewelry's contemptuous eyes. Ron touched his nose. He is a gentleman, a man full of righteousness, how could he have what about such a dirty idea? Brother Ron, is that okay? Abis hugged Ron's arm and shook her head coquettishly. Well, let me think about this first, think about it. Ron's eyes flickered, and he secretly decided to tell Jewelry secretly later. Don't tell Nami and Robin about this matter. You must not ruin your majestic image in their minds. This kind of thing has to happen secretly, well, quietly. Brother Ron, you must think carefully, I want to marry you very much, Abis said happily. Sister Nami, they're all yours now, they want to marry you too. No hurry, no rush. Ron waved his hand quickly. Nami and the others were very powerful now. If they talked too much about things here, they would probably hear them, so it was better not to say more. You guys go to 963, first to get used to the power. I'm going to see Irene and Weka. Ron's body flashed and he was already out of the air. This guy. Jewelry watched Ron leave speechlessly. She clearly felt that Ron seemed to be really moved. This B*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈̈̈ shameless. Also Elsa and Golden Week. Shameless as expected. Sister Bonnie, let's go up together. Abis looked at Jewelry happily. She was very close to Jewelry now, because she wanted to ask Jewelry for help, so she had to establish a good relationship first. Well, you should protect the little flying dragon. It's just an ordinary body now, but it can't withstand the aftermath of their battle, Jewelry also warned. I know, don't worry, Abis nodded. Then, the two of them flew up together to familiarize themselves with the power together with the other girls. Below, Ron's figure returned to the ark. When he raised his head, he saw two pairs of burning eyes looking at him. The giant girl Irene looked at Ron shyly. Her huge figure was sitting on the side of the deck with a shy expression, and she was a little afraid to speak. The little human girl Wika on the side thought for a while, jumped a few times and came to Ron, and said respectfully, Captain Ron, my name is Wika. I just made an agreement with Kaya. I also want to join the Sword and Rose Pirates, look. Erin's ears over there twitched and she was listening carefully to what was going on here. Although she is young, it does not mean that she is stupid. Speaking of which, her age is about the same as that of Abis and Aisha, but among the giants generally speaking, the lifespan of the giants is 3 times that of ordinary humans. Her 7 or 8-year-old age is a standard infancy among the giants, but her body shape and height are not too low, and she is taller than the giants of the same age. The girl is taller, but much shorter than the adult giant. Of course. Ron nodded seriously when he heard Weka's words. Since you have decided to join Sword and Rose, you are my crew. Don't worry, I will not treat my crew members favorably. They have some, and so do you. There will be. Can I do it too? Irene asked excitedly and cautiously. Of course. Ron smiled at her, making Erin lower her head shyly. This girl was too shy. Thank you, Captain Ron. Weka shouted happily. Although she is very small, only the size of a palm, her actual age is not young, she has already grown up. Advertisement. She deeply understood what a shocking thing Ron had done just now. He created gods, and so many terrible goddesses were born in his hands so easily. How could she not seize such a huge opportunity that was rare in 10,000 years? No need to say thank you. Ron waved his hand, but frowned and said, but it seems that you haven't learned basic swordsmanship and basic physical skills, right? Do your own people have relevant fighting skills and physical skills? Yes. Weka nodded quickly. I have it too. Although I have only learned a little bit, I am already getting started. Irene nodded quickly. The giants are a race that loves fighting very much. They have been trained in combat by their tribes since they were babies. Lin is no exception. That's good, let me take a look at your skills first, and then make a decision. Ron nodded, bent down and put his hand in front of Weka. Weka jumped onto Ron's lap happily. Minister. System, open the data panel of the microcard, Ron said in his mind. Character name. Microcard strength, 27 constitution, 19. Agility. 21 spirit, 36 skill, Dantata fighting technique, level 6. Dantata archery, level 4 scouting, level 7 Mumu fruit, level 1. Weka's data is a bit extreme. Before she got the devil fruit, she was a scout in the Dantata kingdom. She learned the relevant abilities well. The power of the small human race is also very powerful, even much stronger than ordinary people. After eating after devil fruit, there was a slight increase in mental and other aspects to reach the current level of data. However, such data is really ordinary for Ron. After looking at Weka's skills, Ron is going to upgrade her fighting skills to 1 million levels. She can also improve her arching skills. As for the reconnaissance skills, she will not need them. She will do that later. After adding the Mumu fruit, see what the awakened abilities are. The fourth skill can be chosen to enhance the awakened abilities. Start adding points. Dongtada fighting skills +1+1+1+1. Dongtada archery +1+1+1. Mumu fruit +1+1+1. When Mumu fruit was blessed to the full level of 100, an awakening ability appeared. Treeman awakening. Advertisement. Ron's eyes lit up. This awakening ability can be understood literally. It is an ability that can make trees awaken into tree people. When in the forest, it is definitely a very powerful home ability. Decided. Ron immediately added points to this ability. Tree awakening +1+1+1. After adding the additions, Ron set his sights on Wika. Now Wika is already a god. All attributes have skyrocketed, reaching terrifying thousands of points. Although not as scary as Nami and others, the lowest physical level is not as good as Nami's. It has reached more than 4,000 points, and its strength, agility and spirit all exceed 5 points. The palm-sized figure of Wei Ka floated in midair, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. The power contained in this small body was terrifying and frightening. At this point, the little human god has been born. Boom. Okay, what a powerful force, what a powerful body. A golden female war goddess of the giant race who was less than 10 years old was born. Metal fruit +1+1+1+1. Next, it's your turn, Aaron. Ron walked up to Aaron. As the points were added, Aaron's originally huge body became taller again, and even the entire arc could no longer carry her huge body. The giant body training 4.3 skill +1+1+1+1. Well, thank you, Sir Ron, Eileen said nervously. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go up and familiarize ourselves with the power. Ron waved his hand, and the last Irene was waiting. The ability awakened by the metal fruit from Lobia turns out to be the ability to condense metallic elements into combat armor. It's not bad, not bad, let's add it to the millions level. Aaron watched Weka leave with envy, her eyes full of expectation. Elbaf's fighting skills +1+1+1+1. Irene slowly opened her eyes. Her huge figure combined with the terrifying majesty of the true god's body shocked the world. Metal fruit awakening ability. Golden armor +1+1+1+1+1. Don't be nervous, there's nothing dangerous. You saw what they did just now, just relax, Ron said. His body had floated to Irene's forehead, his palm was placed on Irene's forehead, and he started to give Irene a bit. Wei Ka opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying power of his body, and his heart was filled with shock. A golden light surged from Irene's body, and a set of golden battle armor appeared on her body, arming her with a mighty and heroic aura. Irene moved her hands, and a pair of golden gloves appeared on her hands. Flashing with dazzling golden light, it was as powerful as a golden god of war. Okay, I'm going up first, Eileen, you will come with me later. Wei Ka nodded happily towards Ron, and then said to Eileen, her small body turned into a green light, it rushed into the sky with a swipe, and the terrifying power it brought was extremely frightening. Chapter 283. The birth of the golden female war goddess of the giant race. The little human wood goddess is born. Ahem. Ron's figure instantly appeared in midair, looking at Abisa's eager expression, and then looking at Jewelry's contemptuous eyes. Ron touched his nose. He is a gentleman, a man full of righteousness, how could he have what about such a dirty idea? Brother Ron, is that okay? Abis hugged Ron's arm and shook her head coquettishly. Well, let me think about this first, think about it. Ron's eyes flickered, and he secretly decided to tell Jewelry secretly later. Don't tell Nami and Robin about this matter. You must not ruin your majestic image in their minds. This kind of thing has to happen secretly, well, quietly. Brother Ron, you must think carefully, I want to marry you very much, Abis said happily. Sister Nami, they're all yours now, they want to marry you too. No hurry, no rush. Ron waved his hand quickly. Nami and the others were very powerful now. If they talked too much about things here, they would probably hear them, so it was better not to say more. You guys go to 963. First to get used to the power. I'm going to see Irene and Weka. Ron's body flashed and he was already out of the air. This guy. Jewelry watched Ron leave speechlessly. She clearly felt that Ron seemed to be really moved. This B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** shameless. Also Elsa and Golden Week. Shameless as expected. Sister Bonnie, let's go up together. Abis looked at Jewelry happily. She was very close to Jewelry now, because she wanted to ask Jewelry for help, so she had to establish a good relationship first. Well, you should protect the little flying dragon. It's just an ordinary body now, but it can't withstand the aftermath of their battle, Jewelry also warned. I know, don't worry, Abis nodded. Then, the two of them flew up together to familiarize themselves with the power together with the other girls. Below, Ron's figure returned to the ark. When he raised his head, he saw two pairs of burning eyes looking at him. The giant girl Irene looked at Ron shyly. Her huge figure was sitting on the side of the deck with a shy expression, and she was a little afraid to speak. The little human girl Wika on the side thought for a while, jumped a few times and came to Ron, and said respectfully, Captain Ron, my name is Wika. I just made an agreement with Kaya. I also want to join the Sword and Rose Pirates, look. Erin's ears over there twitched and she was listening carefully to what was going on here. Although she is young, it does not mean that she is stupid. Speaking of which, her age is about the same as that of Abis and Aisha, but among the giants generally speaking, the lifespan of the giants is 3 times that of ordinary humans. Her 7 or 8-year-old age is a standard infancy among the giants, but her body shape and height are not too low, and she is taller than the giants of the same age. The girl is taller, but much shorter than the adult giant. Of course. Ron nodded seriously when he heard Weka's words. Since you have decided to join Sword and Rose, you are my crew. Don't worry, I will not treat my crew members favorably. They have some, and so do you. There will be. Can I do it too? Irene asked excitedly and cautiously. Of course. Ron smiled at her, making Aaron lower her head shyly. This girl was too shy. Thank you, Captain Ron. Weka shouted happily. Although she is very small, only the size of a palm, her actual age is not young, she has already grown up. Advertisement. She deeply understood what a shocking thing Ron had done just now. He created gods, and so many terrible goddesses were born in his hands so easily. How could she not seize such a huge opportunity that was rare in 10,000 years? No need to say thank you. Ron waved his hand, but frowned and said, but it seems that you haven't learned basic swordsmanship and basic physical skills, right? Do your own people have relevant fighting skills and physical skills? Yes. Weka nodded quickly. I have it too. Although I have only learned a little bit, I am already getting started. Irene nodded quickly. The giants are a race that loves fighting very much. They have been trained in combat by their tribes since they were babies. Lin is no exception. That's good, let me take a look at your skills first, and then make a decision. Ron nodded, bent down and put his hand in front of Weka. Weka jumped onto Ron's lap happily. Minister. System, open the data panel of the microcard, Ron said in his mind. Character name. Microcard strength, 27 constitution, 19. Agility. 21 spirit, 36 skill, Dantada fighting technique, level 6. Dantada archery, level 4 scouting, level 7 mumu fruit, level 1. Weka's data is a bit extreme. Before she got the devil fruit, she was a scout in the Dantada kingdom. She learned the relevant abilities well. The power of the small human race is also very powerful, even much stronger than ordinary people. After eating devil fruit, there was a slight increase in mental and other aspects to reach the current level of data. However, such data is really ordinary for Ron. After looking at Weka's skills, Ron is going to upgrade her fighting skills to 1 million levels. She can also improve her arching skills. As for the reconnaissance skills, she will not need them. She will do that later. After adding the mumu fruit, see what the awakened abilities are. The 4th skill can be chosen to enhance the awakened abilities. Start adding points. Dantada fighting skills +1+1+1+1. Dantada archery +1+1+1. Mumu fruit +1+1+1. When Mumu fruit was blessed to the full level of 100, an awakening ability appeared. Treeman awakening. Advertisement. Ron's eyes lit up. This awakening ability can be understood literally. It is an ability that can make trees awaken into tree people. When in the forest, it is definitely a very powerful home ability. Decided. Ron immediately added points to this ability. Tree awakening +1+1+1. After adding the additions, Ron set his sights on Weka. Now Weka is already a god. All attributes have skyrocketed, reaching terrifying thousands of points. Although not as scary as Nami and others, the lowest physical level is not as good as Nami's. It has reached more than 4,000 points, and its strength, agility and spirit all exceed 5 points. The palm-sized figure of Weka floated in midair, and the surrounding space was slightly distorted. The power contained in this small body was terrifying and frightening. At this point, the little human god has been born. Elbaf's fighting skills +1+1+1+1. A golden light surged from Irene's body, and a set of golden battle armor appeared on her body, arming her with a mighty and heroic aura. Irene moved her hands, and a pair of golden gloves appeared on her hands. Flashing with dazzling golden light, it was as powerful as a golden god of war. Boom. The giant body training 4.3 skill +1+1+1+1. Aaron watched Weka leave with envy, her eyes full of expectation. Okay, what a powerful force, what a powerful body. Metal fruit +1+1+1+1. Next, it's your turn, Aaron. Ron walked up to Aaron. The ability awakened by the metal fruit from Logia turns out to be the ability to condense metallic elements into combat armor. It's not bad, let's add it to the millions level. Okay, I'm going up first, Eileen, you will come with me later. Weka nodded happily towards Ron, and then said to Eileen, her small body turned into a green light. It rushed into the sky with a swipe, and the terrifying power it brought was extremely frightening. Metal fruit awakening ability. Golden armor +1+1+1+1+1. Don't be nervous, there's nothing dangerous. You saw what they did just now, just relax, Ron said. His body had floated to Irene's forehead, his palm was placed on Irene's forehead, and he started to give Irene a bit. Irene slowly opened her eyes, her huge figure combined with the terrifying majesty of the true god's body shocked the world. A golden female war goddess of the giant race who was less than 10 years old was born. As the points were added, Aaron's originally huge body became taller again, and even the entire ark could no longer carry her huge body. Well, thank you, Sir Ron, Eileen said nervously. Wei Ka opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying power of his body, and his heart was filled with shock. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go up and familiarize ourselves with the power. Ron waved his hand, and the last Irene was waiting. Chapter 284 The War of Gods. System. Bring up Irene's current data panel. Feeling that Aaron's Kamui and aura were far more powerful than the others, Ron's heart moved. Character name. Aaron age. 7 years, billion race, lower god race. Body of the true god. 1. Immune to 99% damage with all attributes lower than host. 2. Eliminate the devil fruit side effects on the host. 3. Automatically possess the ability to fly. 4. Automatically have the lifespan of the gods. J. 8922 physique. 8856x. 4658. 4376 skill. Giant clan bodybuilding technique. Level 1 million. Elbaf fighting technique. Level 1 million metal fruit. Level 1 million. Golden armor. Level 1 million advertisement. This. Aaron is only 7 years old. After adding skills, her strength and physique are far superior to others. Sure enough, the talents of the giants are very terrifying, but the talents of strength and physique are although powerful, there are also some shortcomings in agility and spirit. The latter two attribute values are actually so different from the first two, it can be said that the difference is nearly doubled, and they are not as balanced as others. Ron looked at Aaron's data panel 13, touched his chin and thought. Sir Ron. Irene looked at Ron. Although her eyes were filled with divine light, it had no effect on Ron at all. Don't be shy, don't be afraid. You are now a goddess. Your current strength is at the god of war level among the giants, even more powerful than the legendary Elbaf in your tribe. Do you know this with confidence? Ron said calmly. Yes, I understand. Irene nodded solemnly. Of course she knew how strong she was now, many times stronger than all the giant heroes in the past, she just hadn't adapted yet. Then, now, go up and adapt to your strength with them, and let the whole world know how powerful you are, Ron said with a smile. Okay, Ron. Boom. Aaron was huge, carrying terrifying power, soaring into the sky, like a golden god of war. No, she was now a golden god of war, suddenly soaring into the sky. Roar. As soon as she reached the sky, Irene suddenly roared, clenched her fists with both hands, and punched out, as if the sky collapsed, the stars turned upside down, and the color of the sky and the earth changed. No, Irene is so strong. This blow is too terrifying, let's all work together. Nami roared, like the god of thunder descending, and suddenly waved his hand. Countless thunders appeared in the sky with a radius of 100 miles, all directed towards Eileen blasted. Sister Aaron is so awesome. Kaya smiled, waved her hand, and a cloud of air enveloped the surroundings for hundreds of miles. In conjunction with Nami's thunder, it helped to condense the power of thunder and lightning, accelerate and strengthen Nami's thunder power, and headed towards then Aaron bombarded the past. It's really powerful. Is this the power of a giant? Let me add more strength? Toshigi smiled, and the figure suspended out of thin air struck out with a sword. A majestic sword energy that was tens of kilometers long struck towards Irene. But he knew that he was merciful and did not use his full strength. If this sword went down, it would at most split the golden armor on Irene's body, but it would not really hurt Irene. Hey, you are bullying. Abis and Aisha immediately shouted, Sister Eileen, don't be afraid, we're here to help you. Abis took action, and a magnificent momentum gathered around Irene, helping her block the pressure of others. Look at me. Aisha shouted, Sister Aaron, Sister Weiwei are preparing to attack your rear, and Sister Khalifa's 10,000-meter-long whip is preparing to attack your left waist, be careful. Well. Golden Week said calmly at this time, Sister Nuoki Gao, do you also want to take advantage of the opportunity to take action? Your opponent is me? The corner of Nuoki Gao's mouth twitched. Little girl, your opponent is not me, Kaya. What are you doing? Golden Week is fighting me. Kaya was in a daze. When she heard Nuoki Gao's words, she suddenly suffered a blow from the nearly 10,000-meter sword light struck by Toshigi just now. She felt a slight sting on her body and was crying. She could only feel aggrieved at this moment. Shouted, Sister Toshigi, your sword energy hit me and it hurts me so much. Advertisement, Toshigi and Nami were besieging Irene. When he heard Kaya's words, he immediately stopped and came to Kaya's side in a flash, asking with concern, Kaya, are you okay? Sister Toshigi, you have been fooled. Kaya immediately changed her face and punched Toshigi suddenly. This punch broke the clouds passing in the sky, and hit Toshigi's abdomen with 10 punches. Well. Toshigi looked ugly, but was not injured. Her body blocked 99% of the damage from the blow, but she looked at Kaya slightly angrily. Hey little girl, I came to see you out of kindness, you plotted against me. Thank you Sister Toshigi, Kaya said with a smile. The sword you just used only half of your strength, how could you possibly hurt me? HMPH, look at my move. Toshigi slashed at Kaya again. The sword beam of this sword was tens of thousands of meters long. It was magnificent and terrifying. If it hit a large island, it could destroy the island, cut in half. Kaya, on the other hand, stepped forward with a smile and punched her. Sister Toshigi, you can't defeat me by holding back like this. Move over. A terrifying demon fox fluttered and swept past, viciously shattering the two people's swords and fists. But it was Vivi who hugged the demon fox's shadow and rushed towards Nami on the opposite side. Nami, you and I are fighting. It's not over yet. Why are you looking for trouble with Irene? Take the move, Claw of the Demonic Fox. Vivi. Why don't we call 613 later? Nami looked helplessly at Vivi, who was crushing over her. The huge demon fox shadow almost covered the entire sky. The terrifying giant claw that almost tore the entire sky apart was nothing to Nami. Thunder God's sword. Nami took a look at it first. Among the people who were besieging Irene, there were several very powerful people, and there was not one more than her, so she took action to deal with Vivi. An 8,000-meter-long purple thunder sword crashed down, smashing the giant claws of the demon fox into pieces. Nami smiled and said, Vivi, are we coming again? Of course. Vivi giggled, and the shadow of the demon fox behind her became even more charming. Nami-chan, don't you think I'm beautiful? Nami looked stunned, as if she was confused. Hey, when it comes to charm, little girl, you are still young. A ray of petrified light came, and the Empress said proudly from a distance. Vivi, although you are the Princess of Alabasta, I am the Empress of a country. My sweet fruit is stronger than your fox fruit. Sweet fruit is stronger. Vivi turned her head, looked at the Empress, and smiled. Then I don't believe it, Ron and I are already like that. Sister Hancock isn't there yet, hee. Damn it, take the move. Petrified eyes. When the Empress heard this, she was immediately angry and used the 50% strength petrified eye. Chapter 285 Aunts. But be careful, don't destroy the world. Thank you, Empress sister, for being merciful, but you can't deal with me. The demon fox shadow behind Vivi swung its tail, and the 9 demon fox tails swept past, sweeping away all the countless attacks in the sky, even if it was the fist shadows blasted by Irene, the palm shadows blasted by Abyss, or the sword light slashed by Dashigi, and the whip shadows drawn by Khalifa were all cleared. You guys are cheating. Aisha roared angrily, and a sharp scream came out, making everyone's head spin. Robin waved his hand, like a sect of 10,000 Buddhas, countless palms appeared in the sky, suppressing everyone. Robin Vivi smiled and said, Okay, everyone is familiar with it, it's time to take a rest, right? Oops. I'm not familiar with it yet. A tiny light that shuttled between the people suddenly stopped, revealing a petite figure. Wei Ka said coquettishly, I just started to learn how to fight with everyone. Why is it over? Alright. In a slight commotion, Lackey's figure seemed to appear out of thin air. He looked at Wika angrily and amusedly and said, Everyone is almost familiar with it. You can get familiar with it gradually in the future. It's almost the same today. If we call again, this space can't bear it anymore. Everyone looked around and saw patches of black cracks between the surrounding heaven and earth, cracks that seemed to appear because the space was unbearable. Jewelry slowly put away the breath of life in her hand and said, It's true, our power is too strong now, we can't continue fighting like this. That's right. On Kaya's fist, a terrifying power that could tear apart space began to converge, and she nodded. We are all the bodies of true gods now. Although we only use half of our strength, we can continue to fight like this, not to mention the sky, the ocean below can't bear it either. Where's Brother Ron? Abyss paused and appeared on the body of the little flying dragon watching the battle in the distance, looking towards the ocean below. Captain Ron, I'm sorry. The golden light on Erin's body quickly converged, and the golden light on her body converged into a golden armor all over her body, like a golden goddess of war, standing proudly in the sky, awe-inspiring and inviolable. You can still think of me. Ron stood on the Ark, releasing his power at will, guarding the Ark below and other Kuja pirate ships and Bonnie pirate ships bumping on the sea, he said looking at the sky speechlessly. In the sky, figures flew down one after another, and girls landed on the Ark in embarrassment. They no longer looked as scary as they did when fighting in the air. Advertisement, oh. Brother Ron. I was in a fighting mood just now. Kaya first stepped forward and hugged Ron's arm, acting coquettishly. Ron ignored Kaya at all, looked at the girls seriously and said, Do you know that if you don't control the battle just now, the aftermath can destroy many islands? Fortunately, there are no inhabited islands around here, otherwise, how many people will die? Makino felt a little sad. She was one of the most kind-hearted people. At this moment, she was a little scared and said, Fortunately, luckily there is no island. Brother Ron, we were wrong. Kaya was also frightened for a while. After all, she had just gained power. This terrifying power and the invincible body of a true god made them a little forgetful. We will never do it again next time. Got it. Looking at Kaya's pitiful eyes, Ron also felt soft and said, Okay, actually I don't want to say anything more to you. This is the first time you have released your power. Now that I am by your side, I can help you block the aftermath of the power. If one day I am not around, please don't use half your strength so unscrupulously, because with only half your strength, you can destroy countless islands. The girls were suddenly shocked. Recalling the battle just now, Tashichi's sword energy was 10,000 meters long. If he slashed it with one sword, even large islands, let alone small islands, could be cut open. Others, Irene with one punch, large islands can be smashed to pieces, a charm of Vivi. A petrification of the Empress, the whole island is destroyed. The girls now deeply understand that their power has transcended the terrifying realm of this world. Brother Ron, you just said that you left us? Kaya heard some digressions and looked at Ron nervously and asked. If I don't leave, how could I leave you? Ron explained. But you also know that I now have the ability to travel through time and space. After a while, I will help Nami and Robin go to the past time to save their mother. When I'm not around, I'm really not afraid that you will be bullied, but I'm afraid that you will bully others. But don't wait until I come back and see a world full of desolation and doomsday. Ron stroked his forehead and said weakly, Ah, is it so serious? Kaya was startled. No. Ron shook his head, looked at the black space cracks scattered everywhere in the sky, and said, Look at those cracks. What are those? Nami looked at the cracks in confusion, not knowing what they were. Great. The two girls suddenly laughed. Is there a playground? Abis and Aisha asked with wide eyes. Advertisement. You can read all the ancient books specially collected by the royal family. The Empress waved her hand casually, causing a smile to appear on Robin's lips. That's no need, we live well here. Vivi's mouth twitched. She didn't want to live in other time and space, it was better here. Ron, don't be angry, we all know it. Roll. Are there any beauties? Ron asked with burning eyes. At this time, not only the Empress, but all the girls glared at Ron and shouted, You pervert. Those seem to be traces of space being torn apart, Jewelry said uncertainly. Her ability is in time, and it is only the lifespan category of time. However, she can still perceive the ability in space. At least more familiar than the other girls. I want to take a shower, is there a place? Khalifa and Miss Valentine asked. Are there books? Robin suddenly asked. At this time, the Empress smiled, twisted her body and came to Ron's side, took Ron's arm and said, Looking at our current location, we have already arrived at Nine Snakes Island. Everyone, let's go to our Amazon Lily to play together. There are a lot of fun places on the island, and a lot of delicious food. Lee, of course. The Empress was still confident, making the two girls fly into the air happily. Not bad. Ron glanced at Jewelry appreciatively and said, That's a crack in space. It proves that this world can't bear your fight. In the future, try not to attack together. With your current strength, no one of you can bear it. People can defeat invincible opponents all over the world. There is no need to attack together. If we encounter any problem, just one person can take action. Why do we need so many people to attack? If we really want to destroy the world, where will we go? Life. Do you want me to take you to other time and space? To hundreds of years ago? Little girl, I will never forget the good tea I promised you. The Empress smiled at Golden Week, making the little girl immediately overjoyed. Is there any good tea? Golden Week's eyes suddenly lit up. Then please restrain yourself from now on. Ron glared at her, making Vivi pout in a grieved tone. Of course, my royal bathroom is for you to use. The Empress waved her hands, looking indifferent. Advertisement Chapter 286. Landing on Nine Snakes Island. The female warriors were surprised. Where the Ark is now, it is close to the calm belt. Under the leadership of the Nine Snakes pirate ship, the Ark and the Bonnie followed into the calm belt. As for the Sea Kings that may appear in the calm belt. Come on, there are a lot of goddesses on the ship now, and their aura alone can scare a lot of Sea Kings to death. How can there be any Sea Kings who dare to provoke them? After about half an hour of sailing, everyone finally saw traces of Nine Snakes Island, and all three ships approached. Because of the rules of Nine Snake Island. The Empress looked at Bonnie hesitantly. The people on your ship cannot go ashore, so just let them dock at the port, and I will ask someone to take care of their food and drinks. I know. Bonnie nodded. Of course she knew the rules of Nine Snakes Island. This is Amazon Lily. Only women are allowed to go ashore on the island, and men are not allowed to go ashore. On this island, after seeing a man, everyone on the island they will all be hunted down. What about me? Ron asked with some confusion. You won't leave me here too, will you? The girls laughed and watched the show. You don't count. The Empress rolled her beautiful eyes and said, How dare I leave you here? I'll give you the best room in my palace, isn't that okay? That's pretty much it. Ron nodded assuredly. Captain Ron. At this 933 moment, Cornish ran out of the cabin, looked at Ron and said, Those two. Those two people? Ron raised his eyebrows. Are they the two female marine generals I captured from Mariajoy? Yes, they just woke up and wanted to deal with me, but I released Kamui a little bit, and then they passed out again. Cornies lowered her head in embarrassment. It's good that you're not dead. It means you have good control over Kamui. Seeing Cornies lower her head with some remorse, Ron said kindly, It's okay, just let them continue to be unconscious. Hancock, the two of them have also been arranged by you. Before they join the pirate group, it is better to take good care of them. It's on me. The Empress nodded, and then asked several female warriors from the Nine Snakes pirates to come over and carry the two female generals away. Let's go to the island. The Empress waved her hand and led a group of female warriors from the Nine Snakes pirates to stand on the front of the Nine Snakes pirates ship, leading the way. Advertisement. Welcome your majesty to return. On both sides of the port, a large group of citizens of Nine Snake Islands cheered loudly. These citizens were all girls, and most of them were young girls. There were very few elderly people. Your majesty is mighty. Your majesty is so beautiful. The Empress stood on the bow of the Nine Snakes pirate ship, looking around at the surrounding citizens with a solemn expression. A terrifying power was faintly released from her body, making all the citizens trust her and serve her again. In front of Ron, the Empress would sometimes act coquettishly. Even in front of other girls, the Empress was more relaxed because they all belonged to Ron and were members of the God clan, so they had nothing to hide. In front of the people of Nine Snake Island, she must continue to maintain her majesty, which will help her rule. The Empress is in front, flanked by a group of female warriors from the Nine Snakes Pirates, and on the other side are many beauties from Ron's Sword and Rose Pirates, and Ron is surrounded by the girls like stars holding the moon. He walked onto the island and headed directly towards the palace on Nine Snake Island. Huh? That person is so weird, someone immediately spotted Ron. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Some people feel that Ron is very strange. These are women who grew up on Nine Snake Island and have never seen other men at all. That seems to be a man. A female warrior with some experience suddenly changed her color. Your Majesty actually wants to bring a man to the island. This man, is that a man? Upon hearing this, the other female warriors immediately opened their eyes and looked at Ron carefully, trying to see what was different about men. No, how can a man go to the island? Some stubborn people shook their heads flatly. But that's the person His Majesty brought. He must be an important person. No matter how important a person you are, Your Majesty cannot break the rules of our Nine Snakes Island. But that is Your Majesty after all. Do you dare to argue with His Majesty? Then forget it. Why did you bring a man to the island? Granny New pointed her crutch at Ron and said seriously, don't you know the rules of Nine Snake Island? Advertisement Nine Snake Island really cannot offend such a person. Upon seeing this, Granny New was immediately shocked. Unlike ordinary citizens, as the previous king of Nine Snake Island, she had a very high status. Every day when she had nothing to do on Nine Snake Island, she would read newspapers to learn about various things in the world. Kind of intelligence news, of course she knew who Ron was. In this way, under the discussion among the female warriors, Ron and his party successfully arrived at the palace of Nine Snake Island. Shiji. An old voice suddenly came from the front. Everyone looked down and saw a short old woman holding a cane blocking the road ahead. Granny Niu looked tangled for a while, but in the end she didn't say anything, and she didn't block the way of the Empress and others anymore. Instead, she stepped aside and watched Ron and his entourage from the roadside as they headed to the palace. Margaret is the one who saved Luffy in the original plot, and Alfreda is a gentle girl who is much taller than the average female warrior. Granny New looked at Ron in surprise. Although the newspapers were covering up what Ron had done in Mariojoy recently, there were a lot of gossips about Ron. He was a very scary and powerful person. Well, everyone, get up. The Empress glanced at the female soldiers of the National Guard, nodded and said, go and inform the kitchen to cook some food for so many of us, and prepare the palace bathroom. Of course I know the rules of Nine Snakes Island. The Empress nodded, and then solemnly said, but do you know who he is? She is my benefactor, and the benefactor of the entire Nine Snakes Island. 298. He is. At the entrance of the palace, a large group of powerful female warriors were waiting. Seeing the arrival of the Empress, they all knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, the National Guard has seen Your Majesty. Grandma knew. The Empress looked over and asked, why do you want to stop me from returning to the palace? The female soldiers of the National Guard took the order and left. A few female soldiers glanced in the direction of Ron before leaving. They had also heard about the men coming to the island, and now they also saw it. As you command. Ron looked at a few familiar faces in the National Guard, and his heart moved slightly. Two of them were Margaret and Alfreda, who caught Ron's attention in the original plot. He is. Granny New didn't look at Ron carefully before. She just heard the people below talking about a man coming to the island, so she rushed over immediately. Now that she heard the Empress say this, she looked at Ron carefully, looked over. Chapter 287. The Empress goes to bed, nothing to say. The dinner was naturally prepared by the royal chef of the Kingdom of Daughters. An extremely sumptuous meal was prepared in a special large restaurant for Ron and his party. The girls' mouths were full of oil after eating. Although they were already the bodies of true gods, even if they didn't eat, nothing will make you starve to death, but food comes first. Girls who are used to eating every day can't help but be tempted by food. After a big meal, the girls went to the palace's large bathroom to take a bath with the Empress and others in twos and threes. Ron wanted to go with him, but the girls rolled their eyes. Even Kaya, Nami and others who had had close contact with Ron couldn't really let him follow him into the bathroom, not to mention there were many others with him. The girl has not established a relationship with Ron. What's special is that Irene, a girl from the giant tribe, was also left behind. There was no way, she was too big. If she really entered the big bathroom, it is estimated that the entire bath could only be used by one person. In the large restaurant, only Ron and Eileen looked at each other. They looked at the other girls leaving together. They looked at each other and sighed. Irene, you are only a lower level god now. The body of a true god cannot be enlarged or reduced. When you become a middle level god in the future, you can control your own body. It is too small, Ron said looking at Eileen. Really? Irene was overjoyed when she heard this. The size of the giants is their huge advantage, with huge bonuses in strength and physique. However, in human society, their huge size also brings them disadvantages. A lot of inconvenience. The median Protoss can freely change the size of their bodies. This news is really great. Of course it's true. Look at me. As Ron spoke, his body suddenly began to grow in size, and finally grew to the same size as Eren. Wow. Irene was stunned. Looking at Ron, who was the same size as herself in front of her with her mouth wide open, her mind was a little stuck. Ron is a human being, how could he become like a soldier Cheng Tian? Don't be surprised. Ron said. We are not mortals now, we are members of the gods. In addition to having the ability to fly in the lifespan of the gods also have more powerful power after reaching a certain level. You will know. Yeah. Aaron nodded vigorously. You can still get smaller, Ron said, and his figure began to shrink rapidly, and kept shrinking until it was smaller than the micro-ka of the little human race. This, so small? Eileen looked at Ron's tiny figure in surprise. In her eyes, Ron was still shrinking. Ding. Advertisement. Irene blinked and looked at where Ron was. She could not see his figure anymore. After a closer look, the vision from the body of a true god allowed her to find Ron's figure in midair. What a small figure that is. Ron's current figure has actually become smaller than a speck of dust. Ordinary mortals can't even notice such a small thing, because their eyes can't see such a tiny existence. It's too small. Ron has now become smaller than hair strands or dozens of times smaller. Brush. Ron's figure suddenly grew in size and returned to normal size. What an amazing ability, Aaron praised. Just so, Ron waved his hand casually. While Ron was talking to Irene, the Empress, Namikawa and others were taking a bath in the large bathroom of the palace on Nine Snake Island. The entire large bath was filled with beautiful figures in white flowers. These beautiful figures could simply dazzle anyone, but unfortunately no one had the opportunity to witness this scene. Everyone, hurry up and wash up. After washing, I will arrange a place for everyone. Have a good rest. We will talk about anything tomorrow, the Empress said while taking a bath. Understood. Nami nodded. I know, Abis said she knew, but she and Aisha were playing in the water and having a great time. Hey, you two, be careful. Tashigi shouted. Be careful to control your power and don't destroy this bathroom. Ron is outside, and everyone will suffer when he sees him. Kaya said with a smile. What a loss, he has already seen it anyway. You have been seen by him, but we haven't yet, Wei Ka pouted. After the girls took a shower, they went to the various rooms arranged by the Empress to rest. That's right, Jewelry nodded quickly. Advertisement. It's Hancock. That's great, Ron was excited. Hancock actually walked to the door at this time, taking her in at this moment. Even with the body of a true god, he is used to resting and sleeping. After looking at the data panel, he found that the skill he has been blessing himself with is Soul Storm. Now after such a long period of blessing, it has been increased to 600 million points, but he is still keep adding points to this skill. You are sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. Ron raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the Empress' fair and rosy face with a smile. 0. That guy. The Empress suddenly rolled her eyes and had some thoughts in her mind. Several girls on Ron's ship had already confirmed their relationship with him. She and Jewelry boarded the ship late, and it seemed that they were going to it's time to seize the time and opportunity. Ron paused adding points and lay on the bed ready to rest. Don't worry, for a beautiful woman like you, how could I not be nice to you? Ron said gently to the Empress, and then his face gradually moved closer. Because of the continuous addition of Conqueror's observation and Soulstorm, his mental value has far exceeded the other 3 attribute values, reaching 1 million points and running upwards. His goal is to increase Soulstorm to 1 billion points. At that time, you can stop temporarily and focus on other skills, such as physical skills, basic swordsmanship, etc. Since I have decided to be with you, I will naturally give myself to you. I just hope that you will treat me well in the future. The Empress bravely raised her head and looked at Ron, looking at Ron with eyes full of love. The Empress snorted slightly and her tall body fell into Ron's arms. Ron. The Empress opened the door and came in. Her hair was still a little damp from having just taken a shower. After closing the door, she looked at Ron with a rosy face. Come here now. Ron moved and appeared beside the Empress, holding her in his arms with both hands. Ron also returned to his room and began to add some to himself out of boredom while taking a breath and getting ready to rest. 10,000 words are omitted here, you can imagine, 10,000. Please give me flowers. But at this moment, his expression changed, and he noticed someone coming outside the door. His color was slightly turned on, and Ron looked strange. Chapter 288 The Girls Who Returned Without Success. In a room not far away, the Grandmaster's lustful Aisha suddenly changed his expression and sat up suddenly. Sister Hancock. Actually secretly. What's wrong? Abis sat up and rubbed her eyes. Abis. Aisha's eyes moved, she looked at Abis, and asked with stern eyes. You told me before, Sister Jewelry can make us grow up, right? Yes. Abis looked at Aisha with wide eyes. Do you want to go there now? Well, I saw Sister Hancock talking to Brother Ron. Aisha whispered with a red face. Abis quickly covered her mouth and looked at Aisha with her eyes. Really? Sister Hancock has just boarded the boat, and she is ahead of us, It seems that we really need to hurry up. It's time, otherwise, 990. Even Wika and Irene might be faster than us, and so is Sister Jewelry. They are all so beautiful, Brother Ron must like it very much. Then, what are you waiting for? Abis suddenly became anxious and quickly stood up and pulled Aisha towards the room where Jewelry was. Shush, be gentle, let's go quietly, don't let others find out. Aisha reminded quickly. Yeah, quietly. Abis quickly slowed down her steps. The two came to Jewelry's room. Jewelry and Wika lived in the same room, and they immediately noticed the two girls arriving. What are you doing? Jewelry asked strangely, why aren't you sleeping yet? Yeah, it's already so late. Wei Ka also breathed, looking at the two girls who suddenly came over, wondering why they came at this time. Sister Bonnie. Abis and Aisha looked at each other, immediately ran to Jewelry's side, grabbed her arm and started acting coquettishly. Sister Bonnie, can't you make us grow up? How about you do it now? Let's give it a try. We want to see what we look like when we grow up. Yes, yes. Aisha also said. We just want to take a look, you can just change it back for us tomorrow morning. This. Jewelry hesitated for a while. Before, Ron just said to think about this kind of thing. Now two girls came to beg to see what she will look like when she grows up. Should she help the two girls? If Ron blames it later, no, that guy looked very interested at that time, maybe he was very happy in his heart. Sister Bonnie, just promise us, advertisement. The two girls saw that Jewelry seemed hesitant, and immediately started to strike while the iron was hot, acting coquettishly. Okay. Okay, in the end, Jewelry still couldn't resist the two girls' coquettishness and had to nod helplessly in agreement. Yeah. The two girls shouted happily, but then they covered their mouths alertly and looked at Jewelry eagerly. Life mastery. Growth. Jewelry holds the hands of the two girls with both hands. Because they are both gods, all attributes are no worse than the girls, so her fruit ability can also work on the two girls. If the fruit abilities of ordinary people are unable to work on the body of the true god, they will all be resisted and immune by the body of the true god. Hiss. The two girls' bodies continued to grow, and after a while, they finally grew into two beautiful and lovely girls, and their clothes were stretched out by their enlarged bodies. Wow, you have really grown up. Abis and Aisha looked at their bodies and felt a burst of joy. Then they simply thanked Jewelry and hurriedly left Jewelry's room. These two girls. I always feel like they are doing something weird. Jewelry felt a little inexplicable. Well, let's go to bed first. Wei Ka didn't care about this. Anyway, the two girls were also gods, so there wouldn't be any danger, so it was better to go to bed first. Well, go to sleep. Jewelry also continued to fall down and began to rest. On the other side, in Ron's room, the battle with the Empress was also in full swing. Abis and Aisha came over quietly, preparing to enter the room while the two were fighting. But when the two of them were about to enter, they found that they were blocked at the door and couldn't get in. Damn it. Abis was immediately angry. They are actually prepared, alas. There's nothing we can do. Let's go back first. Aisha shook her head and sighed. Wait a minute. Sister Nami and the others seem to be making moves too. Let's see again, Abis said, standing outside the door waiting. Advertisement outside the house. In Nami's room, Nami and Nokagao both opened their eyes. They were stronger than Abis and Aisha. They had noticed their movements when they went out, and looked at their figures. When he grew up, he wanted to sneak into Ron's room, and the two couldn't help but look at each other. There's nothing I can do, it's blocked. Abis pointed at the terrifying harmony barrier outside the door. There was nothing they could do if they couldn't get in. But when they saw Golden Week behind Robin, they no longer doubted it. It turned out that Robin had been affected by Golden Week's ability to use the emotion fruit. But that's not right. With Robin's strength, how could he be affected by the 10,000 level emotion fruit of Golden Week? As soon as I walked out, I saw Makino being pulled by Dashigi not far away, Miss Valentine being pulled by Khalifa, Lackey being pulled by Cornies, and finally Robin? Unless she has an idea in her own mind, this is just following the trend. Oh, don't hesitate, come with me. Nami immediately took Nuokishi's hand and walked out. Then, let's go back, Weka and Irene said in relief. Indeed. Nami rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Nagagao, how about we join in the fun? Are you all ready? Nami twitched the corner of her mouth. It seems that she is not the only one who has ideas. By the way, there are also Jewelry, Wika, and Irene. Then, it seems that our plan today will not be completed. Nami and others looked at the barrier and shook their heads helplessly. There's nothing we can do. Let's go back first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's go. The girls returned the same way and left the aisle. They weren't surprised when others made moves, but Robin. You didn't go in? Nami looked at Abis and Aisha standing in the aisle and asked curiously. Isn't this not good? Nuokagao and Nami have already had S*X with Ron, so they don't need to be so shy. Since everyone is planning to go there, we can't miss it. Khalifa smiled charmingly, looked at Vivi and Golden Week on the side and said, how about we go together to bring Jewelry, Wika, and I take Lin with you too. These two girls are so brave, Nokagao said, shaking his head. I'll go with you. Nami's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, let's all go there together. Walk. Chapter 289 Kaya's Super Medical Skills. Makino's Fruit Power. It's so uncomfortable. Originally, the last chapter was not a failure. Unfortunately, the Harmony Beast is too powerful and must be revised. I can only let the girls go back. I'm sorry everyone, I really don't dare to write such a plot in the future. I can only mention it in one stroke. You can just imagine it for yourself. I can't help it. Close black lens bracket. The next morning, when Ron got up, he saw the beautiful Empress next to him, with a gentle smile on her lips. After covering the Empress with a quilt, he left the room softly. It's such a good weather. Ron stretched out his hands and walked in the palace. From time to time, he met several palace guards. Those guards were all female warriors from Nine Snake Island. They looked at him curiously. They were all year-round visitors. People on Nine Snake Island have never seen a man before. Is this a man? He looks so strange, but he doesn't have one. A female guard gestured in front of her. Yes, yes. Another female guard also laughed in a low voice. How strange. Maybe this is what men look like, the last guard said. Ron rolled his eyes. These women were really pitiful. They were so tall that they had never even seen a man, but now he had satisfied their curiosity. Brother Ron. Kaya's voice came from a distance. Ron turned around and saw Kaya walking over with Abis and Aisha, who had returned to their original appearance. Several people looked at Ron with some resentment. Well, good morning. Ron's eyes wandered. He also thought that the situation last night really suited his thoughts. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to use a trick he had learned before. The barrier skill sealed the entire room. I can only say I'm sorry. Brother Ron, do you only like the Empress sister now, and don't you want us? Abis pouted and looked at Ron with tears in her eyes. How is that possible? Ron said sternly. I like Abis the most, as well as Aisha, and of course Kaya. How could I favor one over the other? Then you yesterday. Abis pouted sadly. I can't help it, Ron smiled and said, don't worry, Abis, today. How is today? How about I tell you a story today? Really? Abis suddenly became happy. She knew that Ron didn't blame her for going to find jewelry to grow up yesterday, which meant that Ron also had something in mind, and that was fine. Of course it's true. Ron nodded. Advertisement? There's me too, Elsa shouted quickly. Both, but don't rush. Ron flicked Aisha's forehead. Well, Aisha is not in a hurry, Aisha nodded, covering her little head. Where are they? Ron looked at Kaya, and he was naturally asking about Nami and Robin. Sister Nami took Sister Nokagao, Toshiki Konas and the others to play on the street. Kaya said. They said they wanted to see the customs of Nine Snake Island. Why didn't you three come with me? Ron asked. Kaya was usually very active in things like shopping. Did you just bring two little girls to my place today? We brought Sister Kaya here with us, Abis said sheepishly. Brother Ron, just don't blame us, and don't blame Sister Jewelry. She agreed to help us because we had no choice but to pester her. No, how could I blame her? Ron smiled and shook his head. He thanked Jewelry before it was too late, so how could he blame her? He was going to tell Abis a story tonight, and he needed Jewelry's help. That's great, Abis said happily. Brother Ron, let's go to the street to find Sister Nami and the others? Okay, let's go. Ron led the three girls out of the palace and walked towards the street. Along the way, Kaya and the two girls looked curiously at the various strange items sold on the street. These items included various beast bones and furs, as well as some handicrafts from Nine Snake Island, and some small toys that the two girls were very moved by. Interest. To purchase these things, you need the unique currency of Nine Snakes Island. The currency here is called snake hair. We have exchanged some with Bailey's this morning. Kaya explained a few words to Ron while taking a BC with two people bought some fun toys and some snacks that Elsa wanted to eat. It's okay, we still have a lot of money on board. You can just buy whatever you want and use it. Ron has no idea about money. Anyway, the money on board is enough to last a long time. There has been no place to use it for a while. Now when I come to Nine Snakes Island, this is still the Empress's territory. Being able to spend some money here can be regarded as helping the Empress drive the economy of Nine Snake Island. Ellie, are your medical skills good? A female warrior looked at the doctor who was treating the seriously injured female warrior in front of her and asked anxiously. Yina is dying, you must save her. Ellie looked embarrassed for a moment. Advertisement. Yes. Makino also walked over and smiled. A beam of active light fell from his hand, and the light fell on Ina's body. Her injured part immediately became hugely active, accelerating the healing of the injury. After a while, Ina actually opened her eyes. She was shocked when she saw that the injuries on her body were healed. She knew how seriously she was injured. Really, thank you so much. Ina's companion immediately thanked Kaya excitedly. Looking at the happy companion beside her, Ina smiled slightly, looked at the doctor Ellie on the side, and said, it was you who saved me, thank you Ellie. Huh? Kaya suddenly looked not far away, where a lot of people were gathered around, and she also saw Nami and others. It's Sister Nami and Sister Robin. A few people went over to take a look, and it turned out that a female warrior from Nine Snake Island was seriously injured and was almost on her deathbed. Really? Ina's companion's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at Nami with very excited eyes. Please save Ina. Ina was injured by the wild beast because she was trying to save me. If 413 Ina dies, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. She doesn't believe it, don't worry, just leave it to us. Nami smiled confidently, then she turned her head and looked at Kaya who had walked behind her, and said with a smile. Kaya, our ship's doctor, it's your turn to take action. Let's give it a try. We have a dedicated ship doctor and related fruit abilities. Maybe we can save her. Nami said. It seems like you can't really save her now, so why not let us try? Bar. Well, can you let us help? Nami said. Although they all have the bodies of true gods and have become gods, they do not have the lofty idea of being superior to others, but still regard themselves as ordinary people. Is anyone injured? Kaya's eyes lit up and she hurriedly walked over. She just took a brief look at Ina's injuries and said confidently, "No problem, it can be saved. Don't rush, don't be anxious, didn't you see that I was working hard to treat her?" The person who treated Ina was a middle-aged woman. The woman also looked anxious, but she was really treating her seriously, but her medical skills were too low level. Well, the seriously injured female warrior was too seriously injured, and her treatment methods could not alleviate the injury at all. Seeing that the female warrior named Ina was about to die. "We'll talk about it later. I'll save her first and then talk about other things." Kaya came to Ina and directly used Ellie's medical knife to treat Ina. After a short while, Ina's the injury was stabilized. Kaya clapped her hands, raised her head and said to Makino, "Sister Makino, doesn't your fruit ability have the ability to grant activity? We have experimented before, and your ability is almost the same as my medical skills. A perfect match. If I had known earlier, I should have given you the Cloud Chi fruit. If you had given me the ability of the active fruit, it would have been of great help to my medical skills." At this time, Nami and the others looked at each other. They were all kind-hearted girls. It was impossible for them to watch the female warrior die in front of them. If they had no ability, they would not be able to do anything. If they had the ability, they would not sit idly by and ignore it. "Let's go over and take a look." Ron took the lead and walked over. Can you do it?" The female Dr. I Lily looked at Nami and others with some disbelief. She knew that these people were the ones His Majesty brought yesterday. She was the most powerful doctor on Nine Snakes Island, so heavy the injury was so severe that even she couldn't do anything about it, but what could these women in front of her do? Chapter 290 Information about Summit War. Forge the Excalibur. "No, it's not me, it's really not," Ellie said awkwardly. Ina was a little confused and didn't know what to say. After all, she had just woken up. The companion next to her immediately said, it was them who saved you." As he said that, the companion pointed at Kaya and Makino and whispered to Ina. Ina suddenly became excited, and then looked at Kaya and Makino. Thank you very much." "You're welcome, we just happened to be passing by," Kaya smiled and waved. "But I really want to thank you." Over there, Ina wanted to thank you again, but Kaya pulled Makino away from there. "Ron, let's go," Kaya said with a smile. "They're still thanking you." Ron glanced over. "Oh, don't worry about it," Kaya giggled. "Sister Makino, let's go?" "Yeah." Makino smiled and nodded. "Is this the end?" "Yes, it's that simple, things here end so simply." Kaya and Makino left here with Ron. Behind them, a group of female warriors from Nine Snake Island looked at each other. "That woman seems to be one of the people His Majesty brought." "Yeah, I didn't expect that the medical skills are so superb. Ina was saved in one fell swoop. It's really amazing." "Yes, much better than the doctors on our Nine Snake Islands. Isn't it?" Lily's face suddenly turned red when she heard the words around her. Originally, this was her business, but now she has to ask others to help, which is a bit bad. Fortunately, Kaya and Makino both left, and Ron also left with them, which made her feel a little better. "Hey, Sister Kaya, why didn't you admit that you were the one who saved the life?" Abis asked curiously. She saw it as soon as she got off the bus. It was clearly Kaya who saved the life, but Kaya didn't admit it in the end and just smiled. The smile left. "Advertisement, Abc. Our doctors don't save people just because of that, thank you," Kaya said sternly. "But to save lives and heal the wounded. As long as we can save people, that's enough for me." "Is that so? Okay," Abis nodded and said. "By the way, Sister Makino, your cooperation with Sister Kaya just now was very good." Aisha suddenly interjected. "Yes, the active fruit and Kaya's medical ability work really well together." Nami and others nodded in agreement involuntarily. "It's a pity." Makino glanced at Kaya. "It would have been nice if Kaya had exchanged the fruit with me. The active fruit was given to Kaya, and I could use the cloud fruit." "Oh, don't think so much," Kaya said immediately. "So what if Sister Makino has the active fruit? We are all on the same ship. If you have any questions in the future, just go to Sister Makino." "That's right." Makino nodded. "Kaya, if you need anything in the future, just come to me directly." "Sister Makino, don't worry, I will do it," Kaya nodded solemnly. Back at the palace, the Empress had already gotten up. "Ron, the message from the world government has been sent out," the Empress said, handing the newspaper in her hand to Ron. "Oh, what's going on?" Now, the Empress puts Ron at the center of everything. When there is relevant information, she will consider Ron first. When she talks now, this information must be related to Ron. "They don't seem to want you to participate." The Empress smiled. She had S*X with Ron yesterday, and now her words are no longer unfamiliar. She can say whatever she needs to say. "What's going on? Let me take a look." Ron picked up the newspaper and immediately understood what world government meant. Ace's trial will be held next month. This is an action taken by world government and Marine to restore the face of Marine and world government. They will spare no effort to do this, but they do not want Ron to ruin things. World government. He. Ron dropped the newspaper in his hand with a look of disdain. "Dear, you." The Empress came over, leaned behind Ron, and rubbed his shoulders. "Needless to say, they think too much." Ron looked calm. Do they think I will interfere with the running of the world? My target now is not them, but I am. Well, where's I am now? What? I have to think about it. Ron's eyes looked toward the sky. Don't think so much. The Empress leaned close behind Ron. World Government and Naval Headquarters, you have already destroyed them long ago. What are you thinking about now? Right, advertisement. Ron nodded, then turned his head and looked at the Empress behind him. His main gaze was on the Empress's abdomen. His eyes were soft and he said, do you feel it? Yeah. The Empress nodded softly. You're pregnant now, but you have to know that as a race of gods, our pregnancy time is not the same as ordinary people, Ron said. He learned from the system that the conception period of the gods lasted 3,000 years. 3,000 years. Damn, he is only 19 years old now. He has to wait 3,000 years before the child is born. What the hell is this? But, the pregnant Empress seemed to be very attractive. Seeing Ron looking at her, the Empress snorted. What are you thinking, you bad guy? No, I didn't think about anything. Ron immediately looked like a gentleman and said, I'm thinking about national affairs. Hearing this, the Empress looked at Ron's face and didn't believe even a single punctuation mark. She sighed and said, you guys are really helpless. Ahem, let's not talk about this. Ron said seriously. Do you have any sword-making materials on Nine Snake Island? Materials for making swords? The Empress was slightly startled. Ron's change was too big. He suddenly changed from talking about love to making swords. Yes, I plan to forge a magic sword of my own, Ron nodded. He now has first-generation Kitetsu in his hand, but he is not using it smoothly. He has enhanced his sword-making skills to 1,000,000 levels, and he can, Lihao, cast an artifact-level sword at will. He just lacks the materials and it's just sword-making equipment. Now that you've come to Nine Snakes Island, you can take this opportunity to forge your own sword. There must be materials for making swords, but if it's too high-end, it might be. The Empress hesitated. Ron smiled slightly. It doesn't have to be too high-end, as long as there is a place to make swords, and the materials can reach the top level in the world. It must be the best in the world. The Empress said proudly. After all, Amazon Lily is also one of the world's powerful countries, and it still has the necessary materials. That's no problem. Take me there. Ron stood up suddenly. I want to forge a peerless sword. Okay. The Empress' eyes lit up. She got up and took Ron to the sword forging hall. I have a cold today and I really can't get out of bed. I reluctantly got up and typed, and I will try to write another chapter later, but the plot may not be that good. Next, when I get better tomorrow, I will write a good plot for everyone. Chapter 291 The Birth of the Divine Sword, The Spirit of Yuming. I have met His Majesty. In the sword-making hall on Nine Snake Island, several female warriors saluted the Empress and then walked out. These are the most important places on Nine Snakes Island. The Empress pointed to the sword forging hall and said, this is where various instruments are cast on Nine Snakes Island. If you need assistance, I can leave the casting masters here. No need. Ron waved his hand directly. He was forging the long sword that he wanted to use. Everything was ready to pass through his own hands. He was not going to ask for help from others, so he refused directly, even though he knew that this was the Empress's good intention. Is it really not necessary? The Empress said in surprise. Forging swords requires many processes, such as forging. Haha, I am enough for those. Ron waved his hand, telling the Empress not to say anything more. The Empress had no choice but to give up. She knew that Ron was a god now, not just an ordinary mortal. How could a mortal craftsman help him? So he didn't force himself and left the foundry hall directly. Now, there is no one left. Ron chuckled and began to walk in the foundry hall. He was also relieved when the Empress left. This was the Empress's trust in him. She did not say that he was different from the foundry skills, but obeyed. His thoughts, completely obey his instructions. Starry sky iron, deep cold ore, and deep sea black iron. Well, this is the indestructible steel. These are the strongest materials for making the supreme sharp knife. Ron first checked the surrounding shelves of casting materials, and then looked happy. Of course, what he wants to build is not just that simple. With his current strength, not to mention the supreme sharp knife, no matter how powerful the weapon is, it cannot withstand his power. It must be a divine weapon, and only divine weapons can withstand his power. The power of. Therefore, Ron is planning to build an artifact-level sword this time. Advertisement. Let's get started. First, start selecting the materials. Put these materials in, and then heat them. The stove here is really good. And the process. BDDF. Ron started his own artifact. Forging journey. The girls in the palace didn't know anything about these things, but Ron was working hard for an earth-shattering artifact. Soon. Ron looked at the long sword that was gradually taking shape in the forging furnace, and he felt happy in his heart. Boom. After a while, the divine sword came out, and he immediately wanted to escape. Where are you running? Ron yelled, stretched out his hand and suddenly grasped the hilt of the newly made long sword. The fiery red hilt came into his hand, making Ron's palm sizzle. It's a pity that the true god has such a temperature. Not afraid. You still want to run away? Ron's lips cracked. This is an artifact long sword made by my million-level sword-making skills. You still want to run away? There's no way. Groan. The long sword in Ron's hand groaned softly, but it didn't want to run away anymore. Apparently it already knew that this master was not to be messed with. Don't even think about running away. Ron smiled lightly. To commemorate the long sword I lost before, your name will be Yuming. Buzz. The sword trembled, let out a low groan. Advertisement, huh? Ron frowned and listened to the message in the sword. You said that the name Yuming is unlucky? Nonsense, can the previous Yuming be compared with you? Will I still let you ruin it? That's the name? The long sword in Ron's hand made a low sword sound, as if protesting something. Ron said fiercely. Are you really scared? Don't worry, it was my lack of strength before, but now, who can harm you? No, don't worry, still not surrendering? Hearing that Ron seemed a little angry, the sword sound also lowered. Ron laughed and said, that's ridiculous. If you make trouble for me again, the worst I can do is to reshape you and forge a new sword. Upon hearing this artifact-level sword immediately became honest. It was really afraid of being sharpened by evil people. Although it resisted the name Yuming, Ron insisted, and it had no choice. Damn it. Your dream was ruined last time. What does it mean to give me this name now? Isn't it unlucky? Okay, you're strong, you're awesome. Why don't I respect you? Okay. I accept it, please stop threatening me. This is the voice of the artifact long sword. With a smile on his face, Ron felt very comfortable looking at this magic sword that was impressed by his own awe-inspiring righteousness. As a human being, you still have to rely on justice and righteousness, just like me. Even a long sword can impress me. Well, with my current magnanimity, is there anyone who can't be impressed? Ron felt that he was very powerful for a moment and was a little complacent. The spirit of human couldn't help but sigh. What kind of master did I meet? I am still a child, just born. Life is really too difficult, and it is helpless to meet a crazy owner. If Ron knew about it, he would definitely have it remade. This guy dared to slander his just personality, which is really unacceptable. I can't bear the cold anymore. I'm dizzy, dazzled, and my brain is fuzzy. What I wrote today is really not good. I'll write hard tomorrow. I'm going to bed and have a rest. Please let me rest for a day. Don't give up on me, I'm really afraid that you will give up. When I get better from the cold, I will make up for it. Close black lens bracket. Take a day off, I have a bad cold. I can't bear it anymore, and the medicine has no effect. I slept all day and I am completely confused. I will get an intravenous drip tomorrow. Chapter 292 Heading to the Moon. Restore updates, please subscribe. Ron walked out of the casting room with the new sword. Not long after he came out, he met the Empress who came after receiving the news. When Ron was taking shape of Yuming, a sword cry echoed throughout the world. Apparently the Empress also heard the sword cry. Ron, is your sword ready? The Empress looked at the sword in Ron's hand curiously. Yeah. Ron smiled, flicked the long sword in his hand, and the sword blade sliced through the air silently, as if it could even cut through the air. Congratulations. The Empress said happily. Let's go, where are they? Ron left with the Empress, and naturally he asked about other girls. They have been playing around these days, the Empress said with a smile. I thought it would take a long time for you to cast this time, but I didn't expect it to be completed in 2 days. What is the quality of this long sword? Are you going to go to the level of the Great Knife? 697. She knew. Ron's previous weapon was the first-generation Kidetsu that he had taken from the 5 elders. It belonged to the level of the Supreme Sword, so the long sword made this time should not be lower than this level. Haha, it's several levels higher than the Supreme Knife. Ron smiled lightly. This should be called an artifact. Only weapons of this level can fully withstand the power of the true god's body. Artifact. The Empress was slightly shocked. In this world, the only weapon that could be called an artifact was Uranus. And now, it only took Ron 2 days to forge an artifact? But this sword looks just ordinary, nothing surprising. Is it really as powerful as Uranus? Is it as powerful as Uranus? The Empress asked quickly. It's a little different from Uranus. Ron shook his head. Uranus cannot move freely because of its large size. It can only move along the lunar trajectory in the starry sky. The advantage is that it can be controlled by those with low power. My Yumu, it only in the hands of the gods can it exert its powerful power, and if it falls in the hands of ordinary people, it will probably only be stronger than the supreme sharp sword. Oh, no wonder it's called a divine weapon. The Empress suddenly understood. Although she still didn't know the power of this divine sword, she understood what Ron meant. Ron and the Empress returned to the palace hall, and the Empress ordered people to go down and prepare some delicious food for Ron. Advertisement just after lunch, the girls who went shopping returned to the palace one after another. Brother Ron, are you ready to build your weapon? Seeing Ron's figure, Kaya smiled, ran over, hugged Ron's arm and asked, shaking. It's done. Ron smiled. Did you have fun these 2 days? I'm very happy, Kaya nodded. There are still many fun places on Nine Snake Island. Just be happy. Ron nodded, then looked at the 2 girls. Do you have anything to say? Ron was looking at Irene, who was wearing a microcard. When the 2 of them saw Ron appearing, they seemed hesitant to speak. That's it, Captain Ron. Wei Ka began to say. Before I was captured by the slave merchant, I was performing a reconnaissance mission in Dressrosa. It has been a long time now. I am afraid that something will happen to the Dantata kingdom. So, I want to go back and have a look. Haha, this is easy. Ron said with a smile. With your current strength, you can solve any difficulty by yourself. If not, you can directly contact other people for help through Aisha's spiritual network. Yes, I know. Wei Khan nodded solemnly. Thank you everyone, thank you Captain Ron for giving me such a powerful power. When I go back to help the Dantata kingdom restore its former glory, I will definitely come back immediately. Don't worry. Ron waved his hand. I don't have the idea of tying you to me. Although you are my crew, you are now stronger. You can go wherever you want. Just remember that you are the sword and just be a member of the Rose Pirates. Yes, I definitely remember. Weka nodded quickly. How could she forget this? But this time, with her current strength, she could go back and deal with Doflamingo and restore the past glory of the Dantata kingdom. Not a problem. Brother Ron. I want to, too. Irene said hesitantly next to her. Ron looked at this huge girl whose figure almost lifted the roof of the palace, and said with a smile. Do you also want to go back to Elbaf? Go back if you want, I have something to tell you. What's going on? Abis asked with wide eyes. Yeah, Brother Ron, what's going on? Kaya also turned around and asked, is it what you said before about going to save people in the past? After hearing Kaya's words, Robin and Nami's eyes moved slightly, and they looked closely at Ron. Advertisement, I'm going to the moon. I need to resolve the matter with Uranus. Well, it may take a few days. Don't worry, when I return from the moon, I will go back to the previous time to save people, Ron said. Seeing the eyes of Nami and Robin immediately smiled towards them and gave them a reassuring look. Okay, it's only a few days. Kaya originally thought that Ron would be gone for a long time, but she was relieved when she heard that it was only a few days. Then, Captain Ron, let's go back first. Weka and Irene said excitedly, the people in the tribe must be worried about us. Well, let's go back. Ron smiled and waved his hand. But you must also remember that your current strength is not what it used to be. If you take action, pay attention to control and use caution to break the island into pieces. I know. The two girls looked at each other and smiled, nodded towards Ron, and then said goodbye to Nami, Kaya and others. Seeing Wei Ka and Irene flying into the air, flying quickly towards the new world, Vivi and Abis also showed a feeling of longing, obviously homesick. Not only them, even Konus and Lackey Love Shaw also had the same expression. Ron saw this and said with a smile, are you homesick too? How about this? You all go home and have fun in the past few days. When I come back from the moon, we will gather at 9 Snake Island. How about that? Okay. 5.2, haha, okay. That backquote essay deal. Since then, most of the girls have gone home to play one by one. Only Robin and other people who have no relatives are still staying on 9 Snakes Island. However, 9 Snakes Island also has the Empress as a companion, so they are not alone. Jewelry left with the Bonnie Pirates. She had to find a way to arrange the crew. Her pirate group was basically disbanded, and she herself joined Sword and Roses. There's no point in having the Bonnie Pirates still around. Ron went to the moon. His target was not only Uranus, but also Im, who was speculated to be still alive. She was most likely on the moon. When Ron went to the moon, the return of the two goddesses Dantata and Elbaf caused a sensation within the clan. Chapter 293 The Plight of the Little Humans, Microcard is back. Greenbit, a primeval forest covered with tall trees, is an uninhabited island very close to and even attached to the large island of Dressrosa. Few people know that there is a kingdom under this dense primeval forest. This kingdom is not the kingdom of humans, but the kingdom of Dantata, a kingdom belonging to the small human race. At this moment, in the Dantata kingdom, King Ganchao was sitting in his seat with a sad face, thinking about something on his mind. His Majesty. At this time, a minister walked in and said respectfully to Ganchao, Your Majesty, there is a message from Fengyu. Oh, what did they say? Ganchao asked quickly. Did you agree to our request? This. The minister paused, then shook his head. They also have great difficulties, and some problems cannot be solved yet. Alas. Ganchao sighed and said helplessly, it's been almost 10 years. I don't know what happened to Manchili after he was captured, as well as our 500 citizens. Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness the Princess will definitely be fine. The minister could only comfort, and the citizens who were arrested will also be fine. I hope. Outside the palace, in the forest, a group of small humans were running and jumping in the forest. Advertisement This is their kingdom. As long as they don't leave this island, there will be no problem with safety. I heard that the clan is going to unite with King Liku to overthrow the rule of the Don Quixote family. I don't know if it's true, said a small human man. I heard about it too, but that Chichibukai has our princess as a hostage. This is not easy to handle. Another small human said gloomily. If we attack at that time, they will kill them. What can the princess do? It's not just the princess, there are hundreds of hostages, another small human said. So many people were taken away. Not to mention the conflicts a long time ago, they took away the princess and so many people. We must defeat them too. Yes, we must rescue the princesses and them all. Shouted a group of small humans. Don't worry. A small human dressed like a beetle said, these are the affairs of His Majesty the King. All we have to do is fight when the time comes. Our yellow beetle troops have already been prepared. There's this, we're ready too, others responded immediately. Huh, look, what is that? At this moment, a little man looked at the sky in shock and said, let me see, I have good eyesight. A villain who claimed to have good eyesight looked up and was also shocked. Haha, everyone, I'm back. Wei Ka's voice fell from the sky, and her small figure flew from a distance. Behind her, a large cloud was divided, flying past like a green rocket, dividing the entire sky into two halves. Yes, it's a microcard. Advertisement? Oh my god, Wika, are you okay? We all thought you were caught? Yeah. Wei Ka fell down, looked at the familiar faces in the crowd around him, and said happily, Leo, Kabu, and Bian, are you okay? Wika, it's great that you're okay. Bian is a little human girl. Her whole body looks bulging like a wasp, but she moves around very easily. Although she is also a little human, she has one arm, has a huge bee-tail, and holds a stabbing gun in its hand. The reason for this appearance is because she ate devil fruit, and her fruit is a bug fruit. How could something happen to me, Bian? Wika said with a smile. By the way, what are you doing? We have to rush back to the clan. Bian explained. We were scouting for intelligence outside, and we heard that we were going to cooperate with King Liku to attack the Donkey family together. Yes, we must rescue the princess and the others, Leo said sternly. Those bad guys rule the island, and I don't know how many people will suffer. Yes. Kabu chuckled. 770 our kingdom alone may not be able to defeat the Chichibukai, but if we unite with King Riku, we will definitely be fine. Yes. Bian also said with a smile. Wika, we always thought you were captured, and we thought we would rescue you together then. How is it possible? How could I be captured? Wei Ka's face turned red. She had indeed been captured before, but it was not Doflamingo who captured her, but a slave trader. As a result, I was sold to Sabaody Archipelago, but fortunately, I was saved by Ron in the end. Now I still have such a strong strength, I'm really lucky. Everyone. Thinking of this, Wei Ka's face froze. Yes, why did she come back this time? Of course it was to save the princesses and the others. You don't have to worry about saving the princesses and the people. I am the only one. It's enough for people to pass by. In front of Wika, a group of small humans suddenly froze on the spot after hearing this, and they all looked at Wika like fools. Chapter 294 Weka's decision, Doflamingo's movement. You don't believe it? Wei Ka raised her eyebrows. Of course she knew why these companions didn't believe her, because she was just an ordinary little human before. How could she have the ability to fight against Doflamingo? You must know that guy is not just a person. Simple, he is a person with huge power and has countless powerful men. The current Dressrosa is completely ruled by him. Even the forces of King Riku, the ruling class of the previous Dressrosa, were expelled and hunted by him, and they can only survive in the cracks, no different from the situation the little humans are in. But she didn't explain much. When she brought Her Royal Highness the Princess and the 500 people back, that was the best proof. Wika, you can't be anxious, don't do stupid things, Bian shouted anxiously, looking at Wika with concern and said. You finally came back, come with us to see the clan leader, and save the princess and the clan. Let's find a solution together. Yes, Wika, don't be impulsive, Kabu also shouted. Yes, Wei Ka, how can you do it alone? This is impossible. Don't be impulsive, don't take risks with 240 people. Other small humans also started to persuade. Wika looked at the clansmen who cared about her, and she wanted to rescue the princess and clan members as soon as possible. She was now stronger than the 4 emperors, and it was not difficult for her to rescue the princess and clan members. Don't worry, you are all waiting for me here. I will be back very soon, Wei Ka said seriously. You know, my strength now is different from before. But it can't be compared to Doflamingo's, right? Bian frowned and said, Wika, you listen to us, it's better not to be impulsive first. Advertisement. No need to say more, Wei Ka waved his hand and said decisively. You guys wait for me at Greenbit. Soon, I will bring you back soon. With that said, Wei Ka no longer listened to their persuasion. Instead, a green light flashed on his body, bringing up a strong wind and roaring into the sky. After identifying the direction, he flew towards Dressrosa. Watching Wika fly away, Bian, Leo Kabu and others looked at each other, and then immediately shouted. Quick, let's go back and report Wika's actions. We can't let her take risks alone. I have to go pick her up. Yes, come back immediately. Walk, Dressrosa, the highlands of the king. Let's go, I still have things to do, Doflamingo waved his hand casually. Doflamingo raised his brows but said nothing. That guy must be doing something secret. If we can get his research results, it will be of great benefit to our research on devil fruit. You go back first, I will come over then. Doflamingo grinned, looked at the Marine Colonel in front of him, and said in a calm tone. Su Tang is right. The woman carrying the sword said coldly. The current world government and Marine forces have been severely hit. In fact, we can completely ignore their orders. Advertisement. I have investigated and found out that Geisa is really hiding there. The green-haired woman was none other than the snow girl Monet. Young master, can I go there now? Haha, don't worry, it's still early for the trial. Doflamingo waved his hand, then looked at the green-haired woman. How are things going over there? Go, Doflamingo. But not now. Okay, now that I have brought the world government's request, I should leave. The Marine Colonel was somewhat dissatisfied, but he did not dare to show it on his face. Not far away, 2 women walked in. One woman carried a sword and a gun behind her back, and the other woman had long dark green hair, a beautiful face, and fair skin. This guy, just like other Shichibukai, appears to obey the world government's fellow members, but in fact he obeys the world government's orders. Young master. The green-haired woman looked at Doflamingo and said with a smile, "Are you really not going to naval headquarters?" Watching Colonel Marine leave, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly, but they were blocked by his sunglasses and no one noticed. "Okay, then I'll go over now," Monet nodded, then turned and left. Previously, world government and naval headquarters had already notified him through phone bugs, asking him to arrive at Marineford earlier, but this BDBI guy was stalling for time, and Marshal Sengoku had to send him to deliver the invitation in person. Doflamingo had just returned from the arena and was sitting on a huge seat covered with animal skins, crossing his legs and holding his chin as he looked at the person coming below. Looking at the leaving Colonel Marine with disdain. After naval headquarters and Mariajoy were crushed by that guy, they still want to deal with the pirates. Don't they know that if they fail again, the majesty of world government and marine will plummet? The current world government and naval headquarters are really not as domineering as before. Beside Doflamingo, a little girl who was eating fruit laughed. Chapter 295 Above the Moon. Ron resists the Uranus main gun. Young master, is it okay for Monet to go alone? Watching the green-haired woman leave, the long-haired woman who stayed behind said. It's enough for her to go alone, but you still have to stay and help me, Doflamingo said calmly. Have those guys stopped recently, Baby 5? Those guys have been doing shameful things secretly, but they are nothing to us. The girl in the maid outfit is BABY5, the girl with the weapon fruit. Although she carries a sword and gun on her back waiting for weapons, but that's because she likes all kinds of weapons. In fact, her own body can be turned into various weapons for attack. Hey, let's ignore them for now. They're just little mice. Doflamingo waved his hand and said, let others pay more attention to that Ron. I guess he is coming to New World. I see. Speaking of Ron, BABY5 couldn't help but look serious. This is a ruthless person. He suppressed the naval headquarters by one person. He even dared to break into a place like Mariajoy and even crushed it. No matter how hard the world government tried to cover it up, those ordinary people can be fooled, but forces like them know the inside story. This Luo Kong incident caused heavy losses to the world government and marine. Therefore, people like Ron must be guarded against, and not even provoked. Young master, that guy. Judging from our information, it seems that he has gone to 9 Snake Island. So far, the entire Sword and Rose pirates have made no other movements, BABY5 said in a deep voice. It shouldn't happen in a short time. Come to New World. Well, pay attention to their movements first, and then, when this incident passes, he will definitely not stay in the first half. The New World is about to usher in turmoil. Doflamingo, the corner of his mouth cracked. Those 4 emperors. I wonder what they're thinking now. Maybe. You're scared. Ron didn't know whether the 4 emperors were afraid or not, and he didn't need to know these things. He didn't care about other people's opinions now, or always. Advertisement: he has now arrived in the universe. Looking down, the entire pirate world comes into view. This is a huge blue planet. Compared with the Earth, this planet has less land, only about 5% of the land, and the rest is occupied by oceans. The pirate world was not like this in the past. From Im's original words, we can guess that it must be related to Uranus. Ron looked calm. Uranus may have been the most powerful weapon in the world in the past, but now, in front of him, there is no power that can compare with him. Ron raised his head and looked at the huge satellite in the distance, and the moon's appearance came into his eyes. Haha, you found me, it's okay. The beam of light flashed across, and Ron's figure was pushed back millions of kilometers. However, just as expected, such a main gun was indeed powerful, but it had no effect on him. He was wrapped in armed colors. As for his body, the Uranus main cannon didn't even blast through his clothes. He had already blessed him with a 90 million level weapon color. Under the Uranus light beam, he was only hit by the slightest ripple. Brother Ron. Elsa's voice reached Ron's mind. Are you okay? What happened in the sky just now? Everyone is worried about you. Fire the gun. I am shouted in a low voice. Kill him. I don't believe that the Uranus main gun will immune to death you. Ron is so strong. The corner of Ron's mouth was slightly raised, and he looked at the rotating moon with some interest. It seemed that a huge crater on the moon was aiming in his direction. Was he planning to shoot him? Ron guessed it right. Advertisement: the beam of light came with a bang and hit Ron's body directly. A terrifying beam of light with a thickness of 3,000 meters blasted out from the crater on the moon and headed towards Ron's location at an extremely fast speed, almost reaching the speed of light. Uranus main gun? Ron's expression remained unchanged. In fact, Observation Haki had already sensed the firing of the Uranus main gun, but his current physical skills had been blessed by him to nearly 100 million levels. He wanted to see if this could can the Uranus main gun that smashes the red line hurt yourself? Please give me flowers. Okay, controller. The main gun is charging. Charging is complete. Lock the target. The target has been locked. Do you want to fire? Zhenao asked. The entire pirate world can see such a beam of light. The flashing beam of light is like a meteor, piercing the sky. At this time, as long as anyone looks up, they can see such a scene. Damn it, this guy actually chased him here. I looked at Ron's figure on the big screen with a gloomy face. She never expected that she had just prepared to go to Ron to sell the score, but the result hadn't happened yet. She was ready, but the other party had already come to her door, which made her very unbelievable. Does he really think he is invincible? IM gritted his teeth and looked at Ron's figure and ordered in a deep voice. Bring me the main cannon and blast him. If you dare to come for death, I will help you. Impossible. In the moon base, IM looked at the main cannon bombarding Ron, who was still intact. His eyes suddenly widened and he shouted in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. That can blast Redline's Uranus main gun. He actually can resist the Uranus main gun. 0. Boom. In the moon, IM's base is located. Chapter 296 IM, Surrender or Die. Thanks again to Mr. Yen Yi for the reward. The microcard above Greenbit also saw the changes in the sky, and Irene, who was on her way to Elbaf, also saw it. The two quickly contacted Ron through Elsa's spiritual network to inquire about Ron's situation. They knew that Ron went to the moon, and if something like this happened in the sky, it was no surprise that it must be related to Ron. I'm fine, don't worry. Ron's voice was very calm, which made all the girls feel relieved. There was huge confidence in his voice. It was Uranus's main gun just now. It once destroyed the powerful attack of Redline. I just resisted it. It's not too powerful. Well, to me, 250 is like this. If you encounter it, you still have to avoid it. Even Irene will be severely damaged by this kind of attack. What? Is it such a powerful attack? Even Irene, who possesses the metal fruit, will be severely damaged. Whether it was Irene herself, Wika, the Empress, Nami Kaya Robin and others, they were all a little shocked. You know, among the girls, in terms of physical strength, Irene is the strongest. As a giant, Irene's physique and strength are far stronger than other girls. In addition, the devil fruit she possesses is a metal fruit. The power awakened by the metal fruit is even more defensive skills such as the golden armor. With the blessing of 1 million level physical skills, Erin's invincible defense will also be severely damaged. It is conceivable that this Uranus's main gun, how powerful is it? So, no wonder the girls were so shocked. At this time, they finally realized that they thought they were invincible before, but now they saw that there were still things in the world that could hurt them. Advertisement, Uranus, is indeed the first of the 3 ancient weapons, Nami exclaimed. Yes. The Empress nodded, with a solemn expression. With the body of the true god of our current Protoss, we can still be severely damaged. This Uranus's main gun is indeed very powerful. After all, it's a weapon that can destroy the Red Line, Robin whispered. With this power, it's not too exaggerated. After Ron comforted her for a few words, the girls stopped talking. Although they were scattered all over the world, they still chatted from time to time through Elsa's spiritual network. Brother Ron, it's okay. He scared me just now, Kaya said. But, travel around the world with a group of pregnant women, this seems a bit, cough cough cough. In space, Ron flicked his clothes gently, and then he didn't think about other things for the time being. It's better to settle Im's matter first. The girls were chatting, but Ron was doing something. He smiled slightly, thinking about getting rid of Im and Uranus quickly, and then went back to accompany the girls. Among the girls now, the Empress is pregnant. Among the other girls, temporarily I haven't seen anyone pregnant yet, but I think it will happen soon. Ron's majestic voice came from the outside. Give you a choice, do you want to die or live? In other words, do you choose to surrender or choose death? Yeah, I was shocked too, Abis said on Battleship Island. But Brother Ron is so powerful, nothing will happen to him. Not good, advertisement, yeah, the other girls nodded. That's for sure. The Empress smiled sarcastically. By the way, those 2 female Marines have woken up, the Empress said at this time. They still wanted to cause trouble, but I locked them in the palace. Controller, the opponent's speed is too fast. With the speed of Uranus, there is no way to escape, G now answered mechanically. He planned to sow all the seeds before traveling through time and space. Originally, he thought that he was still young and did not need to have a child so early, but he learned from the system that the pregnancy period of the gods was 3,000 years, which made him a little depressed. In this case, let's get them pregnant first. In her mind, a majestic figure emerged. It was a great being she met more than 800 years ago. Even if Ron can resist the power of Uranus's main gun, she doesn't think Ron can defeat that person. Ron's body flashed, turned into a ray of light, and flew towards the moon quickly. No. Even that time more than 800 years ago, I escaped. How could I die in 3.9? I am thought of what happened more than 800 years ago, and his eyes flickered. For a moment. If I can still meet that great existence, I will definitely be able to defeat this guy. IM was shocked and quickly ordered Jinao. Quick, hurry up and leave, that guy is coming. IM. Then. What should I do? IM said with a pale face. That guy can't even hit the Uranus main gun to death. Am I still unable to escape the fate of death? Oh, with Sister Hancock's strength, they can't cause any trouble, right? Kaya asked in Zailuobu village. Chapter 297 IM surrendering. Take control of Uranus. You actually. IM looked pale and couldn't say a word because she saw Ron coming. How could you? This is 10 kilometers deep inside the moon. IM looked at Ron walking toward him in disbelief. 10 kilometers underground. Ron smiled slightly and said calmly. Don't you know, I have a devil fruit, the gate fruit, which has been developed to ultimate in my hands. This distance can't stop me at all. How can it be? IM couldn't accept it. She clenched her teeth and turned her eyes, trying to find a way to deal with Ron. Gee now, this guy suddenly came here. Is there any way to deal with him? There is no way. With his combat power, even the main battle robot army is no match. After all, he can even withstand the attack of the Uranus main gun. Therefore, the advice to the controller is, escape or surrender. Damn it. I am cursed. How can I run away? Tell me, how can I run away? It's being calculated, please wait. G now was probably down, and there was silence for a while. Ron smiled calmly. As for if she could still run, then his invincible strength would really be in vain. It can be speculated that Yi 13 meters can be resurrected on the moon Uranus, and the method of his resurrection is also here. Run? She definitely can't run away. As the saying goes, a monk who can run away can't run away from the temple. This Uranus is Im's temple. And in front of him, where can she run? Haven't you thought about it yet? Ron glanced at Im. The current Im is not what he looked like in the pirate world. There is no mask on his face, and what is revealed is a beautiful face. It can be said that this face, even in the pirate world, it is estimated that only the Empress and Shirahoshi can be more beautiful than her, and even Nami, Robin and Vivi can only be said to be about the same as her. This is a beauty. Advertisement. Ron is a man who cherishes beautiful women and cherishes beautiful women, so he gives his opponent the choice of surrendering. Of course, if Im insists on having his own way and refuses to surrender, he can only destroy the flower with his own hands. What? Are you still waiting for Uranus intelligence to give you an escape method? Ron smiled lightly. It's not that he underestimated Uranus' intelligent brain. He was standing here now. If this intelligent brain could really give you an escape method, Ron would still is it worthy of this invincible strength? With his powerful body that can stand up to the Uranus main gun and his own invincible strength, where will Ima escape? There is nowhere to escape. This is Im's current situation. Im stared at Ron. Yes, she did have this idea, thinking that the Uranus intelligent brain could give her an escape plan. Unfortunately, when the Uranus intelligent brain was calculating the escape plan, it seemed that it was stuck and down. After such a long time, there was no response at all, which made her a little embarrassed. Do you want me to give you a little more time? Ron stepped forward and came to Im. Looking at the pretty face in front of him and the anger in the woman's eyes, he smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and lifted Im's white chin. He approached his face and whispered, do you really think you can escape from my hands? Feeling the strong aura of the man in front of her, Im trembled in her heart. She had only felt such fear more than 800 years ago. Over the years, no one had ever been able to give her such a feeling, never before. Dip. After calculation, at this time, Zhenao finally spoke, and Zhenao's voice sounded throughout the hall. After calculation, dear controller, you have no chance of escape, and I suggest you commit suicide. No, maybe you can't even commit suicide. I suggest you surrender, or be captured. After hearing the advice given by Zhenao, Im's eyes widened and he felt like strangling Zhenao. Is this the advice you gave? Ron had a smile on his face, and there was no surprise at all. He was standing here. No matter what happened, Im couldn't escape. This Uranus's brain was quite smart and could give advice on surrender. Well, can you? Im took 2 steps back suddenly, took his neck away from Ron's hand, and looked at Ron bitterly. Don't be proud. Do you think you are strong? In fact, I tell you, more than 800 years ago, there was a great being who was 10,000 times more powerful than you. If you still dare to act so recklessly, you will definitely die after that great being returns. Oh, this surprised Ron. With his current strength, is there anyone who can rival him in the pirate world? It's impossible no matter what, 800 years ago, haha. Advertisement. Ron's mouth cracked, and his eyes were full of Haki as he said, don't worry, I will get there. If such a great and powerful man really existed more than 800 years ago, I would personally defeat him. Arrogant and arrogant. If you really face that great being, you will know that you don't even know how you died. Im seemed very confident in that great being. Seeing Ron say this, he was still confused, the deputy said confidently. Okay, let's not talk about whether that person really exists. Let's talk about our own affairs first. Ron was noncommittal. He didn't believe what Im said. How could there be a stronger existence than him? Even 800 years ago, Ron's current situation is as dazzling as the sun. He is truly the strongest in history, invincible in the world, and will not die even if the planet explodes. How can he still be afraid of others? Absolutely impossible. But now that Im said this, he really wanted to see invincibility. He had been invincible for too long, and Ron also felt lonely. If there really was such a strong person in this pirate world who could be on par with him, then Ron would really feel very happy. If there really was an existence with millions of thinking attributes more than 800 years ago, an existence that could compete with him, Ron would be very happy, and he would increase his attribute points to tens of millions, and then go to 120 to defeat the opponent, ask the other party again, who is stronger. What's my own business? Im's eyes flickered, and he turned around and wanted to run away. Unfortunately, most of her strength comes from Uranus. Her body just came out of the cloning laboratory and has no strength. How can she escape from Ron? Immediately, Ron grabbed him, pulled him into his arms, and held him tightly. Ron moved his hands wildly and asked in a deep voice, tell me, do you want to surrender? If you don't surrender, then don't blame me for destroying the flower. Don't think that you can escape if you have the ability to resurrect. If I destroy Uranus completely, what? Well, can you still be resurrected? Im's eyes jumped sharply. She saw that her body was tightly held by Ron and could not struggle. She lowered her head and said nothing, her eyes full of unwillingness. After thinking for a long time, Ron remained silent. Looking at her, he was taking advantage anyway. His hands didn't stop, he was enjoying it. You, please stop. Im slapped Ron on the shoulder angrily and said helplessly, I surrender. Hey, isn't this the end of it? Ron suddenly laughed and waved his index finger in front of Im. Don't play any tricks, otherwise. Rest assured. Im snorted and sighed in her heart, a bitter sigh. She, the master behind the scenes who has controlled the world government for 800 years, simply surrendered here. Chapter 298 Return. Microcards are coming to Dressrosa. Since you have chosen to surrender. Ron glanced at Im. Then hand over control of Uranus. Hearing this, Im smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't want to surrender, but that Uranus can only be controlled by the D family. Although he had guessed something in his mind, Ron still couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Of course, he was just a little disappointed. To him, Uranus was just a foreign object. It was not as powerful as himself. He wanted to control Uranus before, just because of this weapon. It will do a lot of damage to the pirate world. If someone doesn't pay attention to it, most of the pirate world will be destroyed. The current red line cannot withstand such a blow from the Uranus main gun. It is estimated that more than half of the people in the world will die. Only the D family can control. Ron thought for a while, among his women, there really is no woman from the D family. No, isn't it the Im in front of him? Ron glanced at Im and said calmly, it's okay to let you continue to control the Uranus, but you are not allowed to use the Uranus main gun without my order, otherwise, you know. Okay, I understand. Im bowed her head helplessly. In fact, she felt somewhat comforted in her heart. After all, Ron did not force her to take away her control of Uranus. As long as Uranus is still in her hands, she will have great value, and Ron will also do so in the future. It was impossible to kill her randomly. Yeah, Ron nodded. Im controls Uranus. He controls Im, which is equivalent to indirectly controlling Uranus. Let's leave it like that for now. Maybe later, if I find a suitable controller, I can replace Yimu. However, if Yimu is wise and will live a good life with me in the future, then there is no big problem in letting her control Uranus. That's it. Ron nodded, then remembered something and asked, didn't you die before? How was it possible to resurrect you on the moon? It's a cloning laboratory. There was no way to resist Ron. Now when Ron asked, Im could only answer honestly. The entire moon was dug through and transformed into a starry sky fortress, Uranus. In its underground space, there are countless weapons and various laboratories, as well as weapons depots and so on. It is because I left a backup in the cloning laboratory more than 800 years ago that I am able to survive until now, which also had the help of the ability users of Op Fruit at that time. Otherwise even the cloning laboratory would not be able to survive for 800 years backquote. Op Fruit. Immortality surgery. Ron smiled calmly. This kind of ability, apart from whether it could truly lead to immortality, was nothing to Ron. Yes, host. At this time, the system spoke. Op Fruit's so-called immortality surgery can only continuously transfer people's souls to other bodies. This cloning experiment, if it is just a cloned body, cannot transfer the soul, but with the ability of Op Fruit, it can do this, so this is equivalent to possessing the power of immortality in disguise, but it is impossible to say immortality. A person her cells may be preserved for a long time through technological means, but the soul cannot. Her soul also belongs to human beings and has a lifespan of 10,000 years at most. Ron smiled lightly, and it became clear that even with the Op Fruit in the cloning laboratory, Im would only have a lifespan of 10,000 years at most. Compared with his current lifespan of the gods, let alone the median gods, even the lower gods have a lifespan of 1 billion years. 10,000 years? Is it even remotely comparable to 1 billion? No, advertisement, Ron said calmly. Oh, I know. Huh? Im asked curiously. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to have eternal life? Haha, eternal life. Ron said calmly. Do you think you really have eternal life? Stop dreaming. Op Fruit can give you a lifespan of 10,000 years at most. Op Fruit cannot change the lifespan of your soul. It can only give you a lifespan of 10,000 years, and after 10,000 years, you will die. 10,000 years. Im was not disappointed, but smiled and said, isn't 10,000 years enough? Yes, human beings, especially ordinary humans, only have a lifespan of about 100 years. A few strong people have a lifespan of 100 or 200 years, which is great. As a human being, who would not be satisfied with a lifespan of 10,000 years? That's enough for you, but it's far from enough for me. Ron waved his hand and said, you don't need to know too much about this matter for the time being. I'll let you know more based on your performance later. Now, let me go back to the ground. Wait for me. I'll ask Zhenao to give me a spacesuit, Im said quickly. You can walk freely in the universe, but I can't. No need to bother. Ron waved his hand and summoned a space door. Well, now this ability is no longer called the random gate, but the space gate, because the ability to awaken the gate fruit and the ability to awaken the stasis fruit have been combined into one, turning into an extremely powerful skill. Time and space control. This skill has been continuously added by him, and has been blessed to tens of millions. He can summon a space door at will and return to the pirate world at any time. Is this the ability of the gate fruit? I looked at the dark blue space gate curiously, knowing that it was this ability that made Uranus's moon base unable to stop Ron's invasion. It can be said that she was defeated. If he is defeated by this ability, otherwise, with Uranus's strength, he will definitely be able to continue to deal with Ron for a while. Who will win is still uncertain. 002. Yes, let's go. Ron didn't want to explain too much to IM. This woman had just surrendered. She had to wait and see what would happen next. Okay. IM didn't dare to say more, so he could only lower his head, follow Ron, and walk into the space door. On the ground, Dressrosa. A green light suddenly fell and hid Dressrosa's arena. Advertisement. Help, what is that? What a terrible thing. A group of people watching the fight shouted for help. Among these people, there were humans, pirates, and Dressrosa's local characteristics. Toys. All kinds of toys were running around in horror. Some lost their heads, some lost their arms and legs, and they were all running around without a care in the world. What's the situation? What is going on? The two gladiators who were fighting looked a bit jealous of each other and had to stop their fierce fighting skills. In the deep pit on the ground, a small figure slowly rose into the air. This green figure was none other than Qin Zhao. It was Wika. Wei Ka looked around, smiled proudly, and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. I am Wei Ka, a reconnaissance warrior from the Dantata Kingdom. Doflamingo, come out, and let those who know the truth be released quickly. You must save our Princess Manchili and the 500 tribesmen of the Dantata Kingdom, otherwise, I will kill you." Huh? Dantata Kingdom? Huh? Is it that little human race? Fairy, the fairy appears. How dare this goblin dare to provoke Lord Doflamingo? Hey, the clown can kill people. These little bugs are his slaves. Now, is there another one who wants to die? Someone laughed darkly. Although the microcard is coming menacingly and looks very powerful, they think it is all caused by devil fruit. This country is controlled by the Don Quixote family. The entire Dressrosa is controlled by the Shichibukai. This little human race came here alone. What's the use? Chapter 299. Weka goes to battle. Kill the giant Hilden with one punch. Is someone making trouble? Go and report it to His Majesty the King. The steward of the arena immediately knew about the incident and quickly directed his men to contact Doflamingo through the phone bug. In fact, Doflamingo already knew about Microcard's arrival. After all, there was such a big movement, and the King's Heights where he was located was not too far from the arena. Okay, I get it, Doflamingo said to the phone bug in a low voice. You guys first hold off that guy. He's just a little human race, you can't hold him back, can you? When the arena personnel heard this, they immediately broke into a cold sweat. Apparently they heard the threat in Doflamingo's words, and quickly said, "Don't worry, please don't worry, His Majesty the King, we will definitely hold him back." Other side. Doflamingo responded calmly, then hung up the phone. After a moment of silence, he suddenly stood up and walked to the hall on the side. In the hall, one of his men sat on the seats marking the 4 poker suits. Everyone, it's time to move. Doflamingo smiled ferociously, and a dangerous light burst out from his eyes hidden under his sunglasses. Someone has come to our island to cause trouble. Foo. That guy seems to be a small human race. It's really curious. Those guys, 997, actually have the courage to show up. Little humans. A frighteningly strong man stood up from the chair and laughed coldly. Those guys really want to die. Young master, you didn't deal with them with all your strength before. These little things are now. Did you cause trouble by jumping out? Then let us take action and uproot them completely, right? On another seat, a tall and thin man also stood up with a gloomy sneer. I want to see it too. Let's go together. Doflamingo waved his hand, turned around and left with his hands in his pockets. Behind him, 4 people followed, and together with Doflamingo, they headed towards go outside the door. Outside the door, the battlemaid BABY5 was waiting outside holding a huge gun like a cannon. Next to her was a strange-looking man. Do you want me to come with you? Not far away, a little girl asked while eating fruit. Let's take a look together. Doflamingo waved his hand casually. However, before going there, I still have to prepare to prevent accidents. Foo. In the gladiatorial arena, BDCB, the person in charge received Doflamingo's order and immediately directed dozens of gladiators to start attacking Microcard. Advertisement. However, this large group of gladiators who were ordered to attack were all defeated by Wei Ka. Wei Ka simply flashed a few times, and the terrifying power contained in her tiny body knocked down all these seemingly powerful gladiators. No one on the ground could get up. However, Weka was also kind and did not kill anyone. Those gladiators were only seriously injured and in a coma, not dead. I said, you guys are no match for me, so let's call that Shichibukai out and ask him to release the princess quickly, as well as my 500 tribesmen. Not one of them can be missing. Wei Ka put his hands on his small waist, held his head high and hummed. Otherwise, I would have defeated him. The damn goblin is so powerful. The toys and people marveled at Wika's strength, but the steward thought Wika had ruined his good deeds. If Doflamingo was blamed for this, he would take it. I can't leave without my pocket. Come here, release that giant gladiator. The steward snorted coldly. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful she is, can she be stronger than the giants? This, sir. A person next to him said in shock. We can't control the giant gladiator. If he goes crazy, we will also suffer. It doesn't matter so much, the steward solemnly said. His Majesty the King has given an order. This guy must be stopped. The only way to release the big guy is. You know, the other ace gladiators are by your Majesty's side. How about we let that person come out to challenge? His subordinates suggested hesitantly. If that person takes action, he should be able to defeat this little human goblin, after all. No, let Halden fight. The steward was a little moved, but in the end he shook his head and insisted. I think Halden's action is enough. Since you insist, then okay. Hearing this, his subordinates could only nod, and then ran away quickly, went to the underground room, and released the huge giant pirate mercenary Halden. Halden was attracted to the gladiatorial arena and wanted to experience his own strength. He had been staying in Dressrosa for a while and usually rested in this room. But now, he heard a powerful gladiator provoking him. Well, this is a message. The man said so he got angry. No one can provoke the giants. Halden roared angrily, grabbed his shield and rushed out, directly to the arena. I do not believe. Halden's huge figure crashed to the ground, setting off a burst of terrifying smoke and dust, and then there was no sound, his eyes rolled white, and he passed out. Advertisement, huh? Giant. Wei Ka saw that what came out this time was not an ordinary large person, but a giant of the same race as Irene, and she couldn't help but look over with curiosity. Give me a break. Wei Ka snorted and punched lightly. Go to hell. Halden roared. He didn't know how provocative the guy in charge had said to him, which made him pour all his anger on Wei Ka. Everyone, including the people and toy people in the stands, as well as the stewards of the arena, and the gladiators who were gearing up to challenge Weka, were all dumbfounded, looking at Weka in a daze, looking at her tiny little body. The figure cannot say a word. What did I see? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. If those little humans have such strength, how could they be defeated by the young master? However, what greeted her was a terrifying and invincible shield, which hit her head hard. The whole place was silent, deathly silent. The grumpy giants, not cute at all. Thinking of Irene's cute appearance, Wei Ka suddenly pouted. The giant in front of him was not cute at all. He was so cruel to him as soon as he appeared. It's true. Boom. This. Unbelievable. Incredible. Halden was defeated by a punch? Boom. Then, is that guy definitely a goblin? Is he sure he's just a little human? Chapter 300 Rebecca. Ron is here. The arena steward's eyes widened and he stared at Weka's tiny figure, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Well, that's the giant mercenary Halden, and he actually only used one punch. What kind of monster is this? The steward murmured to himself. Here, Master Steward. We can't deal with this little human guy. What should we do? What should we do? The people under his command suddenly panicked and quickly asked the steward what to do. Damn it, I don't know what to do. This guy is surprisingly powerful. I guess only His Majesty the King can deal with her, right? The steward murmured to himself. In his mind, Doflamingo is invincible. As long as Doflamingo takes action, any enemy will be defeated. But I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for His Majesty to come over. The men looked at Wei Ka timidly and said, how about we release that guy? No. Only His Majesty has the authority to release that guy, and Lord Sugar needs to do it himself. The steward shook his head, and then said, let the other gladiators fight first, and try to delay it for as long as possible. Okay. The subordinate shook his head in disappointment, and then followed the order. The steward has an order. Let all the gladiators out, including the prisoner gladiators. We must stop this guy. As long as His Majesty the King arrives, this guy will be dead. His men immediately went down. After conveying the order, all the gladiators in the arena, regardless of their strength, were released. Even the crippled gladiators with missing arms and legs were released together. Among the many gladiators, a beautiful girl wearing a three-point dress and steel armor also came out. She followed the others into the battle with a confused look on her face. Hey, Rebecca, please don't rush too far, an old man with a missing arm reminded beside her. I heard from the gossip that the enemy this time is not simple. What's going on? The girl asked strangely. Isn't it just an ordinary gladiatorial fight? How is that possible? The old man shook his head. Didn't you hear the huge roar before? I heard it. Rebecca nodded and said, maybe it's the sound caused by ability users fighting each other, but the strange thing is, why were all of us released? A middle-aged man with one missing eye whispered. I heard someone is making trouble. Advertisement. Is someone making trouble? Rebecca's eyes lit up and she asked, who is making trouble? Could it be? I know what you were thinking. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. It's not King Riku's power, or King Riku's strength is simply not enough to have such a big impact. When Rebecca heard this, her expression darkened, and the hope that had just risen in her beautiful big eyes was shattered again. You have to be careful. The situation is relatively chaotic now. If those spectators see you, they will definitely insult you again. After saying that, the middle-aged man also left with the weapon, and the gladiator over there the field management personnel are urging. Insults. I'm used to it. Rebecca didn't take these words to heart. Her identity has long been known to everyone. She is a member of the Riku royal family. Her mother is the daughter of the previous king of Dressrosa, King Riku. Her father was the only winner in this arena. The invincible gladiator of 100 games. Cyrus. However, such a glorious identity became an existence despised by everyone after the Riku clan was ousted from power by Doflamingo. Hurry up, hurry up. You must block this little human race from me, otherwise I want you to look good. The steward stood on the upper floor of the arena and shouted angrily. Isn't Doflamingo out yet? Weka was waiting with arms crossed, waiting for Doflamingo to come and release Her Royal Highness the Princess and the 500 tribesmen. She thought she had defeated some gladiators and warriors after taking action. After the powerful giant mercenary, these guys would be more well-behaved. Unexpectedly, not only did they not become well-behaved, but the city sent so many gladiators to deal with them. You guys, how dare you attack me? Wei Ka looked slightly angry, and with both hands, he was about to activate the ability of the Mumu fruit, directly using the plant roots under the ground to completely destroy the arena. Turn. Weka. At this moment, a gentle voice appeared in Weka's mind, making her eyes light up. Ron. It's me. Ron said calmly. I know what's going on over there. Don't be impulsive. Just block it a little. When Doflamingo arrives, I will be there. Dressrosa has several futures. Where are the members of the Sword and Rose Pirates? Future crew member? Wei Ka widened her eyes and thought for a moment. Although she is not very smart, she is not stupid either. Sometimes she behaves stupidly, but in fact it is not stupidity, but the character of all small humans. He has a straightforward temperament, is innocent and kind, and trusts others easily. Yes, look at the gladiators rushing in front of you. There is a girl wearing armor. Yes, that's the one with pink hair. Don't hurt her. She will be your future partner, Ron said. Please give me flowers. That girl was Rebecca, the future crew member he had already booked. Advertisement. Although she knew that Weka would not be too harsh, the kind-hearted Weka would not kill people at will. Even Hilden just was knocked unconscious by her. But it would be bad if Rebecca was hurt. Well, now Ron has just returned to Nine Snakes Island with IM, and he himself is on Nine Snakes Island, talking to the Empress and others. I'll leave this place to you first. Ron looked at the Empress and Robin, then glanced at IM, and said, you stay here first, wait for me to come back, and don't try to cause trouble while I'm away. Don't worry, IM said helplessly. Since I already know that I am no match for you, how could I still think about making trouble? 0. Yes. Ron nodded, and then glanced at the Empress and Robin. Those two female marine generals, wait until I come back to deal with them, let them continue to be locked up for a while. Those two guys were very impatient before, but now they're very honest. The Empress said with a smile. Do you want to draw them into the pirate group? Yes. Ron nodded with a smile. However, they are all senior generals of the naval headquarters. It may take some effort to pull them over. Let's talk about it later. Over at Weka, that girl was also impulsive. Hit Dressrosa directly. Dressrosa? Where is New World? Robin said. With Weka's strength, you don't have to be afraid of anyone, right? Ron shook his head and said, sometimes, victory does not necessarily mean being strong. The princess of the small human race and 500 people are in the hands of Doflamingo. If you use this threat, there's nothing the microcard can do. This. The Empress and Robin looked at each other. With Weka's naive thoughts, he might really be tricked by others, and it would be useless no matter how strong he was. So, I still have to deal with this matter, Ron said, and he had already stood up and left. You don't need to follow me, just wait here for my good news. Okay. Ron waved his hand and summoned the door to space. He traveled through space directly according to the coordinates of the microcard and came to Dressrosa. When Ron came here, he did not appear directly next to Weka, but appeared on the streets of Dressrosa. He planned to wait for Doflamingo to appear, and then seize the opportunity to show up, so that Weka could have a good time. Kui, let her know that it doesn't mean she can be so impulsive just because she is strong. Chapter 301. Meeting on the street, Violet's little plan. Ron wandered casually on the streets of Dressrosa, heading towards the arena in the distance. Suddenly, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure in a long skirt in front of him attracted his attention. Hey, isn't this Violet? Violet is the youngest daughter of King Riku of this generation. She has always hidden her identity. On the surface, she is a dancer on the streets of Dressrosa. On the inside, she is a killer of the Trebol Legion of the Don Quixote family. In fact, her true identity is King Riku. The daughter of Doflamingo has been committed to overthrowing Doflamingo's evil rule. It's a pity that Doflamingo's power is too huge, and she has not been able to find a suitable opportunity to take action over the years. But now, she was looking in the direction of the arena with burning eyes. Something big seemed to have happened over there. I heard from the people who escaped from the arena, it seems that the small humans are declaring war on Doflamingo's. 783. Violet frowned and thought. But something is wrong. The power of the small humans, how could he be Doflamingo's opponent? No wonder Violet felt strange. If the little humans really had such power, they wouldn't have waited until now. They wouldn't have been thinking about joining forces with King Riku to deal with Doflamingo. They would have done it with Doflamingo long ago. Woke up. Therefore, Violet was curious. She wanted to see where this strong man came from and dared to declare war on Doflamingo. Is he really a small human? Huh. This person. Suddenly, Violet's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked to the left not far away with shock, where a young man in white was slowly walking towards here. Ron smiled slightly and nodded gently towards Violet, but did not go up to say hello. He was not a person who could not walk when he saw a woman. Although the outside world had very strange comments about him, saying that he was a womanless person. Huan, when he sees a beautiful woman, he looks like a pervert, but Ron can tell his conscience that he is definitely not that kind of person. How is it possible that such a reserved person like him actually said that about himself? It must be Marine and the world government's slander against him. It's definitely like this. Ron walked leisurely past Violet with his hands behind his back, exuding a mysterious aura of an outsider, which shocked Violet and left her speechless. Advertisement. Looking at Ron's leaving figure, Violet's eyes flickered, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. This guy is Ron, the captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates. His pirate ship is full of beauties he collected from all over the world. The strength of those beauties is not weak, and we can know it from the news that Doflamingo accidentally revealed before. When he suppressed the naval headquarters in the Holy Land Mariajoy some time ago, he extorted 30 devil fruits from the world government, and more than 40 billion belly in cash. This guy is a fierce man, a terrifying figure who suppresses the world with one person. There was joy in Violet's eyes. If I could join the Sword and Rose Pirates, it would be easy to overthrow Doflamingo with Ron's power. I must seize this opportunity. Ahead, Ron's mouth twitched. He turned on his sense of perception and had vaguely guessed what was going on in Violet's mind. However, he didn't know exactly what she was going to do. Anyway, what she was thinking about now must have something to do with him. After guessing based on the plot, it is not difficult for Ron to guess what she wants to do. Snap, snap, snap. That's all because others provoked you, so you had no choice but to take action. Violet rolled her eyes in her heart, but followed Ron's words with great compliments and said, I don't know. Did Mr. Ron come to Dressrosa for something this time? Did your pirate group also come with you? It's just a small thing. Ron waved his hand calmly. That's because they took the initiative to provoke me. In fact, I am just an ordinary person. I just hope to travel around the world freely and visit the beautiful scenery of major islands. You can call me Violet. I am a dancer at Dressrosa. Violet replied, then crossed her hands in front of her and looked at Ron with a look of fascination. Mr. Ron, you are my idol. You can suppress it by yourself. The entire world government, the celestial dragons and the 5 elders were beaten to submission, and so many high-end combat forces in the naval headquarters were suppressed by you alone. You are really great. This woman is not so innocent on the surface. It is possible to say that Rebecca is naive. As Rebecca's aunt, Violet is a woman with a mature and delicate mind and ruthless actions. Many people have died in her hands, otherwise, how could he serve as the killer of the Trable Legion? Yes. Oh, that's it? Ron looked stunned, then looked at Violet with a smile. So, does Miss Violet have any suggestions? Advertisement. Who are you? Ron pretended not to know, Taguchi asked. Ron stopped, turned his head slightly, and looked at the beautiful woman chasing after him. The woman looked at Ron's face with a respectful smile, and couldn't help but look slightly rosy. She said shyly, you look like this in the newspaper. I saw it online. It's such an honor to meet you here today. Violet seemed to say intentionally or unintentionally, Wika, I really want to have heard of her. She should be a scout soldier of the Dantata Kingdom, right? By the way. I don't know if Mr. Ron knows that in fact, the little human race they have had a feud with Doflamingo for many years. The princess and 500 people in their kingdom were captured by Doflamingo many years ago. Could it be that the person who was threatening Doflamingo in the arena is Mr. Ron's crew? Violet asked innocently like a curious baby. Correct. Seeing that Ron seemed to be trying to mediate the matter, Violet immediately became anxious. I can't let you mediate so easily. It's best to start a fight. Oh, one of your crew members? Violet's heart moved and she had some guesses. Could it be that the little human being causing trouble is a crew member on Ron's ship? When Violet heard this, she suddenly felt happy and was about to speak. There was a sound of slight footsteps, and Violet's soft voice sounded from behind. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ron? Ron didn't hide anything, he just said calmly. The girl who is declaring war on Doflamingo in the arena is Weka from the small human race. Well, she just became my crew member. No, as soon as she returns home it caused trouble. Alas, I had no choice but to come over and help her deal with the aftermath. It's really not a worry. 4.9. Others. Most of them didn't come. Ron said calmly. I'm here because one of my crew members caused some trouble here. Well, I'm just here to adjust #T. If this was the case, Doflamingo would be in big trouble this time, and he must seize this opportunity to let Ron and Doflamingo confront each other. Chapter 302. Doflamingo appears. Dong Tata and King Liku are in action. Boom. A loud noise came from the arena ahead, interrupting her words. What's going on here? Violet looked at the arena in horror. If there was such a huge shock, something big must have happened there. Someone wants to defeat Weka before Doflamingo appears? Overthinking? Ron smiled lightly. Weka's current strength is ranked among the top among the girls. The small humans are naturally very agile and powerful, just like the giants are born with strong physique and strength. They all belong to a race with huge talents. The current microcard has a total attribute of about 6 to 7,000. In this world, except for itself and other except for girls, no one can really defeat her. Ron is not worried about what is happening in the arena now, so he can just let her make trouble. Mr. Ron, aren't you worried about the safety of your crew? She knew the news. The crew members on Ron's ship were all cute and beautiful girls, and their strength was only average. The entire Sword and Rose Pirates group, just relying on Ron alone to support, well, Maybe there are a few good ones, such as Nami who is emerging in Sabaody Archipelago, Hancock who is already a Shichibukai, and the Devil's Daughter Robin. The other girl's abilities are nothing worth noting. Ron glanced at her. Your information is too outdated. Among the 13 members of his ship, none of them are weak, and the weakest ones are 100 times stronger than the 4 emperors. Mr. Ron, let's not talk about anything else, let's go take a look first. Violet was a little anxious in her heart. She was not anxious about anything else, but knowing that Rebecca was in the arena, she was a little worried about Rebecca's safety. Okay, let's go over there first. Seeing what she said, Ron had no objection, so he and Violet walked towards the arena together. At the same time, Greenbit, Danchao, the king of the Dantata kingdom, was so anxious that his beard almost fell off, the hand holding the cane turned white, and his brows were frowning. Master Patriarch, we have to go there quickly. Sister Wika is fighting the enemy, Leo shouted impatiently. Yes, yes. Bian also nodded. Let's set out quickly, we will take this opportunity to rescue Her Royal Highness the Princess and other tribesmen. Okay. After pondering for a while, Gan Chao nodded suddenly, then raised his head and said, Tell everyone, everyone set off. Today, we are going to decide the winner with the Don Quixote family. Let's go to King Liku first. We the two families have always been on the same side against the Don Quixote family, and his power cannot be missing at this time. Okay, let's leave now. Advertisement. The army of small humans began to leave the underground kingdom on various small animals, heading towards Dressrosa, which they called the Big Garden. They first found King Liku, and then under Gan Chao's persuasion, the two parties together, they led all the forces and rushed towards the arena. But in the arena, something was discovered. Rebecca and other ordinary gladiators were no match for Wika. Wika just released Kamui slightly. Under the terrifying pressure, all the ordinary gladiators, including Rebecca, were stunned and fainted. Passed. This Kamui has the same effect as Conqueror's Haki, even more powerful. What is that? It's Haki. Yes, it must be Haki. Some people who were far away, as well as those who were strong, were lucky enough to escape Kamui's shock. They all looked at the microcard floating in the center of the arena with frightened expressions, and some did not dare to step forward. All those gladiators have been defeated, what should we do now? Someone asked timidly. Yeah. Are we still going? Someone's eyes flickered and they wanted to run away. We definitely won't be able to defeat you, but it's hard to escape, a somewhat rational gladiator said. How can we run away? We should just delay time, maybe. Is this little human race capable of overthrowing the rule of the Don Quixote family? How can it be? Others were immediately shocked. The Don Quixote family is a family with a profound background, and its head is Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. Can this little human family really defeat Doflamingo? Yes. Even though Wika has now shown her invincible power, those who have always lived under Doflamingo's power still don't believe that she can defeat Doflamingo. Well, Doflamingo was about to nod when he saw several strong men beside him shouting, Young master, let us go and play with her first, she can defeat so many gladiators, our eyes are burning and our hands are itchy. Advertisement. A cold snort fell from the sky, and the steward shuddered. He looked up and saw a man wearing sunglasses falling from the sky, followed by a strange boat, with a group of combatants with different expressions standing on the boat. Yes, I want to turn her into a work of art, like Violet. Jorah, a fat woman who also belongs to the Trable Killer Legion, grinned widely and looked at Wika with great interest. Young master. There are indeed people from the small human race over there, Baby 5, the battle maid armed with a gun, held a cigarette in her mouth, stared at Wei Ka, and said with a smile on her lips. I didn't expect that the small people are now there is such a master among the human race. Whether we can win or not, we will know later. Let's hide first. This smart gladiator immediately pulled the others and hid, hiding in a corner where no one can find him. The country. His Majesty the King. Yes. The little Lolita Sutang in a small skirt also looked at Wika with bright eyes. Well, although she has the appearance of a little Lolita, in fact, this girl is not young, but because of her childhood, because of the interesting fruit, after eating the fruit, her body was shaped to the age she was at that time. Even now, decades have passed, and she still looks like a little Lolita. Foo. I have learned a lot today, but the harvest is not small. 053, after catching such a strong little human race, it will give me a good toy. Flamengo put his hands in his pockets and looked at Wei Ka with a grin. The steward trembled and knelt down on the ground, bending down so deeply that he didn't even dare to move. I understand. Hiss. Okay. Doflamingo grinned. I also want to see what the confidence of this little human race dares to come here to cause trouble. You don't have to hold back. If you kill me, you will die. Don't show mercy. The battle maid actually wanted to take action, but was stopped by Doflamingo. Like Sugar, Doflamingo valued the two's abilities and was not prepared to let the two of them go up and try their hand first. Useless thing. Doflamingo snorted, glanced at the steward with a ferocious expression, and waved out his hand. Snort. The body of the man in charge seemed to be swept by a strong wind, and the whole body was turned into pieces. His body was cut into small pieces of meat by dense invisible threads, and scattered on the ground. It's over. So many gladiators are no match for me, the steward of the arena murmured with a pale face, as if he was dead. What can I do? His Majesty the King will definitely not let me go when he finds out. Let me go up and turn her into a toy first. Sugar looked up at Doflamingo and said. Chapter 303 A Fatal Threat, Microcard and Manchili. Yes. Doflamingo is no fool. He said contemptuous words, but in fact, his eyes under the sunglasses were full of solemnity, especially when he saw Wika flying. Is this a fruit with the ability to fly? Or something else? I don't care. Let Chow pull them up first to try, and... Doflamingo looked behind him at the strange ship controlled by the fruit-twirling buffalo. There was a little girl from the mini-human race. That girl was none other than the mini-human tribe Princess Manchili, who he had captured long ago. Manchili, who possesses the healing fruit, is very valued by Doflamingo. He has always wanted to let Manchili surrender, just like the former military commander of the Liku royal family, Tigurapant, who surrendered to him. Unfortunately, Manchili surrendered to him. Shirley never surrendered, which made him very angry. He directly threatened Manchili and asked the 500 little humans to work for him. Foo. With Manchili in hand, no matter how strong you are, what can you do? Doflamingo looked at Weka with a sneer in his heart. Go to hell. Boom. Bang bang bang. Jorah, Rao, Mahabaisi, Dellinger, and Senor Peak all stepped forward, and all of them used their fruit abilities, hoping to defeat Weka with one blow. However, Wei Ka just glanced at a few people lightly and snorted arrogantly. You guys are no match for me at all. Weka didn't have the ability to use the Mumu fruit at all, or in other words, he listened to Ron and didn't use his ability to prevent the entire arena from being destroyed. She just turned into a green light and shadow, just like a phantom, and a few flashes of light collided. The 5 Don Quixote family warriors who rushed up all stared blankly. On the ground, everyone fell into a coma, and it was estimated that no one would be able to wake up in a day or two. Huh, you have this little ability, and you still want to kill me? You're too weak. Weka chuckled, and then looked at Doflamingo. She was very powerful now, and Doflamingo had just arrived. She was discovered, but she didn't see the other party bringing the princess and the clan members. It was obvious that the other party was not prepared to release the hostages so easily. This guy. Doflamingo's heart suddenly jumped and he stared at Weka. Although those 5 guys are useless, they're also fruit ability users. This little human race actually killed these 5 guys in an instant. It can be imagined that these guys are definitely not simple. Advertisement. How is that possible? Diamante looked solemn, and was extremely shocked. 4 of these 5 guys belonged to his Diamante army. Only Jorah belonged to the Tribal Killer army. At the moment, 5 people rushing into the street together was the most serious slap in his face. So strong, even Tribal, the leader of the killer army, was shocked by Weka's power. It is indeed very strong. Spades Pika and his subordinate Gladius looked at each other, and both saw incomparable shock in each other's eyes. With Weka's strength, let alone ordinary members, even if the commanders of the 4 major legions take action, they may not be able to win. Young Master. The battle-made Baby 5 looked solemn, her hands turned into 2 machine guns, and she stood solemnly beside Doflamingo, staring closely at Weka to prevent this small human race from suddenly attacking. It's amazing. At this time, Sutang no longer had that playful expression, and looked at Weka with a serious look in his eyes. Weka's strength made people have to take it seriously. Doflamingo, if you know what's going on, let him go as soon as possible, otherwise I will beat you to tears. Wei Ka's body flashed and he was already dozens of meters in front of Doflamingo. He was floating in the air so proudly, looking at Doflamingo with his hands on his small waist. Foo. You are pretty good, Doflamingo smiled coldly. You came here to cause trouble to save people, right? I'm very curious as to why the little humans didn't have such a strong person before, and you. If my guess is correct, you are Weka, the former scout of Dongtada Kingdom. I am very curious, you did not have such strength before, can you tell me why you changed? So powerful? Wei Ka rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't tell you. Let Princess Manchili and everyone go quickly, otherwise, I will really take action. Are you stalling for time? Tell you, even if you delay, no matter how many people come, I won't be afraid. So confident? Doflamingo grinned, waved his hand suddenly, and shouted coldly, bring Manchili here. Okay boss. Behind him, Buffalo, the spin fruit ability user, chuckled, and brought the strange ship down with a crash. Doflamingo moved his hand, and countless silk threads flew out, reaching into the strange ship, and pulled one that was only the size of a palm, and the beautiful little girl who fell into coma was tied up and pulled out. Your Highness the Princess. Wei Ka's eyes lit up immediately when he saw this cute and beautiful little girl, and he shouted, Doflamingo, as long as you let the princess go, and then let my 500 people go, I will just let you go, or I want you to look good. Foo. Threatening me? Doflamingo sneered. Are you mistaken? In this case, I should be the one threatening you? Ah. Wei Ka was startled and scratched her head a little. In her simple and innocent little mind, there were not so many twists and turns. She thought that Doflamingo brought Manchili to prepare to let him go. Now look at this, isn't that what it means? Advertisement, little guy, I order you to surrender immediately. Doflamingo snorted coldly. Otherwise, I will kill Manchili now. You can try it. You are the fastest, or the silk thread tied to Manchili's body in my hand is faster. Hey, if I am faster than you, she will turn into a pile of flesh and blood dregs. You have to think carefully. Why? When Weka heard this, he immediately panicked. How could this happen? It was obviously her who threatened the other party to release him. Why did it become like this? Weka is panicking. By the way, Ron, Captain Ron, come quickly. Weka immediately called Ron in her heart. She is still connected to Ron through Aisha's spiritual network. Don't worry, Weka. Don't worry, he doesn't dare to mess around. He doesn't dare to do anything until you can explain your sudden power. Well, also, I'm outside the arena and I'm coming in now. I'll wait a moment. Wait a minute. Ron's words immediately made Weka feel relieved. She felt that with Ron here, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. What? Are you still thinking about it, Li Hao? Doflamingo squinted his eyes and looked at Weka. HMPH, don't be too happy too early. You'll know who is more powerful later. Weka glared at Doflamingo and then looked worriedly at Nio Shui, who was being held in front of him by Doflamingo. Oh. Doflamingo squinted his eyes and said nothing. Baby 5, Sugar, and several other people beside him also squinted their eyes and said nothing. They finally heard that there was definitely someone behind this microcard, and they immediately will appear, and they are also very curious about what kind of person can teach such a powerful power as Weka. Outside the arena, at the entrance of the gate, Ron took Violet who was following him. Just as he was about to enter the arena, he saw a blind old man walking out of the arena door and blocking the two of them. You want to block me? Ron raised his eyebrows and looked at the blind old man in front of him. His face remained unchanged and his expression was indifferent, but his heart moved. He knew who the person in front of him was. This was the new Marine in the future. Admiral Fujitora. Chapter 304 Ron is coming. No, Fujitora shook his head silently. I am not your opponent, I just hope you can be merciful and don't commit too many crimes. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Ron waved his hand, then glanced at the other person. Why don't you give it a try? Your devil fruit ability is very strong. No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than Mr. Ron, Fujitora said, lighting the guide stick in his hand, and walked away along the street. Mr. Ron, he is. Violet was a little curious. She didn't know who Fujitora was, but this blind uncle often saw him in casinos. Doesn't this person have some secret identity? Nothing? Ron smiled and shook his head. The current Fujitora is not a Marine Admiral yet. He will have to wait until the Summit War is over before he will emerge in the world's military recruitment like the Green Bull. With his strong strength and belief, he will become a Marine Admiral. West Blue 50 Country Admiral. This guy can be regarded as self-aware and did not rely on the gravity fruit to confront him, otherwise, haha. Let's go into the arena. It's very lively inside now. Ron put his hands in his pockets and walked into the arena leisurely. Violet followed behind. Looking at Ron's self-confidence or indifference, she couldn't help feeling a little emotional. This man was worthy of being able to suppress the entire world government by himself, even if he faced so many high-end Don Quixote family members alone. He is still not afraid of his fighting power. He is indeed the world's greatest swordsman and the strongest man in the world. On the other side, just as Ron and Violet entered the arena, King Liku and King Goncho of the small human race Dantata also came over with a large army. Hurry up, it will be too late if you don't hurry up, King Riku shouted. I got the news that Doflamingo has obtained Princess Shirley Seven's microcard. Advertisement? What? Threatening Her Royal Highness the Princess. A small human race was shocked. The key is, Weka can actually force Doflamingo to do this. How is this possible? Yes, to be able to make Doflamingo do such a thing. Wei Ka her, when did she have such power and be able to do this? Bian was also shocked. Yes, when I saw Wei Ka before, I felt that she had a terrifying power, but I didn't think too much about it. I thought she had an opportunity outside and ate a devil fruit. Now it seems that she has a terrifying power. A devil fruit can't let her do this. Kaboo also thought about it. No matter what, Leo shouted sternly. Her Royal Highness the Princess and Weka are both in the arena now. We must successfully rescue them this time. Yes, we have joined King Riku's army. Under the command of King Riku, we will definitely defeat Doflamingo. A small human warrior shouted, waving a spear as long as a toothpick in his hand. Yes. Gon Chao also nodded. He was standing on the shoulders of King Liku. The small humans are not very good at combat command, BDCG, so in order to have a closer cooperative relationship with King Liku, let all the combatants of the small human race join King Ku's army, and King Liku will give unified command. Don't be anxious, don't mess up the formation. King Liku looked solemn, and he was accompanied by some soldiers who followed him. Although there were not many, they were warriors who truly obeyed him. He wanted to regain the glory he once had, and the people he was surrounded by. The throne that Doflamingo obtained through conspiracy will even let the people who spurn him and praise Doflamingo know who is the one who truly cares about this country. A group of people rushed in. Come with me, keep in touch with each team, target the arena, move forward. King Riku waved his long sword and took the lead to rush out. King Riku first checked the surrounding situation, and then he was convinced that there was no trap here. There is no trap. Come on, rush in with me. I will overthrow the brutal rule of the Don Quixote family. In the arena, after Ron brought Violet into the arena, Wei Ka in midair immediately changed his frown. His little face showed a look of surprise, shouted Ron, and then turned into a green light, falling on Ron's head. The situation inside the arena immediately caused them to pause one by one. This advertisement, for Her Royal Highness the Princess. Rescue the people. The little humans followed one by one, shouting slogans and rushing towards the arena. I think it's unlikely, Leo said. The microcard must have held back the enemy. Should we go in directly? After a while, we arrived at the entrance and exit of the arena. Crash. What's wrong? Weka blinked his eyes innocently. Ron twitched the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand to grab her from the top of his head, and said angrily, "Don't you know you were green when you fly? And you still landed on my head." Kill. His Majesty King Liku. Gon Chao suppressed the chattering crowd and looked directly at King Liku. Come on, huh? No one intercepted it? Kabu scratched his head curiously. Is there any conspiracy? Bian frowned. Advertisement chapter 305. Doflamingo is trembling in his heart. Forget it, don't talk about this. Ron was helpless. Should he follow the girl and explain what cuckoldry was? By the way, Captain Ron, look, that person over there is Doflamingo, and what he has tied to his hand is Princess Mancheli of our Dantata Kingdom. The main reason I came here this time is to rescue Her Highness the Princess and 5 people from the 100 tribes. Wei Ka remembered that he had to do business now, and quickly looked angrily at Doflamingo not far away, and looked worriedly at the unconscious Princess Mancheli who was tied up by Doflamingo. I saw it. Ron looked up at Doflamingo, his expression as calm as water. On the opposite side, Doflamingo, including other Don Quixote family combatants, all saw Ron's arrival. Ron. Everyone fell silent, and their expressions changed, a little ugly. Doflamingo didn't speak. His previously arrogant expression became silent at this moment, but his tightly clenched fists showed that his heart was not at peace. Surprisingly, behind that microcard, it's him, it's Ron. Baby 5 took a breath and glanced at Ron with some fear. After all, this is Ron. I believe there is no one in this whole world. No one dares to be arrogant in front of him. This guy is now the strongest in the world. Even Whitebeard at his peak could not do what Ron did before. This Ron is at a completely different level from the top experts in the world. Ron's strength is much higher than the other top experts. Ron. Little Sugar looked at Ron blankly, her little heart beating wildly. She was fearless of any enemy. However, if this enemy was Ron, it would be different. This man should he is the only person she, or the entire Don Quixote family, cannot afford to defend. No wonder that microcard is so powerful. Trebol whispered in a deep voice. It is impossible for a previously ordinary little human race to suddenly become so ridiculously strong. But if there is Ron's support, this kind of thing is really possible. After all, he has 30 devil fruits extorted from the world government. It's not just as simple as devil fruit. Spade Pika shook his head and said, you know, that little human just didn't use the power of devil fruit. What I'm wondering now is advertisement how she got the power to fly. You know, even the young master still relies on the power of the fruit to have the ability to fly. Yes. Cube Diamante, the flag bearer with the flag fruit, said coldly, she didn't use the power of the fruit just now. We can still tell this. So, young master, we are now what should we do? Using Manxili's threats won't work on this Ron, right? Ron is not a small human being. Even though he cares about the microcard, he may not necessarily do anything for the entire small human race. Moreover, will such a peerless strong man be threatened by others? To put it bluntly, a peak powerhouse like Ron would rather sacrifice one Manchuli than kill them all after they kill Manchuli. Yes, all of them, the Don Quixote family, have no doubt that Ron has the strength to kill them all. This is a terrifying existence that suppressed 90% of the high-end combat power of naval headquarters by one person, crushed the entire Mariajoy by one person, and killed more than 20,000 celestial dragons. Such a person, with just a few moves, can destroy the Don Quixote family, the Shichibukai power that is as powerful as a local emperor in Dressrosa. No one will doubt this. Ron. Doflamingo trembled in his heart. If he were asked to choose the person he least wanted to provoke in the whole world, then this person would not be 4 Emperors Whitebeard or the difficult Kaido of the beasts. It won't be the 3 admirals or celestial dragons. Rebecca. Violet's eyes lit up. She ran over quickly, looked at the unconscious Rebecca with concern, and asked with some worry. Mr. Ron, is she, Rebecca, right? Doflamingo, who was on the opposite side, frowned when he heard Ron's words. Before he could speak, he saw a large group of people rushing in at the entrance of the arena. This group of people included fully armed humans, and more of them were waving. Small human warrior with weapons. This is a terrifying existence that is billions of times crazier than him. This guy is simply lawless. Advertisement, young master. Beside them, everyone else looked over with complicated expressions, waiting for Doflamingo to give the order. After the leader King Riku came here, he paused for a moment, then saw Violet and Rebecca in her hands, and couldn't help shouting, Violet, my daughter, and Rebecca. Just now, we just had to deal with a microcard who might be a member of the Sword and Rose Pirates. We were already too weak and had to use Manchili to threaten us. But now Ron personally came forward and said, how else can they retaliate? Weka is a crew member on my ship. I came here this time just for her business. Ron walked to the arena, where a group of gladiators were unconscious. His eyes moved, and he ducked and came to where Rebecca was unconscious. Place, pick it up. Doflamingo paid no attention to them, but focused on Ron. At this time, Ron also raised his head and looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo couldn't help but tremble in his heart. For such a person, even he couldn't help but feel a sense of invincibility. The people here haven't spoken yet, but on the opposite side, Ron, who walked into the arena with Violet, spoke. As he spoke, he walked towards the arena. These guys knew that if they really attacked Ron, they would never win. They hoped that Doflamingo would be wiser and not let them die. But now, he needs to face this scary guy head-on. It's okay, I'm just unconscious. Ron shook his head to signal her not to worry, and then handed Rebecca into Violet's hands. Please give me flowers. Doflamingo, Her Royal Highness. Oh my god, Doflamingo, please put Her Royal Highness down quickly. Leo roared and yelled when he saw Manchili being tied up by Doflamingo's hands. 8 SP Chapter 306 Ron's Oppression. I want 3 of you. If you don't give them, I'll kill you. Father. Violet looked at King Riku, and then looked at Doflamingo opposite with some fear. You must know that the reason why she joined Doflamingo's command in the first place was to let him. Doflamingo spared King Riku and refused to kill him. In front of him, King Riku led the small humans to kill him. He was obviously preparing to fall out with Doflamingo. Violet glanced at the indifferent Ron from the corner of her eyes, feeling a little bitter in her heart. If Ron couldn't help her deal with the Don Quixote family today, she would not have an easy life in the future. She would probably be the first to be torn apart by the Don Quixote family. Shameless traitor. BABY5 looked at Violet hatefully. If Ron hadn't been in front of her, she would have turned into a cannon and shot that woman, blowing her whole body into pieces. Isn't this an obvious thing? Pika chuckled. At first, the young master thought that her fruit ability was good. She could see all the situations within a radius of 4,000 kilometers by staring at the fruit. This is a rare strategic fruit. 477. It's a pity that this woman is ungrateful. After so many years, she still wants to overthrow the rule of the young master. Sugar snorted and said, Dressrosa was a country ruled by the Don Quixote family more than 800 years ago. Now, it's just that he returned to the hands of the young master. King Liku still doesn't know how to be grateful. He let the Liku family rule for more than 800 years and enjoy the wealth and power for so many years. Now he doesn't want to let it go. It's only human nature to commemorate power, Pika said calmly. After being the king for so many years, he was suddenly kicked out. No one would be happy to let him go. Hearing the discussions among his men, Doflamingo felt irritated. He was in a difficult situation now, especially when Ron looked over. What should he do? Give up on the spot. Doflamingo, is shameless. Beat? Ahem. Although he is a Shichibukai, he is very powerful in terms of his own strength, devil fruit development speed, and the forces under his command, even in the New World. That is also the 5th largest force after the 4 emperors, but who is this person in front of me? This is Ron. Doflamingo sighed in his heart, this guy. His strength and power are simply not enough in front of him. After all, no matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than Naval Headquarters, right? No matter how strong it is, it can't be stronger than Maria Joyce's defense force, right? Ron. Advertisement. After thinking for a while, Doflamingo slowly spoke, and he no longer had the arrogance when talking to others, but spoke to Ron in a serious manner. Why did you get involved in this matter? Is it just because of that little human race? If that's the case, I'm willing to release Manchili and the 500 little human slaves. As a condition, you don't have to worry about Dressrosa anymore. How about that? It's very honorable. It should be said that this is a very big concession from Doflamingo. Not only Doflamingo's men looked at him in surprise, they also knew very well what kind of arrogant person their young master was. To put it bluntly, if they had the chance, their young master would dare to attack him. 4 emperors' territory, as long as there is really a chance. And now, Ron. A Ron in person. Just standing across from him, just putting his name here, and not taking action yet, just a simple sentence made Doflamingo bow his head. So his men were shocked, but after thinking about it carefully and considering Ron's reputation and strength, they felt that Doflamingo's move was very wise. Don't mess with this, Ron. Doflamingo's men were so shocked, let alone others? King Riku was shocked. He had just brought his army to Violet's side. He was relieved when he saw that Rebecca was just unconscious and her life was not in danger. At this time, he heard Doflamingo's words, which immediately shocked him. This boy is it Ron? Ron is such a famous person, how could King Riku not know about it? But now he was really seeing it with his own eyes. He couldn't help but look at Ron carefully. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that this young man was unfathomable, like an abyss with no bottom. Just standing in front of him made him feel. No one can think of anything against him. It's terrible. This boy is really terrible. King Liku was horrified. And on King Liku's shoulder, King Ganchao of the Lilliput Kingdom, who was holding a cane, also looked at Ron with wide eyes. This human boy was the legendary great figure, Ron. Ron's name has long been spread throughout the New World. As members of the New World, of course they have also learned about this man from various newspapers. This is a terrifying existence with extremely powerful power. It seems that Wika has something to do with this Ron. Ganchao looked at Wika standing on Ron's shoulder, and suddenly felt happy in his heart. This Wika, who hadn't seen each other for a while, actually hugged such a person. Thick thighs are really a blessing. Advertisement. The other little human warriors also had the same expression. Although they were simple-minded, they were not fools. Their eyes kept turning on Ron and Wika. They were all guessing in their minds, Wika. What is the relationship with this Ron? How's it going? Ron. Seeing that Ron didn't speak, Doflamingo couldn't help but ask. Well, that's not a bad suggestion. Ron rubbed his chin and nodded. Wow, ha ha ha, that's great. Wei Ka also laughed happily after hearing the news. Now Her Royal Highness and everyone are fine. Ron, you are so awesome. You managed to get rid of such a big trouble right away. You're too stupid. Ron rolled his eyes at her. Where can I find someone like you who rushes over to ask for someone so recklessly? Hey, I'm so stupid. I'm just a little too impatient. Wicca's voice became lower and lower as he spoke, and he also lowered his head, not daring to look into Ron's eyes. You have a powerful power, but you don't know how to use it. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can learn more from others, okay? Ron taught. Okay, I know. Wei Ka nodded in agreement. Ron turned to look at Doflamingo, who was still waiting for his answer. Ron looked at Doflamingo, mainly at the two people behind him. Hey, there should be another Monet, why isn't he there? It's not impossible for me to spare your lives. Ron said calmly. You should know that my pirate group is the Sword and Rose Pirates. I only accept beautiful girls on the ship, and you have 3 of them. As long as you let the girls I approve of join my pirate group, then there is no problem in sparing your lives. Why? Huh. Doflamingo frowned, but before he spoke, the fighting members of the Don Quixote family behind him were all surprised, especially Sugar and Baby. They clearly felt that something was wrong with the way Ron looked at them. This guy. Is he AS*X Demon 4.8? BABY5 twitched the corner of his mouth. He had long heard that Ron had come along this way and had a lot of beautiful girls on board. He didn't expect it, he never expected it. Now Ron has set the target on himself. The 3 people he mentioned. Who is the other one? Sugar asked curiously. She had a strange feeling in her heart, a strange joy. Being able to be seen by a person like Ron seemed to be a kind of sympathy, her greatest recognition. Jorah. BABY5 said uncertainly. How is that possible? Sugar rolled her eyes. It should be Monet. How could this guy want the fat woman Jorah? The third person must be Monet. Monet is so cute, although he is worse than me. Hey, would you like to have some face? BABY5 said helplessly. Besides, this guy wants us to join the Sword and Rose Pirates now. This means leaving the young master, and I don't want to. I also don't want to, Sugar said with twinkling eyes. Chapter 307. Powerful and Domineering. Brother Ming bows his head. Ron looked at Doflamingo calmly, waiting for the other party's answer. It's not that he doesn't want to take action directly. For him, killing Doflamingo is just a wave of his hand, but what happens after that? Even if BABY5, Sugar and Monet were dragged aboard by him, they would definitely not be happy in their hearts. Even people like Baby 5 and Monet who are loyal to Doflamingo might still resent him in their hearts. Instead of doing this, he might as well not pull people on board. But it would be a pity not to pull them over. Doflamingo's future ending will not be very good. Let these 3 girls suffer with him, it would be better to raise them by themselves. Therefore, he wants to take a roundabout way and trick a girl into joining Sword and Roses by making Doflamingo give up. In this case, even if the 3 girls are not happy in the future, it will not be too serious. I believe that time can dilute these things. At worst, if something happens to Doflamingo in the future, they can just ask them to help, and it can be regarded as settled. The kindness of master and servant. Ron, Doflamingo said in a low voice, don't you think your request is too much? How could he agree so easily when someone made such a request? It can be said that if the person opposite was not Ron, he would have slapped him away. It's a pity that the person opposite is Ron, the most powerful man in the world. Not to mention himself, no one is his opponent. Doflamingo panted violently, with veins popping up on his forehead, and glared at Ron. The 3 people Ron wanted were, needless to say, Sugar. Her ability was one of the abilities that Doflamingo valued the most. There is also the Snow Girl Monet. What she owns is Logia's devil fruit. You can imagine how precious it is. As for BABY5, this woman can be left to Ron. Doflamingo doesn't have any thoughts of relatives or friends in his mind. All his men are just his pawns. He will give up decisively when it is time to give up without leaving any trace. A truly heartless person. Is this request too much? I don't think so, Ron said calmly. Compared to your life, this request is not too much at all. Call. Advertisement. A terrifying coercion was suddenly released from Ron's body. This coercion was similar to Conqueror's Haki, but it was controlled well by Ron. It did not stun everyone present, but made everyone feel it, this terrible pressure. The center of this pressure is naturally Doflamingo. Crunch. Bang bang. Doflamingo endured this terrible Kamui pressure, his muscles tensed up, and he insisted on not falling to his knees. Under his feet, a large area of the ground was torn apart by the terrifying force. This power is so terrifying, it's different from Conqueror's Haki. This Ron is too strong. Even before we take action, we are all at a disadvantage. If we really take action, I'm afraid we won't be able to make a move at all. Gladius, Trebol and Pika all used their full strength to resist this terrifying pressure. What a terrifying power. Just the momentum alone makes the high-end combat power of the Don Quixote family unable to move. King Liku and Ganchao looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. What a powerful big man. Bian looked at Ron's heroic figure with shining eyes. He saw that Wei Ka could stand on Ron's shoulders. Obviously the 2 people had a close relationship. Did Wei Ka join Ron's sea? A gang of thieves? I don't know. What are the requirements for joining the Sword and Rose Pirates? I really want to join, Bian murmured to himself. This Ron is so awesome. Leo stared at Ron's back with wide eyes, feeling envious for a while. If he had such ability, he would have rescued Her Royal Highness and everyone long ago. Unfortunately, his the same fruit is not a powerful fighting fruit. Great, with Ron here, Her Royal Highness and everyone will be fine. Kaboo shouted in surprise. We can definitely rescue everyone today, great. Yeah, great. This Ron is really a good man, as great as Rolando, the legendary hero of our clan. Yes, we should respectfully call him Ron Lando. On the other side, Ron's mouth twitched. Who wants to call this ghost name, Ron Lando? It sounds so unpleasant, okay. Advertisement, crack. A loud bang sounded from where Doflamingo was, and everyone looked up. In a huge pit, Doflamingo's mouth was bloodshot and veins popped up on his face. He took a deep breath, squeezed his hands tightly, and said lowly in his throat. Ron. Very good, I remember you. This condition. I agree. Oh, young master, Baby 5 and Sugar were both stunned, looking at Doflamingo stupidly. Were they given up by the young master so easily? So easily? Sorry, you two just go and join the Sword and Rose Pirates. For my life, it should be okay for you to make a sacrifice, right? Doflamingo looked at the two of them indifferently. I have always supported you. You guys, it's time for you to pay for me. What, are you not willing? Or do you want to watch me be killed by Ron? No, young master. BABY5 looked at Doflamingo sadly with tears in her eyes. She shook her head and said, for young master, I am willing to die, since our leaving can save young master. Lord, I am willing. Oh, Sugar sighed. I really didn't expect, that I would end up provoking Ron. Well, as a condition for Ron to give up killing the young master, I am also willing to surrender to Ron. And Doflamingo looked at Ron and said indifferently, Monet, I will send her a message later and let her go directly to you. Are you satisfied now? I'm very satisfied. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Doflamingo is still very aware of current affairs. Even if he put forward such a condition, he didn't make him jump up and attack him. If he did, Ron wouldn't mind squeezing him to death. After all, this guy is still very smart and doesn't really do anything impulsive. Catch, Doflamingo's expression changed, and he tossed the Manchili in his hand with a flick of his hand. Ron reached out casually and picked up Changli. After feeling Mangsili's body, this little human princess seemed to be sick. No, it should be said that she used devil fruit too much, which affected her lifespan, and she fell into such weakness and coma. Does the healing fruit still have such defects? Or is it because it cannot be developed? Ron looked at the small and cute face of Manchili in his hand and thought to himself. This is also a new crew member, okay. Chapter 308. Pushing the envelope? Ron's indifference. That's great, Your Highness Princess. Leo shouted happily, and the other little humans around him also laughed happily. There are still our tribesmen. Kaboo shouted. Yes, there are still 500 tribesmen. Leo and other small humans shouted immediately. Of course there won't be any less. Doflamingo glanced at these little humans coldly. These guys were just his defeated generals, but now he was lucky enough to have embraced Ron. Otherwise, he could exterminate them at any time. Buffalo. Doflamingo turned to look at Buffalo and shouted. Go and bring those 500 little humans over. I understand, young master. Buffalo nodded silently, then sailed to the slave factory where the little humans were. After giving the order to Buffalo, Doflamingo reached for a phone bug from Trable and called Monet directly. Bulu Bulu. After a while, the call came through, young master. On the other end of the phone, Monet's surprised voice came. Young master, do you have any new orders? I have already been in contact with Gaisaw, and he has agreed to cooperate with you and help us research artificial devil fruit. Don't worry about these things for now. Come back first. Doflamingo said calmly. I have something very important for you to do here. Huh? Okay, I'll go back immediately. Monet was stunned for a moment, and then didn't think much about it. The young master needed her, so she didn't need to think too much, she just went back. How long will it take for you to come back? Doflamingo asked. Probably. I can go back to Dressrosa tomorrow. Monet thought for a moment and said, I'll leave now. Well. Doflamingo hung up the phone and looked at Ron. Now, are you satisfied? Advertisement, not bad. Ron nodded with a smile. I'm very satisfied. He deserves to be Doflamingo. Obviously, this is what I want to do this time. Doflamingo nodded. His current strength is no match for Ron. If he does not bow his head at this time, the tragic ending of death will be waiting for him. It is very necessary to give in now. This is Ron, who can suppress it alone. The existence of world government, if he wants to fight against him, he still needs time. After he grows up, he will come to Ron to settle the score then. It's okay to let Monet and the other three follow him now. When the time comes to kill Ron, these former subordinates will naturally come back. This is his decision. There was a smile on Ron's lips. His nearly 100 million level observation Haki had already seen through Doflamingo's inner thoughts and wanted to surpass himself. What a great idea is this. It is simply billions of times more difficult than becoming the so-called pirate king. Basically it is never possible, but at this moment, someone shouted, Violet. No, Mr. Ron, you can definitely kill Doflamingo. The Don Quixote family has seized the throne belonging to the Riku family. If you kill Doflamingo, your father can. Violet shouted anxiously. How she wished Ron could kill Doflamingo. As long as Doflamingo was killed, King Riku could continue to rule Dressrosa. This had been her wish for many years. Ron glanced at her. This woman seemed to be pushing herself too far. Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at Violet with some secret hatred. He knew that this woman had great hatred for him, but he didn't expect that she would stab him at this time. It was really hateful. This traitor is so hateful. Baby 5 looked at Violet hatefully. This stabbing. Sugar glanced at Violet, then looked at Ron. It depends on what Ron thinks. He has already promised the young master that the three of us will join the sword and the rose, in exchange for the young master's life. No one else spoke, but the people of the small human race didn't think too much. They were simple-minded. After hearing Violet's words, their eyes lit up quickly and they also shouted, "Yes, yes, Ron Lando, can you kill Doflamingo? As long as you kill him, our Dontata kingdom will be able to fulfill the wish of more than 800 years, the Don Quixote family can be destroyed." Advertisement. A group of small humans followed suit, but Gan Chao, as the king of the small humans, was not so brainless. Hearing this, his expression immediately changed and he shouted, "Don't make noises, don't make noises. This is Lord Ron's business. He has already helped us a lot. Rescuing Manchili and the tribe is already a great favor, why do you want so much more?" King Riku's expression also changed. He looked at Violet and shouted, "Violet, stop talking, don't make Lord Ron angry. It's a blessing to be able to rescue Rebecca from the arena, how can you ask for so much?" Violet looked stunned, and felt sad in her heart. She was just excited, and she saw that she could kill Doflamingo and completely destroy the Don Quixote family. In front of her eyes, Ron wanted to let Doflamingo go, so she shouted out in excitement. "I'm sorry, Lord Ron. I made a mistake." Violet came back to her senses and bowed to Ron to apologize. "Nothing." Ron waved his hand and said calmly, "Since I have promised Doflamingo, I will naturally not attack him. Just be careful in the future and don't do such mindless things." "I understand, thank you Sir Ron for your forgiveness." Violet breathed a sigh of relief. On the opposite side, Doflamingo and the fighting members of the Don Quixote family also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ron did not listen to Violet, the traitor, and did not go back on his word. Hoo. Lees. There was a whirring sound in the sky. It was the fruit-turning buffalo who came back with 500 small human slaves. "The tribesmen have been released. Ha, great. Everyone is back. Woohoo, that's great." When the little humans saw the little human slaves coming off the ship, they were all overjoyed and cried with joy. Gan Chao immediately took the little humans to receive the rescued little humans. After arranging everyone, he looked towards Ron with some worry. Manchili was still in Ron's hands. He was a little worried about Manchili. On Ron's side, he waved to Doflamingo. "Okay, you go ahead. Baby 5 and Sugar are left behind. Remember to call the cart to come quickly." "HMPH, let's go." Doflamingo turned around coldly and left with his family members. Chapter 309. New crew members join. After Doflamingo left, the arena was empty, but this was because there were few ordinary people, and there were quite a few little humans here, all chattering away. The little human slaves who were rescued by Ron all looked at Ron from a distance, with expressions of gratitude on their faces. "Is that Lord Ron?" "Yes, that is the legendary Lord Ron, the greatest swordsman in the world. He defeated the entire naval headquarters in Mariajoy by himself some time ago. It's really amazing. By the way, where is Her Highness the Princess?" A newly rescued little human hurriedly asked. "Has Her Highness the Princess been rescued?" Back then, during the arrest more than 8 years ago, Manchili could have escaped by herself, but she did not abandon them, but stayed. As a result, Doflamingo took advantage of her and they are now that we have gained our freedom, how can we forget Princess Manchili? "Don't worry," Leo immediately explained. "Her Royal Highness the Princess has also been rescued, but she seemed to have fainted. She is now in the hands of Master Ron. Don't worry, everyone." "Has Her Royal Highness the Princess been rescued?" "That's great." The little humans suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but then became nervous. "Her Royal Highness the Princess has passed out. Is 630 okay?" "I do not know." Here, the mini-humans were reminiscing about old times, and Microka also flew over to chat with everyone. A group of mini-humans surrounded her and kept asking her various questions. How is life over there with the sword and rose pirates? How strong Lord Ron is, and what is the scenery on the ocean like? King Liku and Gan Chao walked towards Ron's side. Advertisement, Sir Ron. Thank you for your generous action. At this time, King Liku did not have the arrogance of the former king at all. He saluted and thanked Ron very respectfully. As for what Violet said just now, please don't let Sir Ron go. In my heart, this girl has been acting impulsively since she was a child. Violet bit her lip lightly and glanced at Ron. Looking at his calm and indifferent expression, she didn't dare to speak and could only lower her head in silence. "It's okay." Ron looked at King Riku and Ganchao and smiled gently. "This is all a small matter. You should have no objection to me letting Doflamingo go, right? If Violet was just impulsive just now, these two are the kings of a country, so they should not be so stupid. They have no objections in their mouths, but I don't know what they're thinking in their hearts. BDCH. No, how could there be any objection? King Liku and Gan Chao waved their hands quickly. Gan Chao looked at Ron with a grateful face, and the elder Whitebeard was trembling. I haven't expressed my gratitude to Mr. Ron for being able to take that girl Wika into the pirate group. And this time, if Master Ron hadn't taken action, even if Wika is powerful now, he is still no match for Doflamingo. That girl Wika is causing trouble for you. Haha, that girl Wika is indeed a bit simple-minded, but that's because of her personality. She's quite a nice person and is well liked by everyone on the ship. Ron said with a smile. That's right. Wei Ka also told me before that there are several friends in the clan who also want to join Sword and Rose, and I have agreed to this matter. Your Majesty, what do you think? The devil said that Wei Ka, who was talking to the tribesmen over there, also heard what was said here. With her current strength, she could carefully distinguish the voices on half the island. When she heard Ron's words, she couldn't help but be satisfied. He looked confused and couldn't remember if he had really said this before. He scratched his head in confusion. Did I say such a thing? I agree, I am very happy. Gan Chao nodded quickly, as if he was afraid that Ron would regret it, and even asked, Mr. Ron, who are you asking for? I will definitely send them to you. Also, the one over there who is chatting happily with Wika is called Bian. She is one of them, too. Ron pointed at Bian, who was chatting happily with Wika not far away. This is a person with a bug fruit. The little human girl is different from the cuteness of Wika and Manchili. Bian's appearance is similar to Khalifa, a sexy and attractive mature type. If his daughter went to Ron's place, she might become that powerful, not to mention that she is seriously injured now, and there is nothing she can do even if she returns to the clan. Okay. Gan Chao stopped selling with some disappointment. Okay, I agree. Gan Chao nodded quickly, and then started to promote. Our little human race also has some powerful people, such as Leo and Kabu. Advertisement, haha. Even without observation Haki, Ron could still tell what Gan Chao was thinking about right now. He smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and tapped Manchuli on his left hand and said, Princess Manchuli is now she was seriously injured because her devil fruit is a healing fruit. When this fruit is used, it will consume the user's lifespan. If I am here, I have a way to completely eliminate such side effects. Her ability is also very powerful. Microcard I also hope that the princess will accompany me. King Liku looked at Violet and Rebecca in her hands. Seeing Gan Chao's actions just now, King Liku was obviously considering the situation on his side. It seemed that Ron could take him with him. Violet came here and first rescued Rebecca. Her daughter and niece are both beautiful girls. Obviously this talented person has the idea of letting the two girls join Sword and Roses. No need. Ron waved his hand quickly. He didn't want these two little humans. First of all, they were men, which eliminated the possibility of them joining Sword and Rose, let alone others. Mr. Ron. At this time, seeing the end of the conversation between Ron and Gan Chao, King Liku also quickly spoke. First of all, I am grateful for your previous kindness, and now, this opportunity has been presented to him. Although Microka is alone in the Sword and Rose Pirates, he can't resist the fact that Ron took in 3 of Doflamingo's men just now. So he wanted to ask and confirm. Well, Violet and Rebecca, Mr. Ron, do you think I can join your pirate group? One person can defeat almost all the gladiators in the arena. What a terrifying strength this is. Even Doflamingo, the Shichibukai who brutally rules Dressrosa, can only threaten Microcard by using Manchuri. It obviously proves that Doflamingo can't defeat Microcard. How could that girl with her idiotic mind outplay those 3 women? Oh, when Gan Chao heard this, his eyes suddenly widened with surprise. This is a great thing. Being able to have a relationship with this great being in front of him is something that many people can't even imagine. What a thing. Yes, absolutely yes. Gan Chao smiled and narrowed his eyes. He could see the power of Wika. How strong has the weak Wika become now? But he is not sure. But now there is a good opportunity. Send a few more people to join Sword and Rose and form a solid alliance with Wika. Then we can also fight against Doflamingo's 3 women. He was worried just now. What if the 3 women joined Sword and Rose, gained Ron's favor and then dealt with Wika? Chapter 310 Rebecca wakes up. Hearing King Riku's words, Ron hadn't spoken yet. Violet next to her quickly raised her head, with surprise and expectation in her eyes. She looked at Ron eagerly, fearing that Ron wouldn't want her. In fact, what she was afraid of was what she just said. The gaffe made her impression in Ron's mind worse. If Ron really didn't want her because of these words, then she would really give herself a big mouth. If she could have the power of Microcard, why would she have to worry about Doflamingo? In the expectant eyes of Violet and King Riku, Ron smiled slightly and nodded. I originally had this intention. If you and they don't object, you can definitely join Sword and Rose. No objection. King Liku nodded quickly when he heard this, his eyes full of joy. Yes, I am very willing to join Sword and Rose. Violet also nodded with joy on her face. As for Rebecca, I believe she will not object when she wakes up. If that's the case, let's get out of here first. Ron glanced at the unconscious Rebecca and thought of her father Cyrus. However, after looking around, he found that the toy that Cyrus had transformed into had been smashed into pieces by stones, and did not mention this matter again. If Cyrus hadn't died, he might have let Sugar restore him, but since he was dead, forget it. When Cyrus turned into a toy, Rebecca and others also lost control of Devil Fruit because of the Devil Fruit. And forgot the relevant memories of Cyrus. In this case, let's forget about it. Okay, Mr. Ron, please come with us and give us a chance to entertain you. King Liku and Gan Chao looked at each other and felt that they should seize this opportunity to leave a good impression on Ron and entertain him well. This is the big guy. Yeah. Ron nodded, then glanced at Sandwang and Baby5 and motioned for them to follow. Baby 5 was not very interested at the moment, but just lowered his head and followed beside Sandu, and followed Ron out of the ruined arena. The team leaving the arena was very large, mainly due to the large number of small humans. 500 small humans, plus the small humans who came to rescue, there were nearly 8,000 people in total. Although they were small, they were still dark with such a large number of people. A big piece of it. In addition to the human army brought by King Liku, there were about 100 people, and the group headed towards King Li's stronghold in Dressrosa. King Riku is not afraid that this stronghold will be discovered by the Don Quixote family. It is now used to entertain Ron. I believe that Doflamingo has no brains and dare not come to make trouble. Moreover, Violet and Rebecca will join Sword and Rose in the future. After becoming Ron's person, Doflamingo would definitely not dare to provoke him. Advertisement of course, King Riku did not dare to target Doflamingo too much, because 3 of Doflamingo's men also joined Ron's command. In the future, Dressrosa's situation should maintain the current calm. Ron temporarily stayed at the Dressrosa stronghold under the hospitality of King Riku. He was waiting for the arrival of the Snow Girl the next day. Although he could have flown over directly to bring people over, or asked Wika to forcefully bring people over, there was no way. That was necessary. He was not in a hurry, so he could just wait here. That afternoon, Ron had just had a sumptuous dinner hosted by King Riku when he felt Rebecca wake up. Rebecca is awake, go and take a look. Ron looked at Violet sitting next to him and ordered. Bring some food over, she must be hungry. Are you awake? I'll be right over. Although Violet didn't know why Ron was in the dining room but knew that Rebecca was awake in the bedroom, she didn't have the slightest doubt and went directly to the kitchen to get a piece of food. The bedroom where Rebecca rests. I'll go see that girl too. King Liku stood up and saluted Ron. Go. Ron waved his hand, and King Riku retreated. The two left, and there were only a few people left at the table. Hey, there are 3 people from my little human race joining Ron Sama's pirate group, one more than King Riku. When the time comes, together with Violet and Rebecca, we won't be afraid of those 3 people under Doflamingo. Hum. We have such a big advantage. In the future they have the strength of Weka. They can completely help our Dontata kingdom to overthrow the Don Quixote family, which is the long-cherished wish of our family for many years. Ron couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Does this old man want to cause chaos in his harem? And join forces to fight against Doflamingo's 3 men? It's okay. I was just stunned by the power of Weka, Ron said with a smile. Sir Ron, how is my daughter Mangsali's condition now? Gan Chao suddenly asked, with a little worry in his eyes. Advertisement, but this old guy's idea makes sense. Didn't you see that Sugar and Baby, who were eating at the table, were somewhat isolated? While several people were eating, after a while, a sound of footsteps came over. Ron's expression did not change. He knew that Violet, Rebecca and King Liku were coming over. Yeah. Ron glanced at Gan Chao, and he could see through the old man's psychological activities. Don't worry, there are top doctors on my ship, she will wake up soon. Ron said calmly. He had already opened a space door before and sent Manchili to the village in Zailuobu village. By Kaya's side, Makino happened to be a guest at Kaya's home at this time. With the 2 of them there, Mangsali's illness was really just a minor problem. Oh, thank you Mr. Ron for taking the trouble. Gan Chao was completely relieved when he heard this. Then he stood on the table, holding a small fork and touching the food on the plate in front of him that was bigger than him. Sir Ron, eat something. These are the delicious foods collected by King Riku. Most of the small humans were brought back to Greenbit by Gancho, who ordered Leo and Cabo. Only a few people requested by Ron stayed. Of course, Cubiao himself also stayed to accompany Ron. That's good. Gan Chao nodded, then looked at Bian who was talking to Wika. Girl Bian, I'm very happy to hear that I can join Master Ron's pirate group. Please give me flowers. The 2 girls seemed to have noticed that others were not welcoming them, so they just ate calmly and silently without saying a word. There are quite a few people joining Sword and Rose today. Including the snow girl Monet, there are 8 people in total. He plans to let them get to know the other girls thoroughly on the ship before considering whether to add more points to them. He will give these new ones as soon as they meet. The crew was added a little too quickly, not good. If Ron had taken action directly, he could have even instantly raised Manchili to god level, but he didn't do that. At this moment, Gan Chao looked at Ron with a smile. Sir Ron, is Miss Rebecca okay? Chapter 311 The Wrath of the Snow Girl. Rebecca, please thank Ron for your help. Violet pulled Rebecca to Ron and said. Thank you, Lord Ron, for the rescue. At this moment, Rebecca had put on a dress, no longer the one she wore in the arena. As a slave there, she could not wear formal clothes, she could only wear that kind of dress. Wearing clothes that cover little is the rule of the arena. Now that she was out of the arena, she could dress freely. Rebecca looked at Ron curiously. Even in the arena, she had heard of Ron's name. He was one of the top bosses in the world. Originally, she had curious as to why Doflamingo provoked this big boss. After listening to her Aunt Violet's explanation, she knew that it was because of the little humans. You're welcome, it's just a little effort. Ron looked at Rebecca. At this moment, Rebecca had already taken off her helmet. Her soft pink hair was tied into 2 ponytails behind her head. Her expression was innocent and cute, and she was watching curiously. For you, saying, 8, 2, 3, is just a piece of cake, King Liku said solemnly. For us, it is a life-saving grace. Yes, Violet said with a smile. Sir Ron, I will ask you to take more care of me in the future. Rebecca, have you agreed to join my pirate group? Ron nodded with a smile, then looked at Rebecca and asked. Rebecca hesitated for a moment, but when she saw King Liku and Violet winking at her desperately, Rebecca pursed her lips, nodded and said, I agree. That's great. Ron smiled, ordered the food on the table and said, let's sit down and have something to eat. Good. King Riku quickly asked Violet and Rebecca to sit down and eat. On the other side, Gon Chao was eating with a smile. Weka and Bian just looked at Rebecca curiously, and then concentrated on eating and chatting. Baby 5 and Sugar looked at each other secretly, and both saw a hint of caution in each other's eyes. There are quite a few people joining the Liku clan and the small human clan. There are 5 of them in total. The 2 of us are no match for each other. We should keep a low profile for now and wait for Monet to come over, Baby 5 pondered, although she agreed to join Ron's family. She is under his command, but she still doesn't have any sense of belonging in her heart. After all, the time is too short. She and Sugar still stick together on their own, fearing that they will be bullied in Sword and Roses. After Monet comes, the 3 of us will not be afraid even if someone bullies us, Sugar secretly thought. Sir Ron. Gon Chao looked at the few people on the table who were silent, then found a topic and said, do you have any idea about the trial of the Whitebeard Industrial Captain by Marin Belt in half a month? After hearing Gon Chao's words, everyone else at the table looked up at Ron. Even Baby 5 and Sugar were looking at Ron, wanting to hear Ron's opinion. Advertisement. There is no way. Ron's status and influence in the world are too huge now. His every word and deed affects the situation of the entire world, which is determined based on his strength. Marineford's trial of the century? Ron casually drank the juice in his hand and said calmly, I don't want to worry about these things for the time being. I just want to live my life well. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't be idle to care about other things. Mr. Ron is indeed a righteous man, King Liku praised sternly. Yes, great justice. Gon Chao quickly followed. Usually the people below are flattering them, but today it was finally their turn to flatter others. Violet, Rebecca, as well as Weka and Bian all looked at the 2 kings strangely, as if they had never seen them look like this before. Ron just smiled indifferently and didn't say much. They just finished the meal simply, and then they went to rest. The room that King Liku arranged for Ron was very good, and all facilities were complete. In fact, Ron doesn't care about this. There is really no place to sleep. He can still open the space door and return to the Ark, or return to Nine Snakes Island, where the Empress is waiting for him. Ron still misses the Empress' gentle hometown very much. After spending the night, the next day was close to noon. A woman with green hair returns to Dressrosa. Young master asked me to come back. Why? Monet was a little curious, wondering why Doflamingo suddenly asked her to come back. You asked me to come to this place, why isn't it the King's Heights? Monet walked to the stronghold where King Liku was, feeling a little strange. Here we come. Inside the room, Ron suddenly raised his head, glanced in the direction outside the room, stood up slowly and said, Get ready, we are going back. Are you going back? Wicca shouted happily. Okay, Bian, let's go. Let me tell you, the people on the ship are so nice, and the food made by Makino is delicious. Advertisement in Kaya. Really? Bian looked at Weka curiously, feeling envious in her heart, but she became a little excited when she thought that she would be able to taste the delicious food made by Makino in Weka's mouth later. Are you leaving? Baby 5 and Sugar looked at each other, stood up one after another, and looked at Violet and Rebecca, who were also standing opposite, with expressions on their faces. At the door, Monet looked at the mansion strangely. Doflamingo did not tell her the details directly because he knew Monet's character. If he told her directly, Monet's character would definitely not be so obedient, so I didn't go into details and just asked Monet to come by himself. As long as Monet comes to Ron, he believes that with Ron's ability, it will be done. After Ron saw Monet coming over with an innocent look, he probably guessed what Doflamingo was thinking. This was putting the problem on his side, but it didn't matter. With his ability, he couldn't handle a woman. A child? Ron went out with 6 girls. Monet stopped and was about to knock on the door. He looked at Ron and the girls behind him in surprise. Violet and Rebecca? Of course she knows Violet, who transforms into Violet, and is a member of Treble's killer army. Rebecca is a slave sword fighter in Doflamingo's arena, and she has also seen it, and Ron. You are Ron. Monet stared at Ron with wide eyes. She never expected that she would see this existence here. Monet. Ron looked at the snow girl Monet calmly and said, Doflamingo has handed you over to me. From now on, you can join my pirate group. What? Monet was shocked, then shook his head and smiled. Impossible, it is impossible for the young master to make such a decision. She suddenly paused and was speechless because she saw 2 more people walking out behind Ron. Monet, it's true, Baby 5 said with a gloomy face and a low voice. The young master has given up on the three of us in order to prevent Ron from killing him, including me and Sugar, including you. No, it's not possible in 5.1, it's absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Monet stared at Baby 5 and Sugar, who were both under the young master. These two girls actually appeared behind Ron. What did this mean? Monet was furious. She took a deep breath, and then glared at Ron. There is no way I can leave the young master. I have to go to the young master myself to confirm this matter. Oh. Ron looked at her calmly. He admired Monet's loyalty very much, but he did not agree that Doflamingo was not worthy of her loyalty. You guy, you dared to force the young master, go to hell. The snow girl Monet roared, and swung her hands towards Ron, Blizzard. The current Monet has not been transformed into a Birdman form by Luo as in the original plot. Now she just looks like an ordinary girl, but she has snow fruit in her body. As a Logia fruit ability user, her attack power is quite high. Well, this is for others, but for Ron, it is not worth mentioning. Chapter 312 The Stubborn Snow Girl, King's Heights. Such an attack. Ron reached out and pointed out casually, and a force of power rolled towards Monet. Boom kaka. In the astonished eyes of everyone, and in the eyes of Monet in disbelief, the wind and snow in the sky suddenly stopped, and the weather returned to what it was before. The sweeping wind and the flying snowflakes seemed to have never appeared. Okay, what a powerful force, Baby 5 whispered. It's terrible. I just pointed it out casually. You must know that Monet has snow fruit, which is Logia's devil fruit. Sugar was also amazed. In some ways, Monet she is stronger than Sugar. Of course, in some aspects, Sugar's ability is also very terrifying. Cyrus can be turned into a toy by her, but Monet cannot defeat Cyrus. As a player in the arena, the undefeated god of war, Cyrus has defeated countless strong men without ever losing. And after turning into a toy, his strength is so high that even some ordinary soldiers can chase him and fight him. 13 In the previous Weka fight in the arena, the toy transformed by Cyrus was tragically smashed into pieces by a stone. She's really strong. Violet looked at Ron's back with glaring eyes. Is this the strength of the strongest person in the world? Rebecca murmured to herself and looked at Ron. Look, Bian. Weka and Bian stood behind and said with a smile, Captain Ron is 100 times stronger than me. Bian couldn't help but nodded, watching Ron and Yuki Ona's battle with excitement on his face. Seeing Ron easily break Yuki Ona's attack, he blushed even more excitedly. You. Monet was speechless. She never expected that her ultimate move would be so easily broken by Ron. Didn't Brother Doflaming make it clear to you? Ron waved his hand and said, in that case, let's go to him and I'll let him tell you personally. Okay. Monet took a deep breath and said seriously, I don't believe that the young master will make such a decision anyway. Then let's go. Ron waved his hand, summoned a space door and led everyone in directly. Monet looked at the space door, hesitated for a moment, and finally followed it in, because through the space door, she saw the scenery on the other side of the door. That scenery was where the King's Heights was, and it was Doflamingo's, the location of the royal palace. Advertisement, who? As soon as everyone walked out, they were discovered by a group of guards. The guards shouted and rushed over with weapons in hand. Haki. Ron just glanced at these guys casually. Haki gently released and retracted, and all the guards fell to the ground. This is Conqueror's Haki. Baby 5 and Sugar looked at each other, feeling a little shocked in their hearts. Conqueror's Haki. This is a Haki that only one person in a million can own. Damn it, you did this in the young master's palace. Monet glared at Ron. Ron, you don't need to take action on these people, just leave it to me. The microcard flew to Ron's ear, grabbed his earlobe and said, you are too overqualified to take action against these little guys. Okay. Ron turned around and tapped Wei Ka's little head with his finger. I'll let you deal with it when we meet again later. Yeah. Weka nodded happily. Bian looked at Weka and Ron with envy, being able to stand on the shoulders of Ron, the strongest man in the world. Weka was really amazing. For Baby 5 and 3 other people, coming to King's Heights is as simple as going home. The surrounding scenery is too familiar. For Violet and Rebecca, this place is equally familiar because it used to be their home. The place where they stayed when they were children was once the royal palace of the Liku royal family, and the two of them looked a little unhappy. But this time Violet will not say anything arbitrarily, she will just follow Ron's instructions. Who dares to break into the palace? Advertisement. After just a few steps, another guard spotted the group of people. This time, Ron didn't need to do anything. The microcard turned into a stream of green light and flashed several times. The guards all fell to the ground and passed out. After arriving at the palace hall, Doflamingo obviously knew about the arrival of Ron and his party, and he waited at the gate with his men with a gloomy expression. Doflamingo watched Ron and his entourage arrive, looking at Ron gloomily. Tell Monet something. She doesn't believe that you have transferred her to me. Ron waved his hand and said directly without talking nonsense to Doflamingo. Young master. Snowgirl looked at Doflamingo excitedly. Young master, you won't hand me over to Ron, right? You won't, right? Monet. Doflamingo looked at Monet and said solemnly. The purpose of calling you back is to let you join the Sword and Rose Pirates. From now on, you will be Ron's crew. Starting from today, you and I have no relationship anymore, and the relationship between master and servant is decided from now on. Just follow him. No. Monet became stunned, and then suddenly shouted, I don't believe it, this is not true. It's true. Doflamingo smiled coldly. For the sake of my life, if you don't go with Ron, he will kill me. Do you want to watch me die? You should know that how strong is his strength. If he really takes action, no one in Dressrosa, no, the entire world, can be his opponent. Do you think I should agree to his request? His request is that the three of you join Sword and Rose. Pirates. In exchange for my life, it turns out that's how it is. Monet murmured to himself, tears flowing from his eyes. Everyone was silent, Ron looked calm, and Doflamingo had a sneer on his lips. After a while, Monet suddenly raised her head. She turned her head and glanced at Baby 5 and Sugar. She saw that the two girls had gloomy expressions. She finally knew why they were following Ron. These two were also core members of the Don Quixote family. So to betray Doflamingo easily was unthinkable in her previous thoughts, but now, she knows it. She knew that this was what the two of them did to protect Doflamingo, and they had to do this, and Doflamingo also gave them up because he wanted to protect himself. In that case, young master, I am willing to join Sword and Rose. Monet wiped his tears and his mood began to stabilize. Monet has taken care of young master for many years, so he should also pay for young master, in order to preserve his life. Monet is willing to sacrifice his life for the young master, let alone just join a pirate group. It's good that you know, Doflamingo snorted, turned around and walked towards the palace. Monet bit his lip lightly and said nothing. He turned around and walked behind Ron, standing next to Baby 5 and Sugar. Let's go back. Ron said nothing else and directly waved his hand to summon the space gate, which was the space gate leading to Nine Snakes Island. Advertisement Chapter 313 Return to Nine Snakes Island. Amazon Lily, Nine Snakes Island, the Queen's Palace. A space door appeared. The Empress, Robin, Miss Valentine, Miss Golden Week and others were drinking tea in the garden. When several people saw the space door, their expressions immediately changed, knowing that Ron was coming back. This guy finally knows he's back. The Empress rolled her beautiful eyes and hummed. I thought he had forgotten about us after seeing so many beauties in Dressrosa. Haha. Robin smiled and said nothing. On the contrary, Miss Valentine was very angry and completely stood on the side of the Empress. Yeah, that damn guy didn't even take me with him when he was going there, humph, Miss Valentine snorted. Idiot. Miss Golden Week glanced at her and said two words calmly. Ah, damn Golden Week. Miss Valentine glared at Golden Week who was drinking tea calmly. Do you want to taste the feeling of laughter? Golden Week looked at Valentine calmly. Or, let's change this time and try crying? You're so arrogant, Valentine glared at Golden Week. You didn't come here like this. Humph. Golden Week ignored her. Valentine hurriedly hid aside and hid beside Robin. She knew that Robin was very good at dealing with these children. Whether it was Golden Week, Abyss or Hysa were very good to Sister Ronan. Seeing this, Robin smiled leisurely. These two guys were still so energetic and had fun every day, but they missed Abyss and Aisha a little. The two of them went home to play, and Abyss returned to Battleship Island. Aisha and Lackey returned to Sky Island and are currently living happily with their families. Swish. Several people walked out of the space door. Advertisement. Hello everyone. Wika looked at the Empress and Robin with a smile, waved hello, and then asked curiously. Hey, where are the others? Why are there only a few of you? Them. Valentine looked at the extra girl behind Ron, and immediately knew that this should be his future partner. This time Ron went to Dressrosa, and suddenly there were so many more people, this guy. They have all gone home. However, although we are idle now, as long as Captain Ron gives the order, everyone will gather, Valentine said with a shrug. That's right. Wei Ka suddenly nodded. Irene also said when she left that as long as Captain Ron needs him, he will come back immediately. Oh, I don't know if Irene's affairs have been settled. Where is she? Elbaf seems to have encountered something. I heard that Big Mom, one of the four emperors, is going to attack Elbaf. I don't know what happened, don't worry. Ron smiled calmly. As long as Irene is here, there won't be any problems. If you are worried, just contact Aisha and ask Irene. Yeah, that's right, Weka said with a smile. Aisha's spiritual network is very powerful. No matter how far away we are, we can connect with everyone. It's really convenient. Ron, you go with us first, Sister Hancock and Sister Robin. Let's catch up on old times, and I'll contact Aisha and Irene. Yeah. Looking at Weka who pulled Bian away impatiently, Ron smiled slightly, ignored her, and walked towards the Empress who had already stood up. Are you okay? Ron looked at the Empress's abdomen and said pointedly. Of course it's okay. The Empress rolled her eyes and said, don't worry, it will take a long time for this child to make a sound. You should pay more attention to Robin and the others. I heard that Sister Nami and the others are a little jealous. Ahem. Robin coughed with his face turning red after hearing this. Oh, Ron looked at Robin with a smile. Does Robin also want to have one? But, the pregnancy period is 3,000 years? Well, where are the others? Ron looked around and said, I remember, only Kayamakino, Nami Nokagao, Cornish Lackey, Aisha, and Abyss went home, right? Khalifa and the others where? He should still be on Nine Snake Island, right? The other girls don't know, but Robin probably had some ideas after seeing the Empress being pregnant. Yeah. There was a smile on Ron's lips, how could he not hear it? Advertisement: they have no home to visit. Both of them are older girls, much older than Kaya and her teenage girls, so it is normal to have these thoughts in their minds. After some introductions, Rebecca and others got to know each other. Although they were not familiar with each other yet, they also knew the identity of the other party. What is the identity of the Empress? By the way, how old is Robin now? Khalifa and Valentine, Golden Week, basically have nowhere to go, so it's impossible to go back to world government to visit their family, right? If you'd like, I have nothing to say. Robin glanced at Ron and whispered. No, just know where they went. Ron shook his head, and then took the girls behind him to introduce them to the Empress. Let me introduce to you, this is Rebecca, the long-awaited Khalifa. The Empress smiled gracefully. Her charm now was even more alluring than before. She stood beside Ron, hugged his arm and said, Khalifa and I went to play on the street. And Tashigi and Vivi went to Alabasta to play, but if you want them to come back, just say a word. Hee hee. The Empress chuckled and covered her mouth. Ron, you heard it, Robin wants it too. One of the former Shichibukai, the identity of the pirate Empress and the most beautiful woman in the human world, who doesn't know it yet? Of course, there is no rush for these things now, just now. She should be 29 years old. Like the Empress, she is the oldest among the girls, but it doesn't matter. They're gods now and have long lifespans. Their age is nothing. To Ron, their current age is inconvenient. They appear more attractive and beautiful. Moreover, the pregnancy period of the gods is too long, 3,000 years. Even if she is pregnant now, she will not be born until 3,000 years later. It is normal for Robin to have some thoughts in her heart when she sees that the Empress is pregnant. Robin and others have already become Ron's people during the period of time they came to Nine Snakes Island, but they are not confirmed to be pregnant yet. Currently, among all the girls, only the Empress is confirmed to be pregnant. The others, even Kaya, who was the first to become Ron's woman, was not pregnant. But Ron touched his chin and asked for jewelry. If jewelry could help, maybe the child could be born in advance. Advertisement chapter 314. Manchili is hurt. All the girls are familiar. Ron, Captain Ron. While Ron was holding the Empress's hand in Robin's hand, leading several girls from Dressrosa to talk to everyone, Wika hurried over with Bian in hand and asked, Ron, is your highness the princess now? How's it going? I just contacted Kaya, and what she said there was a little vague, which made me a little anxious. Manchili? Ron looked up and saw Weka's anxious expression. Manchili, a little human princess, possesses the ability of the healing fruit. She fell into a coma due to excessive use of her ability. After saving her from Doflamingo, Ron sent her to Kaya for treatment. I don't know what's going on now. Haha, don't worry, I'll ask. Ron waved his hand to signal Wika not to be impatient. Aisha. Ron called Aisha directly. Now Aisha is just like Daxia Mobile and Daxia Unicom. It is a signal transfer station for everyone. Through Aisha, you can connect and call anyone in the world. Brother Ron, I'm here. Elsa misses you so much. Elsa's voice reached Ron's mind, and her voice was full of joy. It was obvious that she was very happy to be able to talk to Ron. I miss you too. Ron smiled and said, please contact Kaya for me. Are you going to ask about Manchuli? Aisha also guessed it. Just now Weka contacted Kaya through her and asked about Manchuli's situation. Now Ron is also contacting her, and it must be because of Manchuli. Ron is not that kind of unreasonable robber. He is a reasonable and good old man, eh? At least that's what he thinks. As for what world government and marine think, that's someone else's business. Wika, did you hear that? Ron turned to look at Wika, making her feel a little embarrassed. But as for Luo, he has no grudge against Ron, and it's not easy to rashly snatch the op fruit. It doesn't matter if he lacks this fruit. Well, I don't know how Manchuli is doing. Ron nodded, thinking that if Manchuli's injury couldn't be treated, he could just give her more. Advertisement, Kaya. I miss you too. I will go to Zailuobu village to find you later, Ron said. That little human princess, don't worry, brother Ron. Although she is still in a coma, Sister Makino and I have treated her. There is no big problem anymore. She will wake up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at most. Kaya said. Wika asked me just now, but she is still a little too impatient. How can she wake up so easily? Brother Ron takes action, That's good, Ron said, and then glanced at the three babies 5. Although these 3 girls were here, they were not very interested. Ron didn't force them. He would wait until they got familiar with each other. Okay, I'll wait for you, brother Ron, Kaya said happily. She was obviously very happy that Ron was coming to her house as a guest, and she was immediately ready to notify her parents to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Brother Ron, I miss you so much, Kaya's voice came, full of surprise and love. I know, Captain Ron, I, too, am just worried about Her Highness the Princess. Wei Ka is really innocent and cute, and has not changed his mind because he has become a god or has become stronger. He is still the same as before. I am very concerned about the little humans, and the tribesmen and princesses who were captured by Doflamingo. Before, I wanted to go back and save the tribesmen as soon as I got the strength. Now I am worried about Manxili's injury, this girl very Akaji innocent. Okay. Ron also agreed with Kaya's BDCH statement. With Kaya's medical skills and Makino's active fruit ability, there are basically no diseases and injuries that cannot be cured. After Manchili regains consciousness in the future, he will cooperate the healing fruit of Manchuri. There is no one in this world that they cannot save. If they can get Trafalgar Law's op fruit, they will basically become an immortal medical team. Don't worry, Manchili is fine. If you are worried, go to Kaya's house and see her now, Ron said, waving his hand to summon a space door. This girl is so impatient. The Empress covered her mouth and laughed. She's also confused because she cares, Robin also chuckled. Don't worry, Brother Ron, with Kaya taking action, are you still worried that something will happen to Manchili? Sister Kaya is now the best doctor in the world? Aisha said with a smile. Okay, Bian, let's go and see Her Royal Highness the Princess. Wei Ka immediately showed a happy expression, nodded towards Ron, the Empress and others, and then pulled Bian and flew into the space door, among. Let's not talk about anything else. How is Manchili doing at your place? Ron asked. Weka and Bian were worried beside him. Hybe has contacted Kaya. Chapter 315. The girls got what they wanted. In the following time, Ron stayed on Nine Snake Island. At night, the Empress brought Robin to her with an incomprehensible smile. Needless to say what happened that night, Ron also found signs of life sprouting in Robin's abdomen the next day. Robin is pregnant too. Ever since, in the next few days, the girls who returned one after another were naturally attracted by Ron. Even Abis and Aisha are no exception. With jewelry around, they grow up at night and return to normal little girls during the day. On this day, Kaya finally returned with Makino, along with Wikabian and, of course, Princess Manchili who had woken up. Your Highness Princess, this is Captain Ron. Weka and Bian each held Manchili's hand and pointed at Ron in her ear. It was Captain Ron who saved you. Captain Ron, thank you so much. Manchili looked at Ron gratefully and saluted Ron with her little skirt in hand. Thank you for saving 500 of my tribe. Brother Ron. Manchili finally woke up. Before Ron could speak, Aisha and Abis standing next to him laughed. But Manchili is really beautiful. No need to be polite. Ron first waved his hand towards Manchili, then glared at the two girls. What you said, aren't Weka and Bian beautiful? As soon as they heard this, Weka and Bian pouted and stared at the two girls. Oh, that's not what I meant. The two girls waved their hands quickly and explained while walking to Weka and Bian. Seeing that the two people were still pouting, they couldn't help but said to Manchue. Look, Lee, they will get angry just after the two of us praise you. Haha. Manchili covered her mouth and smiled, looked at Weka and Bian, and said softly. Why are you two angry with the children? Okay. Weka scratched his head, then said with a smile. I'm not angry anymore. Neither do I, Bian said with a smile on his hips. Advertisement, that's great. Abis and Aisha also laughed. Manchili, let's play together, Abis said with a smile. Aisha and I just bought a lot of food, and there are many fun things. Okay. Microcarbian will come too. Manchili's eyes lit up. Seeing Manchili and several other little human girls leaving behind Abis and Aisha, Ron smiled slightly and ignored them. Brother Ron. Kaya came to Ron with a look on her face. Looking at Ron. I heard. Even Sister Robin wants. Humph, others wanted too. Okay, today. Ron glanced at her with a smile on his face and immediately asked Kaya, face. Sister Makino. You have to help me. Kaya quickly grabbed Makino who was about to leave. Why are you dragging me into the water? Makino is helpless. This is called sharing blessings and sufferings together, Kaya said, holding Makino's hand. Half a month later, all the girls who had been on the boat were with Ron. After contacting them, Ron also succeeded in getting them. As for Monet and the other girls, they are still in the process of familiarity and integration. They don't have a complete sense of belonging in their hearts, and they still need time to get used to it. Even with extra points, Ron hasn't added them to them yet. For now, it hasn't happened with Ron yet. Of the girls, there were only 3 of them, Monet, Violet and Rebecca. Well, Manexari and Bian were secretly pulled by Wika to Ron and brought them to his mouth. Ron was naturally. Got it. Brother Ron, do you mean to let us all stay on Nine Snakes Island? Kaya asked, leaning against Ron's side gently. Advertisement, yes, you can stay here for now, or you can go back to your home, Ron said calmly. There are still a few days of Marineford's trial, and I plan to help Robin and Nami complete something first. Please give me flowers. Hearing this, Nami, who had returned next to her, widened her eyes. Robin on the side also stopped drinking tea and looked up at Ron. What do you mean? Is it a matter of traveling through time and space? Nami asked, staring closely at Ron. Not bad. Ron nodded. The other girls looked at each other in admiration. They had heard of this thing before, but they had always thought that such a thing was too sensational, too unbelievable, and thought it was impossible, so they didn't take it to heart. I didn't expect that Ron would actually do this now. Brother Ron, can you really travel through time and space? Kaya asked, blinking. Of course. Ron nodded. With his current strength, traveling through time and space is not too difficult. Of course, after all, it is a big event in time and space, and there is still some danger, but these dangers are all there. It's within Ron's control. That's great, Nami said excitedly. Ron, you must, help me get Belmir. Yes, Ron, Nokagao also became excited. Please Ron, please help us save Belmir. Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it, Ron smiled and nodded. Then, Ron glanced at Robin again, and seeing the faint excitement in Robin's eyes, Ron nodded to her. Across time and space. To save the dead, Rebecca murmured to herself. She suddenly stood up and came to Ron's side. Captain Ron, I think, I want to ask you to help too. Your mother? Ron said bluntly. Don't worry, I will save your mother before she dies. Thank you, really thank you. Rebecca thanked Ron excitedly, and Violet on the other side also looked at Ron happily. Chapter 316 Traveling Through Time and Space, Return to the Past. Not everyone wants to resurrect their loved ones. Relatives who died normally do not need to be resurrected, and the girls are willing to let those relatives rest in peace. Only Robin and Nami, their mothers died abnormally, were killed by others, or were killed at a young age. Only those who were killed need Ron to resurrect or save them. Basically, right now, there are only 3 people who need Ron's help: Robin's mother Orovia, Nami and Nokigao's mother Belmir, and Rebecca's mother Scarlet. When are you leaving? Nami asked nervously. Can you take me with you? No. Ron shook his head. It's very difficult to travel through time and space. It's fine for me alone. But if I take someone there, 263 will be a bit dangerous. Okay, forget it. Nami was obviously unwilling to let Ron take the risk. Hearing this, he immediately shook his head. He still hoped that Ron could save Belmir, but he couldn't put him in danger. Ron. The Empress walked to Ron's side, hugged him gently and said, Marineford's matter only lasts a few days. Will you come back in time? It should be in time, right? Ron couldn't guarantee that he was sure. He thought for a while and said, if I don't come back in time, you can go alone. Okay. The Empress nodded, and then said with a smile, what do you think of this trial? What do you want us to do if you can't make it? This. Ron thought for a moment and said with a smile, prevent Marine from killing Whitebeard and help Whitebeard save Ace. With Mancheli and Kayamakino here, Whitebeard's injuries can be fully recovered. By then, there is no need to take action directly, just watch the battle from the side. No problem. The Empress, Robin and Nami looked at each other and they all nodded. The 3 of them are currently in leadership positions among the girls. Nami is a navigator, and Robin knows more. The Empress has a strong ability to handle things. After all, she is when Ron, the Emperor of a country, was away. Basically all matters were handled through consultation between the 3 of them. I should be able to come back before the trial. Ron stood up, hung the Yuming lying on his side on his waist, and said softly, let's go now, you guys wait for my good news. Advertisement, well, be careful, Nami warned. If you can't do it, don't force it. Don't worry, Ron smiled, waved his hand towards the girls, and flew into the air with a flash of his body. Travel through time and space. The girls raised their heads and watched Ron leave, and the last person among the girls was I.M., who murmured to herself, thrown through time and space. What if he traveled to more than 800 years ago and met that supreme and great being? Who would be stronger among them? That great being should be stronger. Even if Ron is so powerful, I.M. still feels that the most powerful person in ancient times is stronger. It is conceivable that existence has left a mark in I.M.'s mind. What a shocking impression. In the sky, Ron glanced at the 9 Snakes Island below. He was relatively reassured about the safety of the girls. There was no one in this world that could threaten their existence. He felt relieved to leave, and the time he left was also short. Not too long, we'll be back soon. Looking back, Ron looked at his data panel and saw the skill that was the fusion of the 2 awakening skills of the Gate Fruit and the Stillness Fruit. Time and space control. This skill has been enhanced by him to level 200 million, so he has great confidence that he can travel through time and space. Let's start. Ron's eyes flickered and he whispered in a low voice, time and space control, time and space tunnel. It's not that the time tunnel cannot become larger, but that once it becomes larger, the space in the pirate world cannot withstand such power. This size is the easiest state for the pirate world to bear. Even after Ron enters, it will not affect the entire world. If Ron really enters this huge tunnel, his entry into the tunnel as a god containing huge energy will make the surrounding world and space even more unbearable, and may even affect the entire world. And around him, there were all kinds of things. There was a burst of lightning and thunder in the surrounding world, and the black tunnel suddenly enlarged and turned into a huge black hole with a diameter of tens of meters. However, precisely because of the enlargement of this black hole, the surrounding world felt like it was about to be torn apart, and even the weather above Snake Island has become weird. Advertisement. System. How'd I choose the timeline to travel through? Rumble. It's not very stable. No, it should be said that the surrounding rules of heaven and earth and the space are a bit unbearable. Ron glanced at the huge black hole, and then carefully looked at the space cracks that appeared around him, and knew what was going on. Get smaller, keep getting smaller. Ron's true god's body continued to shrink, turning into an existence smaller than a dust particle. So small? Ron looked closely and saw a black tunnel only the size of a pinhead. In this tiny state, what Ron sees now is a terrifying world. Increase the energy output and see. Ron stretched out his palm and directed the energy in his body toward the black tunnel. In that case, let's restore it to its most perfect state. Ron waved his hand, and the huge black hole returned to its previous pinpoint size. Time and space tunnel. Ron glanced at the time and space tunnel and then flew in. The first thing you can see is that there is a black tunnel in front of him that is hundreds of times larger than Ron's body. This tunnel is a space-time tunnel that has shrunk to the size of a needle tip 5.1. Although it is only the size of a pinhead, it can be reduced to this extent when Ron after that, in his eyes, this needle-sized space-time tunnel also turned into a huge thing. Ron pointed out, and a black ball of light emerged from his fingertips. Then the black ball of light quickly shrank and turned into a small black dot. It's so dirty and messy. Ron looked around at the dust that filled the entire world, as well as all kinds of water vapor bubbles, countless tiny water molecules, and various floating microorganisms, some of which were blown everywhere by the wind, bacteria and more. Ron waved his hand and swept away all the debris, then flew towards the shrinking and writhing black hole. Chapter 317. We can't meet each other in different time and space. Host, please swim upstream from the long river of time, and be sure to pay attention to the time and space principle that you cannot meet in different time and space. Therefore, in the future time and space, host, you were basically unable to enter, and the past time and space can only go to the host's timeline before you came to this world. The system explained. Although Ron sounded a bit esoteric, he also roughly understood what the so-called time and space principles were. We can't meet each other in different time and space. Ron nodded, his eyes flashed across the front, and suddenly his expression changed. The black tunnel in front of him disappeared, and what appeared instead was a vast and endless river that ran through the entire site. This is a long river as vast as the ocean. The long river exudes a silver-gray atmosphere. The entire river flows forward in a mighty way, with no end or starting point visible. As this, 13, the long river of time? Ron's figure has returned to its original size, standing proudly on the long river. Under the impact of the water flow, the true god's body has a strange feeling. The river seems to have strong erosion, the power, but there is nothing he can do with the body of a true god. This is the long river of time in this world, running through the beginning and end of this world. The system said, host, your true god's body can withstand the erosion of the long river of time. If all attributes are below 8,000 points, it will not be able to withstand the river water. Eroded, life below the god level will be washed into elementary particles in an instant if washed by the river here. Yeah, I feel it. Ron nodded, he felt the strange feeling from the river. After all, it is the long river of time. How can ordinary life resist the erosion of this thing? Only a top powerhouse like him can ignore the erosion of the long river of time. Go upstream. Can't you go to the future? Ron glanced at the downstream of the long river of time. In that direction, he could only see the shadow of the mighty river, but could not see clearly. Host, the area where the river turns into a shadow is a place that you cannot pass, the system said. This so-called inability to pass means that you exist on that timeline, so you cannot pass. Advertisement, understood. Ron indicated that he understood, and then stepped upstream. It's still the same problem as before. How do I determine the timeline I want to go to? I want to go to O'Hara 30 years ago first? I can help host locate the timeline. Otherwise, host, you can only find the timeline and enter by yourself. The system said. Just keep going forward, and I will remind you when you get there. Good. Ron continued to go, and behind him, the black time tunnel he entered had disappeared. The power of time and space control gave him strong control over the time tunnel, and he could open and close it at any time. Huh? After walking for about half an hour, Ron suddenly let out a startled cry and looked at a place upstream, which was a fork in the river. The host is here, right here, the system prompted, which brought Ron back to his senses. Wait a minute, why is the river of time like this? Ron pointed to the fork of the river at the end of the line of sight ahead and said, moreover, will the river of time still branch? What's going on? The reason why the river of time diverges is very simple, that is to change history. If the history of this world is changed, the river of time will have tributaries, the system said. Changing history. Will there be tributaries? Ron thought thoughtfully, not interested in that fork for the time being, then asked. Is this the location? Is this the location of the timeline of the Lord 10 years ago? Yes. The system replied. And the fork ahead looks close, but is actually very far away. Host can go there and have a look when he is free in the future. Advertisement, okay. Ignore it for now. Ron glanced at the fork in the long river of time again, then looked down at the rushing river, waved his hand and started to condense the time tunnel. Gone. The time tunnel appeared. Ron's figure flashed, and 753 entered the time tunnel. In the world of pirates, in the timeline of 30 years ago, a time tunnel the size of a needle tip appeared in the sky above Nine Snakes Island, and Ron's figure as big as dust appeared. This place is still Nine Snake Island, not bad. Ron returned to his original size, looked at the surrounding scenery carefully, and nodded with a smile. This is the pirate world 30 years ago, the system said. Well, let's go find someone first, but go to Nine Snakes Island first. Ron stepped out and disappeared into the air, landing on Nine Snakes Island. There is not much difference between the Nine Snake Island 30 years ago and the one 30 years later. Ron was walking on the street. There was a strange energy covering his body, making it impossible for ordinary female warriors from Nine Snake Island to see him. Ron came to the palace. At this time, the three Empress sisters were not born yet. He was curious, who is ruling this island now? Chapter 318 Nine Snake Island 30 years ago, Pirate Queen Lilith. Is this woman the previous emperor of Nine Snake Island? Standing in the palace, Ron looked at a beautiful woman sitting on the throne and smiled. Although this woman is not as beautiful as the Empress, she is not bad at all. The Queen of Kuji Island in this era was carefully correcting documents, with a somewhat solemn look on her face, and sighed from time to time. The pirates are really annoying. If the calm belt hadn't stopped them, they would have definitely come in. Your Majesty. A green snake-haired woman sitting under the Queen said attentively. The Marines are chasing those guys, so they don't have time to take care of us now, right? No, there was a pirate group before. They fought all the way to Calm Belt, killed several sea kings, and almost reached Nine Snake Island. The Queen shook her head, looking a little unhappy. The situation in New World is also the same. No, Marines' power can't compare with pirates, it's all Roger's fault. That Roger. The woman below also looked a little bad. That guy can really make a fuss. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be so many pirates. But fortunately, someone is chasing him. The Queen smiled and said, isn't there a young man in the Marine who is chasing him? Even if he ran to the New World, he would not let him go. Haha, wait until Roger is killed. If we are caught, the world will definitely return to peace, and those pirates who are plundering will definitely be eliminated. Yes. The green-haired woman nodded, her expression improved a little, and then said, Your Majesty, I will go out first, and I will keep an eye on the training of the soldiers who protect the country below. Sorry to bother you. No trouble, this is what I should do, Your Majesty. The green-haired woman retreated, but the Queen of Nine Snake Island pursed her lips and raised her head from the document. Seeing the Queen's expression, Ron thought about it carefully and decided to ask her for a map of the current world. He only knew that Robin's birthplace was West Blue O'Hara, but he didn't know where O'Hara was in West Blue. As a powerful kingdom, Nine Snake Island should have a world map. Advertisement brush. Ron's figure appeared in front of the Queen, and his figure suddenly appeared. Who? The Queen was startled when she saw Ron suddenly appearing, and shouted loudly. Man! How is that possible? You, how did you show up here? Come on, come on. At 2h a carat a plus before Ron could speak, the Queen shouted loudly. Outside the door, the green-haired woman who had just exited had not gone far. When she heard the Queen's voice, she immediately rushed forward with dozens of female warriors protecting the country. Come in. Who are you? There was a crash, and there was a sound of waving weapons. A group of female warriors surrounded Ron and pointed their swords and longbows at him. Is this how you treat your guests? Ron said calmly. Put away your weapons, otherwise I won't be polite. A hole. The green-haired woman looked at Ron coldly. It's actually a man. Tell me, what do you want to do to Her Majesty the Queen? Which pirate group are you from? Are you here to assassinate Her Majesty? What are you talking about? Ron glanced at her. Would he come to assassinate the Queen of Nine Snake Island? After all, 30 years later, he would also be the Prince of Nine Snake Island, and the Queen would be his wife. Tell me, who are you? The Queen breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ron surrounded. Then she looked at Ron's handsome face, and something strange appeared in her heart, but she controlled it very well, asked seriously. How did you come to the palace? Do you want to assassinate me? You guys are really overthinking. Forget it, don't talk about this. Ron waved his hand. Haki. Boom. Under Ron's control, everyone in the palace, except the Queen, was stunned by his Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement. This is Conqueror's Haki. The Queen looked at Ron in shock. This is Conqueror's Haki. Only one king can appear among millions of people. Thump thump thump. There was a continuous sound of falling to the ground, and all the soldiers protecting the country, including the green-haired woman, fainted. I came here to get a world map from you. Well, if you don't have one, you can give me a map of West Blue, or you can tell me yourself, the island where West Blue archaeologists gather. O'Hara's location is fine too, Ron said while looking at the beautiful Queen. Are you here to ask for directions? The Queen asked in surprise. Yeah, otherwise what do you think? Ron shrugged his shoulders. What's your name? The Queen's eyes flickered. My name is Ron. Ron glanced at her and said calmly. I have some connections with Nine Snake Island, but not now, but in the future. What do you mean? The Queen frowned, but did not think about it carefully, but said, My name is Lilith, do you really only need the map? What? What else do you want to give me? Ron looked at the other party with a smile on his lips. His observation Haki level is extremely high, and the Queen's strength is not very high. He can completely detect what the other party is thinking. This guy just came here to ask for directions. However, this man is so handsome, and he actually has no idea about me. Damn it, am I so unattractive? Searching. These are what the Queen is thinking, which makes Ron laugh and cry a little bit. Chapter 319. Kill 3 pirates instantly. Looking at the serious face of the Queen of Nine Snake Island, if Ron observation Haki hadn't been at a very high level and almost had the ability to read minds, I wouldn't have been able to tell that this was what she was thinking in her heart. You are very strong. Lilith looked at Ron solemnly. But this is Nine Snakes Island. If it is so easy to hand over things to you. I know what you were thinking. Ron waved his hand and said, Well, what you just said is that there are pirates harassing the Nine Snakes Island outside the Nine Snakes Island. I will help you get rid of this pirate. How about being part of the group? This condition should be fine as an exchange, right? Really? Lilith's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but stand up, looking at Ron with burning eyes. Of course it's true. Ron nodded. Okay, wait a moment, I'm going to get you a map now. Lilith turned and left, walked to the side hall, and after a while, she took a map and walked to Ron. He said, This is West Blue's map. We don't have a world map either, or the maps we have are incomplete. The map of West Blue is enough. Ron smiled, stretched out his hand to take the map, looked at the beautiful queen in front of him, and said, "Thank you, Her Majesty, for the map. I'm leaving." With a flick of the brush, Ron's figure flashed and disappeared into the palace. Ron. 317 inches. Lilith watched Ron leave, pursed her lips, trotted out of the palace, looked around, but did not see Ron. Is this guy just gone like that? Lilith bit her lip. She thought about Ron's handsome face and upright posture in her mind, and there was a strange wave in her heart. As she thought about it, her face had become rosy. In the sky, Ron was holding a map and looking at the Nine Snakes Island below with strange eyes. This Lilith seems to have fallen in love with me at first sight. Ron touched his chin and thought narcissistically, has my charm reached this level now? Well, it must be, alas, being too charming is also a kind of trouble. Hey, that's not right, advertisement. Suddenly, Ron remembered that in the original plot, the previous queen of Nine Snake Island died of lovesickness. No way. This woman, if I ignore her, will she really die of lovesickness? Ron's mouth twitched. He felt that the emperors of Nine Snake Island were really weird. 30 years later there is an empress, and at this time, there's Lilith, the empress who fell in love with him at first sight, which really made him look at the emperor of Nine BDCE, Snake Island with admiration. Of course, these two emperors favored Ron very much, and Ron was very proud of himself. Well, calm down. Ron opened the map and glanced at it, then put it away and looked into the distance. On the sea in the distance, there are 3 huge pirate ships staying on the sea. These 3 pirate ships are not small, they're large ships. There are quite a few pirates on board, there must be hundreds of them. Lilith said before that they should be the pirate group who wants to take advantage of Nine Snakes Island. They're surrounded but not attacked. Or is it because of sea kings? Ron stepped out and came to the pirate group. Sure enough, in the ocean between the pirate group and Nine Snake Island, there were several huge sea kings, resting on a rocky shoal, blocking the way of the pirate group. Ron slowly walked down the sky, and the pirates below had not found any trace of him. On the pirate flagship in the middle, a strong one-eyed pirate man was looking at the sea kings in the distance, and said in a low voice, "We have to change our route. These sea kings are very powerful, and are much stronger than those we encountered before. That one is even stronger." Yes, the captain is right. Next to him, a tall and thin man was playing with the firearm in his hand, but his expression was very solemn. "We spent a lot of effort to kill the sea kings before, and our shells have been used up. I finally repaired myself and prepared to attack Nine Snakes Island today, but I encountered so many sea kings that I couldn't fight them head on." Gudong, Gudong. The third person next to the one-eyed captain was a fat pirate with a strong body. He was holding a bottle of wine in his hand and kept drinking. After drinking, he spit out the smell of alcohol. Said, "Boss, since it's so difficult, why don't we give up this operation? What if those crazy women from Nine Snake Island sail out to attack us with these Poseidons?" "Impossible." The one-eyed pirate captain shook his head and said, "They have no way to control the sea kings, but their ships have sea stones that can avoid the pursuit of the sea kings, but we don't. Alas, give me the order, change course." "Yes, Captain." Just when they were about to turn the ship around and find a new direction to attack Nine Snakes Island, a clear voice sounded in the sky. "You don't have to go to so much trouble." "Who?" Advertisement, H% Lambda. All the pirates looked up towards the sound and immediately spotted Ron's trace. "Who is this guy? Able to fly? Is he a devil fruit user?" "It should be so, but I've never seen this guy's appearance before. He shouldn't be one of those famous pirates, nor is he a powerful marine." "Boy, who are you?" The one-eyed pirate frowned and looked at Ron. He was also a devil fruit user and did not regard Ron as a powerful person. After all, the pirates in this timeline were not 3. 10 years later, Ron's reputation in this world is not big at all. No, he is not famous at all. "Who am I? You don't need to know these things." Ron shook his head indifferently. He didn't intend to talk nonsense to these guys. They were just ordinary little pirates. If they were solved easily, it would be over. Talking too much would just be a waste of time. "Damn boy. Arrogant, arrogant. Boss, shall we shoot him to death?" Listening to Ron's words and the angry shouts of his men, the one-eyed pirate became angry and was about to take action against Ron. The young man in white clothes in the sky fluttered his hand and slapped downwards with his palm. Boom! A huge palm shadow struck down, and 3 large pirate ships exploded into pieces, turning into fragments and floating on the sea. As for the pirates on the ship, including the one-eyed captain with the devil fruit ability, all it was turned into meat paste by Ron's palm, sank into the ocean, and was swallowed by the fish in the sea. After destroying the pirate group whose name he still didn't know with one palm, Ron turned around and left, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Indeed, for him, casually destroying such an unknown little pirate group is indeed a trivial matter. Chapter 320 West Blue Ohara. Orovia, West Blue, the island of archaeology Ohara, under the huge omniscient tree, a girl with silver hair is holding a book, sitting in front of a house under the tree and reading carefully. The 100 years disappearance is really mysterious. If I have a chance, I will definitely find the 100 years disappearance of the secret. The girl looked at the records in the book, her eyes full of interest in exploring the unknown. Orovia, why are you still here? A brown-haired girl hurriedly ran past and saw the silver-haired girl reading a book. She quickly said, "I heard that the elders are preparing to form a team to go to a ruins in North Blue. Why don't you go?" Sign up. North Blue Ruins. The silver-haired girl Orovia raised her head, her beautiful big eyes lit up slightly. What ruins are they? I heard that it's the remains of an ancient laboratory. Maybe that laboratory has ancient history, the brown-haired girl said with a smile. I'm going to sign up to go there together. Do you want to go? Go. Wait for me. I'll clean up. Orovia immediately stood up, cleaned up briefly, and left her home with the girl. As this West Blue, Ron traveled all the way retrograde along the Grand Line, from the calm belt where Nine Snake Island is located to the Upside Down Mountain. Through the sky above the Upside Down Mountain, he flew directly to the location of West Blue. Along the way, he saw the great navigation of this era 30 years ago. It may not be as good as 30 years later. After all, there are far fewer pirates on the ocean during this period than there were 30 years later. However, the age of discovery has already begun, but there is no such thing as when Roger died 20 years later, ushered in the prosperity of the Great Pirate Era. Marine in this era was far less powerful than later generations. From time to time, he could see pirate groups fighting madly with Marine, and also saw some large pirate groups attacking islands, burning, killing and looting, but he did not interfere, that's it. Traveling all the way, at his flying speed, it only took less than half an hour to get from Nine Snake Island to West Blue. This was the reason why he stopped and stopped. This is his first time to West Blue, and he found that this sea area is somewhat different from East Blue. The biggest difference is the humanities and customs, and the pirates here are crazier than those in East Blue. Advertisement: kill everyone, follow the captain and charge. As long as we defeat these rabble, the women, wine and wealth on this island will all be ours. A pirate group is frantically attacking a small island. The villagers on the island spontaneously formed a guard team, but they are simply vulnerable to these ferocious pirates. It's really brutal. When I first came to West Blue, I saw such a scene. The people here are really living in a state of water and fire. Ron shook his head calmly. Help, help. The civilian guards were dispersed, and the pirates rushed into the village with weapons. The ordinary people were no match for these pirates. They were killed one by one. Children and women ran away crying for their lives. Those in the village, the man holding a rake stick and a sickle fought with the pirates, but unfortunately he was also killed by the pirates. At this moment, a Haki fell from the sky, and then all the attacking pirates fell to the ground in a daze. Who are you? Ron pulled Orovia and flew thousands of meters into the air. Orovia was stunned for a moment and hugged Ron's body in fear. After all, this was high in the sky. Orovia, she was just an ordinary human woman. How could she not be afraid when she suddenly came to high altitude? She stared at Ron with an ugly expression and asked, "Who are you and why did you suddenly take me away?" Ron looked calmly at the small village below that had escaped disaster, then turned around and left. Ron's body flashed and he had already arrived on the big ship. Hidden, he came to Orovia, who was chatting with the brown-haired girl. Ron looked at Orovia with a faint smile. This woman is indeed Robin's mother. At this time, she is not pregnant with Robin yet. He came very early in the timeline. It should be said that Orovia at this time has not yet touched the unknown father who came to Robin, if Ron guessed correctly, should have been the result of this outing, but now he has been intercepted by Ron. The villagers who were fleeing for their lives were stunned on the spot, looking at the pirates who fell to the street one by one, with some confusion. Advertisement finally, there's Kuina? No, Kuina wasn't born yet at this time, right? We have to re-enter the river of time and go to the later time and space. For Ron, this was just a matter of course. Next, he was going to O'Hara. The women and children who fled were also a little stunned, but then they laughed with tears. God bless, are all these guys dead? What a coincidence, isn't this Orovia? I just happened to catch it, otherwise I would have missed it. After another 10 minutes, he finally came to the archaeology island O'Hara. The huge omniscient tree made him smile. This big tree, yes, this is indeed O'Hara. So, the next step is to find Orovia. First find Robin's mother Orovia, and then go to find Belle, Mir and Scarlet. He didn't plan to show up. A Haki would just knock out all these pirates. If they were still killed by these pirates who woke up, he wouldn't care. Oh my god, that's great, hurry up, get the rope and tie them up. At this time, a large ship carrying a team of archaeologists was preparing to leave from the port of O'Hara. Ron glanced at it and immediately spotted a rather familiar figure on the ship. Please give me flowers. Village chief, quickly find a place to lock them up. When we get to North Blue and find a way to enter the ruins, Orovia? The brown-haired girl was talking when she suddenly realized that the person next to her was missing. She immediately exclaimed, and the entire ship there was a moment of confusion. Me? I'm from the future. From the future? Are you kidding? Orovia looked unbelieving. Chapter 321. Your daughter asked me to save you. Even though Orovia is young now, she is only a girl of 18 or 19, but she has read all kinds of books and is a famous archaeologist. To her ears, Ron's words sounded like a lie. Orovia looked at Ron with strange eyes, thinking that he was a good person and not bad looking, so why was there something wrong with his brain? Although you can fly and take me away from the ship silently, this should be Devil Fruit's ability, right? You said you come from the future, haha. Well, I was underestimated. Ron looked at Orovia's eyes that looked like a fool and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't you believe it? Ron shook his head and said, you'll know later. Hey, why did you take me away? Orovia still didn't believe Ron. She now wanted to find out why Ron wanted to take her away. She also wanted to go to North Blue to investigate. There must have been 5 on the ship because of her. Chaos arose due to the disappearance of Ursan, so he had to go back quickly. Orovia felt a little uneasy and looked at Ron carefully. She didn't know why this boy wanted to arrest her and made up such words that no one believed to deceive her. Could it be that this young man fell in love with his beautiful appearance and deliberately made up such a lie to deceive himself? Orovia thought to herself, and the look in Ron's eyes was a little strange. Hey, what are you thinking about? Ron said helplessly. Well, don't say anything now and come with me. I'm doing it for your own good. It was your daughter who asked me to save you. My daughter. Orovia's mouth twitched and she looked at Ron with some worry. You, little brother, I know a psychiatric doctor. His medical skills are very good. How about I take you to see him? Ron was speechless, glanced at Orovia and then ignored her. Instead, he waved his hand and directly summoned the space gate. He just carried Orovia back to the Grand Line from West Blue and walked out from the sky above Nine Snakes Island. He lowered his head and glanced at Nine Snakes Island, then led Orovia straight towards Marineford. When he came to this world, his space gate skills also prevented him from opening space gates in places he had never been, so he could only rely on himself to fly to places he had never been. Advertisement. Ron was very fast, flying non-stop in midair, directly over Marineford, past Mariajoy, and headed directly towards Dressrosa. He is going to rescue Scarlet, and then go to the village where East Blue Nami is located to take Belmere away. But there's a problem. Fortunately for Orovia, she is alone now, but Scarlet and Belmere may have concerns. At this time, Scarlet has her parents, and Belmere should not have adopted Novo in this timeline. Kagao and Nami, but at this time, she should join Marine. It will probably take some effort to take her away. Of course, Ron made up his mind. No matter what they said, he would just take them away. He would take them back to the future time and space first. After meeting their daughters, if they were unwilling to stay. Just send it back when the time comes. Ron felt that this method of taking people away from their original time and space was a bit weird and inhumane. For example, if she takes Belmere away, what will happen to Nokigao and Nami in this time and space 30 years ago? Without Belmere to adopt them, will they die? If they die when they're young, will Nokigao and Nami also die in the future? It's troublesome, system. Can you give me a solution? Ron said helplessly. If I take Orovia away now, will the Robin in this time and space not be born? Then will the Robin in the future disappear? Host, the time and space you are in is the main time and space. This time and space is just the past time and space. As long as you don't want to see yourself in 2 different time and space, other problems should be fine. Just give it a try, the system said in a low voice. Hey, you don't even know, do you? Ron's eyes widened. Don't fool me. If this goes wrong, you can sell my clothes and lose them. How could you not know? I am an omnipotent system. Upon hearing Ron's words, the system's voice immediately became louder and said righteously. Don't worry, there will definitely be no problem. Just take people away with peace of mind. Bar. Why do I think you're deceiving me? Ron looked at the system in his mind doubtfully. This guy couldn't really be experimenting on himself. There are many people on the streets of Dressrosa, including ordinary people and many pirates. However, these pirates are very disciplined and do not dare to mess around on the streets of Dressrosa. Impossible. Orovia frowned and retorted. She couldn't believe Ron's words. How could such a thing happen? Although the world government was averse to others studying that blank history, it was impossible for them to do so. O'Hara takes action? Advertisement. About 10 years later, when your daughter Robin was about 8 years old, O'Hara was given a buster call by Marine because she was studying the blank history between 800 and 900 years ago, and the entire island was razed to the ground. Only your daughter Robin escaped. The other 4.6 people, including you, all the archaeologists died. Ron said calmly. I definitely didn't deceive you, trust me. After the system said it, it fell silent. Here, Dressrosa. 30 years later there is a girl who wants me to help her save her mother. Her mother also died in an accident, Ron said. My name is Ron, not hello. Ron glanced at her, smiled calmly and said, I promised your daughter to take you back. Ron blinked and said nothing. At this time, he had no way out. It was impossible to leave Orovia behind now, right? Robin and the others were still waiting for him to take their mother back. Seeing this, Orovia didn't continue to ask questions. She just glanced at Ron from the corner of her eyes and secretly thought that this guy is seriously ill. What's up? You died as a Marine, Ron said. This is Dressrosa. Ron landed with Orovia, holding her hand and walking towards Dressrosa. Orovia struggled a bit and found that she couldn't break free from Ron's hand. She couldn't help but blush and said, Hey, can you let me go? Haha, impossible. Orovia immediately laughed after hearing this. We, O'Hara, are an island country that is a member of the world government. It is an archaeological island with a good reputation in the whole world. Will Marine come to us? Is this impossible things? Did you die in an accident too? Orovia raised her eyebrows. Did I also die in an accident? Orovia rolled her eyes. This guy really put it on. Orovia sighed. Okay, you said my daughter asked you to take me. Then what is my daughter's name? Where is she now? I can't help you if you don't believe me. I'll let Robin tell you in person later. Ron shrugged. He didn't really want to explain to Orovia anymore. This girl was very smart and basically wouldn't be fooled by him. A few words of persuasion. Let Robin explain to her mother when the time comes. Your daughter's name is Robin, and she is now my crew member. Ron smiled and said, "You can see her later, don't worry, I have other things to do." "Where is here?" Orovia asked, holding Ron's arm tightly and looking at the unfamiliar place. Chapter 322. Princess Scarlet was robbed? Kisame pirates. This is Dressrosa. In this time and space, it was not a country that was brutally ruled by Doflamingo. This country is still under the rule of the Riku royal family. Dressrosa under King Riku's rule was relatively prosperous, although it was not as wealthy as under Doflamingo's rule. The people's happiness was very high. The reason why Dressrosa is so wealthy under Doflamingo's rule is partly because of the hard work of the small human slaves, and partly because of his underground trade with Kaido of the Beasts. In Doflamingo's celestial dragons under his identity, he earned countless money from various black transactions, but this money was of no concern to ordinary people. All the money was taken away by the Don Quixote family. People's lives were still prosperous, and they would be changed if they disagreed. Become a toy. The streets of Dressrosa that Ron saw now contained no toy inhabitants. Hurry, it's not good, quickly block the streets and block the whole city. At this time, a group of guards shouted anxiously with weapons in hand. Princess Scarlet has been kidnapped by the abominable pirates. We must not let that group of evil pirates leave the city. Seal the city gate, only allowed in but not allowed out, another guard shouted crazily. We must rescue Her Royal Highness the Princess. The Kisame pirates, the damn Kisame pirates, they kidnapped Princess Scarlet. A guard yelled viciously. When I catch them, I will give them a good beating. A group of guards quickly ran past him. Ron touched his chin and looked at the leaving guards with a strange expression. Scarlet was kidnapped by pirates? Ron thought. Based on the history of the original plot, it seems that there really is such a thing. Scarlet suffered a disaster, and the so-called undefeated arena that originally made Scarlet not Cold Cyrus, the god of war, took action and rescued her from the pirate's abduction, and finally made her fall in love with Cyrus. This is what the so-called hero saves the beauty. Ron, the person you are looking for is not Princess Scarlet, right? Orovia asked curiously. Clever. Advertisement. Ron snapped his fingers and glanced at Orovia with admiration. Let's go and see where the Kisame pirates are hiding. It's true. Orovia's mouth twitched, feeling that Ron had gone crazy and actually wanted to attack the princess of a country. Yes, he didn't think Ron was here to save people, but he thought this guy was just trying to steal women. He was not enough as a beautiful girl, and now he wanted to steal the princess of a country. It was really crazy. Ron didn't pay any attention to what Orovia was thinking. He didn't want to explain anymore, so he just let her misunderstand. Ron led Orovia walking down the street while turning on observation Haki to collect information from the entire city. Not long after, Ron's eyes lit up. I found it, it's hidden here. Ron lowered his feet and rushed out with Orovia. The people on the surrounding streets felt a gust of wind blowing in front of their eyes. When they looked again, they found nothing. In an ordinary residence in Dressrosa, 7 or 8 strong and strange pirates looked at the people in the room ferociously. One of them, an unconscious pink-haired girl, was none other than Princess Scarlet. The other few people were residents of this residence. Naturally, they came here not to live here originally, but to rob this room to avoid the search of the guards. Boss, King Liku's guards are about to search here. We have to find a way to get out of the city. A long-haired young man holding a musket looked timidly at the window. A group of guards just rushed over and scared him. Although their Kisame pirates are very powerful, but now they are really going to be discovered in the kingdom, and it will not be easy to escape. Yes, boss, we will make a lot of money from this vote this time. We must leave the city safely to deliver the princess to the place where the buyer is, another short and fat man also said. Although this place is hidden, guards will definitely come to search it over time. Among the people, a tall and sturdy man heard this, cracked his sharp fangs, and smiled with a gloomy look. Don't worry, you are not unaware of my fruit ability. Wait until night. Once night comes, I will use the fruit ability to take everyone out of here. Hee hee hee. When the time comes, I will sell the goods, and I will let everyone have a good time in the flower city. Hee hee hee. I'm treating you. Advertisement, really? A young man with yellow hair and a sword immediately lit up his eyes, with the look in his eyes that everyone knows. The captain is treating me to a treat. Hee hee hee. I must have a good time then. You guys are really a bunch of perverts. The only long-haired woman in the team glanced at the yellow-haired young man with disdain. Although the woman was not very beautiful, she looked extremely fierce, with a murderous aura in her eyes. She is obviously a battle-hardened female pirate. Selena, you don't understand, the yellow-haired young man said with a smile. Don't you like shopping? Wouldn't it be great for the captain to reimburse you and let you have a good time shopping? Not bad. The captain of the Kisame pirates grinned. I will reimburse you for 917 when the time comes, Serena, but now, everyone cheer me up, and you must find a way to last until night. It's time at night, huh? These garbage guards can't find us at all. That's what the boss said. Cheer up, everyone. At this moment, 2 people came over outside the residence. These 2 people were none other than Ron and Orovia. They are hiding here? Orovia asked strangely. Yes, it's right here, come on, let's go in. Ron took Orovia's hand and came to the house to knock on the door. Hey, this Kisame pirate group dares to kidnap the princess of a country. It is definitely not a good thing. Would it be too dangerous for you to go up so easily? Orovia said worriedly, although she felt that Ron's mental state was not good. There are some problems, but she doesn't want to die. But this guy can fly, and there is a door that can instantly go from West Blue to the Grand Line. This Ron's strength shouldn't be too bad, right? Don't worry, in this world, count 10,000 years forward, count 10,000 years backward, no one in the world can defeat me. Ron smiled sarcastically, raised his hand and started knocking on the door. He was a civilized person, and he would never do anything like smashing doors and windows. Chapter 323 Breaking In. The moment Ron raised his hand, several pirates in the room did not notice Ron's arrival at all. The gap between them and Ron was too big. To put it bluntly, if Ron wanted to kill them, they would not know that they were being killed. Who killed it? Boss, this girl is so exciting. The yellow-haired young man looked at the unconscious Princess Scarlet and let out a low laugh. She is indeed a princess of a country. If the buyer hadn't paid too much, I would have they all want to keep her and enjoy it themselves. Yaris, who do you think you are? You want to accompany the princess of a country? The fierce-looking woman glared at Huang Mao and snorted. This is something we took a huge risk to get. If you dare to touch her, in a moment, I will kill you first without the boss taking action. What are you talking about, Serena? I'm not that kind of person. Huang Mao looked at Serena's fierce look and immediately panicked. He really had such a plan. Aris, this is what the big customer wants. If you dare to touch her, huh? The sturdy middle-aged captain opened his mouth full of sharp fangs and gave Huang Mao a cold look. No, definitely not. Don't worry because you are big. Huang Mao hurriedly raised his hand. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Boom, boom, boom. Who? The members of the Kisame pirates in the room immediately looked at each other and looked at each other. The strong captain raised his hand to signal everyone to be silent. He asked in a low voice. Who are you? We are ready to rest. Rest? Outside the house. Ron raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. At this time, it was not even 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so he had to rest. What a liar. Don't say such things to yourself. Even ordinary guards would not be suspicious after hearing this. Advertisement. Open the door. Ron didn't want to talk nonsense with these guys, and said directly and domineeringly. I'm here to save Princess Scarlet. If you still want to live, hand over the princess, otherwise, you will all die. Arrogant, boss, let me go out and kill this guy, Huang Mao said fiercely. I will definitely twist his head off and use it as a ball to kick. Boss, how does this person know that the princess is here? The fierce woman asked Shen Ning. Have we been exposed? Impossible. The sturdy pirate captain shook his head decisively. If he is really exposed, he will never knock on the door like this. Instead, he will break in directly. It is estimated that some guy passing by is trying his luck and wants to become a princess. His whereabouts so that he can collect the bounty from the Riku royal family. Yes, King Riku immediately sent troops to blockade the entire city after the princess was kidnapped. He also notified the entire city that whoever can rescue Princess Scarlet safely will receive a reward of 5 million Baileys. Money moves people's hearts. The wealth of 5 million Baileys is something that ordinary civilians cannot spend in a lifetime, so civilians who have such information about knocking on doors and defrauding people will definitely not let go. We can avoid the guards by hiding here. As long as it lasts until night, it will be our world. We don't need to pay attention to the guy outside now. He will definitely leave later. If he doesn't leave, as long as the door is not broken, ignore it. The captain finally said cruelly, if he really dares to come in, then cut off his head and drink it. Clear. I know, boss. Advertisement. After hearing the captain's analysis, the members of the Kisame pirates suddenly understood and nodded to indicate that they understood. You really don't want to open the door? Outside the door, Ron frowned. With his strength, he naturally heard the analysis of Captain Kisame in the room. This guy actually regarded himself as a civilian who wanted to make money. Really, if a tiger doesn't show its power, you treat me like me, sick cat. They won't open the door. What are you going to do? Orovia covered her mouth and snickered and looked at Ron. She felt that Ron's efforts were in vain. If there really was the kidnapping pirate group in this room, he would be alone. How could he be his opponent? Orovia turned her eyes and was already observing the surrounding routes, ready to escape. Boom. Boom. After a loud noise, Ron walked into the collapsed houses with a somewhat ugly expression. Although this house is not big, it covers an area of nearly 100 square meters. The surrounding walls and roofs were all blown away with a wave of Ron's hand. Ron came to the stunned Kisame pirates and slapped him. Jiao jiao jiao. Snapped. The captain of the Kisame pirates, a tall and strong man with a mouth full of sharp teeth, was slapped by Ron and flew away. He turned into a meteor, flashed in the sky, and then disappeared. With Ron's strength, this guy was already dead the moment he was photographed. This was a pirate leader who could exert powerful fruit abilities in the dark night. Unfortunately, before he could use his abilities, he was already killed by Ron. Just shoot hard. You really can't shed tears until you see the coffin. I knocked on the door so politely, but you still dare not open the door and insult me? Ron glanced at the yellow man indifferently. You want my head twisted down and use it as a ball? Chapter 324. Kill instantly with one look. You, who are you? What did you do to our boss? Huang Mao was so frightened by Ron's sight that he trembled, but thinking of the boss who was shot away, he couldn't help but ask. Your boss? Ron raised an eyebrow. Is that the guy the first just slapped away? Of course he has been slapped to death. What? Impossible. Huang Mao's eyes widened and he immediately exclaimed. However, Looking at the glistening look in his eyes, it was obvious that he wanted to escape, because the tall and strong captain was really slapped away by Ron. This is what happened in front of him. How could he not believe it? Anyway, the young man who came with the girl in front of him was definitely not something he could deal with. Run! The fierce female pirate shouted and rushed out like a cheetah. Ron glanced at her, and with that look, the fierce woman trembled and fell to the ground. This is the peak use of Haki, only for one person. This is a warning. If anyone tries to escape again, I will kill him, Ron said indifferently, standing proudly on the spot with his hands behind his back. You. Huang Mao suddenly became even more panicked. He was preparing to escape just now, but before he could make any move, he saw Serena lying on the ground. How could he dare to act rashly? What am I? Ron snorted and walked towards Scarlet, who was fascinated on the bed on the other side. You, don't move. If you move again, I'll kill her. The short, fat pirate looked like a good old guy with a smile on his face before, but now at this critical moment, he didn't react slowly and immediately thought of threatening Scarlet. Ron. Yes, don't move. Get out of our way quickly, or we will kill this princess. When the other pirates heard this, they were immediately happy. Yes, they and others had hostages on their hands, so why were they afraid of him? What? Boy, if you have any sense, get out of here. When he saw that the people behind him were pointing guns and swords at Scarlet, the yellow-haired man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then glared at Ron fiercely. Otherwise, I will shoot shot. Yellow-haired Yaris drew his gun and pointed it at Ron, looking powerful. Advertisement, Ron, be careful, Orovia shouted anxiously when she saw a gun pointed at Ron. Huh? This little girl is really good looking. Now Yaris had the time to look at Orovia carefully. At this glance, he immediately became moved. He is a standard pervert, and he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. That kind of thing. If Scarlet hadn't been too valuable and Serena looked at him too strictly, he would have taken action against Scarlet long ago. Now seeing a beauty like Orovia, Aris was immediately attracted to her. Boy, give me the woman behind you, otherwise, I will shoot. I can tell you, Grandpa, my shooting skills are very accurate. I am the sniper of the Kisame pirates. Yaris, he grinned and said to Ron. When Orovia heard this, her face suddenly turned pale. She glanced at Ron quietly. Ron still looked calm and indifferent at this moment. He was not angry at all because of the other person's words, nor was he panicked because the other person threatened Scarlet. His eyes are full of calmness like the deep sea. Ron. How about we run away first? Orovia stood behind Ron and tugged on Ron's sleeves worriedly. Can these little minions allow me to escape? Ron glanced at Orovia and waved his hand calmly. I'm here to save Scarlet. We can tell the news to the guards first and let them come over to deal with these guys. Orovia whispered. The other party has more people, and they also have guns and swords. Although I don't know that you just blasted the house and shot what's going on with that guy. But in this situation, we are definitely no match for you. Don't be so stubborn, Ron. Don't worry. Seeing that Orovia was really worried about him, Ron smiled slightly and said with a smile on his lips. I can kill millions of these little minions with just one look, let alone something like this. How many? What a bullshit. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao sneered and looked at Ron with a sneer. Who do you think you are? The pirate Roger, or the marine Garp? Or the powerful golden lion? Humph. An unknown person dares to pretend in front of our Kisame pirates. I let you pretend, go to hell. Boom. Huang Mao pulled the trigger on Ron. He didn't want to delay any more time, because the houses here were bombed and had attracted the attention of some surrounding residents. If the delay continued. How so? Yellow-haired Yaris has already begun to have sweet dreams. This time he showed no mercy and directly killed these pirates. Advertisement. It's just a boring little trick. Ron shook his head slightly and blew a breath casually. The flying bullet immediately rebounded and penetrated directly into the head of yellow-haired Aris. Blood and water mixed with brain matter spread all over the ground. So far, this powerful pirate group that can run rampant in the New World and dare to kidnap Princess Dressrosa, the Kisame pirates, has been completely wiped out by Ron. Even if other members are still on the pirate ship, after all the main members were wiped out, the pirate group was considered eliminated. Without combatants, they would not be able to survive in the dangerous New World. Besides, Dressrosa would still be chasing them. Dressrosa's guards will definitely surround this place soon. He must seize the time to kill Ron and then escape with Princess Scarlet. Ron is not ready to send Scarlet back to the Riku royal family. Some things will be difficult to handle by then. He plans to take her back to the future directly, which will save him a lot of talk. The other pirates watched Aris shoot Ron, and they also showed cold smiles. Don't touch Scarlet, just this silver-haired girl. After selling Princess Scarlet, the large amount of money can be distributed by yourself. After all, without the captain and deputy captain Serena, he is a sniper. Show's reputation in the team is very high. When the money comes, can't you just distribute it how you want? Ron glanced over, and all the pirates who were still standing, including this short and fat pirate, fell to the ground with their eyes blank. Impossible. All this happened so fast that these pirates didn't even see it clearly. Ron blew the bullet back in one breath, instantly killing Aris, who was dreaming, and then turned to look at the remaining pirates. Damn it. The short and fat pirate looked fierce and was about to shoot Scarlet. Aris actually died like this? Haki. What happened just now? Who can tell me how Yaris died? And Yellow-haired Yaris glanced at Orovia with excitement in his heart, thinking that his captain had been shot away and that Serena, who didn't like him, had also been in an inexplicable coma. After he escaped from the city, he could enjoy this with peace of mind. Are there two beauties? Chapter 325 shocked Orovia and Scarlet Grand Line, on a huge uninhabited island, in a forest where beasts are rampant. Ron brought Orovia and the unconscious Scarlet to settle here. Ron glanced at Scarlet, who was being held by Orovia, and motioned to her. Put her down first, and I'll wake her up. Can you revive her? Orovia was confused for a moment, and then she didn't ask any more questions, but obediently placed Scarlet on the stone aside. Ron's medical skills had been increased to hundreds of thousands by him before. Even if he didn't have any medical tools at hand now, he could easily revive Scarlet, but he was knocked unconscious by the Kisame pirates with drugs. It's not a big deal, to Ron. Ron gently touched Scarlet's forehead, and a strange divine power penetrated into Scarlet's body, dissipating all the drugs in Scarlet's body that caused her coma. Scarlet suddenly frowned, and then slowly woke up. Well, who are you? After Scarlet woke up, she immediately discovered the existence of Ron and Orovia. She thought about it slightly in her mind, and she remembered that when she was just playing in the garden, she was captured by the Kisame pirates. She only remembered what happened before she was knocked unconscious, but she had no memory of what happened afterward. And the two people in front of her now were unknown to her, and they were not from the Kisame pirates. Could it be that I was sold? Are these two people in front of me the ones who bought me? At this point, Scarlet's expression suddenly changed. What are you thinking? Ron guessed what Scarlet was thinking, and immediately said, we saved you from the Kisame pirates. Really? Scarlet was stunned. Did she think wrong? Yes. Orovia nodded, smiled and came to Scarlet's side, gently grabbed Scarlet's hand and asked, how are you now? Is there anything uncomfortable in your body? Advertisement? Body? Scarlet felt her body, then shook her head and said, there is no problem. Was I really rescued by you? Thank you very much. I would also like to trouble you to send me back to Dressrosa. My father will definitely be very grateful to you, whether it is money or other things. Orovia didn't dare to make the decision, so she could only turn her head and look at Ron. Whether she wanted to send Scarlet back or not depends on Ron's opinion, but Orovia knew that since Ron had brought Scarlet out, Dressrosa, you must have other ideas. Sure enough, Ron looked at Scarlet and said, it's impossible to go back for the time being. What? Scarlet was startled and looked at Ron with a frown. Sir, why did you rescue me and not send me back? If you don't have time, I can also find a way to go back by myself. No. Ron shook his head. I am not from this world. In other words, I am not from this time. I come from the future time and space. Your daughter asked me to save you. Those words again. Orovia's mouth twitched. This guy had deceived himself with such lies, and now he's deceiving the princess again. Enough is enough. What? Are you from the future? My daughter asked you to save me. Scarlet was stunned and looked at Ron with wide eyes, as if she were looking at a fool. Okay, I know you don't believe what I say, but it doesn't matter, you'll find out later. Ron didn't want to explain too much, but took a deep breath. I'll take you back to the future now, and I'll see you then. My daughter, you will naturally know what's going on. No, I want to go back to Dressrosa. Scarlet didn't believe Ron's words. She felt like she had met a madman who came from the future. He also said that his daughter was unbelievable. Who would believe it? It's normal. No one would believe it. He still has to rush to rescue Belle Mire and Kuina. These two women are not easy to deal with in this time and space. Kuina should not be born yet, right? Ron plans to go directly to more than 10 years in the future and rescue Belle Mire when she is about to die. Impossible. Advertisement, please give me flowers. Belle Mire is still very young now. If she takes 8 or 9-year-old Belle Mire back, Nami will probably scold herself to death. Should she save her mother or her daughter? Let me go to the future with you first. In this time and space, you will die. Ron didn't have time to stay and protect her, and if she was with Cyrus in this world, she might give birth to a daughter. He is even less willing to leave. Besides, now that he has rescued Scarlet, he will have nothing to do with Russ in the future. Looking at the weird space-time tunnel around them, Orovia and Scarlet were stunned. When Scarlet saw Orovia pointing at her head, she immediately stopped talking. When she looked at Ron again, her eyes suddenly showed a hint of sympathy. After all, it was Ron who saved her from the Kisame pirates. When I came out, I didn't expect that it was a person with mental problems, alas. What on earth is this place? Will Belle Mire be rescued and raised by Nami? Orovia and Scarlet looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Seeing that Scarlet still wanted to speak, Orovia quickly held her back and whispered in her ear. Don't worry first, I was also dragged here by him for this reason. This guy's name is Ron, and it's the same with me. That said, my daughter asked him to save me, and she also said that I would die a violent death in the future. I think there is something wrong with him, so we'd better not provoke him. Ron waved his hand and took Orovia and Scarlet with him, shrinking their bodies directly. Under Ron's power, the bodies of the two daughters also continued to shrink until they entered the time and space tunnel. What's going on? Gone. Ron couldn't help but roll his eyes, and ignored the two girls. Instead, he flicked into the air and summoned the time and space tunnel. Could it be that he really is a person who traveled through time and space? This is the time and space tunnel. I will take you first to more than 10 years later. There are still 2 people to save. They are both people who will die accidentally or be killed. Once we save these two people, we will go back 30 years. Finally, I came from 30 years later. Chapter 326 Kokoyashi Village. Belmere, East Blue, Koko West Village. On this day, the whole village was peaceful. On the streets, the villagers greeted each other with smiles on their faces. Hey, old ham, is your boy going to get a wife soon? An old woman looked at the old man opposite and asked with a smile. Yes, Mrs. Hill, you must be honored to come to dinner when the time comes, the old man chuckled. Mr. Jien, are you doing well in your library work? A thin man looked at the young man walking by. It's okay, thank you for your concern. The young man smiled and nodded. This young man is a Jien from Kikiashi village. At this moment, Aegean still looks like a young man, not as haggard as he was later. By the way, Aegean, I heard that you have some thoughts about Belmere. The thin man chuckled, approached Aegean and said, why haven't you confessed your love to her yet? I can't tell you anything. Tell me, there are many people who like Belmere in the whole village. If you don't take action, I will take action. Speaking of Belmere, there was a hint of tenderness in Jien's eyes, but it was immediately hidden by him. He shook his head and said, Belmere is determined to be a marine. She said she doesn't want to get married so early. Why are you listening to her? How can a girl like her become a marine? Marine is not a good job. You have to fight with cruelty. It's terrible, the thin man said and shuddered. He used to when I went to other islands, I saw pirates attacking a village. That guy, countless pirates armed with weapons, killed dozens of people in that village. If Marine hadn't arrived in time, even if he was hiding in the bucket, he will probably be found and killed by those pirates. But even those Marines with weapons were killed by those brutal pirates. Dozens of them were killed before those pirates were annihilated. So many people died in front of his eyes, which frightened him. If Belmere really wanted to become a Marine, he would not dare to be with such a woman, and he might hear the news of Belmere's death one day. Aegean glanced at the thin man and said nothing. Brahm, what did you say? A clear girl's voice came from behind, making the thin man suddenly look stunned. Advertisement, Belmere, I didn't say anything bad about you. The thin man immediately turned around, waved his hand towards the heroic girl with a ponytail behind him, and then immediately ran away with oil on his feet. This guy. Belmere gritted her teeth and watched the man run away. Belmere, do you really have to be a Marine? Jian hesitated and asked. Yes, my dream is to be a heroic Marine and capture pirates. Belmere's eyes were filled with perseverance. Okay. Then you have to be careful, those pirates are very powerful. Jian wanted to persuade him to stay, but seeing Belmere's firm eyes, he didn't say much. Well, I understand. Belmere nodded, then turned and left. I'm going back to prepare, Marine recruitment is about to begin. Watching Belmere leave, Jian sighed with loss in his eyes, then turned and walked towards the library where he worked. After walking for a while, Aegean suddenly looked up. He saw 3 people walking on the street in front of him, a handsome boy in white and 2 beautiful girls. Aegean was suddenly shocked. These 3 people really looked like each other. The men who walked out of the painting were extremely handsome, and the women were beautiful and lovely. They didn't seem to be from the village. Could it be that they were people from other islands? At this moment, the handsome boy in white clothes opposite looked towards him. Yes, these 3 people are Ron, Orovia and Scarlet. Ron was walking calmly in front, while Orovia and Scarlet behind him had not recovered yet. The 2 of them are still in shock, and their hearts are filled with shock and cannot calm down. They are holding a newspaper from more than 10 years ago in their hands, and looking at the date on it cannot calm down the waves in their hearts. This is really more than 10 years later, but how is this possible? Ron didn't care what they thought. He saw an acquaintance in front of him, Aegean. Isn't this Aegean from Koko West Village? Aegean is really young now, so I just want to ask him where Belmere is. Hello, can you tell me where Belmere in Koko West Village lives? Ron asked gently. Belmere? What are you doing with her? Jian frowned and looked at Ron warily. Advertisement, of course we have something to do with her. Ron looked at Jian's vigilant look and immediately asked again. This time he asked about the hypnosis technique he used. He also learned the hypnosis technique when he was learning skills before, and he casually added several thousand levels, which was far enough to deal with ordinary people. Tell me, where Belmere lives. At the end of the street, there is a house with red walls over there. There are many oranges planted beside the house. You can see it when you walk over there, Aegean said with dull eyes. Okay, thank you. Ron left with the 2 girls, and Jian suddenly recovered. He frowned and thought about it, but couldn't remember what happened just now. Then he shook his head and continued to work in the library. Ron stood in front of the house on the edge of the orange grove and took a look. He could feel a girl in the house. If he was not mistaken, this girl was Belmere. He did not choose to come to Nami 4 or 5 years ago. If he rescued Belmere, who was killed by Arlong in front of Nami, then Nami at this time would not know how to deal with it. Or is he still in Nami now? Before she was born, it would be better to take Belmere away before she became a Marine. Although in this case, Belmere and Nami may not recognize each other so well, but this is not a problem. When the time comes, he will find a way to share the relevant memories of Nami and Nazi with Belmere. That's it. Is this where the girl you mentioned is? Scarlet glanced at Ron and asked. Yes, this should be it. Ron nodded as he glanced at the orange grove next to the house. Then, let me knock on the door for you. Scarlet took the initiative and walked over. She now somewhat believed Ron's words. This mysterious boy in white could really travel through time and space, and he wanted to take her to the future to meet him in time and space. Her own daughter, such an unreasonable thing happened to her, she had to be surprised. Now she also wants to have a good relationship with the other party, but she will still count on the other party if she wants to go back in the future. Dong dong dong. Scarlet knocked on Belle-Mare's door. Who? Belle-Mare asked doubtfully. Hello, my name is Scarlet. Are you Miss Belle-Mare? As a princess of a country, Scarlet has perfect etiquette and a soft voice, which makes people feel comfortable. Click. The door opened and a heroic girl with a ponytail appeared in front of the three of them. Who are you? Belle-Mare frowned secretly, looked at Ron and the three of them curiously and asked. Chapter 327. Old business. Steal the Belle-Mare and run away. Hello, I'm Aurovia, and this is Ron. Aurovia took a step forward, looked at Belle-Mare opposite, stretched out her hand and introduced her and Ron. Scarlet had already introduced herself. Scarlet, Aurovia, and this Mr. Ron. Do you have anything to do with me? Belle-Mare first recited the names of the three people, but found that he had no impression of these three people in his mind. He couldn't help but look at the three people strangely, wondering what the reason for these three people was looking for him. Seeing Belle-Mare asking the question, Aurovia and Scarlet both looked at Ron. Although they knew that Ron did have the ability to travel through time and space, no one would believe it if they told it to others, just like before. They themselves are average. In fact, Ron also had a headache. How was he going to convince these girls? Aurovia was a little better. He had forced her to take her away before, and she didn't resist too fiercely. Scarlet, he was her savior. She didn't resist too much. But the Belle-Mare in front of me is living a good life. If I want to take them away, no one will resist. Of course, in front of Ron, resistance is useless. Ron is ready to use force. Miss Belle-Mare, maybe you won't believe what I'm going to say next, and you'll think it's a bit fanciful and unbelievable, but everything I say is true. Ron said sternly to Belle-Mare. I come from the future more than 10 years later. Your two daughters asked me to come and save you. Please come with me. The details will wait until you meet them. You will understand naturally. What? Belle-Mare glared, looked at Ron with a look that looked like an idiot, looked Ron up and down and said. Mr. Ron, you seem to be a normal person. Why are you so unfortunate? How about I take you to Murakami's medical clinic? Puff. We. Advertisement. Ron had a black hair, and Aurovia and Scarlet beside him couldn't help covering their mouths and snickering. This is Belle-Mare's normal reaction, just like the reaction they had when they heard such words before. No matter who suddenly said such words to you, they would think so. Don't laugh. Ron glared at the two girls. Although the two girls knew that Ron was powerful, they didn't look too scared. Seeing this, they both stuck out their tongues and stopped laughing. Belle-Mare looked at the two women who were suppressing their laughter, and then at Ron, who had a black line on his head. He scratched his head a little. What on earth is going on with these people? Are they all seriously ill patients who escaped from the mental hospital? Oh, it's such a pity for these two lovely girls, and this guy named Ron, who is a good person. Why are he so seriously ill? The corner of Ron's mouth twitched, and he knew exactly what Belle-Mare was thinking. Okay, I know you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. If you don't believe it, you have to follow me, Ron said, already walking towards Belle-Mare. You, what do you want to do? Belle-Mare is not a good person. As a young girl who aspires to be a Marine, she always keeps exercising and training herself at home. Although she is not training in the famous martial arts and kendo, it is just ordinary physical exercise. It also made her physical condition much better than that of ordinary villagers. Seeing Ron trying to grab her hand, Belle-Mare immediately frowned, and then took a big step back, trying to avoid Ron's hand. Pity. Not to mention an ordinary girl like Belle-Mare, not even Shichibukai, not even the four emperors could escape Ron's grasp. Advertisement. Hey, 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 what do you want to do? Let me go, let me go. Belle-Mare couldn't escape. Ron grabbed her right hand and immediately started shouting. She felt that she had met a bad guy. This guy is not only mentally ill, he is also a big villain who kidnaps and traffics girls. Let me go. Belle-Mare's eyes were focused and she said seriously, otherwise I'll call someone. Let me tell you, if I really yell something indecent, the whole village will gather here. Humph, by then you won't be able to run away even if you want to. Shout, shout, no one will come to save you even if you scream till your throat is broken. Ron answered the words seriously and then pulled Belle-Mare out of the room. This woman seemed to be planning to go on a trip, with her back behind her. With her backpack and everything packed, she just happened to be taken away by herself, saving a lot of trouble. Hey, you really won't let go? Belle-Mare looked at Ron in surprise. This man seems to have a real brain problem. He said so, and he still won't let 887 go. Could it be that his stunning beauty captivate even a mentally ill person? Don't let go. Ron shook his head. When I see your two daughters later, you will know that what I said is true. Your disease is hopeless. Belle-Mare glanced at Ron, then took a deep breath and shouted. Help, it's indecent. You're robbing a girl. This loud voice had great penetrating power and spread throughout most of the town. Damn it. You woman is really screaming. Ron's expression changed. In order to maintain his righteous image, he suddenly waved his hand and summoned a space door. He stretched out his hand to take Aurovia, Scarlet and the clutches in his hand. Belmere walked through the space door and went to another uninhabited island. Huh? Where are the people from Belmere? The villagers heard the cry for help and rushed over, but did not see Belmere. I heard her shouting for help just now. Why is she missing now? Yeah, I heard it too. It seemed like a boy in white and two girls came over just now. Is it them? Belmere's disappearance must be related to them. Everyone, hurry up and look for it. Chapter 328 Kendo Hall. Kuina. It is another 10 years in time and space, a timeline less than 10 years away from the time and space Ron came from. East Blue, Seymour Shiki Village, inside the Ishin Dojo Kendo Hall. It's amazing. Kuina can defeat adults now. Yes, it's amazing. Terrible. I often see her secretly practicing swordplay alone. No wonder she is so powerful. By the way, green-haired boy, do you still dare to compete with Sister Kuina? The Kendo Hall was full of people. The owner of the hall, Koshiro, sat aside with a gentle smile and said nothing. The students below looked at the girl who defeated an adult in amazement. One of them looked at it maliciously. The green-haired boy sitting nearby is young, no more than 10 years old. This boy is none other than Zoro as a child. Zoro gritted his teeth and looked at Kuina, who was showing off her power on the field, and he was filled with anger. He has competed with Kuina many times. Whether it was a formal challenge in front of the students or a private personal challenge, without exception, he was defeated by Kuina, a girl. No matter how hard he practiced the skills and strength of the sword, he is no match for Kuina in any aspect. Damn it, I will definitely defeat you, Kuina. Zoro swore in his heart that he would definitely defeat Kuina. Advertisement. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Kuina held a wooden sword, her young body stood upright, her eyes looked around like a fierce tigress. Except for the green-haired guy, no student dared to look at her. Okay, Kuina, stop it. Koshiro stood up, clapped his hands and said, that's it for today's morning class. Everyone, please disperse. Remember to complete your daily training. Good teacher. One by one, the students stood up and left. Zoro also stood up and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Kuina, who was standing proudly, with fighting spirit in his eyes. Zoro left and found a place to continue his crazy training. Here, Koshiro looked at his daughter, who wanted to be stronger inside in his heart. He knew his daughter better than anyone else. She was self-reliant, brave and determined. It would be great if Kuina was a boy, and this dojo could be left in his hands, but it's a pity. Father, I'm going to practice. Kuina held the wooden sword in her hand with a determined look on her face, preparing to leave and go to the training ground outside for daily practice. Wait, Kuina. Koshiro spoke up, hesitated and said, Kuina, haven't you given up yet? What is he going to do? Belmere looked at Ron's back curiously. It should be like us. There are people here who will die unexpectedly. He came here to save people, right? Orovia thought for a moment and said. The young man in white in front of him waved his hand and summoned a space gate, which took her from Cocoa West Village to a strange island. Then he created a black light spot. He called that light spot a time tunnel. She and the other two girls he was taken into the time tunnel and came to the present time and space. Advertisement. Although she didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of her and she had to believe that it was all true. Watching her father's leaving figure, Kuina gritted her teeth and continued holding the sword to the training ground, sweating profusely while practicing swordsmanship. Orovia, do you really believe his lies? Belmere had a very fierce temper. He couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said bluntly. I don't know if he can really travel through time, right? Come on, you guys wait for me here first. I'll buy a newspaper and read it. We're going with you. Don't get separated. I still have some things to do. Orovia, Scarlet, you two have taken a liking to her, and you will be operating in this village, waiting for me to come back, you know? Ron called Orovia and Scarlet. After saying hello, and after the two women nodded, he clasped his hands behind his back, leisurely left in front of the three women, and walked towards a kendo gym not far away. I don't know. Scarlet shook her head. It's a pity. You should know that I have told you a long time ago that women are inherently inferior to men in terms of physical strength and strength. You are still young now. You will know when you grow up. Koshiro sighed and shook his head, turned and left. On the streets of Seymour GG Village, Ron glanced at Belmere, who had stopped struggling in his hands, and said helplessly, I will let go of your imprisonment now. Although this is East Blue, it is not the place you were before. The timeline is up, please don't run around, I won't be responsible if you lose it. Father, I will not give up. Kuina paused and said firmly, I will definitely become a great swordsman. My ultimate goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman, and I want to prove it to you. Children are no worse than boys, even in kendo. Only a ghost believes what you say. Belmere said this, but her heart was extremely shocked. What had she just encountered? Good. Could it be that he really traveled through time and space? Belmere was shocked. Chapter 329 Challenge Koshiro. Just when Ron was heading to the kendo hall, the Nine Snakes Island in this world was a place Ron didn't pay attention to. That guy, Ron. 11 Lilith walked to the window with a haggard face, looking at the ocean in the distance, her eyes full of longing. Your Majesty. Are you still thinking about that person? A middle-aged woman with green hair came over and looked at the queen worriedly. It's okay. The queen shook her head, glanced at the green-haired woman, and said softly, maybe that guy has forgotten me. After all, it was just a one-time relationship. Your Majesty, Marine has been pressing hard recently, and the problems we are facing are very serious. The green-haired woman took out a stack of documents and said solemnly, although Nine Snakes Island is located in the calm belt, these locations out to sea are all guarded by Marine. Our headquarters may have been hunting Sea Kings, right? In this case, the casualties would be too great, and Sea Kings are the gate guards of our 049 Snakes Island. No, Queen Lilith shook her head, pursed her lips tightly, her eyes full of bitterness, and then said firmly, we will never admit defeat. Please inform us that tomorrow, I will personally lead the team to fight against those who block the ocean. Marine negotiate. But Your Majesty, your body, the green-haired woman's heart skipped a beat and she looked at the Queen worriedly. It's okay, I'm fine. Lilith waved her hand. Well. The green-haired woman took the order and retreated. As soon as she retreated, Lilith spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed softly. Ahem. It's been nearly 10 years, Ron, haven't you thought of me at all? Lilith muttered sadly. Cocoa West Village, in front of Yishin Dojo. Ron raised his hand about to knock on the door, paused slightly, and frowned. Advertisement, it seemed like. Someone was talking about me. Ron, BDBJ, then launched Observation Haki to monitor the entire world. As Observation Haki covered the whole world, Ron's mind suddenly moved. He knew who was talking about him, but a strange look appeared on his face. Which woman? It turned out to be her. Ron looked strange. He actually didn't have much impression of Lilith. After all, it was just a one-time encounter. He didn't expect that this woman would fall in love with him at first sight. He never expected it. This woman has really suffered her. Ron shook his head secretly. For him, it was just a random journey through time and space, and he and Lilith were only separated for a few days, but for Lilith, nearly 10 years had passed. Years, combined with the experience of the miserable king of Nine Snakes Island in the original plot, if he did not meet her again, he would probably die of missing her. That's all, when Kuina's matter is over, take Lilith and leave too. Ron was sure, and his fingers were already knocking on the door. Boom, 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 boom. Is it that distinguished guest who came to my humble abode at Ishin Dojo? In the dojo, Koshiro, who was standing on a high platform with his hands behind his back, silently watching the students practicing swordsmanship below, turned to look at the door, asked loudly, and motioned to the adult disciple next to him to open the door. The two little guys did not change their attention at all because of their arrival. They were still focused on training hard. The wooden swords in their hands kept swinging down, and the wooden swords that cut through the air made a whirring sound. The door opened, and a handsome young man in white came into the eyes of everyone in the dojo, including Zoro and Kuina, who are training in swordsmanship. Mr. Koshiro. Ron pondered for a moment and already made a decision in his mind. He looked up at Koshiro and said with a calm smile, I heard that Mr. Koshiro is one of the best kendo masters in East Blue. I have been practicing at the Grand Line for several years and returned to East today. Blue, I want to challenge you here, sir. I wonder if you can give me some advice to this junior? Advertisement 1 is naturally the target this time, Kuina, and the other is Zoro with short green hair. It looks much older than us, so he must be here to apprentice as well. Oh, upon hearing this, Koshiro's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed deep in his eyes, but he didn't show any expression on the surface. You want to challenge me? No, Mr. Koshiro is the most famous kendo master in East Blue. He is almost not far away from the master level. Look, another person is here. I heard that Mr. Koshiro was a powerful swordsman when he was young. This guy must have come here because of his fame. He wants to learn swordsmanship at this age, isn't it too late? Ron listened to the discussion of these little guys, his expression remained unchanged, and he glanced at Koshiro indifferently, and then his eyes were attracted to the two people in the corner of the yard. This. Koshiro raised his brows and smiled gently. This little brother, what do you want to teach me here? Challenge? After hearing Ron's words, the students who were still discussing in low voices were stunned, and they all looked at Ron in surprise. Whatever, this guy will definitely not have as bright a future as us in the future. Ron hadn't spoken yet, but the students below who saw Ron arriving started talking in low voices one by one. Click. Chapter 330 Ron vs Kuina. What? This guy wants to challenge Mr. Koshiro? A student looked at Ron in shock. Isn't this a fool? Another student sneered and shook his head. Mr. Koshiro is a famous swordsman in East Blue. How old is this guy? Are you going to challenge Mr. Koshiro? Ha ha ha. Another guy who wants to be famous in the name of teacher. An older student said disdainfully. This guy must be crazy about being famous, and he dares to provoke teacher Koshiro. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, another student said with a smile. Mr. Koshiro is invincible on this island. Even the entire East Blue is the top powerhouse. Although I have never seen the teacher take action with my own eyes, but those famous pirate groups never dared to come to our island to run wild. From this we can see the power of the teacher. Yes, yes. The other students nodded and looked at Ron disdainfully. How dare this guy challenge Mr. Koshiro? The child Zoro also stopped training and turned to look at Ron in surprise. Challenge, father. A strange look appeared in Kuina's beautiful eyes. She grabbed the wooden sword in her hand and walked to Koshiro's side. Father, you don't need to take action yourself to deal with him, let me do it. There was a hint of solemnity in Koshiro's eyes. He looked at Ron closely. Looking at the young man in white with an indifferent expression and even a slight smile on his face, He felt a little unclear about Ron's background. This boy is a little weird. I actually can't see through his strength. But, Koshiro glanced at the divine sword Yumu on Ron's waist, and a hint of shock flashed deep in his eyes. This sword is so strong, so strong. From my experience, it is definitely on the level of the supreme sharp sword. Famous swords, even more. Kuina, stand down. Koshiro said in a deep voice. You are not his opponent. Impossible. Kuina looked resolute and said resonantly. My strength is second only to you in the dojo. No one else is my opponent. Father, let me take action. With that said, Kuina didn't care whether Koshiro agreed or not, and walked directly towards Ron. Looking at Ron's handsome face, Kuina's expression was condensed, and she didn't have the obsession of an ordinary girl seeing a handsome boy. If you want to challenge my father, you must pass my level first. Kuina held the wooden sword in both hands, looked at Ron with two beautiful eyes, and shouted in a deep voice. Draw the sword. Ron's expression remained unchanged. He first looked at Koshiro, who was silent, then looked at Kuina, who had a determined look on his face. He smiled softly and said, Okay, let me pass your test first. Please show mercy to this little brother, Koshiro interrupted at this time. Don't worry, Ron nodded, then looked at the wooden sword in Kuina's hand and said, Since you use a wooden sword, I can't bully you with a real sword. Advertisement brush. Snapped. Ron stretched out his hand, and the wooden sword in one of the students watching the show flew into Ron's hand as if it had wings. Huh? My sword. The student panicked and watched in shock as his sword flew into Ron's hand. What kind of weird ability is this? Could he be a person with fruit abilities? Possible. It turns out to be demon fruit power. No wonder you dare to challenge the teacher. Then, isn't Miss Kuina in danger? Not necessarily, they're competing in swordsmanship now. They're not competing in fruit ability. Let's just watch it honestly. Seeing Ron showing off his skills like this, the students who originally looked at Ron with disdain became serious. Seeing this, Koshiro narrowed his eyes slightly but didn't say much. Zoro, on the other hand, had the same expression. He just looked at Kuina and Ron. He was very envious of such a swordsmanship competition and thought to himself, when will I be able to have a swordsmanship duel with other swordsmanship masters? Let's take action. Kuina also didn't care about Ron's hand. She just looked at Ron with her eyes intently, holding the sword in both hands, and devoted herself to the sword in her hand in Ron's body. Ready, I'm going to take action. Ron smiled slightly, holding a wooden sword in his right hand, and walked towards Kuina easily. Drink. Just when Ron came within Kuina's attack range, Kuina gave a low shout, dwarfed and rushed forward, and stabbed Ron in the ribs with the sword in both hands. Advertisement. When Ron waved his wooden sword casually and easily deflected Kuina's wooden sword. Please give me flowers. Kuina's expression changed, and the wooden sword in her hand was almost knocked away. She felt the huge force on Ron's long sword, and quickly stepped back a few steps, took a deep breath, clenched the wooden sword in her hand again, and looked at Ron solemnly. As Koshiro's daughter, she has a much better understanding of swordsmanship than the average person. After all, she has seen it since she was a child. Although Koshiro is not optimistic about his daughter's future in swordsmanship, he does not care about his daughter's skills. It should be said that he does not care about any of his disciples. Kuina has always been an invincible existence in the dojo. No disciple except Koshiro is her opponent. Today, she met an opponent, a boy who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. The pressure on her was unexpected, no better than his father Koshiro. Zero, come again. Kuina shouted, and continued to rush towards Ron with her sword without any discouragement, and struck him in the head with the sword. Bang bang bang. Ron waved his sword casually, his eyes were indifferent, and he looked at Kuina, who was trying hard to attack him, with a smile. This girl did have a good understanding of swordsmanship. If it weren't for her delicate body and young age, her swordsmanship level would at least be that of a famous swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship level, it is about level 20 or 30 of basic swordsmanship. This is really very powerful for a little girl. You know, even some ordinary marine generals, the level of swordsmanship is almost this level. The sword skills are good, but the strength is too weak and the speed is too slow. Ron swung his sword casually, and with a bang, the wooden sword in Kuina's hand was knocked away. The wooden sword in Ron's hand brushed against Kuina's fair forehead. Before. Lost. Kuina actually lost. Oh my god, this is the first time I see Kuina lose. Yes, it's the first time I've seen it too. No wonder this guy dares to challenge Mr. Koshiro. It turns out he is not a showman, but someone with some strength. Now that he has defeated Kuina, is he really going to challenge the teacher next? I'm so excited, I can finally see the teacher take action. When all the students saw Kuina defeated by Ron, they were surprised at first, and then they all became excited when they thought that Koshiro would take action to meet the challenge. Chapter 331 One Sword, beat Koshiro. I actually lost. Kuina looked at her hands in disbelief. Her delicate and white hands were all red. This was the scar left by pulling the wooden sword hard just now, but still not catching the wooden sword that was knocked away. What a powerful force. Kuina looked at Ron solemnly and took a deep breath. You are very strong. It's not bad. Ron smiled lightly and looked at Kuina with an expression full of admiration. You are also very good. You are better than many famous swordsmen. The only difference is your strength and speed. Just from your understanding of kendo. Come on, you are no worse than them. Strength and speed. Could it be that I will never be as good as an adult man? Kuina lowered her head bitterly upon hearing this. Alas. Koshiro also sighed slightly. The boy opposite was really not a simple person. He could see Kuina's flaws and strengths at a glance. He was equally satisfied with Kuina's kendo level. Unfortunately, women really have no idea about their future in swordsmanship, because they are no match for men in the world. Maybe. Ron smiled and touched his chin. Although girls are inherently inferior to men in swordsmanship, this situation is not unchangeable. Since strength, speed and physical fitness are inherently inferior, then it will change the day after tomorrow. As long as your physical strength, and wouldn't it be great if the speed could be enhanced to be the same as that of a man, or even far greater than that of a man? How to enhance it? Kuina quickly raised her head and stared at Ron's face, looking at Ron expectantly. Kuina, please step aside first. Koshiro suddenly spoke at this time and walked over. He glanced at Ron indifferently, then turned to tell Kuina. You step aside first, this gentleman is here to challenge me. Since you have failed, then don't dwell on it any longer. But father, he said. Kuina still wanted to speak, but she suddenly heard Ron's words. She was excited, but Koshiro asked herself to step away. How could this be possible? Such a thing is impossible. Koshiro shook his head, feeling inexplicably unhappy in his heart. He turned to look at the smiling Ron. Why did this little brother say such things to my daughter? What? Ron raised an eyebrow. Is it fun to deceive little girls? Koshiro raised his right hand and slowly pulled out a long sword from his waist. This long sword was not Wado Ichimonji, but another ordinary long sword that he commonly used. Although the long sword is ordinary, in the hands of a swordsman like him, it can exert the same power as a sharp sword. This is the power of a swordsman. Haha, I deceived a little girl? Ron shook his head indifferently. Do you think I was joking just now? Advertisement, isn't it? Koshiro shook his head. I have never heard of a way to train women to become kendo masters. Using devil fruit? That's just the ability of devil fruit, not kendo ability. The method I'm talking about is not the ability of the fruit. Ron shook his head and said, forget it, no matter how much I tell you, there's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Let's add a bonus to our competition. If I win, let Kuina follow me to learn swordsmanship. Well, I can train her to become a top swordsman in the world. If I lose, this sword will be yours. Turning his hand, the divine sword Yuming had fallen into Ron's hand. Ding. Groan. There was a sword cry, and everyone in the entire kendo hall could hear this terrifying sword cry. This is. Koshiro's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at the magic sword in Ron's hand with fear. This sword is stronger than the supreme knife. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. Ron said calmly. This sword is indeed a famous sword that is more powerful than the supreme sharp sword. In this competition bet, you must accept it whether you accept it or not, just accept it. That's settled. Ron glanced at Kuina and found that there was no rebuttal in Kuina's eyes. Instead, she was full of eagerness to try. Obviously she also wanted to follow Ron and leave. She didn't want to spend her life in a mediocre way. She wanted to become a world-class person. The great swordsman. If Ron can make her stronger, she is very willing to leave with Ron. No, I won't hand Kuina over to you. Koshiro shook his head resolutely, his tone full of determination. This is not up to you. Ron smiled calmly. Get ready to take the move. I won't take advantage of you, so be it. I will still use the wooden sword. One move. As long as you can catch my move without losing, then it's fine I lose. Arrogant. Koshiro's face was gloomy. Even with his gentle temper, he became angry when Ron said this. Who is he? He is the world's top swordsman who once fought against the powerful Marine Zephyr and cut off one of his arms. If he were not indifferent to fame and fortune, he could even compete for the position of the world's top swordsman. But now, he found that he had been underestimated. One move. A good sword move, as fast as wind and as fierce as fire. This move alone is already a Shichibukai. No, this is already quite close to a 4 Emperors level attack. Ron smiled calmly. But it's useless to me. Are you ready? I'm about to make a move. Remember, there are 4.4 moves per move. I only make one move. Advertisement. Take the move. In that case, prepare to lose. Koshiro was angry in his heart, but since he was going to fight, he couldn't let his emotions control his thoughts. He took a deep breath, calmed down the restlessness in his heart, and looked at it with eyes as calm as water. Ron, slightly shorter, held the long sword at his waist with his right hand. He glanced at the wooden sword in Ron's hand opposite him. His expression was calm, and he did not look down upon Ron at all because he was holding a wooden sword. Ron's eyes were like water. He raised his hand casually, and easily blocked the red starlight sword light in front of him. This was a very terrifying attack. If it were an ordinary person, even an ordinary Shichibukai strongman would not be able to resist this attack. At least. You have to be seriously injured to hang up. Ron's feet were a little lower, his body flashed, and he rushed towards Koshiro. Slash. Brush. Ding. Take the move. Koshiro groaned softly. Ishin Ryu. Strike wind Ryu fire slash. This young man in white said he could defeat himself with one move? This guy is so strong. Boom. Two figures flashed across each other in an instant, and the whole place was silent. Don't believe it? Then take action. Ron flicked his hand and threw the Yumu in his hand to Kuina. He smiled at her and said, "Hold it for me." However, Ron raised his hand to take the move easily. "Damn it, it's actually a sword move in basic swordsmanship." Koshiro frowned. "Are you looking down on me? You want to defeat me with one move? Huh. Let me defeat you with this move. Ishin Ryu Secret, Crazy Lion Forbidden Song." Oh, Kuina gave Ron a strange look. This guy was so strange that he would give such a famous sword to her for safekeeping. How strange. Isn't this a joke? A blazing sword light, like a strong wind sweeping out of thin air, fell from the sky and struck Ron head on. Koshiro's face darkened. He didn't expect that Ron could take his move steadily. Although this was not his strongest attack move, it was already a very powerful move. As Ron said, the move has almost surpassed the attack of ordinary Shichibukai, and is close to the attack power of 4 emperors, but for Ron, he just raised his hand and took it easily. How is this possible? Chapter 332 The Domineering and Invincible Ron. Take Kuina. You lost. Mr. Koshiro. Ron turned around slowly, the wooden sword in his hand as solid as a rock. In the hands of Koshiro, who was passing by on the opposite side, the long iron sword in his hand turned into pieces of iron with a click and fell to the ground. Puff. Koshiro swayed, spat out a small mouthful of blood, and turned around with a pale face to look at Ron. Teacher, are you okay? What a shame, you dare to hurt the teacher. All the students looked at Ron angrily, and felt shocked in their hearts. This guy seemed to have really defeated Mr. Koshiro, and it was just with one move. Oh my god. How can this be, father? Kuina exclaimed and rushed towards Koshiro. Koshiro suddenly raised his hand to stop Kuina and the students who were about to rush over. I'm fine, it's just a shock to my internal organs. It's fine, don't worry. Koshiro took a deep breath, then looked at Ron, and said in a deep voice. Who are you? I don't think even the 13th greatest swordsman in the world can achieve such strength. Although I am in East Blue, but I still know a little about the top kendo masters in the world. Even among the new young kendo masters, I have never heard of someone like you existing. So, who are you? Who am I? Ron smiled. I am Ron, a hermit swordsman. Advertisement, hermit swordsman. Koshiro muttered silently, then shook his head sadly. Sure enough, there are countless strong people in this world. Although I have never been arrogant, I really saw it today. Your swordsmanship is very strong. You can master basic swordsmanship. To reach this level is unique in the world. On the side, Kuina heard the words and immediately looked at Ron with burning eyes. To be praised by her father, and this young man named Ron can defeat his father with one blow, he is really strong. Maybe he can actually make himself. On the other side, the child Zoro also looked at Ron with the same eyes. What a powerful guy, I will definitely defeat you. When I grow up, I will definitely challenge you and defeat you, and become the strongest and most powerful person in the world. A powerful swordsman. The students at the Kendo Hall also looked at Ron in shock and confusion. This boy looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, but such a boy actually defeated Koshiro, who they and others thought was invincible, with one move. Teacher, where did this guy come from? It's simply too scary, as agreed, Kuina is coming with me. Don't worry, I won't hurt her, she will come back to see you in the future. By then, she will be one of the strongest swordsmen in the world. Maybe her swordsmanship he will be second only to me. Ron waved his hand, and the wooden sword flew out from his hand, and was inserted into the ground in front of the owner of the wooden sword, a dojo student, shocking the guy. Ron came to Kuina and asked with a gentle smile. Kuina, are you willing to leave with me? I am willing to accept you as a disciple and teach you the strongest swordsmanship in the world. Can I really do it? Kuina asked anxiously. Although she has a strong character, the words her father said have been lingering in her heart. She also knows that what her father said is correct, but she has always been unwilling to do so. Just admit it. And now, the young man in front of him, the young man who defeated his invincible father with one move, actually said that he can train himself to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Is this really possible? Is it really possible? Of course, do you think that with my strength, I would deceive you about such a thing? Ron asked. Yes. Kuina nodded, and then said seriously, I am willing to leave with you. I'll wait for you. Ron looked back at Zoro and nodded with a smile. Then, come with me. Ron put his hands behind his back and looked at Kuina with satisfaction. This girl's persistence in kendo is stronger than anyone he has ever seen, even more determined than Zoro. He likes to be so determined. People. I'm waiting for you. Kuina glanced at Zoro arrogantly. You have been defeated by me 1,700 times. I hope that next time I see you, you can take my move. Advertisement, thank you, father. Kuina bowed deeply towards Koshiro. The tears in her eyes couldn't stop flowing out and fell to the ground. After she stood up, she had already shaken away the tears from the corners of her eyes, leaving only the determination on her face. Looking at Kuina, who followed Ron and left with his sword, Koshiro clenched his hands, but did not try to hold him back. Let's go. If you can really realize your wish, it will be worthy of your unremitting efforts over the years. As a father, there is no power that can make you realize your wish. I hope you can really realize your wish, Koshiro. Our bet has been completed. Ron glanced at him. Do you think you can stop me with my strength? You. Koshiro was speechless. Yes, Ron could defeat him with one move. If he wanted to take Kuina away by force, he really couldn't stop him. Hello. Just when Ron was about to leave with Kuina, suddenly, Zoro from the corner not far away shouted. He looked at Ron and Kuina and shouted. That man named Ron, when I grow up, I will definitely defeat you. Kuina, when I grow up, I will still have to duel with you, and I will definitely beat you once. Defeat Koshiro in one move. Father, I am willing to follow Mr. Ron. Kuina said firmly. For the sake of swordsmanship and to become the world's top swordsman, I am willing to do this. Please let me do it, father. I will. Zoro shouted. Ron took Kuina away, leaving behind the invincible attitude in everyone's mind. All the students were extremely shocked. Koshiro has always been invincible in their minds, but Ron defeated Koshiro who was holding an iron sword with a wooden sword. Now they're all excited. It turns out that the way of swordsmanship can be so powerful. Degree. Outside the Ishin dojo, Kuina glanced at the plaque of the dojo with complicated eyes for the last time, pursed her lips, turned around resolutely, and quickly followed Ron's back. She held the divine sword Yuming in both hands and followed the young man in white with his hands behind his back. You, Kuina. Koshiro gritted his teeth and looked at Kuina steadily. Seeing the firm look in her eyes, his lips trembled and he couldn't help but sigh. Okay, since you have decided, then. Oh, then it's up to you. Kuina. Koshiro shouted, looked at Kuina solemnly and said, are you sure you want to leave with him? The origin of this Ron is mysterious. Although he says he is a hermit swordsman, he has never heard of it. If his daughter leaves with him, there will be any danger. Chapter 333. Take Lilith away on the street. Ron took Kuina just a few steps away, and Kuina caught up with him, came to Ron's side, looked sideways at Ron, moved his lips, and finally said nothing. What? Do you have anything to ask? Ron smiled, looked at Kuina and said, if you have any questions, just ask. W. Where are we going next? Kuina asked. She has been living in this village all this time and has basically never traveled far. Now she is leaving with Ron. Although it is her final decision and she will not regret it, there is also anxiety about unknown life. Where are we going? Of course it's an adventure, Ron stretched. Adventure. Kuina's eyes lit up. Her father, Koshiro, had been on adventures in various oceans when he was young, and even went to the Grand Line. She was also looking forward to the adventure. Well, we have a few more friends. Look, they're here. Ron looked forward, and Kuina followed. 3 beautiful sisters. Kuina's expression moved as she saw 3 beautiful girls walking over from the front. Ron, are you done with your work? Scarlet raised her hand and waved this way. It's done. Ron walked over with Kuina, glanced at Belmir who was not in a good mood, and said, how was your shopping? I bought some things, Orovia said. Now that your things are settled, should we continue our journey? I'm still looking forward to what you said. Orovia was naturally talking about Ron taking her to the future to meet her daughter. Orovia didn't quite believe it, but Ron did have the ability to travel through time and space. She naturally wanted to confirm it. If what Ron said was true, she also doesn't mind meeting her daughter. Orovia, do you really believe his lies? Belmir sighed and shook his head. This guy obviously likes us. Those words are all deceptive. Do you really believe it? Although what this guy said is a bit unbelievable, it is still possible, Orovia said. I told you before, Scarlet and I came here nearly 10 years ago. Do you think don't you believe what I said? How can I believe this? Belmir rolled his eyes and said, you must have been deceived by him. Okay. Seeing the two of them like this, Scarlet quickly held their hands and said, let's not talk about this for now. Ron, where should we go next? And, who is this? Advertisement, Scarlet asked, looking at Kuina. This is Kuina, our future partner. She is now learning kendo with me. Ron stroked Kuina's little head and said with a smile. Hello, sisters, I am Kuina. Although Kuina looked cold, she was also very sensible. She did not ignore others arrogantly, but greeted a few people politely. Hello Kuina, I'm Scarlet. Scarlet smiled and nodded in greeting. I'm Orovia. Orovia smiled gently. I'm Belmir. Belmir said casually, not very interested. She looked at Ron and asked, where should we go next? Where to go? Let's go to the Grand Line first. Ron waved his hand, and a space gate was summoned. Huh? What is this? Kuina looked at the space door curiously. This is a space gate. Ron explained. It is one of my devil fruit abilities, which can carry out ultra-long distance teleportation. Wow. Is it so powerful? Kuina has never seen such an ability. She has heard of the existence of demon fruit power, but has never seen it with her own eyes, and now, she finally saw it in Ron. Ron took the lead, and everyone followed, passed through the space door, and came directly to the Grand Line. Not long after, Ron led everyone to Nine Snake Island. Ron looked at the island with a complex expression. Before leaving, he planned to take Lilith away. This woman actually didn't give up on unrequited love so many years ago. In this case, let's take her away with him, because if you take her away, according to the original plot, this woman will even be depressed to death because of missing herself. This seems to be Amazon Lily? Orovia was well informed. The moment she saw Nine Snakes Island, an idea flashed in her mind. It's indeed very similar. Scarlet lives in New World, but has also seen information about Nine Snake Island in the Palace Library. Now after comparing it, she found that there is indeed some similarity between this place and Amazon Lily. Advertisement. But this is Amazon Lily. Ron nodded, and then asked. I'm here to take someone away. You guys wait here for me for 10 minutes. I'll be here soon. Oh, okay. Orovia thought for a while and said, "You have to be careful, we don't care. This island is very unwelcome to men. If you are discovered by someone on the island, you may be a little bit trouble." "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ron flashed and left here. "What is this guy doing here?" Belmere muttered. Sure enough, what an amazing ability. Kuina was still amazed at the speed of the space door. This, from East Blue to Grand Line in the blink of an eye? It's too fast. Mr. Ron has even more powerful abilities. Scarlet smiled and said, "You'll find out later." Okay. Kuina nodded confusedly. On Nine Snake Island, in the palace, Queen Lilith was bedridden with a haggard look, and her life was almost at the end of her life. "Your Majesty, the Queen is so pitiful." The green-haired woman sighed, and after a while, she turned around and left. At this point, the Queen was the only one left in the Queen's bedroom. Cough cough cough. The Queen coughed. Wan Li Hao. For a while, her face was pale and miserable. "Ron. Did you really fall in love with me at first sight?" A voice that Lilith had been thinking about day and night suddenly sounded in her ears. Lilith froze and suddenly opened her eyes. You are Ron." Lilith used all her strength to sit up from the bed, tremblingly looking at the boy in white who suddenly appeared in the room, tears flowing uncontrollably. You are still like that nice." "You too." Ron walked over and sat beside Lilith's bed, with a hint of apology in his eyes. For him, it was only yesterday that he met Lilith, but for Lilith, he had already separated from her. It's been almost 10 years. Ooh. Lilith looked at Ron, who was so close and couldn't help but threw herself into his arms and cried bitterly. "Come with me." Ron said domineeringly. "Okay," Lilith replied crisply. Chapter 334. Give Lilith some extra points. Back to the Future. Walked. Ron hugged Lilith and left without saying a word. As for Amazon Lily, after Lilith leaves, they will naturally choose another queen. According to history, the next queen will be Empress Hancock. Huh? Seeing Ron coming through the space door, holding a seriously ill woman in his hands, Scarlet and others suddenly became curious. Who is this? This is the Queen of Nine Snakes Island, Lilith, Ron introduced. You kidnapped the queen? The four girls stared at Ron with their eyes widened and looked a little strange. Are you too cruel? Belmere looked at Ron and Lilith in his arms strangely. You can kidnap the Queen of Nine Snake Island, you are so crazy. Ahem. Ron's mouth twitched. How should he explain this? Could it be that Lilith fell in love with him unrequitedly at first sight and thought about him for nearly 10 years, and she couldn't bear her to continue to suffer the torture of love, so she took her away? Although this is indeed the case, no one would believe it if I said it. It has nothing to do with Ron. Lilith looked at Ron longingly and whispered. It's me, 627, and I took the initiative to follow him. I've suffered so much for you these years, Lilith. Ron sighed. He didn't expect that this woman would be so infatuated with him when it was just a one-time relationship. Well, let's take her with him. He has so many women anyway, she's no different. Yeah. Lilith leaned into Ron's arms with a happy look on her face. How's your health? Ron asked while exploring Lilith's body. I'm fine, I'm much better now. Lilith lowered her head shyly. Still saying you're fine? Ron frowned. Lilith's body was almost exhausted. If he hadn't appeared, it wouldn't take long, at most half a year, for this woman to die. It's really okay, Lilith said with a satisfied look on her face. I am very satisfied to be able to see you again. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. What are you talking about? How could I watch you die? Ron glared at her, looked at her pale face, and said, although your body is almost exhausted now, to me, this doesn't matter. No matter what, keep an eye on it. Ron put his hand on Lilith's forehead and said silently, bring up Lilith's data panel. Understood. The system said. Character name, Lilith. Advertisement strength, 2 constitution, 3 agility, 2 spirit, 3 status, extremely weak skill, Amazon archery, 17. Royal swordsmanship, 19 royal rule, 35 royal physical skills, 15. Lilith has a lot of skills and her level is not bad, unfortunately, because her body is too weak and her 4-dimensional attributes are pitifully weak, she is almost worse than a child. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help but shake his head. If he hadn't arrived in time, this woman must die. Without saying anything else, Ron started to add some points to Lilith's body. First of all, it must be adding physical skills. After adding up the physical skills, the body will naturally get better. Royal physical skills 15 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. 19 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Royal rule. Amazon archery. Ron casually added tens of thousands of points to Lilith's 4 skills. In an instant, Lilith felt a huge change in her body. Her body was becoming infinitely stronger, and this strengthening continued. After a while, Ron's points addition was over, and all 4 skills had been enhanced to the million level by him. Lilith's 4-dimensional attributes also reached a terrifying level of nearly 10,000 points, and she instantly became a god and a lower-level god. My body, actually. Lilith was shocked to feel the changes in her body. She felt that she had become so strong that she was almost endlessly strong. Come down. Ron smiled and put Lee down. Her body was fine. Not only was she fine, she also became extremely powerful. In this time and space, apart from Ron, she is the strongest existence in the world. Advertisement, it's amazing. Lilith stood on the ground and took a deep breath. There was a lot of information in her mind, advanced information on the 4 skills, the use of various powers, archery, swordsmanship, physical skills, etc., all of which were powerful. To the extreme. Is this the power you have? Lilith looked up at Ron, her beautiful eyes filled with joy. Well, this is the power I have, Ron smiled lightly. That's amazing. Lilith smiled and said, I really did not misjudge you, you are indeed the man I have fallen in love with. In the future time and space, in the pirate world where Ron left the timeline, several days have passed since Ron left. What's going on? The 4 girls on one side looked shocked. What did they see? Let's go. In the past few days, the whole world has been in uproar, and the thing that has attracted the attention of the whole world is Marineford's trial of Ace. You will know about it later. Let's not talk about this now. Let's go back. They may be waiting impatiently. They have other things to do when they get back. Ron thought of the summer war plot that was about to start in the future world. I don't know if it has already started. Sister Hancock. Kaya said with a smile, when will the baby be born? Lilith, who was dying just now, suddenly recovered. Not only that, the aura on her body became stronger by leaps and bounds, and then became mysterious. Finally, until now, the 4 of them can no longer feel Lilith's aura. This is a huge gap in power, and naturally they cannot feel it. What's going on? Kuina asked. Ron touched his nose after being praised by Lilith and said nothing. 9 Snake Island, in the palace meeting hall. Empress Boa Hancock sat at the top, touching her belly with a gentle expression, and then looked at the people below. All the girls were gathered here, and no one was absent. Except for Ron and Lilith, none of the other girls could see the pinhead-sized space-time tunnel. 3,000 years, my god, how long will it take to wait? Kaya said disappointedly. Ron took a deep breath, waved his hand, and summoned a time and space tunnel. Coming to the river of time, Ron took the 5 girls and rushed towards the future timeline. After a while, they had arrived at the place where he first opened the time and space tunnel. Ron took a few girls with him, and his figure continued to shrink. The needle-sized time and space tunnel continued to enlarge in the eyes of the girls, becoming extremely huge, and several people flew towards the time and space tunnel. Walk. It's still early. The Empress smiled slightly. Ron said that the pregnancy period of our Protoss is 3,000 years, and it will take a long time until the child is born. Chapter 335 Shock. The daughter is older than the mother. When will brother Ron come back? Abis wrinkled her fair forehead and said, Abis misses him. Ron has only been gone for a few days, and you already miss him? Cornish covered her mouth and smiled. Do you think your brother Ron loves you? I am not. Abis suddenly turned red and lowered her head. Abis, you're blushing and you still say no. Aisha ran to her side and started laughing. Aisha, you're annoying. Abis immediately chased after her angrily, and the two turned into a stream of light and chased each other in the sky of 9 Snake Island. These 2 girls are really full of energy, Vivi said with a smile. Yes. Nami raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Golden Week, who was drinking tea quietly on the other side. Golden Week is still quiet, not naughty at all. I'm quiet too. Not far away, a huge figure moved. It was Irene. Okay, Irene should be quiet. Irene is a lady. Nami smiled and looked at Irene. Although Irene is a huge giant, she is indeed a very gentle girl who is never naughty. By the way everyone, Marineford is very lively recently, Wei Ka suddenly said at this time. Why don't we go join in the fun? Wika blinked her big eyes. She was recently attracted by the information in the newspaper and wanted to visit that place very much. Speaking of Marineford, Manchili sat next to Wei Ka and said softly, recently, news came from New World that the Whitebeard pirates have gathered a large group of people. The captain of the 2nd Division is going to Marineford to save them. This is a big event that has shocked the whole world. Valentine answered from the side. The naval headquarters has dispatched almost all its military forces to Marineford. Almost all the marine generals who have been dispatched have returned, and the new Shichibukai have also gathered. I heard that the world government also sent a lot of people there. World government. When the Empress heard this, her expression changed, and she couldn't help but look behind everyone. Im's face remained unchanged. Of course she knew why the Empress looked over. However, although she is Im, the controller of Uranus is still in Ron's hands. Without Uranus in hand, she has little control over world government. Moreover, she is Ron's person now, and she does not want to have to deal with world government and world government anymore. What happened to the celestial dragons? Seeing that Yimu didn't speak, the Empress ignored her. The current Yimu has not been blessed with skill points by Ron, and there are still many differences from those who have become gods. Among them was Manchili, who also had no skill points. Also not blessed yet are some people who joined later, such as Rebecca, Snowgirl Monet and others. As for Marineford, let's not worry about it for the time being. The Empress looked at Nami and Robin and said, Ron said before he left that he should be back before this thing happens. It's still so far away from the day of Ace's trial, there are still 2 days left, I think he should be able to come back in these few days. Hearing this, Nami, Robin, Rebecca and others were all moved. What did Ron go to? They knew very well that he was traveling through time and space to the previous time and space. Advertisement they were going to save their dead mother, and they didn't know if Ron had rescued their mother. They were a little worried and their faces became gloomy. Don't worry, you guys. It's not like you don't know Ron's strength. There will definitely be no problem with him taking action. Seeing this, the Empress couldn't help but comfort her. Well, we know, we're just a little worried, Rebecca nodded. At this moment, in the sky of Nine Snake Island. Haha, it's your turn. Abis grabbed Aisha and laughed. Abis, look over there. Aisha was stunned. The two were about the same strength. She was caught so easily by Abis because she was distracted just now. What? Abis paused and looked in the direction Aisha was pointing. She saw a small black dot the size of a needle tip appearing in the sky. Abis was startled, and then said in surprise. It's Ron, it's brother Ron who's back. Haha, that's great. The two flew over quickly. Boom. Ron's figure walked out of the time and space tunnel. Behind him, several figures quickly grew in size and turned into normal human beings. Huh? Why are you two here? Ron asked with a smile as he saw the two little girls waiting for him here. Brother Ron, we miss you so much. Abis and Aisha rushed over quickly and threw themselves into his arms. Brother Ron. Aisha held Ron's arm and looked at the women behind him curiously and asked, who are these sisters? Ron looked at the girls behind him, then smiled and said, come on, let's go down first and then talk. Good. Ron took a few people and landed in the Nine Snake Island Palace. Ron, you're back. Very good. As soon as Ron appeared, the girls noticed him and gathered around him in surprise. Ron smiled slightly, but before he could speak, someone among the girls exclaimed. Mother, advertisement, Mother, Belmere. Rebecca rushed to Scarlet, and hugged her tightly when Scarlet looked confused. Violet also ran over in surprise, watching Scarlet cry with joy. Robin walked up to Orovia with an excited face and held Orovia's hand tightly. Orovia also looked embarrassed and looked at Robin inexplicably. This girl was many years older than her. Now you call yourself mother. What the hell is this? Please give me flowers. Yeah, Orovia also nodded. She is not married yet. Robin is now 28 years old. Orovia was 9 years older than herself. Facing such a daughter who was 9 years older than herself, Orovia felt a little dizzy. Me? I'm 19 years old, Orovia said. I'm not dead yet. Belmere rolled her eyes. What were these two girls talking about? They were fine, but they said they were dead at work. This. Scarlet was a little at a loss, but although she didn't know Rebecca, she knew Violet. This was her sister, but now her sister seemed to be much older than herself, years old. Equally embarrassed, there was the other side. Scarlet looked at her younger sister Violet, who was much older than herself, and Rebecca, who was about the same age as herself. Violet, you are already so big. And who is this? Belmere, you don't recognize us right now? Nami's eyes widened. Ahem. Ron looked up at the sky. Rebecca looked at her mother who didn't recognize her, and looked at Ron with a pouted mouth. Mr. Ron, my mother is so young now that she brought her here, and she doesn't even recognize me now. Are you Robin? Orovia looked at Robin in confusion. Are you the daughter Ron said you are, my daughter? Yeah. Ron touched his nose, coughed slightly and said, it's your mother anyway, although she is a little younger. But my mother didn't give birth to me when she was 19 years old. Now she definitely has no relevant memories of me. How can we get along with each other? And I am 28 years old now, and I am 9 years older than my current mother. Years old, you made me. Violet also rolled her eyes, but did not blame Ron. Instead, she took Scarlet's hand and told her about what she had experienced in this time and space, the current situation of the Riku family, and about Becca's thing. 19. Robin's eyes widened and the corner of her mouth twitched. She couldn't help turning her head to look at Ron. You brought my 19-year-old mother here? 0. Nami and Noriko came to Belmere, and they were so surprised that they hugged Belmere's arms without letting go. Yes, you can't deny us. Nokagawa held Belmere's hand and said, although Nami and I failed to save you and let you die in Arlong's hands, but we did our best at that time. On the other side, Belmere frowned and tried to push Nami and Nokagawa away. You too. Can you let me go? I don't know you. Mother, you don't recognize me anymore. Robin looked at Orovia in shock, but then she realized that Orovia's age seemed too young. Mother, how old are you now? Chapter 336 The Straw Hats. Blackbeard Pirates. Nami and Nokagawa here could only talk to Belmere, and the same could be said for Robin over there. On the other side, 3 of Doflamingo's subordinates were gathered together. They have not yet fully integrated into the group, and they are looking at this side in amazement. I didn't expect that he really did it. That person was Rebecca's mother, Scarlet, the former princess of the Riku clan. Monet looked at Scarlet in shock. Really, you can really travel through time and space. Sutang's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. How could there be such a terrifying ability in this world? Yes. The baby was also amazed. Such power is too shocking. Traveling through time and space and rescuing dead people from the past time and space? 720? Isn't this equivalent to resurrection? Dead person? His power is too powerful, Monet said solemnly. We should also integrate in quickly. During this time, we have all discovered that these women of his are very powerful, except for a few of us who joined later. Even those little girls are very powerful. They can fly at will and even destroy an island at will. I have never experienced such power before. Yes, we have to integrate in quickly. As long as we can get such power, we won't be afraid of them. Monet looked at Violet and Rebecca, as well as Wika and Manchili over there. People. That's right, although we are all Ron's people now, those guys don't look at us friendly at all. Sugar frowned and looked at Violet, Rebecca, and Bian, especially Bian. This little human race is very disgusted with the three of them who are from Doflamingo's men. They never give the three of them a good look. Taking advantage of the backstage of Wika, they come to mock them from time to time. The three of them have been subjected to enough of her. After Ron introduced Kuina and others to everyone, the Empress first ordered the palace chef to start preparing a sumptuous dinner, and everyone happily ate, drank and chatted. Time passed quickly. The day after Ron returned, the whole world was in turmoil, and the situation in Marineford had almost reached a fever pitch. Advertisement: a large number of pirate groups arriving from New World have passed through the Fishman Island and entered the first half of the Grand Line, heading towards Marineford. The eyes of the world are focused here. In the Water City, a large sailing ship has anchored and set sail. Luffy. Are we really going to Marineford? On the sailboat, Usopp looked timidly at the captain in front of him. He had been joining the Straw Hats for a long time. As a sniper, his courage was inversely proportional to his sniper skills. Now the whole world's attention is focused on him. How could he not know the situation there at Naval Headquarters? Yes, Ace is there. Luffy looked at the ocean with a determined expression, without any of the usual carelessness on his face. Luffy, don't worry, we will accompany you to rescue Ace. Next to him, Frankie solemnly patted his chest to confirm. Not bad. Zoro didn't say much, but said calmly but firmly, we will accompany you there. Don't worry, Luffy, if we work together, we will definitely rescue your brother, Sanji said seriously, holding a cigarette in his mouth. That's right, finally, a little boy answered. It was none other than an elk doctor from Drum Island, Chopper. Thank you, Frankie. Luffy looked at Frankie. If it weren't for your ship, we wouldn't be able to continue sailing. Advertisement: I built this ship with legendary wood. There is absolutely no problem in ocean voyage. It only takes 1 day to reach Marineford. The keel made of the sacred wood atom is absolutely safe. Speaking of this ship, Frankie immediately became elated, but when he thought about the money he owed to the world's most powerful swordsman, Frankie's heart suddenly flashed again. He had to quickly find opportunities to make money and pay back his money. He couldn't afford to offend him. Thousand Sunny walked on the waves and headed towards Marineford. At the same time, in addition to Whitebeard's large fleet from New World and Luffy's Straw Hats, there were also some people with ulterior motives who rushed to Marineford. For example, the Blackbeard pirates. Outside the Impel Down prison, a group of people gathered on an uninhabited island. Their eyes were looking at the black spot on the ocean not far away. That black spot was where the prison was located. Captain, even if we are now an official force, as the new Shichibukai, it is impossible for you to break into Imperial prison without permission. Beside Blackbeard, a man with a gun said solemnly. The guards at Impel Down are extremely tight. If we go there, once we are discovered, we may be trapped and unable to get out. Is such a risk worth taking? There are several former top pirates in the big prison. My target is those people. The Blackbeard pirates still have too few members. I can't look down on those ordinary pirates. There are only those top sea pirates. Thieves are my target. Blackbeard grinned gloomily, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Since it's your decision, Captain, then we all listen to you. The others looked at each other and nodded silently. Hey 4.3 Hey, start getting ready, we'll do it tonight. Blackbeard gave the order, and then everyone calmed down and started eating to replenish their strength. Naval Headquarters has gathered a large number of Marines. The pacifists mobilized from Mariajoy are guarding here. Not only that, all 3 Marine Admirals have gathered here, plus dozens of Marine Vice Admirals from all races, as well as Majors. Shichibukai and others built the Naval Headquarters into an unbreakable and invincible fortress, waiting for the arrival of Whitebeard and his entourage, to kill the legendary strongest man in the world who dominated the ocean. Well, now, he is the strongest man in the world, because for everyone in the world, only that one person can be the strongest man in the world. Chapter 337 Judgment Day is approaching, Marine's Ambition. On the top floor of the Marineford Naval Headquarters building, in Marshal Marine Sengoku's office. Tomorrow is Judgment Day. Sengoku looked solemnly, looked at the Marine Admiral in front of him, and said solemnly, this matter must be foolproof. This is not only related to the face of our Marine, but also the face of the entire world government. Don't worry, the 3 of us are here. As long as that guy doesn't come over, there will definitely be no problems in our trial this time, Aokiji said seriously. Marshal, is there any news about that guy recently? When he mentioned this, Sengoku couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and remain silent for a while, as if he recalled some bad memories. Next to Aokiji, Kizaru, who had been looking around, was also silent for a while, lowering his head and not knowing what he was thinking. That damn guy, sooner or later, I will defeat him. Only Akainu refused to admit defeat. 13 When he mentioned Ron, he had an angry face, although he also admitted in his heart that Ron was powerful and almost invincible. Invincible posture, but he is still unwilling to admit defeat. No matter how strong he is only one person. As long as we work together, there will always be a way to defeat Smash. Work together? Aokiji glanced at him. He defeated Marine and the world government by himself. Do you really think we can defeat him? Victory over world government. Akainu snorted coldly. What he faced before was just the power of Naval Headquarters and Mariajoy. World government represents more than 170 countries around the world. If all countries work together, I don't believe it, he can defeat us. Okay, Let's not talk about this for now. Sengoku waved his hands quickly, not wanting to hear the two admirals continue to argue. What he is worried about now is tomorrow's trial, but he must not cause trouble. As long as Ron does not participate, he is not afraid. Even Whitebeard, and even more big pirates from New World come. With the strength of naval headquarters and the power mobilized by the world government, they are not afraid. But Ron, only this guy can't do it. Ace has been escorted from Impel down and is being transported by the fleet. He should be here this afternoon. There are several vice admirals escorting him on the way, plus dozens of large warships. We are also maintaining communication with the fleet here, there is no problem. Aokiji said. Also, the Shichibukai who have arrived so far, including Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma have all arrived. As for Mihawk, I have contacted him before. The afternoon should be coming soon, and finally, the new Blackbeard of Shichibukai, this guy should have arrived, but he doesn't show up now. Aokiji glanced at Sengoku. I always feel something is wrong with this guy. That's right, Kizaru answered. This Blackbeard defected from Whitebeard, and Ace was also captured by him. This guy is very unscrupulous in doing things. We need to pay more attention. Prevent this guy from causing trouble. Blackbeard? Sengoku said calmly. He is nothing. He is incomparable to Ron. No matter how much this guy dances, he will never be able to escape from the palm of our hands. That's all if he feels at ease and obeys. If not, I wouldn't mind personally arresting him and sending him to the prison. Akainu grinned and snorted. Advertisement. That guy's devil fruit is a little weird, don't capsize in the gutter. Aokiji glanced at him. He had always disapproved of Akainu's actions, and his relationship with Akainu was not good. Akainu had never given him a good look. Aokiji will naturally not give him a good look. Then I won't worry about it. Akainu gave Aokiji a cold look. Kizaru laughed when he saw this and said nothing. It was too common for these two guys to compete with each other. Sengoku suddenly felt a headache when he saw the two of them looking like this. He quickly waved his hands and said, Don't argue, don't argue. You go ahead and do your work. Remember to check with the science team to see if there are any omissions. Understood. Watching the third admiral leave, Sengoku sighed. It's not easy to sit in this marshal's position. Ever since Ron was born, he would have a headache every once in a while whenever he heard news about Ron, because he had never heard of it. I've been to 490 Good News, that guy is a big evil star. I hope you won't interfere with tomorrow's trial, Sengoku pondered. In the afternoon, outside Marineford Military Port, huge warships sailed into the military port. Anchor. Lower the sail. After a while of shouting, a large number of sailors disembarked from the warship and contacted the garrison sailors who had gathered around. How's it going? A Marine Vice Admiral stationed there walked over with a solemn expression. He looked at the Vice Admiral who got off the warship and asked, Did you encounter anything on the way? No, Vice Admiral, who got off the warship, also felt relieved. Escorting Ace was not an easy job. At this moment, he arrived at Marineford safely. A heavy burden was lifted from his heart. It's okay, Vice Admiral nodded, and then said, Escort the person down quickly, we have prepared a special cell. Clear. Chapter 338 Gecko Moria's Plan. The next day, Marineford was bustling. Hurry up and get up. Ace looked ugly, grunted, put his hands behind his back, and was escorted out by two guards. Ace's hands were cuffed by seastone handcuffs, and the power of Mara fruit could not be used at all. He was escorted outside by two guards just like an ordinary person. Dad, Marco, Joes, you must not come, they're all lying in wait here, waiting for you to fall into a trap. Ace lowered his head and looked at the rows of Marines below. Turning his head, he also saw 3 Marine admirals sitting behind him. Each admiral had an indifferent look on his face and looked at him indifferently as he walked up. Tower. Hateful. Ace cursed secretly, but there was nothing he could do. Kneel down. A guard shouted coldly and kicked Ace out, forcing Ace to kneel to the ground. Next to Marine 3 Admiral, Marshal Sengoku looked at this scene, nodded, stood up and spoke. Today is the day to judge Ace. Advertisement. Hearing Sengoku's words, in the distance, all major media outlets were in commotion. Is that Ace? A man carrying a camera asked in surprise. Is this the captain of the 2nd Division from the Whitebeard Pirates? Yes. The person next to him nodded. This guy is the Ace. I heard he was the last supernova. His strength is not low. Haha, aren't you kneeling there now? Another person sneered. Hasn't Marine earned it? He is still being tried in public. Don't underestimate him, he has demon fruit power, a female reporter said. Do you know the Mara fruit? That is the Logia fruit, it is powerful. Strong. The male reporter sneered. If you are stronger, won't you die now? That's right. The female reporter nodded. Beside the military port, in addition to a large number of sailors, there was also a row of pacifists standing, each with a cold face, which was normal. After all, they were all robots, obeying the orders of the commanders. These commanders were sent by Mariajoy. Yes, Mariajoy's celestial dragons hates Ace with all their heart. It should be said that they are second only to Ron. For Ron, they dare not speak out because they can't afford to defend him, but for Ace, the son of the Pirate King, they are not afraid at all. In addition, there are a few people who are either sneering, indifferent or plain. Ace, from the information I got, his identity is unusual. Gecko Moria chuckled and glanced at Mihawk, the eagle eye next to him. Mihawk, long time no see, I heard that you have the world's largest sword. Hao's reputation has been lost. Oh, this is really unfortunate. Mahawk glanced at Moria calmly. Who are you? Do you need to go down and compete? Advertisement. That's no need. Moria trembled in her heart, a little afraid, but then she felt angry. This guy is so arrogant. She is a Shichibukai like him. He dares to be so arrogant to him. Damn it. Moria smiled and said, today is the day of Ace's trial. I will not miss Marine's important event. Shut up if you don't have the guts, Mahawk said coldly, then turned his head and looked calmly at the sea in the distance. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo laughed gloomily. Moria, who are you? I like to hear this. Yes, who are you? Even if Mahawk loses, he still loses. Who is that person in the hands of that guy? Don't tell me you don't know. How could I not know? Moria snorted coldly. Isn't it Ron? Humph, that guy didn't meet me. If he did, I could kill him easily. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo grinned at Moria and sneered. He didn't even say a word, but looked at Moria as if he were a fool. Hey, Doflamingo, what's that look in your eyes? Moria looked at Doflamingo angrily, feeling that he was being despised. It's a pity that Doflamingo no longer pays attention to him. Hey, seeing this, Moria couldn't help but get angry. When Doflamingo ignored him, he couldn't help but look at others. Hawkeye ignored him. He could only look at the only silent Bartholomew Kuma. Hey, big guy, you should say something. Bartholomew Kuma turned to look at him, then turned back and remained silent. Moria was speechless. She was really stupid talking to this big man. Moria glared at a few people hatefully, and then looked at Ace indifferently. This guy is going to die soon. I wonder if Whitebeard will really come to save him. If he really comes, let them quietly gecko. Moria is awesome. Moria is full of confidence in himself. Even if he faces Whitebeard, he is confident. There are 3 Marine admirals here. When the time comes, he might be able to take advantage of the chaos and take the head of Whitebeard, the head of the strongest man in the world. Then I will be the strongest Shichibukai, ha ha ha. Moria was delighted. Chapter 339 Whitebeard arrives. Sengoku's words continue. You may not know, Sengoku said solemnly. As we all know, Ace is the last supernova, a powerful pirate newcomer on the Grand Line, and the current captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone below was talking about it. This was something everyone knew. What was the point of Marshal Marine saying it at this time? Not only the people in the field were confused, but also those who saw all this through the live broadcast were confused. People all over the world watching this scene are talking about it. Yes, isn't this Ace the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Fleet? What's there to say? Yes, we have all guessed the purpose of Naval Headquarters this time. It is to use the captain of the 2nd Division to lure Whitebeard into action, and then capture Whitebeard, the strongest emperor in the New World. This is not something everyone can guess. Did you arrive? If you take this out and say it, do you think we are all fools? Someone sneered. But, on the 17 big screen, Sengoku stretched out his hand to hold the frame on the bridge of his nose and said solemnly, what everyone doesn't know is that this Ace also has an identity, an amazing identity. As soon as Sengoku said this, he immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone who was watching focused their attention on him. Ace, he is the only son of Roger, the Pirate King. Boom. The whole world was shocked and stunned by this news. What? The son of the Pirate King? That Roger, Gold D. Roger's son? Advertisement? No way. Did I hear it wrong? The whole world was in a state of excitement because of this news. People were talking a lot and looking at the big screen with great excitement, BDBA. This time, we will be here to judge Ace, just like we tried Roger in Logue Town. Sengoku looked around and shouted righteously. Marine represents absolute justice, and pirates are evil existences. Evil can never defeat justice. I declare, the trial has officially begun. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud bang on the sea in the distance, and a large pirate ship burst through the sea from the bottom of the sea and arrived at the military port. That's the Whitebeard Pirates pirate ship. Oh my god, Whitebeard, run, Whitebeard is coming. Whitebeard is famous and has been famous in the pirate world for decades. When the Whitebeard pirates arrived, the reporters from all over the world and some people who were not afraid of death and came to watch the show were immediately frightened. On the high platform, Sengoku saw the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates ship, and a smile appeared in his eyes involuntarily. Finally, Akainu grinned. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other without saying a word, looking at the large ship that suddenly appeared with cold expressions. Boom 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 boom. Large ships emerge from the bottom of the sea one after another, and all the ships have a layer of coating. This is the reason why these ships can emerge from the bottom of the sea. Finally, the supergiant ship with a white bow rushed out of the sea and landed on the sea. That is. Advertisement, Moby DK, Whitebeard's flagship. Whitebeard. It's really Whitebeard who's here, on the Moby DK. All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates stood behind Whitebeard, looking at the trial stand with calm expressions, not at all afraid of the marine generals beside the trial stand. Whitebeard was like a mountain, standing on the bow of the ship holding a long-handled moon knife, grinning. Ace, my son, I'm here to take you home. Dad. Ace's eyes couldn't stop tears from flowing down, and he yelled. Go back quickly, Dad, this is a trap, this is Marine's trap. Trap. Behind Whitebeard, Marco, who was squinting, smiled slightly and shouted. So what if it's a trap? Ace, we are here, so we must rescue you. Not bad. Next to Marco, a tall figure laughed and said honestly, now that we are here, we can't leave empty-handed. Next to the Moby DK, large ships were filled with people, all of whom were members of Whitebeard's large fleet. Of course, there were also some other pirates who came from the New World in response to Whitebeard's call. Taken together, the number was quite large. There are even some ships sailing towards here not far away. Edward. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard and shouted coldly, do you really dare to come? Why don't I dare? Whitebeard grinned and said, is there anything in this world that I dare not do? I have been sailing across the sea for decades, what have I been afraid of? Sengoku narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Whitebeard is right. After so many years in the ocean, even the former Pirate King only had a draw with Whitebeard. Whitebeard has never failed on the ocean. Therefore, he is qualified to say such arrogant words. Chapter 340 Horror. The power of shock fruit. To others, this sentence is arrogant, but to Whitebeard, this is the truth. Edward, why are you so arrogant? Akainu stood up suddenly and said in a deep voice. Today I want you to know that a pirate will always be a pirate and will always be a dog chased and beaten by our marine. Today, you can come or go, prepare to die here. Whitebeard glanced at Akainu, grinned, ignored him, and looked at Ace. Dad, please leave quickly. Ace shouted anxiously. Get out of here quickly and take everyone back. You kid. Seeing Ace's appearance, Whitebeard shook his head. I will teach you a lesson when I take you back, but don't say any more now. Dad. Looking at Whitebeard's concerned eyes, Ace felt even more painful. If he hadn't been caught, his dad wouldn't have brought so many people here. There are so many Marines in Shichibukai here. How could Dad and the others succeed? I don't know how many people will die this time. Ace is naturally in pain. Hey Ace. Josie smiled heartily. I'm still waiting for you to go back and drink with me. Yes. Marco said with a smile. Ace, I remember you still owe me a meal, don't forget it. Everyone. Ace burst into tears and his eyes were blurry. Hey, we're even chatting. Gecko Moria sneered darkly. What do you think this place is? Is there any place for you to talk here? Whitebeard glanced at him, and swung the Yanue sword with his right hand. A sharp blade swept through the air and slashed towards Moria. Little trick. Moria chuckled. Although you are Whitebeard, I am not a vegetarian. You want to deal with me with this knife? You are thinking too much? Moria stretched out her hand, and a black shadow was surging in her hand, and a large number of shadows were squirming behind her. Laugh. Advertisement boom. Ah. Moria was slashed by Whitebeard's sword light. The shadow in his hand tried to entangle the sword light, but was shattered by the sword light. The sword light slashed past him, and then continued to slash at his body, with blood splashing everywhere. Screams sounded. Idiot. Doflamingo chuckled and gloated about the misfortune. Hawkeye calmly watched Moria howl miserably, and the big bear didn't even look at him. You guys? Moria was extremely angry when he saw this, but he didn't dare to provoke these guys. He could only vent his anger on the pirates. Moria glared at Whitebeard and was about to say something cruel, only to see Whitebeard glare at him with a grin. Moria felt a chill all over her body and suddenly she didn't dare to speak anymore. Damn Whitebeard, why are you so arrogant? Moria roared in her heart. When you are defeated by Marine Admiral 3, I will cut off your head and play it with a ball, damn guy. In this case, he didn't dare to say it to his face, he could only keep it in his heart and feel cruel. The knife just now really scared him. If the ability of the shadow fruit hadn't made his body elemental, Whitebeard's armament Haki wouldn't be able to follow the knife. If he really faced Whitebeard and was cut directly by the blade, even the elemental ability would not be able to save him. Whitebeard is much stronger than him. He, Moria, could only utter arrogant words to Whitebeard at this time with Marines surrounding him. If he had encountered him in the New World, he would probably have to turn around and run for his life immediately. Gecko Moria was beaten down by Whitebeard and did not dare to continue shouting, but some people still refused to accept it. How dare you strike first? Akainu, wearing a marine coat, stepped forward and looked at Whitebeard coldly. Edward, you are seeking death. Today, all of you will die here. Please give me flowers. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard suddenly raised his head and burst into laughter. If you want to take Lousy's head, then come on. Boom. Advertisement. Whitebeard clenched his fist fiercely and punched forward in midair. After a loud boom, the whole space made a clicking sound. Facing the judgment platform, the space was like a broken mirror. After a crackling sound, countless cracks appeared in the air. Shock fruit. Everyone, including the people watching the live broadcast, the major pirates, and the senior leaders of the major kingdoms in the World Government Alliance all looked at the person on the big screen with shocked expressions. This is Shock Fruit's ability, so strong. The whole space is shattered, it's so terrifying. As expected, it's Whitebeard. Before Ron was born, this Whitebeard Edward Newgate was known as the strongest man in the world. Yes, he has been across the sea for decades and is the strongest emperor among the New World 4 emperors. This is Whitebeard. The shattered space sent a terrifying shock, and the entire Marineford was shaking. In the military port, the vast seawater was also swept up by this vibration, rushing towards the high platform like a tsunami. Just when the traces of space fragmentation in the seawater continued to spread towards the high platform, behind Akainu, Aokiji came over. Ice Age. Boom. The cold energy burst out from Aokiji's hands, and the seawater sweeping across the sky seemed to have been pressed on the pause button, and everything was frozen together midway. Chapter 341-33. Well, there's a fight. In the meeting hall of the Imperial Palace on Nine Snake Island, a large group of women sat in front of a huge screen. Among the women sat a young man. This young man was none other than Ron. Brother Ron, should we take action? Kaya blinked and looked at Ron. I want to take action, but you don't need to take action. I'll go there in person later, Ron said boredly. The summit war that is happening right now is not a small matter for the whole world, for Marine and world government, and for all pirates, but for Ron, it is really not a big deal. Are you going there in person? Nami also blinked her beautiful big eyes. Isn't that overkill? How can there be so many opinions? Ron said with a smile. Anyway, it is idle. You, 207, people can just watch the live broadcast at home. I'm afraid that after you go, the live broadcast will be interrupted by Marine. The Empress said. I know very well what they do, what is good for them. I wish the whole world knew. What is bad for them, the spread will definitely be stopped immediately. Well, Ron's eyes moved, and he was right. If those guys saw him appearing, it wouldn't be good to cut off the live broadcast immediately. Because Ron is so powerful, basically when he appears, no matter the Marine, the pirates, or the world government, they have to kneel down. You can kneel down, but you can't expose it in front of the whole world. That would be so embarrassing, but it's not even a shame, mainly the credibility and prestige of world government and Marine, these cannot be lost. They have spent so much effort to bring about this ace trial, is this what she wants? Isn't it just to enhance the prestige of world government and Marine? Advertisement now that Whitebeard has arrived, and almost everyone in the Whitebeard fleet has arrived, it is a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. They will broadcast live to the whole world to show the strength of Marine and the determination of the world government to fight against pirates. Ron. Lilith sat next to the Empress and looked at Ron worriedly. Isn't this a little too dangerous? Otherwise, why don't you go? Although she has seen Ron's powerful power and clearly knows that Ron can travel through time and space, Lilith is still a little worried about Ron's safety. After all, that is the full power of the world government and naval headquarters. Lilith had never thought before that someone would dare to go against the naval headquarters in this way, and after coming to this time and space for 2 days, she also learned some information about this world through the Empress, who is also the Emperor of Nine Snake Island, and more I knew Ron's power in this world, and I was shocked by what Ron had done before. But she was still worried about Ron. Don't worry about me. Ron smiled gently at Lilith. This woman was really worried about herself and had no other thoughts. Brother Ron, just take us there together. Abis and Aisha ran to Ron, holding his hand and acting coquettishly. Seeing Ron getting up, the other girls all turned their heads and focused on Ron. There were quite a few girls in the hall now. The number of girls on Ron's ship was terrifying. Therefore, the two of them could only sigh in their hearts and gave up their escape plan. The breakdown is as follows. Nami, Makino, Toshigi, Kaya, Nokagao, Abisi, Vivi, Miss Valentine, Miss Golden Week, Robin, Aisha, Lackey, Konus, Khalifa, Empress, Jewelry, Microcard, Bian, Mansuri, Irene, I am, Lilith, Kuina, Belmir, Orovia, Scarlet, Violet, Rebecca, Sugar, Baby 5, Monet. That's it. You guys stay here. I'll come back as soon as I go, Ron said, having already opened the space door and left Nine Snakes Island without saying a word. Wait until I come back. We can continue sailing, and the new world is still waiting for us to visit. Advertisement. Ron controls the power of time and space. After seeing Scarlet, the two of them immediately recognized the long-dead Princess Dressrosa. Then, through some insinuations, they learned that Ron actually traveled through time and space to the previous time and space. Saved Scarlet, Belmir, Orovia and other girls from death. Yeah, Momosagi gritted her teeth and looked ugly. She and Hina were captured here and kept in a cell on Kuji Island. It wasn't until Ron returned in the past 2 days that they were released from prison. However, after this period of time after being imprisoned, the two of them have clearly realized the gap between themselves and Ron, and they no longer think about escaping. There is no way to escape. How could they not run away under such terrifying power? They won't mess around. Abis pouted. That's it, it's settled. There are Hancock and Nami Lackey on Nine Snake Island, and Cornies is watching you guys. Aren't you going crazy when you get outside? Ron ignored the two of them and stood up directly. Get ready to leave. Therefore, they also knew how to form a group. The two of them, together with Sugar Baby 5 and Monet, a total of 5 people formed a small group to jointly fight against the oppression of several women from the small humans such as Bian and the Liku clan. Although Ron has a strong sense of knowledge and has seen some signs, he can't help one party to suppress the other party. Now that nothing has happened, he will not care about these trivial things. Ron doesn't want the world to be in chaos yet, so it's okay for him to go there alone. What if he brings Abis and Aisha there, and the two little guys don't know the severity of their attacks? Naval headquarters will probably sink with one punch, and it will be a big mess. In addition, there are 2 female generals captured from Marine. In this way, the crew on Ron's ship has reached 33. If it weren't for his strong body, he really wouldn't be able to defeat such a group of juicers. No. Ron glanced at the 2 little guys. I'm not afraid that you will get hurt when you get there. What I'm afraid of is that you will make trouble for me and kill a lot of people without knowing the severity of your attacks. It won't be good. However, the two of them have not been able to integrate into this group for the time being. Unlike Nami and the Empress, they are Ron's confidants and closest people. The Empress and others have been strengthened by Ron's skill 3.4, and everyone is a god-level existence, a powerful man who can destroy an island with one punch. Is this guy planning to interfere in Ace's trial? Hina frowned and looked at Momosagi aside. If he interferes, something will happen to this trial. What a terrifying ability this is. Chapter 342 Shock, Whitebeard is attacked. Marineford, Naval Headquarters, in the military port, a large area of seawater was frozen, but Aokiji's ice age was still so powerful. All the pirates were shocked beyond words when they saw this scene. The tsunami caused by Dad was blocked. He is indeed the only Aokiji among the 3 marine admirals. Ice age is really powerful. All the pirates were talking about it and their hearts were shaken. Facing the 2 admirals, Whitebeard grinned. Have you blocked it? Then take another move from me. Whitebeard punched Aokiji again with great ferocity. Aokiji's expression changed. He had just used up his power. A big move like Ice Age was not something he could just cast, and he wasn't just freezing an ordinary tsunami. This was the tsunami set off by Whitebeard using shock fruit, which was even more freezing than usual. The force needed to be used on the sea surface was dozens of times greater. At this moment, Whitebeard punched 13 more powerfully than before. It was really hard for him to take it alone. If he hit it forcefully, he would definitely be seriously injured. How can it be? Blocked. That's Whitebeard's move. The pirates were shocked. What did they see? Ha 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 ha. Akainu burst out laughing. Just now, he was the one who took action. Akainu took action, using a move called Big Dog Biting Gurren, which blocked Whitebeard's terrifying blow. Akainu smiled and laughed wildly. Whitebeard, you are nothing more than that. Akainu. All the pirates were immediately angry. Hateful. Damn Akainu. Damn Marine Admiral. Almost, just a little bit. Really, what a pity. Advertisement. Some of the pirates were pitiful, some were angry, but there was nothing they could do. Boy, do you think you are awesome? Whitebeard grinned, and as if he had transformed, he instantly appeared in the sky in front of Akainu, and punched down. You, give me, die. Boom. A terrifying punch blasted out. Ah. Akainu's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. How is that possible? Akainu's face was as white paper, as pale as frost. Why can't I move? It's Conquerors. Why is his Conquerors so strong? Also, the power in this attack is armed. Akainu wanted to avoid it, but he was not only intimidated by Conquerors, but all his evasion rules were mastered by Whitebeard. Akainu gritted his teeth. What a shame, what a shame. Boom. Akainu's figure was blasted away, directly smashing an abyss out of the ground, and the ground shattered into a bottomless abyss. Akainu, on the other hand, was smashed and fell down. Just a little piece of trash. Whitebeard stood still, not even looking at Akainu, who fell into the abyss. Whitebeard, do you want to see Ace die? Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Whitebeard raised his head, but his face darkened. Sengoku, do you want to die? Snort. Sengoku is standing on the high platform, standing next to Ace. Different from the original plot, the guards have not changed at this time. Luffy has not arrived at this time, and Jinbei, one of the former Shichibukai, has not arrived either. Many things are different from the original plot. Whitebeard, if you retreat now, you still have a way to live. Otherwise, you will definitely die, Sengoku said coldly. Ace will die today, and you will die too. How do you choose? How to choose? Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed. Of course I will take my son and leave. Do you think it's possible? Sengoku said coldly. Look around you. Around? Whitebeard looked at it and said with a smile. Well, there are quite a few people, countless marines, and pacifists. By the way, there are also Shichibukai people. But, so what? Lousy comes when he wants, and leaves when he wants. Come on, can you stop me? Edward, advertisement. Sengoku was angry. Don't be too arrogant. Is Lousy arrogant? Whitebeard grinned. Lousy is just telling the truth. Junior, are you questioning Lousy? Lousy is here to take his son home? Daddy. Ace's eyes were filled with tears, and he shouted in a hissing voice. You, please leave quickly. Dad. A man suddenly appeared behind Whitebeard and said nervously, it's too dangerous here. I'm fine, Whitebeard said nonchalantly, stay back. Dad. The person behind him seemed a little moved. Snort. A muffled groan came out. Why don't you take action yet? Wow. You? Whitebeard's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the person behind him. At the same time, almost all the pirates' expressions changed. How is that possible? Schoolyard. You. Schoolyard, how could you? 750. How could you? A hole. All the pirates were shocked. One of their father's sons, Scarred, actually stabbed his father in the chest with a knife. Whitebeard looked at Scarred beside him calmly. What are you doing, my son? Sorry, Dad, I can't watch you lead all of us into hell, Schoolyard said coldly. Don't think I don't know, huh? You want to use all of us in exchange for Ace's ecology. You. Whitebeard sighed. Who did you listen to? Could it be that the words of our own family are not as trustworthy as the words of others? Would you rather listen to other people's words than to believe me? Huh? Don't try to lie to me again. Scarred shouted coldly. Didn't you already plan to trade all of our lives for Ace's life? Don't think I don't know, I already knew your plan. Alas. Whitebeard sighed and said nothing. Even though his body was seriously injured, even though he could have avoided this injury, he did not take precautions against his son, and ended up being hurt by his own son. This knife penetrated deeply into his heart. Chapter 343 The world is shocked. Ron is here. Ha ha ha, well done Schoolyard. A loud voice sounded, and Akainu jumped up from the underground lava crack and looked at Schoolyard with a grin. Well done. It turns out it's him. Whitebeard glanced at Akainu, with bloodline left at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Scarred. Did you just believe what he said? Do you think what he said makes sense? Isn't it? Scarred said harshly. You pulled us to support you. After you save Ace, it's time for us to die for you, isn't it? I see it all understood. Scarred. You be asterisk 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 D. On the high platform, Ace gritted his teeth and looked at the figure who was attacking his father with a knife. Damn it. Marco wanted to fly over, but was blocked by Kizaru. Skyad, you be asterisk 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 D. How could Dad do such a thing? You would rather listen to Akainu than believe it, Dad? You are wrong, Schoolyard. Josie glared at Schoolyard and wanted to come to support Lauda, but was blocked by Hawkeye. Don't worry about me. Go save Ace. Dad was not angry about this, but said to the others. Go, take Ace back, I will cut off the queen. Dad. Everyone who was still hesitating at first no longer hesitated now. They were more willing to listen to their father than Akainu's nonsense. Only a fool like Schoolyard would listen to Akainu's nonsense. Hey, you all, do you really want to go over there and die like this? Scarred looked at the other pirates incomprehensibly, and shouted loudly. Edward just wants you to die. Are you stupid? Are you still going to die? Go up. You're the one who's stupid, Scarred. Joes roared angrily and rushed towards Hawkeye. Little Oz. Marco roared. Go and bring Ace back. Good. A thunderous and low sound sounded from the depths of the ocean, and a huge figure emerged from the bottom of the sea. This was a giant, a super giant with a terrifying height of 10 meters. Well, what a tall giant, everyone was shocked. Especially the sailors, they were all shocked by Lil Oz's huge figure. How could there be such a big giant? This height is only 100 meters, right? Advertisement, isn't a normal giant about 20 meters tall? Why is this guy so tall? Unlike the sailors, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates knows Lil Oz. This giant is the most powerful siege force in their pirate group. His huge size can crush all buildings and swing it down with a stick. No warship can hold it, no city wall can stop it. Call. Little Oz walked towards the military port and swung out a stick. A dozen warships were smashed into pieces by him. Countless sailors fell into the ocean, shouting for help. Little Oz kept coming towards the military port. The Marines were also frightened. Pacifists prepare. Sengoku ordered coldly. Don't let him set foot on the military port dock. Clear. Pacifists prepare to attack. Kill. Boom boom boom. The pacifist's mouth lit up with golden light, and a laser beam burst out. Little Oz is huge and slow, making him a living target and being attacked by all pacifists. So many attacks hit him, causing Little Oz to stagger. Some parts of his body were blasted with skin, and blood slowly flowed down, dyeing the sea surface red. Little Oz. The pirates shouted distress-edly. Damn it, let's charge. The pirates rushed towards the high platform one after another, wanting to share the pressure for Little Oz. Kill. For a moment, Marine and the pirates were fighting together, and the scene was very chaotic. Why don't you believe me? Schoolyard shouted in disbelief. You are sending your own death. Advertisement, Scarred, you were deceived by Akainu, Whitebeard sighed. No way, he can't lie to me, Schoolyard shook his head repeatedly. Ha 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 ha, not far away, Akainu's loud laughter came. Scarred, you did a good job, Edward, let's see how you can run away this time. I want to kill you now, isn't it? Easily? Akainu, what you said before. Seeing Akainu's appearance, Schoolyard asked tremblingly. Waste, your use value is gone. Prepare to die with Whitebeard. Akainu looked at Schoolyard with disdain. This guy who looks like a fool can be regarded as a meritorious service. Akainu rushed towards Whitebeard. Go to hell, Whitebeard. Boom. A bolt of thunder flashed across the sky, and a figure in white appeared in the sky as a minister. No, that's not thunder, but a sword light, laugh. Plop. Akainu's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground. Before taking his last breath, he looked up at the sky. Yes, it's you, Ron. Ron, Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, and many marine pirates all looked to the sky. When Sengoku saw Akainu fall, his pupils shrank and he roared, Ron. Whitebeard raised his head and looked at the white figure in the sky with a complicated expression. Ron, is he here too? I don't know what he is going to do. It's Ron. Many pirates had mixed emotions. Ron, this is a terrifying existence. Ron's deeds of suppressing naval headquarters and crushing Mariajoy some time ago are still lingering in my mind, but now, Ron appears here. What is he doing here? Why does he appear here? Chapter 344 Here I come. The war is over. Ron. That's Ron. Yes, I know him. He is the big pirate who hit Mariajoy. He is Captain Ron of the Sword and Rose Pirates. At this moment, people all over the world who saw this scene through the live broadcast exclaimed. Ron is no longer an unknown person now. People all over the world recognize him when he appears. On Nine Snake Island, the girls looked at Ron, who suddenly appeared on the screen and suddenly smiled. Ron stepped on the air and walked down step by step. Dressed in white, with his left hand on his back and his right hand holding a sword, with a gentle breeze and a calm smile on his face, he came to the middle of the battlefield between the two sides, looked around and said, I'm here, the war should be over. Look, Brother Ron has appeared. Abis shouted happily, pointing at the screen. Brother Ron is so handsome. Aisha looked at Ron in the screen with twinkling eyes, holding her little face in her hands and said softly. This guy is acting cool again. Nami covered her forehead. I have to say, this guy is quite handsome. The Empress looked at the screen with burning eyes. 127. Yeah. Lilith, who was beside the Empress, looked at Ron with a rosy complexion and peach blossom eyes. She was attracted to Ron in both body and mind. What as asterisk why guy? Vivi muttered, biting her lip. Behind the girls, BABY5, Snowgirl Monet and others were staring closely at the screen. They also saw the figure of Doflamingo. When they saw Ron appearing, they prayed in their hearts. Young master, you are a 1,000-year-old man. Don't be hostile to Ron, this guy is too strong. Hina and Momosagi looked on with frowns. At this moment, Ron appeared at naval headquarters and the war was basically over, as he said. He was so ruthless, and Akainu was killed by him with just one blow? Hina said in shock. Then, that was Marine Admiral, and he died just like that? Is there anything else that he doesn't dare to do? Momosagi glanced at Hina and said, one person can suppress the naval headquarters and attack Mariajoy. He can do such things. Do you think killing Akainu is something like this? Is it a big deal to him? Advertisement, that's right. Sigh. I hope he doesn't go on a killing spree. Hina shook her head and sighed, otherwise, Marine will be doomed. Elsewhere, the senior executives of the major world government kingdoms were immediately frightened when they saw Ron's figure. No, it's Ron. It's over, it's cool. This trial is going to be cool. Ron shows up and it's over. 17. Well, Mariajoy. This guy. The expression of the short and fat 5 elders change. It's over, Ron is here. The tall 5 elders' face turned gloomy. Alas. The tall 5 elders sighed and sat down on the sofa. Our plan is going to fail this time. Why rely on Trial Ace to increase the power of world government and marine? Once Ron comes, all plans will be gone. This guy is here to stir up trouble again. It's really disgusting. The squat 5 elders was angry. Marineford, in front of the naval headquarters building. On the high platform where Ace was, Sengoku looked gloomy and said in a deep voice, Ron, what are you doing here? Sengoku saw Akainu being killed by Ron with a knife, and he was angry in his heart, but at this moment, he did not dare to question Ron about killing Akainu, but asked him about his purpose. I said that. Ron looked at Sengoku indifferently. I'm here, and your farce will be over. You, don't even think about it. Sengoku was angry. How much had he prepared for today's trial? The entire naval headquarters and the world government have been preparing for this for several months, manpower, material and mental efforts. I don't know how much they have spent. You just ended with just one sentence. Advertisement, so, do you want me to kill a few more people? Ron said, looking at Aokiji and Kizaru. Interesting. Aokiji twitched the corner of his mouth, smiled, and took a few steps back without leaving a trace. Ahem. Kizaru no longer struggled with Marco, but stepped away in a blink of an eye, with his hands in his pockets, his eyes looking away, and whistling in his mouth, as if it was none of my business. Ron looked towards Shichibukai, and Doflamingo also twitched the corner of his mouth, took a few steps back, and said nothing. The big bear was silent and showed no expression at all. Mihawk looked at Ron sharply and said, Ron, long time no see. Long time no see. Ron had a good impression of Hawkeye and nodded as a greeting. I know you are very strong now, Hawkeye said solemnly, but I still want to fight you again. Oh, no problem. Ron glanced at Mihawk in surprise. This guy still wanted to fight with him. He was really a swordsman with firm conviction. With one sword. Let's decide the outcome with one sword, Eagle Eye said solemnly. As long as you defeat me, I will retreat immediately. No problem. Ron just stood there with his left hand on his back and a knife in his right hand. You go ahead and take action. Take the move. Hawkeye jumped up, a cold light flashed in his eyes and slashed towards Ron with a swipe of the big black knife in his hand. The sword was as bright as frost and slashed towards Ron as sharply as a trained horse. Clang. Boom. The two swords clashed, and then a figure was shot away. The figure flying out was obviously Mihawk. Ron just hit him casually, and Mihawk was defeated. Farewell. Hawkeye looked solemn, took a deep breath, put the big black knife behind his back, turned around and left. Ron's expression remained unchanged, still as indifferent as water. Watching Mihawk leave, he turned around and looked around, saying, who else is dissatisfied? Chapter 345 Luffy is here. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly. Beside him, a group of pirates gathered here. Dad, when Ron comes here, is he an enemy or a friend? Marco asked. Haven't you seen what he is doing now? Whitebeard said solemnly. He is helping us. Okay. Marco nodded, and then he looked at the man next to him with a gloomy face. Skuyard, you guy, I will kill you. Ah, have mercy on me. Skuyard cried with tears and nose running down his face, begging for mercy. I was also deceived by Kainu, I didn't mean it. You, just because of your knife, Lao Shou's injury is even more serious now. Marco looked at Skuyard hatefully. Marco, just spare him this time, Whitebeard sighed, he was also deceived by Kainu. Dad. Marco said unwillingly. This guy almost killed you. No, it should be said that your body has completely deteriorated now, just because of his knife. Yes, Dad, Skuyard really deserves to die this time. Josie looked at Skuyard with murderous intent in his eyes, wishing to kill him with his own hands. No need to say more, Whitebeard waved his hand. After all, he is also my son. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Thank you, Dad, cried Skuyard. Ahem. Whitebeard coughed suddenly, and blood flowed from his mouth. Dad, are you okay? I'm fine, Whitebeard raised his hand and said, get ready, you must rescue Ace. On the other side, Ron stood proudly on the spot. After looking around for a week, no one dared to answer. Advertisement, since no one refutes me, then this war is over, Ron said calmly. Is there anyone else who can come forward? The scene was completely silent. No one dared to speak. Thousands of sailors and countless pirates did not dare to speak. The corners of the Marine Vice Admirals' mouths twitched, but they did not dare to say a word. Even though several grumpy giant Marine Vice Admirals don't dare to speak either. In the distance, on a pirate ship approaching Marineford, Blackbeard frowned. This guy showed up. Boss, shall we take action? Behind him, a sturdy man, still wearing a prison uniform, shouted with a fierce look on his face. Let's take action, that's Whitebeard. As long as we take off his head, our fame will resound throughout the world. Are you stupid? Blackbeard glared at him. Didn't you see Ron here? This guy is here. What's the use of us taking action? Ron. The man in prison uniform was a little confused. At this moment, he scratched his head and asked, who is Ron? Ron? Is there such a strong man in this world? Behind Blackbeard, there were several people wearing prison uniforms. Each of them was full of evil spirits and their faces were cold. At first glance, they were not people to be trifled with. At this moment, I heard Ron's name made everyone snort unconvinced. Ah. Blackbeard raised the corner of his mouth. Ron, you have been in prison for too long, and you don't know the outside intelligence at all about this guy. There are some newspapers over there, go read it yourself. Oh. Several people were curious. Captain Blackbeard was not an easy person to meet. For him to comment like this Ron was definitely not an ordinary person. Several people immediately turned around and went to get the newspaper and read it. At first glance, the prisoners trembled all over, their expressions changed drastically and they exclaimed. What? One man destroyed the naval headquarters. How is that possible? He crushed Mariajoy by himself. How could such a character exist in this world? Terrible. Huh. Blackbeard's eyes flickered, remembering some bad memories from before. The black cloth that could capture the devil fruit was snatched away by that guy. Fortunately, he made another one. He was originally planning to do so. This event is prepared for Whitebeard. He had been thinking about the shock fruit on Whitebeard for a long time, but now, it was messed up by Ron. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. This made him a little depressed. In the other direction, a large ship with a straw hat and skull flag came riding the wind and waves. Hurry up, Ace, don't let anything happen to you. Thousand Sunny, on the lion-shaped bow, Luffy stood here with gritted teeth and a resolute expression on his face, looking at Marineford who was gradually approaching not far away. Don't worry. Zoro stood on the side of the ship and said solemnly. Ace must be fine. When we arrive, we will rescue him. Yeah. Sanji walked over with a cigarette in his mouth. We also learned through the phone bug that in Marineford, Whitebeard's large fleet is attacking crazily. Ace is not in danger for the time being. With Whitebeard here, you don't have to be afraid, Luffy. Zero. Yeah. Luffy nodded silently. Luffy. Usopp laughed loudly. I tell you, our operation will definitely be successful this time. Ha ha ha. You must believe me, Lord Usopp. You can't go wrong. Yeah. Luffy looked at his friends and grinned. It's definitely no problem. Sorry for bothering you all. Haha, we are all partners, no need to worry about anything, Sanji said with a smile. Yes. Usopp wiped his nose and said proudly. With Captain Usopp here, is there any trouble that can stop us? It doesn't exist. More than 10 minutes later, Thousand Sunny entered the court outside Marineford military port. Ace. I'm coming. A loud voice spread throughout the audience. Luffy. Ace suddenly raised his head and looked at the big ship approaching in the distance in shock. He saw the flying young man standing on the bow of the ship and gasped. You guy, why are you here? It's too dangerous here. Let's go. Luffy grinned, and there was even light shining on the teeth at the corner of his mouth. Ace, I'm here to save you. Chapter 346 Shock the World. One word and a word, Luffy? Ron raised his eyebrows, not expecting that Luffy would come at this time. Ron. Sengoku took a deep breath. At this time, no one on Marine's side spoke. It was up to him, Marshal Marine, to speak out. Even if he risked his life, he had to speak. What? Ron glanced at Sengoku. Ace is the great pirate, the son of Roger, the Pirate King. His sins are unspeakable, Sengoku said coldly. Our trial this time is also an act of justice, are you sure you want to take charge? It's undeniable. Ron nodded and confirmed Sengoku's words. Most pirates are indeed evil, but they can't be killed with one shot. You Marine define all pirates as evil existences. I don't agree with this. And, 513, Ron smiled. I am also a pirate, do you think I am a villain? Damn it. You are the biggest and most heinous villain. Not only Sengoku was roaring in his heart, but all Marines and even many pirates thought so. Almost everyone around the world watching the live broadcast looked at Ron on the screen speechlessly. This guy was a big pirate who suppressed naval headquarters in Mariajoy. He had tens of thousands of blood and lives on his hands. Aren't you a villain? Ahem. Mr. Ron is certainly not a villain. Even if you beat Sengoku to death, you can't say that Ron is a villain. Although he is not afraid of death, he is not a fool. If he really wants to say that Ron is a villain, he will probably be killed when the other party cuts him. He doesn't think that his Buddha fruit form can resist Ron. The sword glow. The other Marine generals and sailors all looked at Marshal Sengoku speechlessly. Aren't you telling lies with your eyes open? Isn't a villain like Ron considered a villain? Of course, even if they are dissatisfied, they dare not speak out to refute. Who dares to speak at this time? No one dares. Look, on the ground not far away, the bones of Marine Admiral Akainu are not yet cold. Of course, there are smart people and there are also many fools. Advertisement beside Doflamingo, Mahawk left. The big bear said nothing, but Gecko Moria smiled coldly and looked at Ron in the distance with a mocking look on his face. Although he did not dare to say a word, his expression was I totally disagree with what Sengoku said. Isn't this an evil person? Moria sneered in her heart. To be honest, this guy is even more evil than me. The celestial dragons were scared to death by him, and Marine was also scared of being beaten. Hey, now even Marshal Marine is talking nonsense with his eyes open. Got it. Not far away, Ron, who was talking to Sengoku, suddenly turned his head and glanced at Moria with an indifferent expression. Why are you laughing? Do you disagree with what Marshal Sengoku said? Or do you think I am an evil pirate? Moria never expected that she was so far away from Ron, and she didn't even say anything. She just sneered and was discovered by the other party. What should I do? Moria panicked. A panic group, but it's no use. Ron shook his right hand, and a sword light shot through the air. Moria was shocked, with shadows all over her body, and she wanted to avoid Ron's knife. Wow. It's no use. Ron takes action. No one in this world can block his attack. Ron is too strong. With one strike, Moria's body was cut in half. With Armament Haki's blessing, his shadow fruit could not avoid the strike. Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, died. All the Marines were shocked. All the pirates were shocked. All the people around the world who watched the live broadcast were shocked. Well, that's Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai. Just beheaded with a knife. This is too scary, right? Advertisement. Who still thinks I'm an evil pirate? With a gentle smile on his face, Ron looked around and asked. I am a kind person, one of the few in the world, but there are still people who think I am evil. The world is really going downhill. Silence. Silence in the whole place. The corners of countless people's mouths twitched. With this knife strike, a Shichibukai was stunned. Even if everyone knew that you were a big villain, no one would dare to say it to your face. Thank you, Mr. Ron. Ace stood firm, first nodded towards Ron to express his gratitude, and then looked at Whitebeard. Dad, are you okay? This small injury is nothing. Ron laughed. It's better for you to protect your pirate group and territory. I'll take care of your injuries for you. Whitebeard looked at Ace and Marco and ordered. Well, Whitebeard looked at Ron. Ron, you are very strong, really very strong. I wonder if I can ask you to do something. I may not be able to do it anymore. My pirate group still has New World's territory. Can I do it? Entrusted to you? Marco, Ace, after I die, you can follow Ron. A clear voice came, and then two graceful figures came through the space door. On Kaya's shoulder, there was a cute girl as big as a palm, who was Manchili from the small human race. Marco also moved his lips, but did not say anything, but the sadness in his eyes was very strong. Ron's body flashed and he came to the high court. With a flash of sword light, the seastone shackles on Ace were cut open. Oh, come on, don't be complacent yet, come with me. Ron grabbed Ace with one hand, and in a flash, he flew to Whitebeard's side with Ace. Dad. Ace looked at Whitebeard sadly, especially the injury on his chest. 2.8. Sengoku's face also twitched, his lips moved, but he was speechless and couldn't say a word. Brush. Ron waved his hand, and a space door appeared. Ron's voice penetrated the space door and was transmitted to the other side. Mansili, Kaya, and Makino, come here, there is a patient here who needs your treatment. Boom. Brush. Ahem. It's okay. Whitebeard looked at Ace standing in front of him intact, with a smile on his face. As long as you survive, be prepared, we will evacuate immediately. As soon as Ace got out of trouble, flames rose all over his body, and he said excitedly, I'm finally out of trouble. Don't worry, where I am is the safest place. Ron waved his hand calmly. I'm here, Marine doesn't dare to do anything. Chapter 347 Shocking Healing Ability, Whitebeard is healed. Brother Ron, Kaya looked at Ron with a playful smile. Ron. Makino nodded towards Ron, then looked at Ace beside him. Sister Makino. Ace's eyes widened and he looked at Makino with a somewhat excited expression. He and Luffy had been taken care of by Makino when they were young. Now they're very happy to see Makino. However, now that Sister Makino is here, she can treat her old man. Did Dad's injury help? I've never heard that Sister Makino has medical skills. Brother Ron. Manchili pulled Kaya's hair, stood on Kaya's shoulders and said delicately, leave this uncle's injury to us, we will definitely help you heal it. It's not that they don't understand the situation. After all, they were watching the development of the situation here on Nine Snakes Island just a moment ago. They also know that Whitebeard was stabbed in the center by Scarred. They were called here by Ron at this moment, it must be for his injury. Manchili has a healing fruit, plus Kaya's heaven-defying medical skills, and Makino's active fruit. Not to mention Whitebeard is not dead yet, even if he is dead, the three of them can save people together. If these three people work together, their healing power is beyond 13. Manchili has been blessed with skills by Ron, with millions of level healing fruits, and the ability to awaken after the healing fruits reach full level is heaven-defying. The ability awakened after the healing fruit reaches full level is called Great Resurrection. This is a truly heaven-defying ability. As long as the deceased dies within a day, she can resurrect the person. So, Manchili has enough confidence, any injury in this world can't be cured, down her. What's more, beside her is Kaya, who has millions of medical skills, and Makino, who has an active fruit. The ability of this active fruit combined with medical skills, and her healing fruit, is a match made in heaven. The three of them are the world, the most perfect partner. If the three of them work together, the dead can be saved. Yeah, Ron said with a smile. With the three of you taking action, of course I feel relieved. Advertisement, Ron, this. One Whitebeard looked at the three girls strangely. Not only him, Ace and Marco, but also Josie and others also looked at the three girls in confusion. Not far away, Whitebeard's big ship, the leaders of the regiment, also gathered around him. After all, Ace was rescued and they no longer had to rush to kill him. They gathered around Whitebeard and prepared for the next retreat. Captain. The captain of a large fleet looked at Whitebeard nervously. Are you okay? Yes, Dad, how are you doing? The captain of another large ship group also looked at Whitebeard nervously. When he saw the scar on Whitebeard's heart, his heart trembled, and then he glared at Skuya on the side fiercely. Scarred, you really deserve to die. Me. Skuyard was speechless and speechless. Ron glanced at Whitebeard indifferently. He wanted to kill this guy with a knife, but since it was Whitebeard's family matter, it was not good for him to take action rashly. After thinking about it, Ron didn't do it. Come to think of it, this happened. This guy Skuyard will not end well in the future. Sister Makino, can you really cure Daddy? Ace looked at Makino nervously and asked. Do not worry. Makino smiled slightly, pointed at Kaya and Manchili and said, this is Kaya, the top doctor. There is probably no doctor better than her in the whole world, and this is Princess Man of the little human clan Dontata Kingdom. Surely, you should have heard of it before. I know her. Behind Whitebeard and others, a cold female voice sounded. Ron turned around and saw a beautiful woman wearing a pirate hat. Ron thought in his mind that this woman seemed to be a captain of Whitebeard's large fleet, named Hootie, the big pirate known as the Ice Witch by New World pirates. Her devil fruit is related to ice. Although it is not as powerful as Aokiji's, it is still quite powerful. Whitey came over, looked at Manchili with stern eyes and said, Princess Manchili is the princess of the Dontata Kingdom. She possesses an extremely rare healing fruit. She was discovered by Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, many years ago. Brother Doflamingo was imprisoned. Doflamingo valued her fruit ability very much and wanted to use it for his own use. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Unexpectedly, Princess Shishili has now joined Sword and Rose. This is really exciting. Surprise. Ace, are you okay? Luffy's voice came over, making Ace's eyes suddenly light up. Is it so powerful? Ace's eyes widened, and then he happily said to Manchili, Princess Manchili, please cure Daddy. I will agree to whatever you ask for. Start the treatment. Ron smiled lightly. Advertisement. Kaya's casual treatment was 100 times more effective than the doctors around Whitebeard before. Coupled with the cooperation of Makino and Manchili, Whitebeard recovered in such a simple way. Not only that, his strength was restored to its peak when the body was restored. After that, he went a step further and made a major breakthrough. Please be sure to cure Daddy. Yeah, you're welcome, Ron said with a smile. In that case, it's time for me to go back. You should also take advantage of now and retreat quickly. Ha, great, Whitebeard laughed, feeling very well. He looked at Ron with some gratitude. Ron, thank you, I feel very good now. I feel like I have returned to my youth. Feel clear, Luffy. We will agree to whatever you ask for. Then, Kaya asked Whitebeard to board the ship. The Moby DK had supporting treatment facilities. Under Kaya's operation, Whitebeard's body almost returned to its prime, which was much more powerful than the previous treatment. Whitey glanced at Ron curiously. This man was truly shocking. Kaya nodded and came to Whitebeard. First, she checked Whitebeard's body. Then, under Kaya's command, Manchili and Makino took action one after another. The healing fruit and the ability of the active 443 fruit covered Whitebeard's body. After some treatment, Whitebeard's injuries improved greatly, and there were almost no injuries visible on his body. At this moment, not far away, Thousand Sunny came riding the waves. Being stared at by everyone, Manchili shrank her head in embarrassment and hid behind Kaya's ear. I will work hard. A group of pirates looked at Manchili excitedly. Okay. Chapter 348 Leave. Marine's frustration. Ace, are you okay? Luffy jumped onto the Moby DK and quickly ran to Ace and asked. Haha, Luffy. Ace patted Luffy's shoulder fiercely. I'm fine. Your kid came here. Don't you know it's dangerous here? Hee. Luffy wiped his nose and said with a smile, I'm worried about you. You kid. Ace smiled happily. Sister Makino. Luffy saw Makino on the side and walked over quickly. Sister Makino, I heard about you. Are you okay now? Luffy said and looked at Ron with an unfriendly look in his eyes. He had heard that Sister Makino was snatched away by this guy. He didn't care how famous Ron was or how strong he was. As long as Makino says Ron is not good to her, he will dare to attack Ron. Luffy. Makino smiled. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. I went back to Windmill Village a few days ago. What about you? I read about you in the newspaper and heard that you formed your own. How is the pirate group doing? You're fine. Luffy felt relieved after hearing Makino's words, and his eyes towards Ron were no longer so hostile. After hearing Makino's inquiry, Luffy said, My Straw Hat Pirates are very good. As he said that, Luffy looked at Zoro, Sanji Usopp and others who were walking behind him, and said with a smile. This is my crew, they are all great partners. Hello. Makino smiled at a few people and said, Can you please take care of Luffy? This guy has been very naughty since he was a child. Thank you. Wow. Hello, beautiful girl. When Sanji saw Makino, Kaya, Manchili and other beauties, he immediately showed his pig brother look and was about to step forward to please him. Past. Go away. Zoro pushed Sanji away and walked up to Ron with a serious expression. Ron. Advertisement. Ron raised his eyebrows and looked at Zoro, wondering what this guy wanted to do. I remember you, Zoro said solemnly. Not only when I was at East Blue, but according to my childhood memories, I seem to have seen you when I was learning kendo from Mr. Koshiro. Ron's heart moved. Have you seen yourself in Koshiro? Is this because of the memories he left for Zoro through time and space? This guy seems to have said when he was young that he would definitely defeat himself when he grows up. I want to ask. Zoro did not dare to challenge Ron, but changed the subject and asked. I want to ask, Kuina, is she okay now? At this moment, Zoro's memory is no longer the memory of Kuina's death in the original plot, but the memory of Kuina being taken away by Ron. Kuina is very good. Ron smiled and nodded. Now, Kuina should be watching the scene here on Nine Snake Island. If it happens, she might be able to see Zoro. For Zoro, many years have passed. For Kuina, only a few days have passed. That's good. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, then took a deep breath and looked at Ron attentively. I heard that you defeated Mihawk again today. I want to challenge you. Still said it. Ron smiled dumbly and said, You are far from my opponent now. If you want to challenge me, you must defeat Hawkeye first. Zoro's face straightened. I will. After saying that, Zoro backed away. Now that the matter is over, we have to leave. Ron nodded towards Whitebeard, then waved his hand to open the space door, and left Marineford directly with Kaya and the three girls. Advertisement. Watching Ron leave, Ace stood next to Whitebeard and said, This Ron, if he hadn't appeared in time, it would be really difficult for all of us to leave today. Yeah, Whitebeard nodded. This guy is good, Dad. What should we do now? Marco asked. Prepare to retreat. Whitebeard smiled confidently. My body has completely recovered to its peak, and my strength has become much stronger. Marine Admiral Akainu died. Hawkeye and Shichibukai leaves, Moria dies, and Marine can no longer keep us. Haha, okay, let's get ready to leave. Marco, Josie and others laughed, and then directed everyone to prepare to retreat. This time they successfully rescued Ace. Although a lot of people died, they were all within the acceptable range. The most important thing is that Dad's injuries were all healed and his combat power was restored to its peak. This is better than all good news. The pirates of Whitebeard's large fleet are preparing to retreat, but on the other side, the Marines look extremely ugly. Damn, that Ron is really a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* ace, he also cured Whitebeard's injury. Now the situation in New World is even worse. Then, what should we do now? Kizaru asked softly. Let them retreat. Sengoku moved his lips, but still did not dare to give the order to pursue him. Whitebeard recovered from his injuries and his strength returned to its peak. No matter how many people they had, they could not keep Whitebeard, so they could only let the opponent retreat. The multi-day trial planned by Marine and the world government was a huge failure. Seeing Little Oz's huge figure retreating with Whitebeard's pirate ship, Sengoku looked gloomy and ugly. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other in silence. Chapter 349 The Helplessness of Blackbeard and Five Elders. Damn it, on the sea outside Marineford, there's a ship flying a pirate flag composed of 3 skulls. Blackbeard stood on the bow of the ship with a cold expression, silently watching the tense development in front of the naval headquarters. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed, his eyes kept flashing, and he was obviously very uneasy in his heart. Captain. This guy has intervened again. Behind Blackbeard, Lafitte, known as the Devil Sheriff, came over and said coldly, "It seems our plan will not be completed." Whitebeard as well, on the side, a sturdy man with a cigar in his mouth held the military cap on his head and said calmly, "With his strength, let alone us, even if all Marines go up now, it is impossible. Leave him alone." Shiryu is right. Wine Barrel Chode burped. Although 683's face was red, his eyes were clear and he said in a calm voice, "The best way for us now is to retreat. This matter needs long-term consideration. We've been planning this for so long, and we're just going to let it go?" San Juan said angrily, "How about we ambush Whitebeard halfway? Who can defeat Whitebeard now?" Yu Jawan glanced at the strong man. "You." "I'm just me," San Juan snorted. "I don't believe it. This guy has really regained his strength? Such a serious injury, it was a wound that penetrated the heart, and there were also the injuries he had left before, plus at his age, does he still think he was in his prime more than 10 years ago?" "Advertisement, very good." Yuji Shiryu sneered. "Then I will cheer for you from behind, and I can even help you stop Marco and others, and I will watch you pick the Amity, BDA, Washi." Hey, Ace, I'll stop it for you," Carter grinned. She also agreed with what Shiryu and Chode said. This matter really shouldn't be rushed. Is Whitebeard so easy to kill? Who does this stupid guy San Juan think he is? Why are you going to naval headquarters at this time? San Juan asked confused. This matter. Looking at it now, our previous goal of relying on this trial to restore the power and reputation of world government and marine has not been achieved at all, the tall five elders sighed. It's not just that it hasn't been achieved, the squat five elders said angrily. It should be said that our world government and marine are even more embarrassed because of this. You also know the recent situation. Those alliance kingdoms are a little restless. Monkey D. Dragon's actions are getting more and more. Come on, that guy took advantage of Ron's troubles before and has been encroaching on the major kingdoms ruled by our world government. At present, not to mention the past, just during this period, in the past 2 months, we have already lost the right to rule more than 20 kingdoms. If things continue like this, you are too cowardly, San Juan glared, and then he turned to look at a silent Blackbeard. Captain, tell me what you are going to do. If you agree to the ambush, I will really fight. Real formation. After all, we are still one of the Shichibukai, Blackbeard sneered. Since our plan failed, then the Shichibukai position will still have to sit. Mariajoy, where the five elders are, advertisement. Blackbeard saw that the crew members were quarreling one by one, and his brows were even more furrowed. He turned around and glanced at his crew members. There were quite a few of them, including several in prison uniforms. He is a top expert from the deepest part of Impel down. With such a powerful team, he still has no confidence that he can successfully kill Whitebeard. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach said coldly in his heart. If this continues, the number of countries joining our world government will be greatly reduced, the tall and thin five elders sighed. Not to mention that Whitebeard has been cured by Ron's men now. Even in the severely injured state before, no one can kill him. To put it bluntly, the Blackbeard pirates will risk their annihilation together. Danger. You alone rush to fight Whitebeard? There are only 4 five elders left now. After the death of the 5 elders who owned the first-generation Kitetsu, the 5th elder has not yet selected a candidate. After all, they are the top leaders of the world government and cannot be chosen casually. This Ron. The squat 5 elders gritted his teeth. Let's let this matter go, Blackbeard said solemnly. Wait here for a while. When Whitebeard leaves, we will go to naval headquarters. Do you think your life will be long? As expected, we were praying before. The tall and thin 5 elders was silent for a while, and then said, Before, we were praying that this guy would never interfere in this matter, but in the end, he still intervened. But it's not going to be easy. Shock fruit, sooner or later I will get it, not to mention, the current Whitebeard's body seems to have been really cured by Ron's people, which makes him even less confident. Chapter 350 Monka Dragon's Actions, Garp's Worries. Dragon. The pudgy 5 elders were confused when they heard the name. It was difficult to deal with this dragon before, but now Ron appears, and this dragon takes advantage of this opportunity to rob us. It's really abominable. Speaking of this dragon, the tall and thin 5 elders looked up and asked, Where's Garp? Where is this guy now? I heard that Ron knocked him unconscious last time and he was seriously injured. He is still recovering from his injuries in East Blue, said the tall and strong 5 elders. Still recuperating? The tall and thin 5 elders snorted. This guy, if he hadn't seen the hard work he had done before, I would have killed him regarding his son Long. The matter about Garp, said the tall and strong 5 elders, you can't blame him. His son has severed ties with him a long time ago. He has not held real power in Marine these years. He teaches Marine students at Marine Academy, so it's not a good idea to touch him. After all, he still had a lot of credit for Roger's incident. If it weren't for his original contribution, if it weren't for his lifetime contribution to Marine, I would have had him taken down long ago, the squat 5 elders snorted. The Straw Hats have been making a lot of noise recently. His family is really a headache. The tall 5 elders held his forehead, with a gloomy face. That Ace also has something to do with him, along with his grandson Luffy. Growing up, this family is really annoying. That Ron is our biggest headache right now, the squat 5 elders said helplessly. It would be great if Sir I Am was here. Lord I Am. When the other 3 elders heard this, their hearts moved and asked, "Is there any news about Lord I Am lately?" No. The squat 5 elders shook their heads. Vegapunk was able to get in touch with Lord I Am some time ago, but recently, I don't know what happened to Lord I Am, and the contact was lost. Lord I Am. Isn't it on top of Uranus? The tall and thin 5 elders stretched out his hand and pointed towards the sky. As long as Lord I Am is here and Uranus is here, we will have the confidence to deal with Ron. To be honest, if I am your excellency, if you intervene in this trial, you may be able to directly use the power of Uranus to kill Whitebeard and Ace. By then, even if Ron arrives, it will already be a foregone conclusion, but it's a pity. Advertisement. The tall and thin 5 elders shook their heads and sighed. It's a pity that Lord I Am is not here. Let's not talk about this first. Nothing will happen to Master I Am. With Uranus here, even Ron can't go to where Uranus is. This is our trump card, the tall and thin 5 elders said solemnly. This time the trial failed, and the problem we have to solve now is the stability of the major alliance kingdoms of the world government. Let's go to a meeting first, summon the dozen or so core-level celestial dragons families in Mariajoy. Let's elect the 5 elders first, and then start to appease the shaken kingdoms. Let Marine cooperate here their actions. They are mainly responsible for the failure of this trial. We cannot let them idle. East Blue, Windmill Village. Garp stood with a calm expression in front of the hut where the bandit Dayton of Goa Kingdom lived, looking at the scenery in the distance in trance. Well, Garp sighed. He knew what day it was. Today was the day of Marineford's trial of Ace. If he hadn't excused himself from illness, he would have to stay in Marineford right now. Written by Sengoku and the 3 admirals presiding over the trial of Ace. As an old man who raised Ace as his own grandson, he didn't want to see that scene. But he is a Marine, and he cannot be biased towards Ace, a pirate, and he also does not want to see Ace being killed, so the fact that he was injured in the previous battle with Ron became his biggest excuse not to participate in this matter. But now he was worried about Ace's situation, for fear of hearing some bad news. Please give me flowers. Advertisement, old guy. At this moment, Dayton ran over with a group of bandits and shouted happily, "Good news, good news." What good news? Garp turned back sharply, looked at Dayton with burning eyes, and asked with a trembling voice. Is it something about Ace? Yes. Dayton said with a smile. That Ron took action. He suddenly appeared in Marineford, rescued Ace, and also cured Whitebeard's injury. Luffy was also present. Luffy. Zero. Garp was about to feel relieved when he heard that Ace was fine. When he heard that Luffy was present, his heart suddenly started to rise again. He looked at Dayton with wide eyes and asked, what did that brat do in the past? That's a place he can go to. Doesn't he know what his current status is? I've told him a long time ago that I told him to be a Marine when he grows up, but he just doesn't listen. Don't worry, nothing happened to that kid Luffy, Dayton said with a smile. He followed Ace on Whitebeard's ship, and they successfully evacuated Marineford together. Is that so? That's good, Garp exhaled for a long time and sighed. These 2 little guys are really troublesome. Why are you bothering? Dayton was not happy when he heard this. These 2 boys have grown up in my hands. Have you ever taken any responsibility? You haven't even seen them a few times, right? With Luffy, the old man just like Dad, he has no sense of responsibility at all. Garp's face twitched. Don't mention that guy to me. That boy Long? Dayton snorted. If you ask me, it's because your education was not good. In the end, the family turned out to be a Marine, 2 pirates, and 1 became a revolutionary. Do you think he was the education good? Garp was speechless. 9 SP Chapter 351 Sword and Rose set sail again. Head to the Fishman Island. 9 Snake Island, in the Palace Square. Brush, ding. A long sword flew out. Kuina panted and looked at Ron on the opposite side, then walked to the side and picked up the dropped long sword. Your sword skills have reached a sufficient level. Ron looked at Kuina with satisfaction and said. It's a pity that I still can't beat you, Kuina said unwillingly. Haha, you want to hit me? Hearing this, Ron smiled dumbly. There was no one in this world who could defeat him, even in swordsmanship. When are you going to give me skills? Kuina came to Ron with her long sword in front of 007, and looked at Ron with stern eyes and asked. Having stayed here for a long time, Kuina certainly knows how strong these girls on 9 Snake Island are. Each one of them is a top master beyond her imagination. After such a long time, she also knows how strong this is. What's going on? It's all because of Ron. When Kuina first learned that Ron had the ability to help others, she was shocked. There was such a heaven-defying ability in the world, which made her a little unbelievable, but the facts were in front of her, and she couldn't help but not believe it. Ron smiled and said, any time, how about tonight? Advertisement, okay. Kuina's face turned red and she nodded coquettishly. Hey Ron. The Empress came over with Lilith, glanced at Kuina, then took Ron's hand and asked. I heard that you were ready to continue your adventure? Yeah, I'm going to take you on another voyage in the next 2 days. I heard the new world is very fun, Ron said with a smile. Hey, if it weren't for the busyness here on 9 Snake Island, I would also like to go with you, the Empress sighed. What's the point? Ron said calmly. You can travel with us. Every few days, I will open the space door and take you back to 9 Snake Island to handle national affairs. You don't have to stay on the ship every day. Is it really possible? The Empress's eyes lit up. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was indeed possible. Ron has a space gate and can take her back to Nine Snakes Island or the ship at any time. In this way, it seems like I can really travel with you all. Hancock, this is great. Lilith also happily held the Empress's hand. Now we can go out and play together. Yes. The Empress smiled and nodded, feeling greatly relieved. Originally, others could go out with Ron, but she couldn't, and she felt uncomfortable. Now that she saw that she could go out with everyone, she felt much better immediately. Although Ron has the ability to take everyone directly into the new world, the fun of visiting the ocean scenery would be gone. Ron turned around and saw Robin and Nami swimming quickly in the pool like mermaids on the deck. Kuina, what are you afraid of? ABC smiled and said, are you still shy? You didn't feel shy even during Golden Week. Although the two of them have demon fruit power, with Ron's blessing, the true god's body has become immune to the side effects of devil fruit, so girls nowadays like swimming very much. Really? Kaya's eyes lit up. Advertisement, Brother Ron, let's go swimming together. Kay pushed Ron's hand and said, look at Sister Robin. Brother Ron, where are we going next? Kaya swam to Ron's side and asked. 2.1. Okay, I'll go swimming with you. Ron's heart moved when he saw the many mermaids in the pool, and he jumped out of the pool with a smile on his face, causing a burst of exclamation. Golden Week looked calm, holding a swimming ring and walking towards the swimming pool on the side. Brother Ron. While Ron was lying on a chair basking in the sun, Kaya, who was wearing a swimsuit next to her, ran over, followed by a few little ones. Elsa and Abis were laughing, but Kuina behind them was a little shy. Come over. Those Sea Kings, even if the Sea Kings all over the world come to attack Ron, he can destroy them all with a wave of his hand. Ron is not afraid, but it is different for ordinary people and other people, whether they are Marines or pirates. Sea Kings are a huge disaster in the ocean. A Sea Kings can destroy a small island at will and kill ordinary people on the island wantonly. What kind of food? Nami swam over, rolled her eyes at Ron and said, I think his purpose of going to the Fishman Island is not food at all, but beautiful women. First we go to Sabaody Archipelago, and then after coating, we go to the Fishman Island together. Ron said with a smile. I heard the food there is good. As one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired man once had his arm bitten off by the king of the offshore. The Fishman Island. Ron must go there. There is a very important person waiting for him to rescue him on the Fishman Island. 2 days later, the Ark officially started sailing from Nine Snake Island, heading towards Sabaody Archipelago, preparing to pass the Sabaody Archipelago coating, and then enter the New World through the Fishman Island. As a modern Poseidon, Shirahoshi has the ability to control Sea Kings. Although this ability is not very useful in Ron's opinion, after all, Uranus and Uranus's controller are still in his hands. He is not afraid of Uranus's frontal bombardment, not to mention what about Poseidon? Chapter 352. Who is the most beautiful woman in the world? How can it be? Ron's eyes widened and he said righteously. Am I that kind of person? Nami-chan, please don't accuse me unjustly. I wronged you? Nami looked at Ron with a smile, her hands on her hips, highlighting her perfect figure even more attractively. I heard that Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess of the Fishman Island, is a famous beauty in the whole world. Nami whistled and looked towards Lilith, who was lying on a chair not far away to enjoy the sun. The Empress shouted. Sister Hancock. Hey, what's wrong? Hancock was whispering to Lilith. They were both emperors of Nine Snakes Island. After Lilith came to this time and space, the relationship between the two was particularly good and they could chat very well. I heard that Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi is the most beautiful woman in the world after you, don't you think so? Nami asked. This. Hancock smiled slightly. Yes, although Shirahoshi is not a human being, her beauty is famous all over the world. If she were a human being, the title of the most beautiful girl in the world would not necessarily fall on me. HMPH, did you hear that? Nami hummed and said, so, Sister Kaya, Ron is not as pure as you seem. Now that he has a group of beauties like us, he still doesn't give up. This time he is going to the Fishman Island, must be thinking about the beautiful mermaid there. Shirahoshi is so beautiful, this guy will never let her go. Oops. Kaya exclaimed when she heard this, then grabbed Ron's arm and asked, Brother Ron, is it true? Well, that, this. Ron looked around, wanting to bring in reinforcements. Brother Ron, are mermaids really beautiful? At this time, Kaya asked with wide eyes curiously. I haven't seen a mermaid before. It's so curious. I really want to go to the fish right away. Men Island, look at the mermaids. Hey, Kaya. Advertisement. Nami covered her forehead in pain. What's your reaction? Hello. Yeah. Abis and Aisha also swam over. The two little guys even climbed on Ron's shoulders and arms. They hugged Ron's neck tightly and asked, what does a mermaid look like? I haven't seen it yet. I've seen it with my own eyes, but I've heard about the legend of mermaids, so I really want to go to the Fishman Island to see it right away. Ron suddenly laughed. Just as he was about to call for reinforcements, Kaya and the two little guys took the initiative to change the topic. No problem, we will go to the Fishman Island later. Then you can enjoy the food and mermaids in the Fishman Island. Also, I heard that there are some interesting things in the Fishman Island. After all, it is 10,000 meters deep under the sea, and the scenery must be different from ours on the sea. Wow, I really want to go there right away. Come on, move forward, let's set off from Dujan Island. The two little guys screamed excitedly, and then they jumped off Ron, causing a large splash of water. Okay, failed. Nami pouted and started swimming. A few days later, the Ark came to the Sabaldi archipelago, found a shop opened by a famous shipwright, and began to code the Ark. Kaya hugged Ron's arm tightly and whispered, "How's it going, brother Ron? You did a good job, right? How can you thank me?" Below, Monet, Sugar, BABY5, Momosagi Hina and several others looked at the two people competing in the sky with some unwillingness. Monet said with some unwillingness, "I wonder when that guy will improve our skills for us." "It should be soon, right?" BABY5 said hesitantly. 650, even those people who joined Sword and Roses behind us have been promoted, Scarlet, Orovia, Rebecca and others. They have all been improved. Although we have not yet fully integrated in, we will definitely not be able to leave this pirate group after we can, so I think it will definitely be very soon. Advertisement. In addition to the group of people by the swimming pool, there are also many girls doing their own things in other places. In the kitchen, Makino, Nokagao, Scarlet, Rebecca, Wekaman, Shirley and others are cooking delicious dishes. The Ark is huge and coding it requires a lot of money, but for Ron, this little money is nothing. Yeah, several other girls also nodded. Not bad. Ron patted Kaya's little butt and said with a smile, "I will definitely thank you very much tonight." "Yes, I really want to be able to fly," Sugar said, looking at the sky with envy. "Hasn't that guy completely trusted us yet?" Sugar asked. Kaya blushed immediately, her rosy face looked so cute. "Absolutely," Momosagi said with his hands on his hips. "We are different from those people. We were semi-forced to join. It is understandable that he did not promote us. Wait, there will definitely be a chance in the future." Mansili, Weka and Bayon were working hard on the table, stirring delicious jam. Weka secretly ate while stirring, and was scolded by Makino with a smile from time to time. He took a group of more than 30 beautiful girls to play on the island. One day later, the Ark was successfully coded, and everyone set sail again, officially heading towards the Fishman Island. Who was passing by, glanced at it, but secretly shook his head, ignoring it. On the deck, above the Ark, Kuina is confronting Tashigi, and the two are having a sword fight in the sky. In a cabin, Orovia was looking through the historical text materials collected by Robin, studying with a solemn expression. Chapter 353 The Fishman Island, Flying Riverman. "Wow, is this the bottom of the sea?" Kaya exclaimed. "It's so dark. Look, it's pitch black in the distance." "Yes, it must be very deep here, right?" Vivi looked at the dark ocean in the distance and said, "Look in the distance, there are underwater currents over there, and they are very fast." Ron looked at the current that was rushing towards the bottom of the sea, and said with a smile, "We are going to ride this current to go to the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters below the sea." "What?" Kaya's eyes widened. "Going to the bottom of the sea in such a current? Then, can our ship handle it? After all, the current surges so fast, it is powerful." Yin. Isn't there Ron here?" Cornies walked over with the little fox Silk in her arms. "Yes, brother Ron, you should be able to resist such ocean currents, right?" Kaya looked at Ron and asked. "It's not a big problem." Ron smiled lightly. To him, such a problem is really nothing. He now controls the power of space and time. Not to mention ocean currents, even the explosion of the world cannot harm him. "That's good." Kaya smiled and nodded. "Then I'm not afraid anymore. I'm going to go play with Abis and the others." Kaya ran away happily. Ron, Orovia walked over, holding a thick book in her hand. The book Ron knew was a book that Robin often read. It was a book about archaeological documents. Advertisement. What's wrong? Ron looked at the silver-haired, elegant, gentle and intellectual Orovia. Although this girl was Robin's mother, she was still very young, even younger than Robin. "After reading the documents I looked through, the Fishman Island may have a lot of information about the historical text, I think," Orovia said. "I know what you mean." Ron raised his hand. "Robin also mentioned to me before, don't worry, when we get to the Fishman Island, as long as there is a chance, I will take you to find the historical text. In fact," Ron said, paused for a while and then continued, "if you are willing, I can even take you to more than 800 years ago and personally go there to see the truth about me when I disappeared for 10 years. "No, what's the point of that?" Orovia said with a smile. "That is history after all. What we are looking for is the truth of history. Looking for it in this era." "Okay," Ron said helplessly. "It turns out they are mother and daughter." Robin said the same thing. "Okay, you can continue to enjoy the ocean scenery, I will continue to study." Orovia covered her mouth and chuckled. "By the way, where's Robin?" "Sister Robin." Before Ron could speak, Kaya next to him spoke. "Sister Robin, I saw her just now, she seems to be. Hey, look, she's over there." "No, boss. There is a huge pirate ship coming ahead." At this time, a subordinate suddenly ran over to report. In front of the Ark, probably dozens of nautical miles away, 10 ghost ships sailing on the bottom of the sea. "What are you talking about?" Ron rolled his eyes. "Call me Aunt Orovia. The Vanderdyken family has been the captain of the ghost ship Flying Riverman for generations. The current captain, Qian Zhao, has been passed down for many generations. The reason why he is in a hurry to go to Fishman Street is because of his relationship with the fish. The boss of Renji has an agreement." "What?" Kaya's eyes widened. "Sister Orovia is younger than Sister Robin." Advertisement. Kaya held Ron's arm and stopped talking, just shaking there. Damn it, hurry up. A four-legged fishman sat on the seat and shouted angrily. Have you not reached Fishman Street yet? Sister Robin is older than Sister Orovia, Kaya said, blinking. Sister Orovia and Sister Robin are so good, Kaya said with a smile. The group of subordinates below all looked at each other with confusion on their faces. They had no idea why the boss, who was furious before, suddenly started laughing again. Hee, as long as this plan succeeds and subverts the power of Ryugu City, the entire the Fishmen Island will be under my control. By then, Shirahoshi, you will be mine. Vanderdecken smiled gloomily, as if he saw Princess Shirahoshi being married by him. Vanderdecken laughed. Then you guys chat, I'll go talk to her about some archaeological issues. Orovia left with a chuckle. Boss, we're almost there, boss. The fishmen below responded fearfully one by one, without any intention of contradicting the boss sitting above. Kaya pointed in a direction behind. Orovia turned her head and saw Robin's figure behind her. She was talking to Lackey at the moment. Next to her stood Valentine, Golden Week, Belmere and Scarlet, who didn't know what they were talking about. Wearing something. Humph, what a bunch of rubbish. This four-legged fishman is none other than the captain of this ghost ship, Vanderdecken. Okay, you can yell whatever you want. Ron covered his forehead. No matter how young she is still Robin's mother, Ron said helplessly. Chapter 354, Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals? Snapped. Before the subordinate could say anything, he was slapped by Vanderdecken and flew away. He screamed and fell to the ground. It's just a pirate ship, why are you so nervous? What a fuss. Vanderdecken slapped away the men who came to report and cursed. In the sea are the Fishmen Island world, Lousy's world. In Lousy's world, who else can shake Lousy? How come anyone dares to mess with our king of water when they come to the bottom of the sea? Let them go away immediately. Dare to take Lousy's word, Lousy will destroy his ship and kill everyone. Vanderdecken said to his subordinates with an arrogant look on his face. Yes, this kid is worthless. Don't be angry, boss. I'll tell them to get lost. One of his subordinates quickly followed Vanderdecken's words, fearing that the boss would accidentally throw them out of the ship. Go quickly. Vanderdecken waved his hands and said impatiently. At this time, Ron and his group also discovered Vanderdecken's ghost ship that was approaching their ship. Brother Ron, a ghost-like ship appeared in front of us. Kaya pointed at the ghost ship and looked back at Ron. Well, I saw it. Ron 197 discovered them as early as Vanderdecken found himself here. Ron recognized the ghost ship immediately when he saw it. Vanderdecken, do you want to kill him now? When I saw this guy uglier than anyone else, I still thought about Shirahoshi every day. I couldn't restrain my urge to kill him, but I couldn't use it at that time. World. Now that I have come to this world, I finally have a chance. In Ron's eyes, Vanderdecken is just an ant, just kill him with a snap of your fingers and that's it. But the question is when to kill him. I don't want to take care of him so quickly now. After all, he is also one of the two bosses in the Fishmen Island incident. If we kill him now, Ron will lose a lot of fun when we get to the Fishmen Island. Advertisement, keep him first. Ron made up his mind. Hey, what's going on with the ship in front of you? Are you blind? Didn't you see that you were blocking the path of Lord Vanderdecken's ship? Get away if you don't want to die, was taught a lesson by Vanderdecken. The subordinates took out all the anger of the boss for beating him on Ron and his group, and yelled like a wolf with all their strength. Ron smiled slightly and ignored it. Seeing that Ron and others had no intention of avoiding the route, the subordinate took a sharp breath and was about to curse again when he accidentally spotted a figure on Ron's boat. He took a closer look and his eyes almost fell out. He choked on the words he had just spoken, go back. Cough cough, cough cough, cough. He coughed for a while before he regained his composure. He turned around and ran towards the boss. The great pirate empress is here. Boss, the empress's ship. The subordinates ran up to the boss and said to him in panic. Pa, did you forget to take your medicine today? Why are you so cowardly coming out to mess with me? Believe it or not, Lousy will throw you out of the boat. Vanderdecken slapped him twice and scolded. Boss, don't want it, I was wrong, the subordinate said pleadingly. Empress, what's wrong with the empress? What did I say just now? The water is our fishmen's world. No matter how strong they are as humans, no matter how powerful they are on land, can they still turn the world upside down when they reach the bottom of the sea? We are in the water, her speed and strength are several times theirs. Why are you afraid of them? What's more, the empress is still a person with abilities. People with abilities are just landlubbers in the water. As long as we break their ship's membrane, won't she still have to recognize us? Slaughter? Vanderdecken said to his still arrogant opponent. Yes, the tree too Da mentioned. What a bullshit queen. What a bullshit 7 warlords of the sea are all bullshit in the water. Boss, I'll go out and rupture their membranes. Advertisement. Let's go too. After hearing what Vanderdecken said, his subordinates became more confident and echoed the boss. Haha, besides, the empress is known as the most beautiful woman in mankind. If we can get her, then capture the Fishman King's palace, take over the fish people's political power, and marry Princess Shirahoshi, wouldn't she be the most beautiful woman in mankind and the most beautiful fishman? They all belong to me. Haha, Lousy is going to become a ghost under the peonies. Haha, this is God's will. God allowed me to gain another empress on the way to marry Shirahoshi. Haha, Lousy is God's darling. Haha, Vanderdecken laughed wildly and arrogantly as he was immersed in his own fantasy. Boys, follow me. Go and greet your first mistress. Vanderdecken stopped laughing and led his men to the deck. Vanderdecken, do you know who we are? The Empress stood up. The Empress asked loudly when she saw Vanderdecken coming out. Vanderdecken stared blankly at the Empress, who was completely conquered by her appearance. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said, Empress, you are so famous, how can I not recognize you? Then why don't you get out of the way? The Empress shouted coldly. That won't work. The most beautiful woman in mankind is indeed incomparably beautiful. Become Mrs. Yaze, come on to me. Oh my, men are lower body animals, even male fishmen? Nami said leisurely as the fishmen rushed towards her. It's just a bunch of soldiers and generals. Ron grinned slightly. I don't know whether to live or die, the Empress said calmly. Hands formed into the shape of a heart, chapter 355. I won't be happy if I don't kill you, better go to hell. Hey, what's going on with the ship in front of you? Are you blind? Didn't you see that you were blocking the way of Lord Vanderdecken's ship? Get away if you don't want to die, was taught a lesson by Vanderdecken. The subordinates took out all the anger of the boss for beating him on Ron and the others, and shouted viciously with all their strength. After hearing this, Ron narrowed his eyes slightly and felt a little unhappy. Seeing that Ron and others had no intention of avoiding the route, the subordinate took a sharp breath and was about to curse again when he accidentally spotted a figure on Ron's boat. He took a closer look and his eyes almost fell out. He choked on the words he had just spoken, go back. Cough cough, cough cough, cough. After coughing, it took a while to calm down. He turned around and ran towards the boss. Boss, Luo Ron's ship. The subordinates ran to the boss and said to him in panic. Pa, did you forget to take your medicine today? Why are you so cowardly coming out to mess with me? Believe it or not, Lousy will throw you out of the boat. Vanderdecken slapped him twice and scolded. Boss, don't want it, I was wrong, the subordinate said pleadingly. What's wrong with Ron? What did I just say? The water is the world of us fishmen. No matter how strong they humans are, no matter how powerful they are on land, can they still make a difference when they reach the bottom of the sea? Our speed in the water with power several times theirs. Why are you afraid of them? Besides, as far as I know, Ron is still an Esper. People with abilities are like landlubbers in the water. As long as we break the coating on their boats, they will still want to be slaughtered by us. Vanderdecken said to his subordinates who were still arrogant. Yes, Tu Yin is right. What the hell, Ron? The boss asked me to go out and rupture their membranes. Advertisement. Let's go too. After hearing what Vanderdecken said, his subordinates became more confident and echoed the boss. Besides Ron, is there anyone else traveling with him? Vanderdecken's eyes suddenly glowed with gold, and he asked the men who came to inform him expectantly. There is also a group of beauties. I didn't look carefully, but Hancock, the Empress of Nine Snakes Island, is among them. Sure enough, Vanderdecken said in an evil voice after hearing his younger brother's words. Haha, the Empress is known as the most beautiful woman in mankind. If we can get her, then seize the fish people's political power after conquering the Fishman King's palace, and marry Princess Shirahoshi, wouldn't she be both the most beautiful woman in mankind and the most beautiful fish people? It belongs to me. Haha, Lousy is going to become a ghost under the peonies. Haha, this is God's will. It is God who allowed me to gain another empress on the way to marry Shirahoshi. Haha, Lousy is God's darling. Haha, Vanderdecken laughed wildly and arrogantly as he was immersed in his own fantasy. Boys, follow me. Go and greet your first mistress. Vanderdecken stopped laughing and led his men to the deck. Vanderdecken, do you know who we are? The Empress stood up. The Empress asked loudly when she saw Vanderdecken coming out. Vanderdecken stared blankly at the Empress and Nami and other beauties beside Ron, thinking. I didn't expect that besides the Empress, there are so many other beauties who are also incredibly beautiful. Ha. How could you not know about the most beautiful Empress in mankind? Vanderdale came back to his senses and looked at the Empress' evil reply with a squinted look on his face. Then why don't you get out of the way? The Empress said calmly. Advertisement asking for flowers. That won't work. The most beautiful woman in mankind is indeed incomparably beautiful. Be my woman. And these beauties next to me, please become my women. Poseidon, destroy their ship for me. Following Vanderdecken's order, a huge shadow suddenly appeared from the top of Ron's boat, and all the beauties looked up. A giant sea monster, resembling a giant baby with a beard, appeared and reached for Ron's boat. Oh my, men are lower body animals, even male fishmen? Nami said leisurely as the fishmen rushed towards her. This sea monster is so ugly, Kaya said with emotion when she saw the sea monster. Dare you think about my woman? I don't know whether to live or die. When Ron heard what Vanderdecken said, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and he had murderous intent in his heart. Suddenly, the seawater around Ron began to vibrate violently, with Ron's boat as the center of vibration. The vibrations continued to spread to all directions, until they were 1,000 meters away. The bald Poseidon, Vanderdecken's men, and various marine creatures for miles around, all collapsed to the ground like deflated rubber balls when this wave of waves affected them. This is Overlord. Haki. How could? The bald Poseidon next to him was dizzy and knelt on the ground. His eyes were wide open and covered with bloodshot blood of fear. He didn't say anything yet. Then he fell down with a thud. How? How? Possible? How could someone have such a strong Haki? Vanderdeken's men all rolled their eyes, their faces full of frightened expressions, and they fainted one after another. Peeved, Vanderdeken next to him spat out a mouthful of blood. Advertisement chapter 356 Kraken. Go. It's impossible. Conqueror's Haki. How could he kill people? Vanderdeken said dyingly as he lay on the deck of the ship, vomiting blood. I originally wanted to spare your life, but unfortunately, you offended me. You thought you were the king of the sea. That was just your wishful thinking. Your world is too small. Do you know how big this world is? Ron, looking indifferently at Vanderdeken, who was lying on the ground dying, he said to him. Weak fish man, you dare to have such dirty and disgusting thoughts about us. This is the punishment you deserve. The Empress Hancock next to her gave Vanderdeken a cold look and said, then walked away. I don't want to see this man who makes me feel sick again. The other women also waved their hands and walked away. Boom. 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 Just when Vanderdeken's ship was about to collide with Ron's ship, Tashigi flew out of the ship with a small bubble all over his body, came to the sky above Vanderdeken's ship, raised his famous sword and struck hard with all his strength. A huge and majestic sword energy appeared. Vanderdeken, who was lying on the deck of the Dutchman, was horrified to see this majestic sword energy getting closer and closer to him. The closer the sword energy was to Vanderdeken, the more Vanderdeken could feel the sword. The majestic momentum of chi is like swallowing a person in one gulp, leaving no trace behind. No, with the last sound of Vanderdeken's life, his life and the Flying Dutchman were smashed into pieces and sank into the depths of the sea. Not bad power. Ron looked at the shattered wreckage of the Dutchman and gave Tashigi a positive compliment. Tashigi was very happy when he heard Ron's praise. But compared to you, I'm still far behind, Tashigi said. What? You still want to surpass me? You're so naive. How can I let you surpass me? Then how can I control my little baby? Ron said to Tashigi with a wicked smile. Who let you control it? Tashigi heard Ron's words, blushed and ran away. Advertisement Nami on the side rolled her eyes at Ron and walked away. Wow. What a big tree. There is such a big tree in such a deep sea, but you can't even see where its roots are. Miss Golden Week, look quickly. Miss Valentine said to Miss Golden Week next to her, said. I saw. There are so many novel things on the bottom of the sea. It's so fun, Miss Golden Week replied. The bald Poseidon just now, I thought it only existed in legends. I had often heard from others or in stories that there were bald Poseidons in the deep sea, but I had never seen one before, so I thought it was a lie, Miss Golden Week said. That's right, I finally met me today, but he's really ugly, Miss Valentine couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I should have taken a photo with that bald Poseidon just now. That's right, I should have taken a picture with you, why did you remember it, Miss and I both said regretfully. If you want to take a photo, that's not easy, I'll find one for you later, Ron couldn't help but interjected from the side. It's not as simple as you said. This legendary sea creature is very rare. How can you say you can see it when you see it? Miss Golden Week retorted, not believing Ron's words. Don't worry, this time I will let you see all those legendary sea creatures, Ron said confidently. Ron knows that he can show Luffy and his party everything they encounter. Just as the two beauties were still doubtful, Ron's team's boat has dived to a depth of 7,000 meters. Look, what is that? Abyss asked, pointing. Everyone looked in the direction of Abyss's finger. Ah, it's Kraken, Kraken, Kaya said excitedly. Kraken on the side had a dark look on his face. Is this a group of mentally retarded people? Whenever humans see me, they look frightened and run away crying and screaming. Why do these women look at me like monkeys? With me? Advertisement Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine ran over immediately when they heard the voices of Abyss, Kaya and others on the right side of the ship. Why don't we keep it as a pet so that it can drag our boat faster and let you take photos as a souvenir? Karakin raised a tentacle and tried to smash Ron and his party into pieces. This is huge. The bald Poseidon was already huge, but I didn't expect this Karakin to be much bigger than the bald Poseidon. All the beauties nodded in agreement. Ron walked over with a leisurely look on his face. At the time when the public beauties are discussing. Hurry up, brother Ron, Wei Ya really wants to play with it. I really want to pinch its face, what a Kraken. Okay, Ron 1.2 suggested, she looks so cute, much cuter than the bald sea monster. That's a good idea, great, this group of ignorant people, let you know the terror of my Kraken. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine shouted with joy. Ah, it's true, Chapter 357, Deep Sea Bottom, Volcanic Zone. Hey, Kraken raised one of your tentacles and put it on my shoulder. Kraken, little Day, I'm going to take a photo, please smile. Kraken, why are you dragging us with your tentacles? Why don't you use swimming? The name Kraken is not nice, from now on, shall I call you Shaula? Shaula, okay, Shaula. Kraken, can you eat it? Do you think it tastes good to make teppanyaki with Kraken? It should taste good, why don't you try it? Since being frightened to the point of peeing by Ron using Conqueror's Haki, Kraken has allowed himself to be manipulated by the beauties like an obedient 13-year-old child. At one moment he raised his hands in response to the request and cooperated with the photo shoot, and at the other moment he showed a look of reluctance as if he was crying. With a smile on his face, he scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard questions like idiots. Then he heard someone wanted to make himself a teppanyaki, and he was sweating profusely in fear. Next to him, Ron watched a group of beauties having a great time with Kraken, with a satisfied smile on his face. With Kraken's help, the ship moved much faster than before, and soon it reached a sea area, with bubbles like steam rising in some places. It's so hot, Nami on the boat. Only the bikini suit was left, and I pulled it up again with my hands, said to Ron. Yes. Why is it so hot here? Khalifa said something immediately after hearing Nami's words. Advertisement. This should be a submarine volcanic zone. Did you see the steam bubbles? Wherever the ground is not deep, there is submarine magma. Ron explained to Nami and Khalifa. Undersea volcanoes? Are there volcanoes under the sea? Khalifa looked at Ron in surprise and asked. That's right. This sea is another world. The things on land are not only found on land, but also in the sea, Ron said. And Ron was about to continue. Brother Ron, why did he suddenly become so hot? It's so hot. Ron came back to his senses. He shook his head hard, regained his composure, and turned his eyes elsewhere. It seems that Kraken noticed the flow of molten lava on the seabed. He knew that the submarine volcano here was about to erupt with lava and was frightened. Ron regained his composure and did not dare to look directly at the large group of beauties in front of him. He stared at the dark sea ahead. Let Kuina and I go. We haven't cut through the lava with a knife yet. Tashigi suddenly said to Ron on the side. Ah, how will you know if you don't try? After saying this, Tashigi and Kuina jumped out of the boat without waiting for Ron to speak again and agreed. Are you sure? That's magma erupting at a very fast speed, and the sword energy may not be able to stop it. Ron heard Tashigi's suggestion and didn't think it was a good idea. Advertisement, Shaola, don't be nervous, it's just an undersea volcano erupting. Brother Ron is here, don't be afraid. Kaya comforted seeing Kraken looking panicked. Kraken shouted again and accelerated his pace. Boom, boom, rumble. The hull shook for a while, and Kraken suddenly yelled and ran forward crazily. Kraken ran with his legs, and his legs almost turned into tires. Undersea volcanoes? Are there volcanoes under the sea? There's really everything under the sea? It's so magical, Kuina said in surprise. Baby Kaya said 307 is right. Brother Ron is here, but, oh, Ron said to Kaya. Okay, let's deal with the situation at hand first. Ron stopped laughing and said seriously. Brother Ron, you? Kaya didn't expect Ron to say such a thing suddenly, and she was panicked again. The steaming sea dozens of meters behind suddenly erupted into hot lava. Haha. Ron laughed looking at Kaya's appearance. What's going on, Shaola? What's going on? Kaya asked loudly to Kraken. Ah. Just as Ron and a group of people were discussing. Chapter 358 The New Fishman Pirates. What? Although this is more than 7,000 meters under the sea, and the pressure of the water is enough to crush a normal person to pieces, the impact on Tashigi and Kuina is not big. After Ron's help, their physiques can no longer be viewed with normal eyes. Ron looked at their confident looks and shook his head helplessly. Two sword geeks, they really want to chop everything they see. Ron opened the door to time and space and was ready to pull them back at any time. I saw Tashigi and Kuina each taking out their famous swords, and they took turns slashing, and giant sword energy flew alternately towards the galloping magma. At first, under the impact of the sword energy of the two men, the momentum of the magma slowed down. Boom, boom, following several loud noises, several more eruption vents appeared, and the flow of magma doubled. The magma surged, and it instantly surged in front of Tashigi and Kuina. The two were surprised. Just when the magma was about to swallow them up, two arms appeared behind them. One hand grabbed a person and instantly pulled them down onto the boat. It was so dangerous. I was almost washed away by the lava. It would be bad if my clothes were burned. Tashigi said while patting his chest. Thanks Ron, Kuina said. Yes. Thanks to Brother Ron. You should thank Brother Ron very much, Kaya suddenly said from the side with a slight smile on his face while squinting his eyes. Ron glanced at Kaya approvingly. This girl is so considerate, this amazing assist is a beautiful one. Kaya saw Ron's eyes and blinked at him, as if to say, see, I'm sensible, reward me now. Thank you later tonight. Let's deal with the magma now. Ron couldn't waste this opportunity and said quickly, giving the two of them a chance to talk. After saying that, Ron waved his right hand, and a huge space door appeared not far in front of Kraken. Kraken. Rush through the front door. Ron shouted loudly to Kraken. Advertisement, Kraken was frightened by the erupting seafloor lava and ran forward desperately. When he rushed to the door, Kraken made a leap and shot through the space door like an arrow. The moment Kraken, Ron and others entered the space door closed, and the moment the space-time door disappeared, magma surged past. What a risk! What a risk! Where are we? We are now in the middle of the cliffs of an undersea volcano, Ron said to everyone. It's so dark in here. Hey, Nami, turn on the ship's lights. Okay, it's already open. Wow, what catches everyone's eye is the sea kings, a snake with eyes as big as a boat. Several timid beauties were shocked when they saw such a big sea kings. However, sea kings looked at them and swam away. It seemed that they had no intention of attacking them. Maybe they were too small and couldn't even fit between their teeth. The ship continued to sink. Look, there's a light ahead. About half an hour later, everyone saw a glimmer of light. As the ship continued to sink, the light continued to grow, and finally Ron and his party entered another world. We've reached 10,000 meters under the sea. This is the Fishman Island, Ron said to everyone on the boat. Advertisement, wow. So beautiful. A group of people on the boat looked around and observed this strange, beautiful and curious new world. Hey, how did you get to the Fishman Island? Suddenly, several sea beasts with animal bodies and fishtails appeared in front of Ron. Everyone looked carefully and saw that the speaker was sitting on the sea beast with a fishtail. Oh, it's an octopus with a human body. How magical, beast blurted out after seeing the man clearly. How dare you be so rude? Do you know who we are? The fishman whom Kaya called the octopus said angrily. Yes. You dare to be so rude to our new fishman pirate group. Do you know who we are? Another fishman with a fish body and human legs said. Bang. Idiot, you've already told others and you still ask. Another mermaid with a fish body and human legs severely hit the mermaid with a fish body and human legs and taught him a lesson. I'm sorry, huh? Are you the Ron who defeated Arlong and destroyed the fishman pirates? The guy with the octopus tail said after seeing Ron's face clearly. Yes, you know me? Ron asked. Of course, the fact that you defeated Arlong has already spread in our the Fishman Island. In that case, a big ear next to the octopus suddenly said seriously. You defeated Arlong, our new fishman pirate group was established, good job. To continue Arlong's ambition, how about it? Ron, you are now there are only two ways, either join our new fishman pirate group, or be killed by us here. Don't these guys know about me at Naval Headquarters in Mariajoy? How dare you speak like this? How dare you grow hairy? Or is it that their information is so closed? Ron secretly thought, then smiled calmly and said, Oh, I have a third way. I told you there are only two ways. No. The third way, are you drunk? Drunk? The other person, Ba, with a red face and a sword on his waist, the clawed fish-tailed mermaid took a few gulps of wine and stammered. I said yes. Ron raised the corner of his mouth and looked at them and said. Chapter 359 The Fishman Island, Entrance. What? You are so arrogant. You think this is that? Sea lions, tear them apart. After hearing Ron's words, the long-eared murloc suddenly became furious and ordered the sea beasts to attack Ron and the others. Kraken, who was carrying Ron and his crew, saw the sea lion roaring towards him. He was frightened and lost all the grace of a sea devil. He turned around and ran away, leaving Ron and others behind. Kraken is only as powerful as a relatively ordinary sea beast. There are many sea kings in the sea that are bigger and more powerful than it. The deeper the sea, the more powerful and ferocious the sea beast is. The reason why humans describe it so terrifyingly is because most human exploration of the sea in this life has only reached the depth of the sea area where Kraken lives. Just like the sea beasts with animal faces and fishtails in front of Ron and others now, Kraken is like a younger brother to them. Oh, Shaula, don't be afraid, we will protect you, Kaya shouted 047 when she saw Kraken turning around and running away. But Kraken didn't listen to these words, he just ran away and disappeared from everyone's sight. Today, let me establish your authority first. Let your fishman pirates know that there are some things and some people that you cannot mess with. Ron saw the sea lion finished speaking coldly, and the divine sword Yuming in his right hand instantly appeared in front of him. He raised his hand and was about to strike at the sea lion. Haha, Ron, you are asking for death. How dare you use your sword energy inside the ship's membrane? Don't you know that this will break your ship's membrane? In this way, we don't need to do anything. It's just 1,000 meters under the sea. The water pressure can crush all of you to pieces. The fishman brother with a fish face and human legs said to Ron mockingly. Oh, really? Ron held Yuming in his right hand, waved his left hand slightly, and suddenly a space-time gate appeared in front of, Be deaf, Ron. You can go die, Ron said, looking at the long ears on the sea lion. Then Yuming slashed down with his right hand. A huge sword energy flashing with dazzling light appeared, like thunder, and appeared in front of Sea Lion and Long Ear through the gate of time and space. Sea Lion and Long Ear were split in half in an instant. Advertisement, brother. How can it be? The remaining fishmen of the new Fishman pirate group shouted loudly as they looked at the long-eared brother who was split in half by Ron's powerful sword energy. Blood dyed a body of water red. Just the one with the long neck. Kaya looked around and tried her best to choose a giraffe, sea monster that looked a little comfortable. When several fishmen heard Ron's words, they immediately drove away with their sea beasts and did not dare to neglect for a moment, for fear that Ron would take them all away if he was displeased. Just when several fishmen were secretly glad that they had saved their lives, a voice sounded from behind them. They froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning, not daring to breathe. Baby Kaya, you choose one, Ron on the side said to Kaya playfully when he saw the group of fish people and sea beasts manifesting like this. Okay. After hearing Kaya's words, the mermaid on the giraffe sea beast immediately jumped onto the sea beast next to it without saying a word, and left Ron and others without stopping. Our pet Kraken was scared away by your sea beast. You have to leave us a mount to help us pull the boat, Kaya said a little unhappy. She originally liked Kraken, but she was killed by this group of fishmen. Scared away and very unhappy with them. But the sea beasts under their crotches seemed to have been struck by lightning, and they were all trembling, fearing that they had been chosen. Advertisement, okay, giraffe, be good and help us carry the boat. We won't hurt you, Kaya said to the giraffe and sea beast in the same tone as talking to a pet. Now where are we going to enter the Fishman Island? Nami looked around and found that there was no entrance to the Fishman Island, but there was a huge spherical membrane above their heads. The boat membrane seems to be no different. Several fishmen were so frightened by the scene just now that none of them dared to answer. Why don't you get out of here if you don't want to fight? Ron said without any emotion in his tone and with a murderous look on his face. But they didn't see the desperate expression on the giraffe sea beast they left behind as it looked at their retreating figures. How much it wanted them to take it away. Okay, brother with fish body and human legs suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Kaya's words and said with a trembling voice. Several others were also relieved. Woo, the giraffe sea beast whined at their backs, still hoping that they could take it away. However, until the fishman's back disappeared from its sight, no one looked back at it. Etc. Are you still going to fight? Ron said, looking at the fishman with cold eyes. From what Nami said, Ron actually didn't know where the exact official entrance to the Fishman Island was. Chapter 360 The Beautiful World of the Fishman Island. In order to further improve the reading quality, the author is revising this chapter. Chapter 361 5-Star Coral Apartment Hotel. Wow. This apartment is so grand. A group of people stood in front of the 5-star coral apartment inside. This coral apartment is one of the more luxurious hotels in the Fishman Island. It mainly provides accommodation services for human dignitaries who come to the Fishman Island for sightseeing. Its grand and splendid facade is like, tell people, this is not a place for ordinary people to live in. Let those ordinary people stay away. The consumption level of Coral Apartment is on the highest level in the Fishman Island. There are 12 floors in Coral Apartment. The consumption on the first floor is the lowest. If you want to go up to the first floor, you need 2013 on the previous floor. Times the price. This kind of per floor pricing is the only one in the Fishman Island. This pricing system makes the price of the top floor so high that many people doubt whether anyone will live on the top floor. People who don't have much money just live on the lower floors and don't think about the upper floors, but this pricing system will also arouse the curiosity of those with financial resources, making them unable to help but imagine what is above. What kind of room? What kind of service? In the end, I couldn't help but swipe my card out of curiosity to go to the upper floors. Welcome. A group of beautiful Coral Apartment service mermaids greeted Ron and his group with smiles on their faces. As soon as Ron entered the door, he saw a group of beautiful mermaids greeting him cordially. He couldn't help but smile. This apartment is really extraordinary. These beautiful mermaids are really breathtaking. Dear human distinguished guests, please sit over here. A leading mermaid greeted Ron and the others with a sweet voice to sit down. When Ron and his group sat down, several beautiful mermaids came over with plates and gave each of them a cup of tea. I have to say that it is indeed a 5-star coral apartment. Ron is a group of more than 30 women and 1 man. If this group of people were placed in other hotel apartments, the service staff would be shocked and at a loss. The service in this coral apartment is not sloppy or faulty at all. The mermaid lady has always received her calmly and is obviously of extremely high quality. Advertisement. We'll stay here tonight. Please help us make arrangements, Ron said to the beautiful mermaid waiting beside him while drinking tea. Okay sir. Do you have a membership card? Ms. Mermaid asked kindly. No. This is our first time here, a BC on the side answered. Okay. Then, do you want me to introduce the consumption standards of this apartment hotel? Ms. Mermaid saw that Ron and others came here for the first time and wanted to introduce them to the charging standards. But, Ron was about to let Miss Mermaid introduce him. After a period of silence, Jones came back from his thoughts and said to his subordinates, put it aside Ron. The top priority right now is to seize the power of the Fishman Island. This revenge will be settled later. Oh, that's it. Our hotel is for human VIPs. Due to the martial law on the Fishman Island these days, no more human tourists are allowed to enter, so this hotel is now completely empty. You are the only ones these days. Human VIP. Miss Fishman knew in her heart that anyone who could enter the Fishman Island at this time must have a good relationship with the royal family of the Fishman Island, and she must not neglect it. Hoodie Jones glared at him and said nothing. Ron, a bunch of losers. They can't beat a human in the sea. Hoodie Jones heard the words of his escaped men, and felt annoyed and cursed loudly. Yes, my subordinate deserves to die. The 5.7 Fishman quickly got up and admitted his mistake. In fact, Hoodie Jones also felt a little jealous of Ron after listening to his subordinate's words, otherwise he would have taken revenge long ago due to his temperament. Advertisement. Boss, that Ron is really too strong. We are no match at all. The fish-faced man-legged brother said to Hoodie Jones in horror. Ron is so strong. We are no match at all. The younger brother with fish face and human legs repeated his brother's words in a naive tone. You make Ron look so awesome. Your own prestige is destroyed by someone else's ambition. I think you are scared to death, Jones reprimanded angrily. While Ron and others were communicating with Miss Mermaid in the coral apartment. That Ron's swordsmanship is so good that I have never seen it before. We also thought that we had a chance to win in the sea. The long-eared brother rushed towards him, and Ron took out a sword that he had never seen before in his right hand. Okay, boss. The subordinates agreed quickly, feeling relieved for a while. After all, if the boss asked them to seek revenge from Ron, they would be in a dilemma. But feeling that it was more powerful than the supreme sharp sword, he waved his left hand and appeared in front of the long-eared brother. With a slight wave of the sword in his right hand, a huge sword energy shot out, and the lion and sea beast also fired out. There is a big brother with long ears who split it into two parts. We feel like we have seen a ghost +1, said the fishman Wen of the fish-faced man legs to Hody Jones. Idiot, don't imitate me, fish-faced man legs shouted at his brother angrily. That's it. Nami on the side also had some doubts in her mind. After hearing what she just said, her doubts were immediately solved. Bang! Hody Jones kicked the speaking fishman down. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How come you don't see anyone else staying here? Kaya beside Ron suddenly interrupted. Chapter 362 of VIP. Catch the intruder. Prince Shark. Welcome back. The 4 guards guarding the gate of the Fishman Island shouted loudly when they saw Prince Shark's ship and stood at attention and saluted. Okay. Prince Sharkstar replied with satisfaction when he saw the 4 guards standing at attention in their strong voices. When Prince Shark approached and was about to enter the door, the leading guard suddenly said, Prince Shark, the human guests you invited arrived at nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They said they would go to the island first. I will contact you when you come back. What human VIP? Prince Shark heard this and said with a strange look on his face. Prince, didn't you tell us yesterday that you invited 13 human guests, so we should not stop them then? The guard said to Prince Shark with a puzzled look on his face. Idiot, the person I invited is involved in government affairs and did not come today. Are you saying that a human pretended to be the guest I invited and entered the Fishman Island? Prince Sharkstar asked nervously after understanding the current situation. Yes, today, towards the evening, a group of people came, a man and a group of women. The man showed us Prince Shark's token. Seeing the token was like seeing Prince Shark. We didn't dare if they ask more, they will be let in, the guard quickly replied. Vander Decken wrote a love letter to Princess Shirahoshi every day. Gradually, the love letters piled up into a mountain. Princess Shirahoshi still disagreed. Finally, Vander Decken became resentful for his failed courtship, and the love letters turned into threatening letters, and Vander Decken was said to be able to do magic. He could make things fly where he wanted them to go. He made some swords and weapons fly directly to Princess Shirahoshi from time to time every day. Princess Shirahoshi lost her life because of the sudden attack of the weapons. In order to protect his daughter, King Neptune, the god of the sea, blocked the Fishman Island and vigorously searched for Vanderdyken on the island. Miss Mermaid explained patiently. What about the second thing? Nami knew that she didn't believe it, and there was no need to force her to believe it, so she asked the second thing. After saying this, Shark Shing immediately took a boat and entered the gate. You must tell your father about this as soon as possible. Yes. Legend has it that Vanderdyken was a man cursed by the devil. He wrote love letters to Princess Shirahoshi every day, but how could Princess Shirahoshi be willing to marry a cursed man? So she always disagreed. Advertisement. After hearing this, Ron felt that there were many differences from the plots of One Piece that he had watched before. But it was no wonder that he came to this world and changed a lot of things. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the recent Summit War. Plot: Whitebeard is defeated. The Fishman Island falls under the command of the 4 Emperors and now, the Fishman Island is still flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirate group. Oh, then you don't have to worry about your king. Brother Ron met the Vanderdyken you mentioned on the way here, and he has been dealt with easily, Kaya said to Miss Mermaid, blinking her big eyes. After thinking about it, these are royal guests, so there should be no problem. The intruder was found. Vanderdyken. The second thing. Miss Mermaid hesitated, not knowing whether she should say it or not. Because of 2 things. The first thing is to protect our Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Island Kingdom. Princess Shirahoshi has been pursued by a legendary ghost ship captain Vanderdyken. 397. The second thing is that Mrs. Charlie, who is famous on our island and can predict the future, recently predicted a picture. The Fishman Island is burning with war in the picture, and there is a human standing in the middle of the war. Although it is just a picture, there is no way to know this. Whether humans are the trigger for war, but regardless of whether they are, starting a war is a bad thing for the Fishman Island. The best way is to make the island free of humans, so that the prophecy will not come true. Miss Mermaid said and looked at Ron and the others. Token? I didn't give the token to any human being. How could they have my token? Sharkstar was confused and panicked at the same time. Why is the Fishman Island under martial law these days? Why don't humans go to the island? Nami asked. Immediately issue a notice to arrest those people. At the same time, assemble the Neptune guards and conduct a comprehensive search for those people. They sneakily deceived the guards and entered the Fishman Island. They may do something unfavorable to us. We must find them. Sharkstar said loudly to the guard. The mermaid lady was stunned for a moment after hearing Kaya's words, and then smiled awkwardly but politely at Kaya. Obviously the mermaid lady didn't believe it. Isn't that the disgusting pervert we met on the way to the Fishman Island? Monet thought about it. Chapter 363 Intruder? Great benefactor, don't move. We found the illegal intruders. Notify Prince Shark immediately. A captain of the Neptune guards stood at the door of the Coral Apartments and shouted. Only when I met the mermaid lady of the escort team did I realize that Ron and his group were not VIPs invited by the royal family. Who are you? I didn't know they invaded the Fishman Island illegally. It has nothing to do with me. Miss Mermaid quickly explained to the escort, and ran away quickly after speaking. Ron and his group were not moved when they saw the guard's posture, and they still sat there and sipped their tea. These people entered the Fishman Island illegally and have a tough attitude. Captain, should we take enforcement measures? Ron, one of the guards on the side, was still enjoying tea leisurely and whispered to the captain. Let's wait until Prince Shark arrives. The captain saw that they didn't seem to be easy to mess with and didn't dare to step forward and force them. How about becoming a captain? Knowing how to watch people's emotions, the temperament of Ron's group of people is obviously not something their small escort team can mess with. They just guarded the door to ensure that Ron and his group didn't run away. Ron, what is going on? Aren't we VIPs invited by the royal family? Why did we suddenly become illegal intruders? Nami asked in confusion. I used the gate of time and space to get Prince Shark's token, Ron replied calmly. So the reason the guards let us in just now was because they saw the token and mistakenly thought we were guests invited by the prince? Well, that's right, well. The beauties were silent for a while. Advertisement. After a while, Prince Shing came to the hotel with his guards and 2 younger brothers. Prince Shark came to Ron and was about to have a loud fit when he saw a large group of first-class beauties sitting next to Ron. He was very surprised and coughed and said again. Who are you? Why do you have to enter the Fishman Island? Why is my token with you? Prince Shark looked at Ron Liansheng like a prisoner and asked. My name is Ron. I came to the Fishman Island purely for sightseeing. I traveled thousands of miles to get here, but I was told that I was not allowed to enter. That's why I made this move. Ron stood and said to Sharkstar seriously. As for this token, it's very easy to get it. After saying that, Ron opened the door of time and space and stretched out his hand, and his hand appeared in front of Prince Shark. Sharkstar was deeply shocked when he saw this scene. Ron, did you help Father Whitebeard heal his injuries and defeat Marines Ron in the Summit War? Sharkstar looked at Ron in surprise and said. No, it's me, Brother Ron. The Fishman Island is still protected by Whitebeard because of my brother Ron's help, Kaya interjected. Star Shark stared at Ron's face again and observed Ron carefully. That's right, brother, it's Ron, one of Sharkstar's younger brothers said eagerly to Sharkstar, remembering that Ron's face was exactly the same as the man standing in front of him when he saw it on the reward notice. Really, haha, Sharkstar recognized Ron and said suddenly laughing. It's really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple, one family doesn't know the other. This is the benefactor of the Fishman Island. What do you do for food? How can you be so rude to our benefactor? Sharkstar suddenly started looking for someone to support him, blaming the fault on his subordinates. Ron smiled slightly. It's okay, they haven't seen me before, so they don't recognize me as normal. Why didn't you say anything when your benefactor was coming? I could send someone to pick you up, Sharkstar said again. Advertisement, no need, we're here just to travel and have fun. If you pick me up, it won't be interesting at all if you are familiar with the road, Ron said. Oh, my benefactor is so excited, it sounds awkward to call me a benefactor. Just call me Ron, Ron said, not used to hearing the title of his benefactor. Okay, Ron's benefactor. Ron had a dark look on his face. Come here, prepare the boat, there's a banquet tonight. If my father knew that Ron's benefactor was here, he would definitely be very happy. No need, I'm here for sightseeing, you don't need to greet me, I think this place is pretty good, I'll stay here for the night. Ron hurriedly heard that Sharkstar was bringing a group of them to the palace for a banquet, said. Ron was troubled by the red tapes of the royal family. Asking him to have a meal in the palace was like being tortured. He felt uncomfortable all over, so he quickly refused. Prince Shark never expected that Ron would refuse his kind invitation. Okay Ron. Sweat, I told you to call me Ron, don't be so polite. Call me Ron. Okay, Luo, well, since you feel comfortable here, that's fine. I'll ask the people here to entertain you and your sisters-in-law well, Sharkstar said politely. The boy has eyes. Ron looked at Sharkstar with approval and said, okay, that's it. Finally, after all kinds of instructions from Sharkstar, he felt that nothing had been missed, so Sharkstar left. The sky darkened, and the wonderful nightlife Ron was looking forward to began. Advertisement Chapter 364 Coral Apartment, Top Floor. Under the arrangement of Prince Shark, everyone in the Coral Apartment did not dare to neglect, and took meticulous care of everyone in Ron's group. The entire mermaids in the Coral Apartment were busy around Ron. This kind of the treatment was unprecedented before. Ron and his group were arranged on the top floor of the Coral Apartments. The top floor is indeed extremely luxurious. If you come with Ron as a group of men, Ron will get an even more ultimate experience. The building on the top floor is intertwined with gold bricks, red and sapphires complement each other, dazzling emerald agate, the dancing posture of the mermaid that captivates the soul, the refreshing air and tea, the delicacies that ignite the taste buds, the 1,000-foot waterfall falling from the sky, the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers in this paradise, it is unparalleled the endless charm of beauties. All of this gives people the feeling that they are in a fairyland, making people intoxicated and intoxicated. When Ron walked into the 12th floor, he finally understood why this floor was so expensive. When people are at this level, they will feel as if the world belongs to them, they are standing at the top of the world, and they will feel that their life is complete. After people spend a night on the 12th floor, the wonderful ultimate experience will make people eagerly look forward to the next time. Generally, guests who have stayed once will definitely come back again. If they don't come back, they must have no money. Got it. This place is even more luxurious than my concubine's palace. Hancock said to Ron in shock when he saw the appearance of the top floor. Ron did not reply to Hancock's words, but quietly observed everything on the top floor. In his heart, Ron secretly made a determination. Lousy must build a building exactly like this when he returns. Ron used to feel that there was nothing in his apartment, no matter how good it was. Where could he go? He was devoted to women, but today when he saw the scenery on the top floor of this coral apartment, he suddenly felt how much he had wasted before. Although there are countless beauties around Ron, he has not maximized the enjoyment effect of beauties. But here, Ron finally understood that beauties must be paired with endless jewelry, beautiful natural scenery, delicious food, etc. to bring out the beauty of beauties. When it comes to ultimate, just like Ron saw just now, although the beauty on the top floor is also extremely beautiful, she is just average compared to the beauties around Ron. However, paired with this environment that makes people want to die, Ron suddenly has an idea. I have the illusion that the beauty is even more beautiful than Hancock. Advertisement. When I build my own world, I will change a beautiful woman to come in and be with me every day, Ron thought happily. Brother Ron, what are you thinking about? Abis asked confusedly when she saw Ron's saliva was about to drool. No, nothing. Ron quickly came back from his imagination and said. Huh? Where's that beauty? Ron came to his senses and realized that the beauty was gone. The open-air floor is made of an extremely hard and crystal clear crystal. From it, you can clearly see the mermaids and fishmen walking back and forth on the ground. The dining table is made of bricks, and the dining table is 50 meters away. Outside is the hot spring pool with a 1,000-foot waterfall. The pool is more like a lake than a pool. It is very huge. There are also beautiful mermaids in the pool for people to use. If the guests are interested, there are also people in the pool who can swim upstream. The giant salmon man can carry guests up the waterfall and enjoy the scenery. Ron smiled awkwardly and retorted in his mind, how can domestic flowers be as fragrant as wild flowers? Master, your dishes are ready. Masters, your dishes are here. On the top floor, even the guests are addressed as masters. Eat, eat. Everyone walked to the outdoor dining table and sat down. Starving. Advertisement. Oh, it seems like Nami's sisters let her go, Kaya replied. The other beauties also followed Tashigi and said coquettishly. This sentence from the master made Ron feel nervous and felt that he could do whatever he wanted. That is, with a group of beauties like us accompanying you, you still think about other beauties? You are really a big pervert who can't get any more horny? Tashigi deliberately rolled his eyes at Ron and said coquettishly. Cough, cough, I'm hungry, let's eat. Ron knew that women are foodies, so he quickly changed the subject with food. As the words fell, a group of beautiful mermaids came to the table of Ron and others in order, taking quick yet elegant steps, and put down the jade plates and golden bowls in their hands in an orderly manner. What? How did you let her go? I haven't had contact with her yet, BDCI. Ron was a little unclear when he said the word, contact? What shall we eat? That's right, I'm starving, eat some food. When a group of women heard about eating, they immediately began to discuss it one by one. Chapter 367, Conquer the Younger Brother, the Hody Jones Conspiracy. Oh, everyone is busy. They're all gone. Then where are we going? Hancock watched everyone leave and looked at Ron and said. Let's go shopping. We have used up many things on the ship, and there are many things that need to be replaced, Nami suddenly suggested. Okay, I also want to go to the shopping mall on the Fishman Island, Hancock agreed excitedly after hearing Nami's suggestion. Although Hancock is usually an empress and the head of a country with a dignified and aloof temperament, when it comes to shopping, she is as excited and expectant as any other girl. I have no objection, Ron said to Hancock and Nami. Ron's original purpose of coming to the Fishman Island was to travel here and spend the night with the beauties, and to pick up a few beautiful 13 mermaids to complete his crew structure. Now the two beauties want to go shopping, and it just so happens that the Mermaid Cafe is on the shopping street, and there is the beautiful Charlie Mermaid there. This is consistent with Ron's purpose. Okay, let's set off. Okay, let's go. Just when Ron, Nami and Hancock were shopping in the shopping street. On a dark ship, Hody Jones sat in his captain's seat. Hey, what are you guys still doing? Go to the entrance of the Fishman Island to intercept the human pirates. Our new fishmen pirates are not strong enough yet and need capable subordinates. After all, we are going to do something earth-shattering. If something big happens, be fully prepared, Hody Jones told his men standing aside. Advertisement, okay boss, let's go right away, Kaido, a subordinate. When a group of men were about to set off, a fishman boy ran over. Captain Hody, most of the last batch of human pirates we captured have surrendered after several days of intimidation by us, but the captain and deputy captain are tough. We tortured them for 2 days, but they still refused to give in. The little brother who ran over reported to Hody Jones. Oh, Hody Jones was surprised when he heard that the two captains had not surrendered yet. How about we kill them directly? I don't think they will give in to us no matter what, the younger brother suggested. No, Hody said darkly after thinking for a while. After saying that, he stood up and said, take me to see them? Hody came to the two captured human captains after a while. Oh, it's so miserable. Hody shook his head and said to them in a regretful tone. As long as you surrender to me, Wouldn't it be nice to wait until we seize the fishman power and give you the endless treasure you have been pursuing? After all the crew members got their weapons, each of you choose a weapon, Hody said to the newly arrived crew. Okay. His men went to untie the chains on their hands and feet. You want us to surrender? Unless you kill us. The Fishman Island was kind to us. Our lives were saved by the mermaids on the island. We can't help you destroy their home. The captain, who was beaten and covered in blood, said to Hody in a weak but firm voice. Advertisement, Hody Jones said with a smile. Now that you have submitted to the new Fishman Pirates, you are the members of our new Fishman Pirates. But now these two people are unwilling to submit to our new Fishman Pirates. Their heads are each worth a box of treasures, and whoever wants to kill one of them, I will give him a box of treasures, and whoever kills both of them, I will give him 2 boxes of treasures, and make him ours core managers. Go and call me their crew again. Hody Jones ordered his men again. Yes. The subordinates saw the boss was angry and said quickly 203. I'll give you a chance to let them go. Hody suddenly ordered his men. Ha, ha ha ha. Hody Jones suddenly laughed loudly. A group of crew members heard Hody Jones say. After a while, the crew came over. I asked you to give them weapons, didn't you hear that? Hody said angrily, his eyes widening. Okay, sure enough, he is a loyal and strong-willed pirate. No wonder you can take the position of captain. After hearing their words, Hody knew that it was impossible to surrender them. When his subordinates brought 2 weapons and threw them in front of them. Give them each a weapon, Hody said. Captain, the subordinate hesitated for no apparent reason. Kill us, the other half-dead vice-captain said vaguely. Chapter 368 Surrender. As for you two, whether you continue to be willing to be killed out of friendship with your former companions, or whether you pick up the sword in your hands to protect yourself, it depends on your own choice, Hody Jones said to the 2 captains again. When a group of crew members heard what Hody Jones said, they were stunned for a moment, and they were unwilling to kill their previous captain. But when they heard that someone had a treasure chest, everyone was moved. After Hody finished speaking, he stood at the door with the fishman boy who followed him, looking at the situation in front of him with amusement. The crew members remained motionless and silent for a while. Captain Monty, I'm sorry. A crew member finally couldn't restrain his desire for the 2 boxes of treasures in the core management position. He was eager to get rid of the 2 captains before others. After saying this, he raised his knife, looked towards the 2 captains. Bang! When the crew member slashed at the captain's head with his knife, another crew member waved his sword to block the knife. The 2 captains were moved in their hearts, thinking that they finally had a true brother. The crew member who was knocked back shouted angrily, What are you doing? You kid, don't even think about robbing Lousy. The 2 boxes of treasure in the management are mine. The crew member who blocked the knife said loudly. After saying that, the man suddenly slashed the 2 captains behind him with a knife. The 2 captains, who originally thought they were their real brothers, couldn't bear to see the 2 of them die, so they came to save themselves regardless of their own safety, and were getting ready to fight side by side with him. Unexpectedly, the crew member who was considered a brother suddenly slashed at him with a knife. The 2 of them were caught off guard by the sudden knife, and their hearts felt cold and despairing. Just when the 2 thought they were dead, a scream. Advertisement. The knife stood still in front of the captain. The captain looked up and saw the crew member standing still in front of him holding a knife, with an expression of pain and surprise on his face. A long sword passed through his body. With the long sword drawn out, the man fell headlong to the ground. When the man fell, the captain saw clearly a group of crew members behind him. They all had ferocious faces and red-faced faces and were charging towards them. Finally, under the temptation of money and status, his crew abandoned their love of life and death together. The ideals and beliefs in the hearts of the 2 captains instantly collapsed in the face of the cold reality. Ah! A group of crew members yelled. This battle is not just a battle between the crew and the captain, but a melee. The crew is chasing the captain while killing other fellow judges who want to take the credit. Hody Jones felt excited when he saw the crazy scene in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Hody Jones laughed like crazy. Boss, aren't we going to subdue these human pirates and strengthen our new Fishman pirate group? But if we let them fight each other like this, they will all die in the end? The Fishman boy on the side looked in front of him in confusion. Scene asked. Hody Jones stopped laughing wildly and said, What we want is a warrior, a fighting force, a beast, with wildness and strength. Those who are useless should be eliminated quickly. 11. Oh, that's it. The boss is indeed the boss. After Hody's explanation, the Murloc boy suddenly realized what he was saying and said flatteringly. Haha. Hody Jones continued to enjoy the fighting in front of him. The fight lasted for nearly 20 minutes before it ended. The air was filled with bright red blood, and the floor of the ship was filled with bright red blood. Several crew members who were not yet dead lying on the ground were still lingering. Advertisement. And in the center of the blood stood a person. 2 captains. In the meantime, the 2 captains were still immersed in the crazy fight just now. Their faces were red, their veins were popping out, and their faces were ferocious. After a long time, the 2 finally calmed down. Ha, ha, ha. The 2 looked at each other and laughed in pain. Hody Jones stood in the doorway until both men had calmed down. Is that so? Do you know how worthless the life and death friendship in your hearts is? Are you still willing to surrender to me now? Hody Jones asked seriously. I'm in. I'll join Shuai too, the 2 captains said calmly. The eyes and expressions of the two captains when they spoke were completely different from before. They had changed. They had completely changed. They had changed from the inside out. Their hearts had died, and now, so great, they were a beast that has abandoned emotions, has no emotions, only intuition. Haha. Okay, Hody Jones said with a cunning look on his face. You two will be my right-hand men. Later I will ask my subordinates to arrange a room for you, and give each of you a box of treasures. Later, I will arrange you to the management. You will be responsible for me to absorb human beings and let them be our strength. Hody Jones said with wide eyes and a thoughtful look on his face. Boss. Why is your dress so expensive? The fabric and style alone are worth 10,000 belly. Why don't you go grab the money? Seeing that Nami is still the same Nami who regards money as her life, Ron and Hancock looked helpless. Chapter 369 Mermaid Cafe, Beautiful Sha Li. Here's 10,000 belly. I want this dress, Hancock said as he took a stack of belly and handed it to the clerk. Hancock. Don't be deceived so easily. They are obviously deliberately cheating customers of their money. Nami reminded her quickly when she saw that the Empress was wearing a dress and wanted to pay the price directly. It's only 10,000 belly. I like this dress very much. I think it's worth buying. The Empress replied indifferently after hearing Nami's words. This dress is quite beautiful. Buying a dress you like is a very happy thing, but its price is more than twice the normal price. What if the seller cheated you out of so much money? Are you happy to buy this dress? Nami asked Hancock with a look of incomprehension. Ron looked at the two people buying clothes in front of him and felt like laughing in his heart. Advertisement 683 In Ron's opinion, Nami and Hancock's shopping psychology are completely different. One is the head of a country. Even if he doesn't use money, he still has enough food and clothing. What's more, he also has the wealth of a country's treasury. Money is definitely not particularly important in Hancock's view. Even if he is cheated of some irrelevant money, Hancock certainly didn't feel anything either. Nami has been a thief since she was a child and has suffered from poverty, so money has been something she has been working hard for since she was a child. In Nami's view, money is life and is very important, so in Nami's view, being cheated out of money is a problem. It is as intolerable as others trying to murder her life. Ron saw the contrast between two women with completely different consumer psychology going shopping together, and he found it quite interesting. You mean? The price of their clothes, BDFA, is more than twice the normal price? Hancock's cold temperament suddenly disappeared from his face when he heard Nami's words, and his eyes widened. He asked looking at Nami in surprise. Advertisement, that's right, I, Nami, have been traveling around the world for so many years. I have never seen any kind of clothes. The styles of their clothes are passable, but the prices are surprisingly high. It is definitely a shady store, Nami said with a sure look on her face. Hancock said. What, are you running a shady store? Believe it or not, I will demolish your store. After hearing Nami's words, Hancock suddenly showed the same expression as Nami's bargaining before, and shouted loudly at the clerk. Ron saw the dark line on Hancock's reaction in front of him and felt speechless for a while. Women are not creatures that can be understood with normal thinking. Ron thought in his heart, and now he had completely given up on using common sense to speculate on a woman's thoughts. The two women, who shared the same hatred, bargained and threatened, and finally took away 2 pieces of clothing for 3,000 belly. Ron felt sympathy in his heart when he saw the clerk's expression on the verge of crying after selling 2 pieces of clothing for 100 cents above the cost. Nami, you are really good. I came here thinking that I would buy 2 pieces for 10,000 belly, but I didn't expect that I would buy 2 pieces for 3,000 belly. Hancock, Nami, and Ron looked at Nami with admiration after they walked out of the store, said. That's right, you, the lord of the country, who has never had to buy things by yourself, must not know how to bargain, Nami said to Hancock with a proud look on his face. It seems I still have a lot to learn, Nami. How do you know how much clothes are worth? How do you know their price and cost? How do you accurately get the cost price with the first bite? Hancock looked modest. He asked Nami a series of questions as if asking for advice. Let me tell you. Advertisement. Ron felt helpless as he watched the two beauties beside him happily discussing the secrets of bargaining. Sure enough. Women are all the same. Ron's impression of the queen completely collapsed when he saw that Hancock's temperament was gone and he looked like a businessman like Nami. Ah, are you tired? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? There is a mermaid cafe in front of you. Why don't we go in and have a seat? Ron saw the mermaid cafe not far away and turned around to look at the mermaid cafe beside him. Nami and Hancock, who were constantly exchanging their experiences, asked. Okay, I'm really a little thirsty after walking around for so long, Nami replied after hearing Ron's words. Me too. Hancock said the same. Okay, let's go then. After Ron finished speaking, he quickened his pace. Ron felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He was finally going to see one of the goals he came to the Fishman Island. Mrs. Charlie is very beautiful. When Ron watched One Piece, when he first saw Mrs. Charlie, he was attracted by her mature beauty. I am deeply fascinated. I am finally going to see it this time. How can I not be excited? Welcome. As soon as Ron and his party entered the door, a beautiful store clerk greeted. What would you three like to drink? When the three of them followed the clerk to the table and sat down, Mrs. Charlie walked over gracefully and asked warmly. Chapter 370 Allies destroyed. What's going on with Vanderdyken? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Hody Jones was sitting in his seat, surrounded by a group of young people lined up neatly. They had been waiting for Vanderdyken's fleet for almost 2 hours. Boss, did Vanderdyken break his promise and abandon us? It's already been 2 hours before the agreed time. They even came with a briefing, brother. A man next to Hody Jones was wearing a Nietzsche suit. The octopus body Jenin couldn't help but ask Hody Jones. Don't worry, wait, maybe something happened on the road. Hody Jones opened his closed eyes and said calmly. In fact, Hody Jones himself also doubted whether Vanderdyken had betrayed their covenant, but as the boss, he had to pretend to be calm, otherwise the younger brothers under him would become chaotic. Everyone waited for nearly an hour again. This time Hody Jones almost lost his patience and stood up. Boss. A huge figure appeared in front. It seems to be the bald Poseidon under Vanderdyken. Just when Hody was about to have a seizure, suddenly a subordinate came over and said. After hearing this, Hody Jones's eyes turned from anger to joy. Vanderdyken is here? Hody asked. We only saw the figure of Poseidon, and no trace of Fade Dakin, his subordinate Kaido added. Huh? Hody was confused and led his men to the deck to see the situation. I saw the bald Poseidon slowly walking towards Hody Jones and the group. He seemed to be injured and could not walk very steadily. Everyone saw that Vanderdyken's ghost ship was not found behind Poseidon. When Poseidon walked up to Hody's boat, advertisement. Hello, Poseidon. Why are you here? Where is Vanderdyken? Hody Jones asked. Lord Hody Jones, Captain Vanderdyken, the bald Poseidon said intermittently in a weak tone. What happened to him? Hody Jones had a vague premonition that something bad was going to happen. We met that Ron, Captain Vanderdyken, and the others were killed by him on the way here, Poseidon said with a cry. What? Hody Jones' eyes widened after hearing this, with a look of shock on his face. It's that Ron again. That's the Ron who killed the long-eared brother. Ron who killed Arlong and his gang. When the subordinates heard Ron's name, they were frightened and exclaimed. Hody Dakin's eyes were red, and his face looked very scary as if he was suffering from a drug-induced attack after taking the poisonous drug ES. After a while, Hody gradually calmed down. If you don't join us, you will have no choice but to die. Our plan to seize the Dragon Palace cannot make any mistakes. Who knows if you will choose to side with Neptune and betray us, Hody Jones said standing on the head of Poseidon. Then you go die. Hearing Poseidon's answer, Hody put the poison into his mouth. Poseidon's body trembled slightly and fell down. Advertisement. Bald Poseidon, since your Captain Vanderdyken was killed by Ron, you no longer have a boss. Do you want to follow me? Hody Jones turned to Poseidon and said. Ah. The poison took effect, and Hody Jones yelled like a ghost, and instantly passed in front of Poseidon, and inserted the red harpoon into Poseidon's head. Please give me flowers. No, without Captain Vanderdyken, I am not willing to participate in your plan to seize the Dragon Palace anymore, Poseidon replied. Yes, Poseidon confirmed. Yeah, that's right, without him Vanderdyken, we can still attack the Dragon Palace. Seeing that the boss was angry, the subordinates hurriedly followed the boss and said. Boss, what should we do? Vanderdyken was destroyed by Ron. Our initial plan was to use the power of Vanderdyken's Papa Fruit to send those humble human pirates absorbed from humans directly into the Dragon Palace. Let them open the gate of Dragon Palace City from the inside, and then we launch a general attack, but now that Vanderdyken has been killed, we cannot enter Dragon Palace City, said one of his subordinates. Okay, Vanderdyken has been destroyed. We can only rely on ourselves to seize the Dragon Palace Kingdom. We have other plans, so you should disperse first and everyone is busy with what they should do, Hody Jones he said to the group of talking men. 0. That's right. Dragon Palace City is known as the Imperial City that cannot be conquered. There is only one way to invade its interior, another subordinate also said a little discouraged. A hole. What are you talking about? I don't believe that without Vanderdyken, Hody Jones, wouldn't be able to enter this Dragon Palace. We can certainly go in on our own. Hody Jones was very angry when he heard what his men said, scolded loudly. Afterwards, Hody returned to his seat and thought for a while. What? Poseidon was shocked when he heard Hody's words. You guys go down first. 1, oh. Are you sure? Hody Jones took out a few poisonous pills and put them in front of his mouth and asked again. Chapter 371 million rupees Charlie's Prophecy. This is a mermaid cafe. Does it only have coffee? Nami looked at Mrs. Charlie and asked. No, although we are called Mermaid Cafe, our coffee is indeed very good. In addition to coffee, we also have various drinks and desserts. Mrs. Charlie replied with a charming smile on her face. Ron looked at Charlie from the side, and when he saw Charlie's smile that looked like a beautiful and mature big sister, he felt a sense of expectation in his heart that he would be held in Charlie's arms and caressed gently by her. Cough, cough, beautiful mermaid sister, are you the boss here? Ron quickly put aside the 997 thoughts in his mind and asked with a smile in a very gentle tone. Oh, why would you ask that, sir? Charlie turned to Ron and asked, still smiling. Look at your temperament, Ron said, staring into Charlie's eyes. Haha, thank you sir, but I am indeed the boss here. Charlie looked into Ron's eyes and found that Ron had a mind that was not as good as his age. Young men of this age generally found Mrs. Charlie charming. With her charming eyes, she would definitely lower her head in embarrassment within 2 seconds, not daring to look at Mrs. Charlie again. However, Ron kept staring at Charlie's eyes, which were full of tenderness without a trace of ripples. Sha Li almost lost his temper after seeing it. I'm telling you, you can call me Ron. The title sir makes me feel old. Ron looked at Mrs. Charlie again and said with a smile. Okay Ron. Mrs. Charlie quickly calmed down her heart. She felt that she couldn't let a boy play with her anymore. Not to be outdone, she stared into Ron's eyes again and replied. Ron saw Mrs. Charlie looking at him again and understood what Charlie was thinking. Ron put his hand on the table to support his chin, looking at Charlie motionlessly. Then what's the name of the beautiful mermaid sister? Ron said while staring at Charlie without moving his eyes. Advertisement, my name is Charlie. I wonder what you want to drink? Charlie saw Ron staring at him like an nymphomaniac, and he didn't hide his composure at all. Charlie's face felt hot when Ron looked at him, so he quickly answered Ron. After the question, he changed the topic and asked them what they drank. I want a Coke, Nami said. I want a cup of Longjing, the Empress also said. Then, I want a cup of coffee. Ron still stared at Sha Li, and asked Sha Li in a slightly questioning tone. Okay. A cup of Coke, a cup of Longjing, and a cup of coffee. Sha Li smiled politely and left. How could there be such a thick-skinned person? After leaving Ron and the three of them, Charlie sighed in his heart that Ron was so thick-skinned. At the same time, he was also a little angry with himself because he actually lost to a little boy. Hey, Ron is getting excited again. Nami looked at Sha Li's leaving figure and said to the Empress. That Sha Li is really good looking, the Empress said at the side. Have you understood the point? Nami said to the Empress with a dazed look on her face when she heard Hancock complimenting Charlie on her beauty. Ha ha, ha, Ron smiled and did not deny it. After all, he had a sudden discharge just now. Anyone who was not blind would understand what he was thinking. After a while. How long have you been waiting? Charlie said as he walked to Ron's table holding a tray. Yeah, it smells so good, Ron exclaimed as he smelled the coffee. Advertisement. Ron drank coffee again and again, and found that Charlie was secretly observing him. Seeing that Charlie was hesitating, Ron put down the coffee in his hand. Sister Charlie, do you have something to say to us? Ron suddenly asked. Nami and Hancock heard Ron's words and looked at Charlie strangely. Haha, I have some questions to ask you. Since Ron said this, Charlie simply said it directly. Just ask, Ron said looking at Charlie. Ron knew what Charlie was thinking. I want to know, how did you get into the Fishmen Island? The Fishmen Island should be under martial law recently and humans are not allowed to enter? Sha Li asked with a serious look on his face as the smile disappeared. We are here for tourism. We entered the Fishmen Island with the permission of your king and prince of the Fishmen Island, Luo 1.5 and said calmly. Oh, that's it, just as I thought, Charlie said with a sigh of relief after hearing Ron's words. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't treat you like this, but I predicted some things recently, so I have to be careful. Sha Li apologized with a smile on his face. Are you the Charlie who predicted that the Fishmen Island will be ignited by a certain human being in the near future? Nami suddenly thought of what the mermaid lady said to them in the coral apartments. Yes, I hope, my prediction is wrong, Sha Li said worriedly. Chapter 372 The Lord of the Dragon Palace, Neptune. Sha Li, are your predictions accurate? Ron asked Sha Li seriously. My prediction is not that I can predict the whole process of what will happen in the future, but I can see a little bit of the future. Many of my previous predictions have come true, Sha Li also said seriously. If it's just a picture, it's often impossible to tell the whole story. As you said, many predictions have come true, but not all of them. Ron looked at Charlie and said. I also know this. It is indeed very inaccurate to judge what will happen in the future based on just one picture. I also know that it may not be the person in the picture who caused the war. Sha Li confirmed Ron's words. But I am thinking that if there is a war on the Fishmen Island in the future, there will be human beings on the Fishmen Island. But if there are no longer humans on the Fishmen Island, will that scene in the future not appear again? 13th birthday. Sha Li said what he was thinking. But have you ever thought about it? What if that human being is protecting your Fishmen Island? The future war on your Fishmen Island may be started because of the civil war that happened on your Fishmen Island. And the person in the picture you predicted is helping your king of the Fishmen Island to eradicate the rebellion. And if you drive all humans out of the Fishmen Island, doesn't that mean you have cut off your own escape route? Ron said to Charlie. This, after hearing Ron's words, Charlie realized that he really didn't think of this and was speechless for a moment. Charlie paused, thinking about what Ron said, and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Ron asked when he saw Charlie laughing. Mrs. Charlie slowly stopped laughing and said, I just heard what you said, and when I suddenly thought about it, it seemed to make sense. But when I thought about it carefully just now, I suddenly realized that it was a bit ridiculous. What's so funny? Ron asked. How can there be humans to help us quell the war? Don't you know what kind of situation the Fishmen Island has been with humans over the years and how we have gotten along with each other? How many humans capture our mermaids and fishmen every year? Sold to the black market for money, the mermaids and fishmen of the Fishmen Island are not the same class of creatures in the eyes of humans. The hero tiger of the Fishmen Island back then was not because humans came to treat us mermaids and fishmen. Because of his prejudice, he refused to save him and refused to give him a blood transfusion, so he finally fell as a hero. Sha Li looked into Ron's eyes and said to Ron coldly. It was as if Ron was the human being she spoke of. Advertisement. So you think there won't be any humans who will save you, the Fishmen Island? Do you think the humans in that picture must be the enemies of the Fishmen Island? Ron asked calmly. Yes. Sha Li replied in a very firm tone. Okay. Let's make a bet, shall we? Ron's heart moved, and he suddenly said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. What bet? Mrs. Charlie asked doubtfully. Bet the humans on the screen you saw are helping you to calm down the chaos, Ron said with confidence. Okay. You will definitely lose. What are you betting on? If that person is the Fishmen Island's enemy, I will satisfy whatever request you want from me. If that person is helping you the Fishmen Island, I don't want more, as long as. What do you want? You? Ron suddenly pointed a finger straight at Charlie's face. Haha. The tea in the Mermaid Cafe just now is really delicious, Hancock said leisurely. Okay, no problem. Charlie felt that he would not lose, and agreed to Ron with a confident look on his face. Don't make it sound like you can really win. Don't renege on your debt then, Sha Li said not to be outdone. Isn't this King Neptune in Dragon Palace City? Advertisement? Why is the king here? I want you to join my ship and become my crew, Ron said as a temporary measure. The king came to our bottom sea alone. Neptune slowly landed in front of Ron and the others. The Fishmen Island mermaid next to him recognized the identity of this mermaid and everyone exclaimed. Okay. I have 2 beautiful crew members to testify. If you don't admit it, I will force you to do it, Ron said mischievously, with a look of success. An old mermaid with golden curly hair riding a flying fish, wearing a crown and holding a huge golden harpoon appeared in front of the 3 people. When everyone was shocked and confused, the 3 of them came out of the Mermaid Cafe. Ron walked in front of Nami and Hancock with a smile on his face and humming a tune. The 3 of them were walking down the street. Suddenly the 3 of them were enveloped by a huge shadow, and the 3 of them looked up. Oh, I'm not afraid of perverts, but I'm afraid that perverts are very capable, Nami complained as she walked behind Ron. You, Sha Li was frightened by this finger. Nami heard Hancock's words, looked at Hancock, and shook her head. The 2 of them are never on the same channel. Chapter 373 An Invitation from the King. Slowly, the old mermaid with the crown walked off Feiyu and came to Ron and the others. Nami was just about to say hello to the noble-looking mermaid in front of her, but Hancock complained coldly and casually. This is the first time we have seen a mermaid in a long time since we have been here, and it is still so. A big old merman. Hey, please keep your voice down. When Nami heard Hancock complaining so loudly, she wanted to cover Hancock's mouth. The mermaid in front of her looks at the crown on her head, and she should be the king of the Fishmen Island. Nami also wants to get close to him, and maybe she can get the king's treasure. Looking at the old man with the crown, he didn't seem to hear Hancock's words. He suddenly bowed deeply to Ron and the other 3. Dear Mr. Ron and all the beautiful ladies, please forgive me for only coming to greet our benefactors at this time. I am King Neptune of the Fishmen Island. Please let me, on behalf of the entire mermaids in the Fishmen area, thank you for your support to us the fish a great favor from Men Island. Neptune said sincerely. The mermaid residents on the side were shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. King Neptune came to the bottom of the sea in person, and even gave such a great gift to 3 humans, Mermaid Armor said in shock. Who are these 3 people? Mermaid B thought to himself. A big favor? Mermaid C asked doubtfully. I originally thought that Neptune was heading straight towards these 3 humans. I thought it was King Neptune who was personally cleaning up the intruders. I didn't expect. Advertisement. You don't have to worry about King Neptune, it's just a small matter. I admire Whitebeard's character and courage, so I helped Whitebeard when I was on top, and by the way, I also stabilized the Fishmen Island. Peace, Ron said looking at Neptune. No matter whether you mean it or not, we must keep your great kindness to our the Fishmen Island in mind. Without your help in the battle on the top, I am afraid that the Fishmen Island today has been destroyed by other seas. The thieves invaded and the country was in turmoil. King Neptune replied insistently. Ron said nothing more after hearing this. I am here and sincerely invite you to my Dragon Palace City. I have already set up a banquet, Neptune said again. Ron happened to also want to go to Ryugu Castle to meet the Fishman Princess Shirahoshi and was about to agree. Do you have a lot of treasures in Ryugu Castle? Nami suddenly asked with a golden light in his eyes. Yes. Our Dragon Palace City is the palace of our the Fishmen Island. There are many treasures in it. If the beautiful lady comes to our Dragon Palace City, I can take you to visit. If you like it, I can give it to you. Neptune understood Nami's heart as soon as he heard Nami's question, so he used the treasure to seduce her and said. It's a good decision. Let's head to Ryugu Castle. Nami's eyes lit up when he heard Neptune's words, and he agreed without saying a word. Ron shook his head when he saw Nami's money-obsessed look. Hancock, you have no objection, right? Nami turned around and asked Hancock again. No problem, I just want to see how this Dragon Palace compares with my Imperial Palace, Hancock said calmly. Advertisement, okay. Let's go then, Neptune said quickly when he saw that Nami and Hancock both agreed, and when Ron didn't say anything, he agreed by default. The 4 of them stood on the flying fish and flew into the sky. Nami stood on the flying fish and observed the sky of the Fishmen Island. Blue sky, white clouds, sunshine. King Neptune, I want to ask, why is the Fishmen Island so magical? This is a deep sea 10,000 meters under the sea. Why is there blue sky, white clouds and sunshine here? Nami couldn't help but wonder, and asked King Neptune asked. Haha, this is because of our son Shu Eve from the Fishmen Island. Neptune seemed to be very happy when he heard Nami's question. Yang Shu Eve? Nami asked doubtfully. Yes. That sun tree Eve nourishes and gives birth to all life in our the Fishmen Island. It is a towering tree on the sea. Its roots go straight from the sea surface to the Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters under the sea. Its roots oxygen is transported to the Fishmen Island, and the roots of the young tree Eve can conduct the sun's light. It receives the sun on the sea surface, and then its roots emit the received sunlight on the Fishmen Island, illuminating the Fishmen Island. Neptune said with a heavy voice. There is such a magical tree. Its roots can grow to a depth of 10,000 meters, and it can also conduct sunlight. Nami and Hancock were surprised and curious after hearing Neptune's words. There was such a magical thing in the world. What exactly is Sun Tree Eve? Why can it transmit sunlight? Nami is very curious about Sun Tree Eve and wants to see it and study how it transmits sunlight. Over the years, countless scholars and researchers have explored the magical Sun Tree Eve, trying to figure out its magic, but there has been no reasonable explanation for all these years. Chapter 374 Dragon Palace City. As Neptune, Ron and his group were talking, the mermaid continued to rise into the sky, and finally the entrance to the Dragon Palace appeared in the sky like a huge mirror. The flying fish slowly flew to the entrance, and a sound came from inside. Hello. Who is it? Neptune raised his head towards the entrance. It's me. It's King Neptune. Quickly connect to the channel. Welcome back, dear King Neptune. The mermaid heard Neptune's voice and quickly welcomed King Neptune and asked him to open the entrance. As the soldier's voice fell, I saw a huge stream of water wrapped in a membrane appearing from above the entrance and connecting to the entrance. This is coral. It can blow out the bubbles that surround you. The Dragon Palace is full of seawater. You need this. Neptune took out 3 corals and said to Ron and the others. Ron took one and blew a bubble around his body. Feiyu. Get in. Neptune ordered Feiyu after watching the 3 people being wrapped in bubbles. The moment they entered the entrance, Ron and the 3 felt as if they were on a roller coaster. The water flow connecting the channels had a certain flow rate. When the flying fish entered the water flow channel carried the flying fish forward as fast as flying. Ah, so fast. This Dragon Palace is so fun, Nami shouted on the flying fish, with excitement on his face. Advertisement. Although Hancock said nothing, he looked excited. Luo already knew about this and didn't feel much about it. Gradually, the speed of the water flow slowly decreased. Finally, when the speed of the water flow reduced to 0, everyone's eyes lit up and they came out of the water channel. Wow. That's great. There must be a lot of treasures here, Nami exclaimed excitedly when he saw the majestic Dragon Palace castle in front of him, just like seeing mountains of gold and silver. Okay, everyone, we have arrived at Dragon Palace City. Please come inside, Neptune respectfully greeted Ron and the other 3. Welcome the king back to Dragon Palace City. The soldiers on the side saw Neptune returning and welcomed him respectfully. The 3 of them followed King Neptune into the Dragon Palace. King, you are back. A mermaid who looked like a catfish and was dressed in low-key but luxurious clothes was standing in the hall of the Dragon Palace. Seeing that the king was back, he greeted him respectfully. This is Ron, the benefactor of our the Fishmen Island, Neptune introduced to the catfish minister. Ron? Is that Ron who helped Whitebeard in Summit War? Minister Catfish said in surprise. Yes. Welcome our great benefactor Ron. Advertisement. At the banquet, Ron knew that the mermaid Princess Shirahoshi would not attend the banquet, so he was thinking about how to meet the Princess Shirahoshi smoothly. King Neptune. I heard that you have a princess daughter, why haven't you seen her? Luo-en looked around at the banquet and said deliberately. When Neptune heard Ron's words, a trace of sadness suddenly flashed across his face. My benefactor doesn't know something, Neptune said in a serious tone. I do have a daughter. She is the apple of my eye, but she hasn't left her room for almost 10 years. Ah, why is this? Ron knew it, but still pretended not to know. My daughter Shirahoshi has been beautiful and kind-hearted, well-behaved and sensible since she was a child. She is lovable and loved by everyone. 10 years ago, my daughter Shirahoshi was accidentally seen by the legendary cursed pirate Van der Decken. That when Van der Decken saw the beauty of my daughter Shirahoshi, he was immediately attracted to her, so he wrote love letters to my daughter every day to express his love. But my daughter didn't like him at all. Neptune paused. He writes a love letter to my daughter every day. My daughter doesn't like him and never responds. As time goes by, that B's love turns to hate. He doesn't know when he stops sending love letters to my daughter. What was delivered turned into a sword and axe with roses printed on it. As I just said, he is a pirate cursed by the devil. He can make those love letters and weapons fly straight towards my daughter from places we don't know. The first few times my daughter was injured, but in the end I kept her in the shell for Shirahoshi's safety. While I let my daughter stay in the hard shell tower, I sent troops everywhere to search for traces of that D Van der Decken. But 10 years have passed and I still haven't found him. Poor baby girl, Shirahoshi has stayed in the hard shell tower for 10 years without leaving the house. Neptune said this with a bit choked up in his voice. Ron listened patiently. What does that Vanderdyken look like? Ron asked again. I haven't seen it either. I just learned from some people who have seen him that he rides on a ghost ship and has a bald sea monster pulling the ship. He haunts the sea where there are no human traces, Neptune replied. Road. Ghost ship. Chapter 375 Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, free. Could it be the ghost ship we encountered on the way to the Fishman Island? Nami on the side raised her head and looked at Ron and asked. I don't know either, Ron said calmly, pretending not to know. You said you saw a ghost ship when you came here? Neptune asked in surprise when he heard Nami's words. Yes. When we came here, we met a ghost ship not far from the underwater volcanic zone. They were very arrogant and had evil intentions towards my crew. I got upset and killed them all. Ron replied casually again. Then, dare I ask my benefactor, when did you destroy the ghost ship? Neptune asked Ron with hope rising in his heart and a look of anticipation and nervousness. 2 days ago, Hancock said. Ah, King Neptune suddenly stood up and shouted with surprise. 2 days ago. Could it be that B** D Vanderdyken was really killed by his benefactor? Neptune couldn't restrain the joy in his heart and said loudly. Seeing Ron looking at him, Neptune quickly explained. Today and yesterday, no swords and sharp blades flew towards the hard shell tower again in the past 2 days. I also felt strange in the past 2 days, but I just heard I seemed to finally understand what my benefactor said. Congratulations to the king. Thank you to the 3 benefactors. The ministers on the side quickly congratulated the king and thanked the Ron trio. Ron, benefactor. Thank you so much. You not only protected the Fishman Island from the war, but also rescued my sister. We really have nothing to repay. In the future, you can give us your orders, as long as it is I, Sharkstar, and my 2 younger brothers will fulfill my benefactor's instructions even if I risk my life. I offer you a toast, Prince Sharkstar said with great excitement. He raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. The 2 princes of the Emperor Star and the Prince of the Rolling Star also had a drink, each with equally excited expressions. Advertisement. Father, I'm going to tell my sister the good news and make her happy. Sharkshing put down his wineglass and said to Neptune. Okay. Go and tell your sister, and bring your sister back, and thank your benefactor properly. Ron asked them not to call them benefactors, which made Ron feel awkward. It was really awkward for them to say, benefactor, to one side and benefactor to the other. I told you, don't call me benefactor, call me Ron, Ron told Neptune and Prince Sharkwan again. Since Ron has repeatedly asked not to call him benefactor, it's our fault if we continue to call him benefactor. Let's just call him Ron, Neptune said to Sharkstar after hearing Ron's words. Okay, Ron. I'm going to call my sister and let her thank you in person. Just wait a moment. Sharkstar changed his name to Ron and said. Let's do this. I'll go see the princess. After all, Princess Shirahoshi hasn't stepped out of her room in the past 10 years. You're going to go and suddenly ask her to come out to see so many people. She may not adapt. Ron felt that he was still on his own. It would be better to meet Shirahoshi alone. Shirahoshi is so beautiful. Ron will definitely feel turbulent inside when he sees her. He can't help but tease Shirahoshi. In front of everyone, Ron could only talk to Shirahoshi more formally, which was not what Ron wanted. Ron is the one who thought carefully, then do what Ron said. Sharkstar, take Ron to see Shirahoshi and let Shirahoshi thank Ron properly, Neptune said to Sharkstar. Please give me flowers. Okay, father, do you want to go meet this mermaid princess? Ron lowered his head and asked Nami and Hancock. Advertisement, no. Go on your own, anyway, in the same boat from now on, you won't be able to see you until you look up. Nami could see clearly that Ron was definitely trying to abduct Princess Shirahoshi after he wasted so much effort. I heard before that this Fishman princess is the #1 mermaid in the mermaid world. Her beauty even surpasses me as the #1 beauty in mankind, Hancock said thoughtfully. 0. So, are you going to take a look? Nami looked back at Hancock and asked. No, I don't want to see a mermaid who may be prettier than me, otherwise my heart may be hurt, Hancock said suddenly. Nami was speechless for a while. Hancock baby, you actually doubt your own beauty? This is not the arrogant and most beautiful woman in the world I know? Don't worry. There is absolutely no one more beautiful than you in this world. Ron has never seen him before seeing baby Hancock in this state. He quickly comforted her. That's a mermaid, not a human. You go ahead. I want to be alone. Hancock obviously didn't listen to what Luoshi said. Okay. Ron said helplessly, spreading his hands. Let's go, Ron. Sharkstar said to Ron after seeing Ron, Nami and Hancock finish talking. After a while, Ron followed Sharkstar to a channel without seawater. Ron stepped out of the bubble he blew with coral. Through the passage, we came to the door of the hard shell tower, 2. Chapter 376 A request from the timid star. Sister, are you eating? Brother is here to tell you good news. Sharkstar asked loudly while standing in front of the door of the hard shell tower. It's Brother Sharkstar. Brother, come in. Shirahoshi's heavenly voice came from inside the door. Squeak, squeak. The door of the hard shell tower was slowly pushed open by Sharkstar. The door was pushed open, and a beautiful mermaid with a body as tall as Neptune appeared in front of Ron. Brother, what good news do you have today? You don't usually come to see me. Oh, brother, doesn't he help my father with government affairs every day? If I had time, I would like to visit my sister every day. 360? Ha ha, ha ha. Shirahoshi laughed when he heard his brother's words. The beauty of the mermaid princess Shirahoshi is the kind of noble beauty, pure beauty, inviolable beauty of the Holy Spirit. It is so beautiful that it is so pleasing to the eyes and so beautiful that it is so awe-inspiring. She seems to be a fairy descended from the divine world, with radiance all over her body. It emits sacred light, which can illuminate the world of the viewer, shine into people's souls, and purify people's body and mind. Ron looked at the Princess Shirahoshi in front of him, and saw the innocent smile on her face, her skin as white as snow, her eyes shining with pure light, her flawless figure. He was deeply shocked, standing there blankly. Even though Ron had already known about Shirahoshi's breathtaking beauty, even though Ron had been mentally prepared before this, when he really saw Shirahoshi, Ron was still stunned. This kind of beauty is different from Hancock's beauty. Hancock's beauty is the kind of beauty that makes people sink, while Shirahoshi's beauty is the kind of beauty that makes people sublime. This beauty and this mermaid respectively represent the ultimate of two kinds of beauty. Advertisement. Oh. Who is this person? Shirahoshi suddenly saw Ron standing motionless behind his brother and asked. Ah, sister, this is our great benefactor on the Fishman Island, and she is also your great benefactor. The good news I bring you is that you don't have to stay here anymore, and you don't have to worry about that Van der Decken hurting you. That Van der Decken has been taken care of by Ron right in front of you, Shark Hoshi said to Shirahoshi excitedly. You, what did you say? Can I go out? Shirahoshi had tears in his eyes when he heard Sharkstar's words. He was so excited that he asked Sharkstar in a slightly trembling tone. Right, Luo, that's the person in front of me? Yes, sister. Thank you, thank you, Luo, N. After Shirahoshi finished speaking, he could no longer control the excitement in his heart and burst into tears. Mr. Ron, me, Shirahoshi said to Ron as Sharkstar walked out of the room. Okay, sister, thank you very much Ron, I will go to your father first. Brother Ron, thank you very much. Over the years, I have stayed here for 10 years because of Van der Decken. If you had not come, I would have stayed here for the rest of my life. Your arrival is the honor of my life. Shirahoshi looked at Ron and said sincerely. After Sharkstar finished speaking, he walked out of the room. Advertisement. Since you call me brother, I will treat you like my sister. Why would my brother think that my sister is troublesome? It doesn't matter, it's easy. For the past 10 years, I haven't been able to leave this room because of Van der Decken, and I haven't even been able to attend my mother's funeral. Shirahoshi said, wanting to think about sad things, but his tone trembled slightly. Cry it out. If you want to go, I can take you there now, Ron said to Shirahoshi after hearing what Shirahoshi said. After a long time, Shirahoshi stopped crying and calmed down. People are trapped in one thing for a long time, their nerves are tense for a long time, and their normal lives are affected by it. When this thing is solved without warning, people are suddenly released and free, and it is like being reborn. Ordinary happiness is enough to make people cry. Call me Ron, brother. It doesn't sound good to call me sir, and I'm not much older than you. Ron looked at Shirahoshi and said. Brother Shashing, can you go out for a moment? I have something to say to Luo N. Shirahoshi had just calmed down and said to Shashing with a slightly trembling voice. Okay, it's okay now. I've taken care of that Van der Decken. You can drive whatever you want from now on. Ron comforted from the side. The first thing I want to do most right now is to go to my mother's grave and have a good talk with her, Shirahoshi said with a smile. Really? I don't want to bother brother Ron anymore. I can just ask my father to take me there later. Shirahoshi was excited at first after hearing Ron's words, but after thinking about it, he felt it was not good to bother Ron. Seeing Shirahoshi crying, Ron felt a sudden feeling of distress and pity in his heart. Seeing Shirahoshi, who was so innocent, pure, beautiful and pure, like an angel, being tortured to this point by that Van der Decken, how could Ron not? It hurts. Okay, brother Ron, Shirahoshi said a little embarrassed. 1.4a, Shirahoshi burst into tears and laughed when he heard Ron's words. Chapter 377 Princess Odahime. Hearing Ron's words, I was touched and shy at the same time. Ron looked at Shirahoshi with the same eyes full of love as a brother looks at his sister. With a wave of his right hand, a door to space appeared in front of Shirahoshi's eyes. Go in. You can go directly to Princess Odahime's tomb from here, Ron said to Shirahoshi in a gentle tone. Shirahoshi heard Ron's words and looked at Ron with an expression of disbelief. He entered the space door with doubts. Watching Shirahoshi enter the space gate, Shirahoshi also entered. The moment Shirahoshi stepped out of the door of space, she exclaimed. She really reached the sea forest in an instant. Looking at the sea forest in front of him, Shirahoshi was moved. It was the first time he saw this dream place. He was trapped in a hard shell tower before, and he could dream that he was in the sea forest. Now Shirahoshi's wish was finally realized. How could Shirahoshi not be excited? When Ron saw Shirahoshi's happy expression, he was also happy in his heart. Ron realized that he had just met Shirahoshi, but he really cherished Shirahoshi. Seeing Shirahoshi's sad and painful expression, Ron also felt heartbroken. Seeing Shirahoshi with a happy expression, Ron will also be happy. How's it going Ron? Shirahoshi thanked you properly, right? Neptune asked when Ron came out. Ron took Shirahoshi back to Shirahoshi's room. Shirahoshi knew that he was free from Vanderdeken's entanglement today and fulfilled his 10-year wish to visit his mother. Shirahoshi's mood was always high throughout the day. Status. Shirahoshi has been thanking me all the time. She regards me as a life-saving brother, pulling me to tell me about the pain in my heart that I have been entangled with Vanderdeken for so many years, thanking me for rescuing her, and telling me that she loves herself. Shirahoshi said that the first thing she wanted to do most was to see her mother, so I took her to the tomb of Princess Odahime. Shirahoshi cried for a long time in front of the tomb of Princess Odahime. Just now I had just brought Shirahoshi back. She is very tired and has fallen asleep now. Ron saw Nipton arriving and told Nipton the situation. Shirahoshi was grateful after listening to Ron's words, then turned to Princess Odahime's tomb and said, "Mother, it's getting late today. I asked Brother Ron to take me to see you. My father doesn't know about this yet. If you find that I am missing, you will definitely be anxious, so Brother Ron and I will go back first, and Shirahoshi will come to see you later." Advertisement. Ron watched Shirahoshi quietly from the side, quietly watching Shirahoshi confiding to her mother what she had missed for the past 10 years. "This sea forest is exactly the same as the scenery in my dream," Shirahoshi said excitedly to Ron as he looked at the sea forest. After coming back, Ron saw Shirahoshi gradually calming down and looking very tired, so he comforted Shirahoshi to rest. Ron saw Shirahoshi sleeping deeply and left the room. "Mother, this is Brother Ron. It was Brother Ron who rescued Shirahoshi. Without Brother Ron, I'm afraid Shirahoshi would still be in Ryugu Castle and unable to see you, and it was Brother Ron who brought me to your tomb. I am getting free. I met you the first time with the help of Brother Ron. I am really grateful to Brother Ron." After Shirahoshi finished saying what he wanted to say to his mother, he felt much better. Seeing Ron on the side, he asked B. Princess G introduced. "Mother, Shirahoshi finally sees you, Mother." Ron just walked out of the room and happened to see King Neptune 197 coming to see Shirahoshi. "Oh, then, thank you Ron, you saved my daughter and helped her fulfill her wish for many years. I really don't know how I can thank you." Neptune felt a little confused after hearing Ron's words. He quickly said to Ron with a grateful look on his face. "Okay, let's go." Ron wiped away the remaining tears hanging on Shirahoshi's cheeks with his hands and said to Shirahoshi with a loving look on his face. Shirahoshi's face instantly turned red when he saw Ron doting on him so much. He lowered his head without saying a word, then turned around and followed Ron into the door of space. Shirahoshi slowly observed the surroundings of the forest of the sea. The moment she turned around and looked down at the tombstone of her mother, Shirahoshi's whole body stopped. First, he remained motionless, then his body trembled slightly, and finally his body was shaking violently, accompanied by cries due to the extreme excitement in his heart. "You know, Mother, Shirahoshi has been thinking about you every day and night for the past 10 years, Mother." The words that Shirahoshi had squeezed for 10 years flooded out like a flood in front of Princess Odahime's tomb. Shirahoshi kept telling his mother what he wanted to say to his mother for the past 10 years until it got dark. "Okay Shiro, it's getting late. We should go back. Your father will be worried if he finds out that you are not in Ryugu," Ron said to Shirahoshi after seeing that Shirahoshi had almost finished what he wanted to say to Princess Odahime. Chapter 379 The Death of Princess Odahime, The Truth. "Good morning, Brother Ron." "Ah, good morning, two sisters." Ron, Hancock and Nami came to the restaurant. As soon as they walked into the restaurant door, they saw Shirahoshi greeting them with excitement. "Ron, there are two beauties here." Neptune saw Ron and the three arriving, and he quickly greeted them. "Well, morning King Neptune." Ron and the other three greeted King Neptune and sat down. "Shirahoshi, how was last night's meal?" Ron said to Shirahoshi after sitting down. "Well, I haven't slept so soundly for a long time, thanks to Brother Ron," Shirahoshi replied cheerfully. Nami and Hancock on the side saw the mermaid princess for the first time. When they saw Shirahoshi, they finally understood why Ron said that Hancock's beauty was different from Shirahoshi's. The first time they saw Shirahoshi seemed to be glowing. Her pure and innocent beauty immediately made Hancock and Nami feel good about her. They wanted to hold Shirahoshi in their arms as if they were their little sister and love her. "Wow, Princess Shirahoshi is so beautiful. Why is she so cute?" Hancock said as he looked at Shirahoshi like an older sister looking at her adorable little sister. "How can you be so cute? Can I pinch your face?" Nami also said to Shirahoshi with a look of infatuation. Ha, of course." Shirahoshi listened to Hancock and Nami's words, with a happy smile on his face like a child being praised by an adult. The two sisters are really the most beautiful people Shirahoshi has ever seen. Are all human sisters so beautiful? Shirahoshi sighed sincerely. Advertisement. Nami and Hancock both smiled like flowers when they heard Shirahoshi's words. Ha, serve the food." King Neptune felt happy when he saw the harmonious scene of the three girls in front of him, and asked his men to serve the food. After a feast of wine and food, Neptune was busy with government affairs. Nami took Hancock to hunt for treasure in the Dragon Palace, leaving only Ron and Shirahoshi. "Shirahoshi, do you want to meet your mother?" Ron said to Shirahoshi. Seeing Shirahoshi's confused expression, Ron explained, "I mean, seeing the living Princess Odahime." "What, Brother Ron, can you bring my mother back to life?" Shirahoshi asked with a shocked expression on his face after hearing Ron's words. Let's talk about resurrection. Actually, it's almost the same as resurrection. I can use the time and space gate to travel through time and space and take you back to the past to see your mother, Ron said seriously. Shirahoshi saw that Hody Jones was chasing a human gunman. The human gunman was injured and ran desperately. Hody Jones shot him from behind. Jinbei arrived later and saw the human gunman. With an angry look on his face and silence for a while, Jinbei resisted his impulse and asked his men to hide the body of the human gunman. Hody Jones on the side did not agree, so he lifted the body of the gunman and told the mermaids that it was this human being. Kill Princess Odahime. Mother, Shirahoshi couldn't help shouting when he saw his mother injured in the fire. Ron took Shirahoshi to the day when Princess Odahime died. Shirahoshi saw from a distance that Hody Jones and the gunman who was killed just now, Qian Nuahao, were discussing a business. Hody Jones handed the gunman a treasure box and asked the gunman to assassinate Odahime. Princess, after the assassination, she would give him another treasure, and the man readily agreed. Advertisement. Shirahoshi saw his mother from a distance. The fire that had burned all the signature papers had started. Princess Odahime was rescuing the signature papers from the fire. It turns out that the mother's death was not caused by human beings, but was ordered by the fishmen on our mermaid island. Why? The mother has been working hard for the fishmen island all her life. I hope that the people of the fishmen island can live on land, embrace the wider sky, and have a better future. But, why are there still fishmen who are dissatisfied with their mother and want to assassinate her? Shirahoshi looked at his mother in the fire from a distance, and suddenly a bullet shot into Princess Odahime's body. Princess Odahime was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Then Ron used the space gate to bring Shirahoshi to another scene. Mother! Shirahoshi shouted sadly again. Shirahoshi's body was shaking with excitement, and he moved his body bit by bit while walking towards Soromon. Then Ron opened another door to time and space and took Shirahoshi in. A moment. Really? Is it really possible? Shirahoshi shouted with excitement. Seeing this, Shirahoshi understood everything. When you enter this door, you can go back in time. When Princess Odahime passed away, Shirahoshi was still a little baby waiting to be fed. Although Shirahoshi was present on the day of Princess Odahime's death, Yuhoshi actually had no idea what happened that day. Okay. Brother Ron won't lie to you, Ron said, and with a wave of his hand, a door of time and space appeared in front of Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi vented his pain loudly. Chapter 380 Historical Truth. Shirahoshi. Do you want to know the truth about the history of the Fishman Island? Ron asked, seeing Shirahoshi calm down. Yeah, I want to know, Shirahoshi replied firmly after hearing Ron's words. Then you have to be stronger. History is cruel. Yeah, I will be strong. After I take you to understand the entire historical truth of the Fishman Island, you can decide whether to change history or respect history. If you want to change history, I will help you, Ron said calmly as he looked at Shirahoshi. Yeah, Shirahoshi looked at Ron gratefully and nodded. Let's go. After Ron said that, he took Shirahoshi into the door of time and space in front of him. Ron took Shirahoshi from the adventure of Tiger, the hero of the Fishman Island, to the death of Princess Odahime. Shirahoshi understands the historical truth of the Fishman Island. Fisher Tiger, the hero of the Fishman Island, was captured by the celestial dragons and made into a slave not long after he went on an adventure. 410 Fisher Tiger experienced inhuman torture there, and finally Tiger found an opportunity, escaped. Advertisement. Tiger returned to the Fishman Island, and he made a major decision in his heart. He would attack the Holy Land and rescue those fishmen slaves like himself. In the end, he succeeded. His deeds shocked the world. The Fishman Island mermaids regarded Tiger as a hero. Arlong from Fishman Street and Jinbei, the leader of the Neptune army, were impressed by Fisher Tiger and joined him. Finally, the Sun Pirates. The sun symbol of their Sun Pirates was actually used to cover up the slave marks left on the fishmen by the celestial dragons. The Sun Pirates have become the key targets of the world government and Marine. They fight day and night. Their naval combat capabilities are very strong, and Marine cannot defeat them at sea. In the end, BDFC, they met a little human slave girl and agreed to send her home. After Tiger sent the girl home, he was ambushed by Marine on the way back. In the end, he hated human beings and refused human blood. Die. Jinbei later accepted the position of captain and became the 7 warlords of the sea, hoping to help promote the relationship between fish people and humans. After that, Princess Odahime rescued the celestial dragons and followed the celestial dragons back to the Holy Land of Celestial Dragons. She got an agreement from the celestial dragons. Mermaids who agree to the agreement can go to live on land by signing their names on it. After that, it was the conspiracy planned by Hody Jones, who was blinded by hatred. Is this, the real history of the Fishman Island? Shirahoshi thought blankly after learning the entire history. Ron saw Shirahoshi's expression of dull thinking and didn't bother him. Let Shirahoshi think about it carefully. I will support her no matter what decision she makes, Ron thought to himself. After a while. Advertisement. Brother Ron, I have thought about it. Let the past be in the past. Although I really want to save my mother, but history has been changed. No one can say what will happen now. The fishmen. Now the island is moving in a good direction. This is the work of the Queen Mother. I don't want to change it. What we have to think about now is the future, right? Shirahoshi said to Ron with a strong smile. Okay, I'm glad you think so. Ron looked at Shirahoshi appreciatively and said. But what? Shirahoshi asked confused. It's not impossible to save your mother without changing history, Ron said, looking at Shirahoshi sideways. Really? Shirahoshi asked in surprise, his eyes flashing with hope. If you want to save your mother without changing history, we can rescue your mother when she is close to death, and then take your mother away from the Fishman Island and let her live as an ordinary person, so that her survival will not change the history of the Fishman Island, Ron said. Brother Ron, so smart, haha, haha, Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly after hearing Ron's words. Haha, okay, let's get your mother, Ron said with a smile on Shirahoshi. Kindness. After that, Ron used the gate of time and space to find Manchili and took Mansili to rescue Princess Odahime at the moment when she was about to die. In order to confirm the death of Princess Odahime, Ron also stayed behind a stand-in that was exactly the same as Princess Odahime was made in advance, and then Manchili treated Princess Odahime before her death. After the treatment, Ron placed Princess Odahime in a home in the daughter country, and gave them a large sum of money to take care of Princess Odahime, and told Princess Odahime not to return to the Fishman Island after she woke up. Shirahoshi would pick her up one day in 10 years. After everything was arranged, Ron walked out of the gate of time and space. Chapter 381 Returned to Dragon Palace City. Ron used the space gate to bring Shirahoshi to the daughter kingdom. Mother, the moment Shirahoshi saw Princess Odahime, he couldn't hold back the tears of joy and shouted. Shirahoshi, my daughter, my child. Princess Odahime also shed tears of joy. Ron watched from the side, feeling a little moved in his heart. He came to this world of one piece without even his parents or family. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ron missed his parents in another world. It's been 10 years. My daughter Shirahoshi has grown so big, it's great. Mother, in the past 10 years, my father and my 3 brothers have all missed you all the time. After you left, we will follow your mother's wishes and work hard to promote the development of the relationship between humans and the Fishman Island. This we have been collecting signatures from the people on the island for 10 years, and now most of the fish people have agreed to sign. Shirahoshi said excitedly, like a child asking for praise from his parents. Really, that's great. You did a great job, Princess Odahime said, very moved after hearing Shirahoshi's words. Are your father and brother okay? Princess Odahime asked again. They are all fine. When they know that you are still alive, Queen Mother, they will be extremely excited. Bye, Xing replied. Well, speaking of it, I don't even know how I came to this daughter's country. The people here are very good to me. They also told me not to go back to the Fishman Island. Shirahoshi, you will come back in 10 years. Pick me up, what the hell is going on? Princess Odahime asked in confusion. Mother, in fact, the reason why you have lived in the daughter country for 10 years is because Brother Ron helped me rescue you and traveled back through time and space. He rescued you when you were seriously injured and helped you heal. Shirahoshi explained to the princess. Advertisement, what did you say? Travel through time and space? Princess Odahime said in surprise when she heard Shirahoshi's words. Yes. In order for this incident to affect subsequent history, Brother Ron arranged for your mother to live on Daughter Island for 10 years. Shirahoshi explained again. After hearing Shirahoshi's words, Princess Odahime was so shocked that she didn't speak for a long time. So, then this is Ron? Princess Odahime pointed at Ron and asked Shirahoshi. Yes, he is Ron Gao, Shirahoshi said with certainty. Hello, Princess Odahime. I'm Ron. Ron introduced himself to Princess Odahime again. Thank you. Princess Odahime suddenly thanked Ron loudly, and at the same time she knelt down to thank Ron. Ron quickly supported Princess Odahime as she was about to kneel. Princess Odahime, you don't have to do this to me. Shirahoshi's business is my business. I treat Shirahoshi as my sister. As long as I, the older brother, can fulfill my sister's wish, I will do my best, Ron said to Princess Odahime. Said. Really, thank you so much, Ron. Without your help, I'm afraid I would never see my lovely child again. That would be so painful. Thank you so much. Yes. Princess Odahime thanked her profusely. Okay, Mother, let's go home. My father and 3 brothers don't know you are alive yet. They will be surprised when they see you come back, Shirahoshi said to Odahime after his mother thanked Ron. The princess said. Okay. Let's go back. Princess Odahime also wanted to see Neptune and her 3 sons as soon as possible, so she replied in a very excited tone. Advertisement, please give me flowers. Everyone, thank you for taking care of my mother over the past 10 years. Thank you very much. You must come to the Fishman Island as a guest in the future. We will entertain you well, Shirahoshi said to the daughters of Princess Odahime. Residents expressed their gratitude. Everyone, I'm going home. I will miss you. Princess Odahime looked at the people behind her who had lived with her for 10 years, and said with tears in her eyes. After all, we have lived together for 10 years and have established a deep relationship with each other. How can we not feel uncomfortable when we are about to part ways? After watching them say goodbye, Ron waved his right hand and the door to time and space opened. Enter this door and we are home, Shirahoshi said to Princess Odahime. When Princess Odahime saw the gate of time and space in front of her, her eyes flashed with surprise, but she still followed Rixing into the gate of time and space. Shirahoshi, is this your room? The 3 of Ron came to Shirahoshi's room through the gate of time and space. Yes, Mother, Shirahoshi replied. Why do you live in a hard shell tower? Princess Odahime knew that this hard-shell tower was indestructible and was the place where King Neptune used to vent his emotions. Now she saw that it had become Shirahoshi's bedroom. A moment of doubt. "Oh, mother, you don't know something. After you left the Fishman Island, I was pursued by a guy named Vanderdecken. He can make things fly towards me no matter how far away they're from me. Since I never agreed to his pursuit, he often threw various weapons at me out of love and hatred. The young master allowed me to live in this hard-shell tower to protect me." Shirahoshi explained to Princess Odahime III, Chapter 382 Resurrection? "What? This happened. That B********************. I'm going to find him and punish him severely," Princess Odahime said angrily after hearing Shirahoshi's explanation. "It's okay, Queen Mother, Brother Ron has already eliminated that Vanderdecken." Shirahoshi quickly told Princess Odahime the situation in order not to worry the Queen Mother. "Ah, I really don't know what to say. You have done so much for Shirahoshi, and I, as a mother, really can't repay you." Princess Odahime thanked Ron again. After, Princess Odahime followed Shirahoshi and met King Neptune and the three princes. 527. Neptune almost fainted with excitement when he saw Princess Odahime. The three princes also screamed loudly in surprise. At first there was a moment of doubt, and they couldn't believe it was true. For a long time, they thought they were in a dream, making Princess Odahime and Kuxing Juzhen want to laugh. Shirahoshi told King Neptune and his three brothers the cause and effect of the incident. They understood that it was Ron who used his own abilities to save Princess Odahime, and they were all grateful to Ron. "I was moved to tears and had to kneel down and salute Ron to show my gratitude." After the whole family came out of the joy of Princess Odahime's resurrection, the excitement slowly calmed down. "Father, with the help of Brother Ron, I learned something important," Shirahoshi said to Neptune. "What's going on?" Neptune asked. On the day the signature paper was burned, the culprit behind the attack on the Queen Mother was not the human gunman shot by Hody Jones but Hody Jones, Yushing said seriously. "What? Hody Jones? Why would he do that? Advertisement." "Are you sure?" Shirahoshi, Neptune, Princess Odahime, and the three princes all looked in disbelief when they heard Shirahoshi's words. "I'm sure. Brother Ron took me to the past, and I saw everything that happened before on the Fishman Island, and I saw the truth of everything," Kushing said with certainty. "Hody Jones has admired our hero Fisher Tiger from the Fishman Island since he was a child. He regards them as idols. He worships the Sun Pirates for resisting humans, attacking celestial dragons, and fighting against Marine. He wants to make the fishmen above humans and celestial dragons. What the mother did was to let the fishmen and humans live in peace, which was exactly in conflict with Hody Jones's goal. Seeing that the people of the Fishman Island were persuaded by the Queen Mother to sign, Hody Jones secretly thought about this. A conspiracy to hire a human gunman to attack the Queen Mother and then announce the attacker to the public to mislead the judgment of the Fishmen people. I heard Shirahoshi tell me what happened. This Hody Jones, he is the biggest sinner of my Fishman Island." Neptune clenched his fists and said angrily. "Father, let us arrest this Hody Jones and let him die to apologize." After hearing this, Prince Sharkstar immediately asked King Neptune angrily for orders. "Yes, father, let us go and catch this Hody Jones." The other two princes of the Emperor Star and Prince of the Rolling Star also said with angry faces. Neptune heard this and was about to nod in agreement. "Why, Queen Mother?" Prince Sharkstar asked very puzzledly. "Where is this Hody Jones now?" Princess Odahime asked after coming back to her senses. "Jinbei, let him in," Neptune said to the soldier. "Advertisement, what should we do?" Prince Wangxing asked. After a while, Jinbei came to Neptune. "King Neptune, Jinbei wants to see you," a fishman soldier came to inform. "We need to consider this in the long run," Princess Odahime replied. 2,513,212,423,141. At this time, we should now find a way to let the public understand the truth of that year and understand that the culprit was Hody Jones. "Not now," Princess Odahime, who was silent on the side, suddenly said. "He is now in the no-no zone, Fishman Street," Sharkstar replied. "Ah, Princess Odahime." The soldier's eyes almost fell out when he saw Princess Odahime sitting next to King Neptune 1.4. "Jinbei, long time no see." After saying that, Princess Odahime thought for a while. "King Neptune. Princess Odahime, I'm here today." Princess Odahime. Jinbei didn't react at first, but just after saying a few words, he suddenly realized that Princess Odahime is standing next to Neptune, like the soldier just now. His eyes almost fell out and he exclaimed loudly. Princess Odahime said calmly. Yes, yes." Zhaobing put away his surprise and replied. "Even if we catch Hody and execute him now, the people will not know the truth about that matter. If we just rely on our empty words to tell the people the truth, as long as Hody Jones does not admit it, it will be difficult for the people to believe that Hody Jones will bribe him. Human gunmen came to secretly kill their own princess." Chapter 383 Hody Jones's actions. Seeing Princess Odahime greeting him, Jinbei's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. "Are you really Princess Odahime?" "It's true." Princess Odahime saw Jinbei's expression, winked at Jinbei and said with a smile. "Jinbei, it's a long story. You tell me what's your problem first, and then I'll let Sharkstar explain it to you," Neptune said from the side. Oh, okay. Jinbei coughed twice, collected his emotions, and his expression became serious. King Neptune. There is something strange happening in Fishman Street. I met Hody Jones in Fishman Street. Hody Jones took the initiative to find me and talk to me. From his conversation with me, I felt that this guy's thoughts were extreme. One day ago, 13 Jinbei and Haki drank wine in Yuman Street late at night, and then they went home separately. On the way home, Jinbei suddenly remembered something, so he went to Hachi's residence to discuss it with Hachi. Advertisement, Hody, what do you want to do? Are you crazy? When Jinbei passed by the Fishman Club near Hachi's residence, Hachi's voice suddenly came from inside. Uncle Eighth, Hody, have misjudged you. How much I admired you when I was with Brother Arlong. You were strong, passionate, and ambitious, and you did so many things that made me admire you. That's I regard you as my idols and heroes. But what now? Uncle Eighth, are you old? Arlong was defeated, and you were also destroyed. You no longer have the magnanimity, passion and ambition you had back then. Originally I thought, no matter what, you were my idol when you were young. It was your deeds that made me grow so strong. You were defeated, and your eighth uncle also lost his passion and was unwilling to participate in my new journey. I will not force Uncle Eight to form a new Fishman pirate group. But Uncle Eight, not only are you scared out of your wits by humans, you also come to block my way, prevent me from seizing the Fishmen's political power, and unite the power of the Fishman Island to seize the world's great plan to promote our fishmen. Are you looking for death? I can't keep you today, I'm sorry, Uncle Eight. Whatever your Fishman pirate group has not completed, my new Fishman pirate group will definitely help you complete it, so you can rest assured go ahead. Jinbei, who was outside, heard that Hody Jones was going to kill Zauba, and immediately rushed in, punched Hody Jones away, and then ran away with Zauba. King Neptune. Because Hody Jones was exposed by me yesterday, he knows that I will definitely come to Dragon Palace City to report to you. They should soon gather their strength and launch a battle to seize power. Please King, please do it in advance, get ready. Jinbei said to Neptune with a solemn expression in a serious tone. Has this Hody Jones planned it for a long time? From the beginning of arranging for the human gunman to assassinate Princess Odahime to the current entangled forces to seize the power of the Fishman Island, every step of his. They are all forcing the Fishman Island to launch a full-scale war with humans, Captain also said with a solemn face. Advertisement, King Neptune. What did you say? Hody Jones bribed human gunmen to assassinate Princess Odahime? Jinbei was shocked when he heard Neptune's words. That's right, the human gunman was hired by Hody Jones to assassinate the princess. Hody's purpose was to make the fishmen misunderstand that the princess was killed by humans, so that the fishmen would completely lose hope in humans. I asked Hody Jones to hide the human corpse back then. Why didn't he listen to me and just publish the human corpse to the public? At that time, he just wanted to destroy the peaceful coexistence between fishmen and humans. What's the matter? That B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* words and cursed angrily. Father, the matter is urgent and cannot be delayed any longer. I will gather the troops right away and ask them to work hard to search and exterminate Hody and his gang. Prince Sharkstar asked for orders. Father, I will go to the city to lay out the layout. As long as Hody Jones dares to come, I guarantee that he will never come back. Prince 340 also asked for orders. Father, I will resettle the residents of the Undersea and prepare them for evacuation as soon as possible. Prince Sunset also asked for orders. Okay, you go quickly, but there is no need for layout of the Imperial Star in Dragon Palace City. You should immediately notify the entrance inspection soldiers of Dragon Palace City and ask them not to allow anyone else to pass except for us royal family members. You can take the lead yourself. A team of people are watching from the side. Neptune ordered. Is it okay if the father's palace is not decorated? Huang Xing asked, feeling a little uneasy. No need. Now that we know the ambitions of Hody Jones and his gang, we are prepared. As long as the entrance to Dragon Palace City is not connected, they will not be able to enter Dragon Palace City even if they are extremely capable. Neptune was very confident, said to the Emperor Star Master. Dragon Palace City is indeed an absolutely safe imperial city. It has only one entrance. As long as the enemy is not allowed in there, the enemy cannot attack at all. Chapter 384 Kidnapping Shirahoshi. Prince Huang Xing led a group of Fishman soldiers to personally monitor the entrance. Prince Shark led the Neptune elite troops to Fishman Street to search and eliminate Hody Jones and his gang. The Prince of the Overturned Star led a Neptune elite force to resell the people and serve as backup. Jinbei also remains in the Dragon Palace as the last guardian. In this way, the entire the Fishman Island fell into a tense atmosphere. Brother Ron, how good is Hody Jones? Can my brothers defeat them? Shirahoshi said to Ron worriedly. Don't worry, it's okay, even if your brothers can't beat Hody Jones, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you, Ron said warmly. At this time, Ron looked at what happened on the Fishman Island with a mentality of watching a show for fun. If he took action now and the matter would be solved instantly, what fun would there be? Well, thank you, Brother Ron, Shirahoshi said with relief after hearing Ron's words. Shirahoshi, do you yearn for the outside world? Ron felt that his relationship with Shirahoshi was already very good. Shirahoshi trusted him very much, so he started the Shirahoshi abduction plan. Think about it, I've always wanted to know what the outside world is like. From the time I was born to now, I have only stayed on the Fishman Island, No, I have only stayed in this Dragon Palace city, and I have basically never been to the bottom of the Fishman Island. I have not even been to the whole picture of the Fishman Island. I have never been to all the places. It's the forest of the sea that Brother Ron took me to yesterday. It's Shirahoshi's first time to go there. Advertisement, Brother Ron, what is the outside world like? Is the outside world as big as the Fishman Island? Shirahoshi asked Ron with a face longing for the outside world. Let me tell you this, the Fishman Island is just an island, so it is called the Fishman Island. But many of you fish people regard the Fishman Island as your entire world, and think that your world is the Fishman Island. So big. And what world? How big is the real world? The real world on land, it has thousands of islands, the sky is endless, the sunlight there is the sunlight that directly shines on the earth, and you the fish the sunshine on Men Island is the light that your sun tree Eve absorbs the sunlight from the land and transmits it to your the Fishman Island. The world there is boundless and the things are endless, and you will never see them all in your lifetime. Ron described the world on the ground to Shirahoshi. Looking at Shirahoshi's shining eyes and longing expression, he felt a burst of joy in his heart, knowing that he had basically succeeded in deceiving him. Wow! Such a magical world. I really want to see it. Shirahoshi couldn't help but sigh when he heard the world in Ron's words. If you want to see it, I can take you to see it in the future. I can take you wherever you want to go and see anything you want to see. Ron said softly and sincerely, staring into Shirahoshi's eyes. Really, Brother Ron, please don't lie to me, the entrance to Dragon Palace City. Hey, cheer up. This is an extraordinary period, and you must not relax at all. Prince Overturned Star encouraged the soldiers who were guarding the entrance. Prince Shark. We searched Fishman Street and found no trace of Hody Jones and his gang. A captain of Neptune's army reported to Prince Shark. It's okay, I have nothing to do anyway, Jinbei replied. Fishman Street. Advertisement, the subordinate shouted back loudly, turned around and continued to organize the search work and passed out. Okay, I will apply to my father and queen after the Fishman Island gets through this difficulty. Shirahoshi was very excited and said impatiently. How could my brother lie to you? You can go whenever you want, Ron said again. Just after the soldiers finished drinking the water, the soldiers shook their bodies one by one and fainted on the ground. How could Neptune and Princess Odahime have any objections? Ron was a huge kindness to the Fishman Island and their family. They had absolute trust and gratitude to Ron. Yes. The soldier replied loudly and neatly. Continue searching. Don't miss any details, Sharkstar ordered his subordinates again. Boss Jinbei. You don't need to do these things. Just rest aside and let the logistic soldiers work on these small things, Prince Kuaisei said respectfully to Jinbei. Ron felt happy when he saw that Shirahoshi had been successfully deceived. Come. This is the herbal tea that I asked my soldiers to get. Everyone, please have a drink. Jinbei came to Prince Kuaisei's side and said to the guarding soldiers. Besides, Ron is so capable and capable. If Shirahoshi can become Ron's crew and go on adventures with Ron, there will definitely be no problem with safety. And then the Fishman Island can also have Ron as a big tree as a backer. Who else will dare to cause trouble to the Fishman Island after that? What's going on? Where can they hide? Sharkstar wondered in his heart. Chapter 385 Riot. What is going on? You did it. Prince Wangxing saw the soldiers in front of him falling to the ground one after another. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. Jinbei hesitated and asked with a horrified face. Ha ha ha. Fall down. Jinbei on the side suddenly said with a weird smile. As Jinbei finished speaking, Prince Wangxing rolled his eyes, fell to the ground, and passed out. At this time, in the sky of the Fishman Island, a group of sea beasts suddenly appeared in the sky above the Fishman Island, flying straight towards Dragon City. Oh, what is that? It seems like a group of sea monsters. These sea beasts don't look like any prince's mounts. Some of the fishmen people in the bottom sea vaguely saw the group of sea beasts in the sky, and they were talking about it. What happened? The prince of the sunken star who was resettling residents in the bottom 010 sea discovered something strange. That's Hody Jones and his gang. Prince Cartoon is a prince after all, and his eyesight is much sharper than that of ordinary fishmen. Prince Kuaisei exclaimed. Immediately go to Mermaid Street and inform Brother Sharkstar that Hody Jones and his gang have appeared above the bottom of the sea. They're heading directly towards Dragon City. Their goal is to capture Dragon Palace City. Let them come back quickly for support. Prince Kuaishing quickly suppressed his surprise and ordered his subordinates. Advertisement, yes. The soldier answered loudly and quickly rushed to Fishman Street. Fishman Street. Hey, hello. This damn Fishman Street. The phone bug really doesn't work here. Prince Shark cursed while holding the phone bug. Do you know what the current situation in the city is like? Prince Sharkstar was a little worried about the situation in the city because he could not use the phone bug to contact his brother Sunset Star behind him. The Fishman Island bottom sea. Hey, hello, Brother Wangxing? Brother Wangxing? Prince Roller Star just wanted to get in touch with Prince Wangxing who was guarding the entrance of Dragon City, reminding him that Hody Jones and his gang were heading towards Dragon Palace City. However, there was no reply from Prince Huangxing on the phone. Prince Kaixing broke out in a cold sweat and had a vague feeling that something bad was going on in the city. All Neptune soldiers, follow me to defend Dragon Palace City. Destroy Hody Jones and his gang. The Prince of the Overturning Star loudly ordered his troops. The Prince of Tartarus couldn't care about so much at this time. The situation at the entrance of the Dragon Palace has most likely been controlled by Hody Jones and his gang. Although the Prince of Tartarus didn't understand how the entrance was out of control, now regardless of whether the entrance is out of control or not, intercepting Hody Jones and his gang before they arrive at the entrance, and then extinguishing Hody Jones with Prince Shark who rushed back, is the best way now. Just when the Prince of the Overturned Star and his soldiers had just boarded the flying fish, they were about to fly into the sky to intercept Hody Jones and his gang. Haha, Prince Kuaise, you can save your own life first. Haha. Let's have a big fight, brothers, BDFB, let's destroy as much as you like, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a group of Hody Jones's men appeared in front of Prince Kai's eyes. They were all arrogant. Prince Kai was shocked. The bold rebels dared appear in front of me, Prince Neptune. They are really seeking death, Team 5. You stay and take them down for me, Prince Overturn calmly ordered the soldiers. Advertisement: the top priority is to intercept Hody Jones and his gang. The group of guys in front of them were sent by Hody Jones to stop them. You underestimate the elite soldiers of my kingdom of Neptune. Hody Jones? Just this few people actually want to stop us? It's simply wishful thinking. Prince Overturned Star thought a little funny in his heart. Just when the Prince of the Overturned Star wanted to take other soldiers into the air to intercept Hody Jones and his gang. How is that possible? Are these people monsters? They're injured and not affected at all. There were screams. Kai Shing looked at the fifth team that was wiped out in an instant with a panic look on his face. Under normal circumstances, the combat effectiveness of this group of Neptune's elite soldiers is enough to make the group of rebels in front of them flee without a fight, but the reason why they were so arrogant at this time and wiped out all this group of soldiers in an instant, is because each of them took 3 poisonous pills. Taking 1 poisonous medicine can double one's strength. Taking 2 pills can make one's strength 4 times as normal. Taking 3 pills can make one's strength 8 times as normal. This poisonous medicine can also numb the nerves of the user. While the medicine takes effect, during this period, the eater cannot feel pain, and the eater will be unable to suppress the desire to kill in his heart, tearing up all enemies in front of him and destroying everything. Therefore, the Neptune elite troops at this time seemed too weak in front of the drugged Hody Jones and his gang. The entrance to Dragon Palace City. Looking at the group of unconscious soldiers in front of him, Jinbei looked proud. Ha, beep, beep. Suddenly the phone hidden on Jinbei's waist rang. Hey, Ari. Are you done? Hody Jones's voice came from the phone. Chapter 386 Great Knight Neptune. It's done, Hody, the so-called Jinbei suddenly replied in a woman's voice to Hody Jones on the other side of the phone. This connects the entrance passage to Dragon Palace City. The woman Hody called Ari said to Hody again. After saying that, Ari pulled the handbrake beside him and a water column appeared at the entrance of the Fishman Island, connecting the entrance. Okay, boys, Dragon Palace City already belongs to us. Rush in and capture Neptune. Hody Jones shouted loudly to his subordinates when he saw that the entrance to Dragon Palace City had been opened. Ha, Ryugon Castle, I'm coming, ha. Beautiful Princess Shirahoshi, ha. Hody Jones's men entered Dragon Palace City noisily. Inside Dragon Palace City. Hey, Pitstar, King Neptune called loudly to the phone bug. After a while, the weak voice of the Overturned Star Prince came from the phone bug. Father, quickly lead the troops to guard the entrance. Emperor Star, brother may have, something happened. After that there was no more sound from the phone bug. Hey, Cartoon. What's wrong with you? How's the situation over there? Neptune felt that the situation over there was not good, so he asked in panic. Captain Migu, take all the remaining soldiers to the entrance and see what's going on at the entrance. Yes. Everyone, come with me. Advertisement. Why can't I contact Sharkstar? Neptune tried to contact Sharkstar after the soldiers walked out, but there was still no reply. The Fishman Island Bottom Sea. You, don't be so arrogant, wait until my big brother Sharkstar comes back, I will kill you all. Prince Kue Shing was seriously injured at this time, but he still maintained a resisting posture. He said with pain and anger on his face. Haha, you'd better worry about yourself first, Prince Cartoon, said the alcohol-loving octopus man, the first swordsman under Hody Jones, with a red face. I don't know when Prince Shark will be back. Another one of Hody Jones' men carried a dying murloc and threw it in front of Prince Shark, and said with a treacherous smile. Prince Kue Shing took a closer look and found that the dying murloc soldiers were the signal soldiers he had asked to inform Brother Sharkstar. You guys. Kai Shing opened his blood-red eyes and shouted loudly, his tone full of anger and unwillingness. Haha. By the time Prince Shark leads your Neptune main force back, I'm afraid the Fishman Island has already been occupied by us, haha. Fishman Street. No, something's wrong. Hurry up and notify the soldiers to return quickly. Prince Shark finally realized that this might be Hody Jones's plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain. Not a single fishman was seen in this Fishman Street, and the phone bug could not be used here. This everything smells of conspiracy, in the Dragon Palace City. No way. They're too strong. Following a scream outside the door, Hody Jones invaded the depths of Dragon Palace City and came to King Neptune's side. Haha, King Neptune. Hello. Hody Jones looked at King Neptune with a sinister expression and said. Advertisement, Hody Jones. How did you get in? Neptune looked at Hody Jones angrily and said. It's just a Dragon Palace city. Do you really think no one can break it? Neptune, your era is over. From now on, I will be the new king of the Fishmen Island. HMPH. How can the Fishmen Island be led by a violent person like you? Today I will personally eliminate you and restore peace to the Fishmen Island. After Neptune finished speaking, he stood up, holding his own king's fork, ready to fight to the death with Hody and his gang. Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island, was the great knight of the Fishmen Island when he was young. He had extraordinary strength. He had the courage to stand in front of 10,000 men and was unrivaled. He once integrated the divided the Fishmen Island, the fishmen, the strong men on the island all convinced him. Seeing Neptune's tall and majestic figure and his invincible momentum, Hody Jones's men became timid and did not dare to step forward. You bunch of losers, why don't you hurry up? Hody Jones saw the frightened looks of his men and shouted loudly as he ordered. Yes, the subordinates saw Hody Jones's expression of annoyance and rushed towards Neptune. Hody Jones was extremely cruel. It was normal to kill his own subordinates. When the subordinates saw their boss angry, who dares to disobey orders? Those who disobey orders will only die. King's impact. As Neptune roared, the harpoon in his right hand rotated rapidly, forming a tornado current around himself. Those fishmen who rushed in front of Neptune were instantly swept up and swallowed by the current. There were screams. Chapter 387. Occupying Dragon Palace City. Murloc Karate. The sea current throws me over my shoulder. He rushed forward one after another, but was killed by Neptune one after another. After a while, half of the people who rushed in from Hody Jones and his group had been killed. Don't be afraid. Neptune is old. He is about to die. Hurry up and take him down in one go. Dragon Palace City is ours. Hody Jones shouted as he looked at his men with fear on their faces. At the same time, he took out the poison SE and gave each of them 2 pills. Eat. Ha. The men took the poison, their eyes were bloodshot, and they rushed towards Neptune with ferocious faces. 757, D. Jones also put 3 poisonous pills into his mouth. This is, Hody Jones? You actually took this evil medicine? Do you know what the consequences will be after taking this medicine? It will kill you. It will only overdraw your body and lifespan infinitely, Neptune said in shock to Hody Jones while fending off the enemy. To defeat you, to occupy Ryugu Castle, to rule the Fishmen Island, to let the Fishmen Island rule the world. We will not hesitate to sacrifice our lives. After Hody Jones finished speaking, the drug suddenly took effect, his eyes suddenly exploded, his face was ferocious, and he rushed towards Neptune like a crazy beast. These crazy people, Neptune exclaimed. Sea Storm, Neptune shouted, using all his strength to use his most powerful move. Boom, except for Hody Jones, all the other men were scattered in all directions. Advertisement. Hody Jones and Neptune stood in a stalemate for a while. With a scream, Hody Jones was thrown away and hit the wall of the palace. After this move, Neptune also held the harpoon in his hand, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Obviously, the move just now was performed by Neptune with almost all his strength. Except for Neptune's breathing, the surroundings fell into silence for a while. You keep getting stronger. Great night. Hody Jones stood up staggeringly and said. After Hody Jones finished speaking, he took out another handful of poison. Just when he was about to swallow the poison in his mouth, King Neptune shouted and threw the harpoon in his hand towards Hody Jones. Hody Jones was knocked down again. How could I give you a chance? Neptune gasped for air as he looked at the knocked down Hody Jones. Neptune, King, with a cry, Jinbei appeared in front of Neptune with blood on the corner of his mouth and a scarred appearance. King Neptune, are you okay? These treacherous gangsters secretly attacked me and caused me to be injured and fainted for a while. Jinbei moved to Neptune's side, said with a slightly weak tone. I'm fine, I've already solved them. Thank you for your hard work. Jinbei, Neptune's tense heart relaxed a little when he saw Jinbei's arrival. Go quickly and close the entrance, Neptune hurriedly said to Jinbei. It's closed, King Neptune, Jinbei replied. That's good. Neptune was completely relieved. Advertisement. At this time, Hody Jones and his gang, who had finished taking care of Prince Wangsheng in Dihai, entered Dragon Palace City and met with Hody Jones. After a while, seeing the panic expression on Neptune's face, the fake Jinbei just smiled sinisterly and walked towards Hody Jones on the ground. You're not, Jinbei. Who are you? After hearing this, Hody Jones smiled slightly, but she did not reply. Haha. Hody Jones stood up slowly. I finally understand how you got in, Neptune said as he knelt on the ground and looked at the fake Jinbei standing next to Hody Jones. Neptune was stabbed in the back by Jinbei. Knowing that this person was not Jinbei, he punched the opponent away and asked in shock. Haha. It's a pity that you knew it too late, King Upton. The fake Jinbei said sinisterly in a female voice. What a pity. King Neptune. It's just a little bit worse, Hody said coldly as he looked at Neptune, who was kneeling down and vomiting blood. Don't worry, King Neptune. We won't kill you until we capture Prince Shark and Princess Shirahoshi and reunite your family. It's okay, Hody Jones. Kill me. King Neptune looked at Hody Jones angrily and said. He picked up a few poisonous pills scattered on the ground and put them into Hody Jones's mouth. You have to thank me for this, the fake Jinbei said to Hody Jones from the side. Oh my. The battle is so fierce. The leader came in and saw 1.4 corpses of his group lying on the ground and couldn't help but say. I was almost killed by Neptune. It seems that I still underestimated the former great knight of the Fishman Island, Hody Jones said to the man. Let me help you go to rest first, Jinbei said and came behind Neptune. Chapter 388 The Truth That Shocked the World. Okay, boys. Search the Dragon Palace for me and find Princess Shirahoshi, Hody Jones ordered his subordinates. The only threat to us now is the main force of Neptune led by Sharkstar. I have the lives of his family in my hands, and I don't believe he will not surrender, Hody Jones thought treacherously. Boss Hody. We found Princess Shirahoshi, and we also captured Princess Oduthime, a subordinate ran over to report. Who? Princess Odahime. Are you she having fun with Lousy? Believe it or not, Lousy will kill you now. Hody Jones was stunned at first, then looked at the subordinate angrily, with a look on his face killing intention said. How dare I? Dare to make fun of you, boss. Even if I borrow 100 of my subordinates, I wouldn't dare. It's really Princess Odahime. Seeing that the boss didn't believe it, the subordinate quickly explained that he was about to kill himself. Road. Boss. Look, the subordinate said, bringing Shirahoshi and Princess Odahime over. 13 Auto. Odahime. Princess Odahime. Hody Jones couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the person standing in front of him. Hody Jones. Princess Odahime looked at Hody angrily and said. So you're not dead, Princess Odahime, Hody said in shock after recovering. It turns out that you have been faking your death for so many years. Is King Neptune doing this to protect you? To prevent you from being assassinated by humans again, the main prince lobbying the people on your behalf? That must be the case. Haha. Hody and Xiaoyan smiled. That's fine, Princess Odahime. I will let the people of the Fishman Island see that the great Princess Odahime, who once firmly believed that humans and fish people can live in peace and worked hard to promote equal treatment between humans and fish people, actually wanted to fake death to avoid human harm, deceive the people, and win their sympathy, so that the fish people will understand that the great Princess Odahime who leads them to live in peace with humans is also afraid of humans. She does not dare to implement her own beliefs, to the end. Hody Jones said. No, you bad guy, Shirahoshi shouted from the sidelines. Oh, Princess Shirahoshi. She is so beautiful. She has become so beautiful after not seeing you for so many years. What a pity. You have terrifying power and cannot be kept, otherwise I will definitely not kill you. Now I understand why that guy Vanderdyken is obsessed with you. Advertisement. Someone, take them to the square and reunite them with Neptune and the two princes. After hearing Hody's words, several men took Shirahoshi and Princess Odahime down. Turn on the island-wide broadcast. Hody Jones came to the broadcast room of Dragon Palace City and ordered his subordinates. Yes. Wow. Hello fellow citizens of the Fishman Island, there is also Prince Shark outside Dragon Palace City. I am Hody Jones, your new leader. The image of Hody Jones appeared on various radio screens across the country under the Fishman Island. Did Ryugon Castle be captured? Where's King Neptune? Who is this guy? Hody Jones. What should we do, Prince Shark? We have to rush to the square to rescue King Neptune, said the general under Prince Shark. In an hour, we will impose sanctions on everyone in the Neptune royal family in the central square. At the same time, I will receive an audience from my people there. I will welcome those who want to be my people and those who don't want to be mine. People, Hody Jones said with a terrifying smile. Yes, an earth-shattering reply. Hody Jones? Has King Father been defeated? As soon as the Neptune army led by Sharkstar arrived at the center of the bottom sea, they saw Hody Jones appearing on the radio and felt panic in their hearts. Advertisement. All soldiers listened to the order. Advance to the central square at full speed, Prince Sharkstar loudly ordered to all the soldiers. After Sharkstar stabilized the morale of the army, 960 turned to look at Hody Jones on the screen. Hody Jones? The king was beaten? That's a lie? People across the island panic when Hody Jones appears on the radio screen. When Sharkstar's soldiers saw this scene, they all started talking in a panic. New leader. People all over the country were plunged into panic, and people felt that the sky of the Fishman Island had collapsed. Stop talking. Don't panic, everyone. We are Neptune's main elite force. As long as we are still there will be no problems in the Neptune kingdom. Do you understand? Seeing that the morale of his men was wavering, Sharkstar quickly used high-pitched and loud words to stabilize the morale of the troops. Sharkstar calmed down his mood. Hody Jones is on the radio. After saying that, Hody Jones turned off the broadcast. Where's King Neptune? And Prince Shark? If you want to save your family, take your army to the central square and surrender to me an hour ago. In that case, I will regard you as giving up your throne to me, and I can consider letting you go. One Horse. Chapter 389 The Truth That Shocked the World 2. The Fishman Island Central Square. King Neptune, Prince Overturn Star and Prince Emperor Star were tied up and hung in the center of the square. Shirahoshi and Princess Odahime are tied to pillars. Hody Jones was sitting on a high platform in the square, with several core members of the new Fishman pirates standing beside him, and his men were distributed in every corner of the square. Time passed minute by minute and Hody Jones sat quietly, waiting. Suddenly, a Fishman figure appeared on the edge of the central square of the Fishman Island. The Fishman figure slowly appeared with a slight trembling. Looking at the expression, there was fear in the confusion, as if he was very reluctant and forced to go without a case. After the first Fishman appeared, one after another the Fishmen appeared around the square. They were all the same as the first Fishman, with confusion and fear in their eyes and expressions. They didn't know what was coming next. Island, what will it look like in the future? Can Prince Shark lead the army to regain the dominance of the Fishman Island? What kind of future is waiting for them? Ah, that's... A Fishman saw a familiar figure tied to Princess Shirahoshi's side. He took a closer look and immediately shouted to the Fishman next to him. The Fishmen were very puzzled when they heard the Fishman's scream, and looked along the direction of the mermaid's finger. Ah, Princess Odahime, real or fake, are we dreaming? Advertisement, Princess Odahime is still alive. Hasn't Princess Odahime died 10 years ago? Did Princess Odahime fake her death? Did she lie to us when she died? Why did Princess Odahime fake her death? Hey, Princess Odahime, are you really Princess Odahime? After everyone saw the princess clearly, they all looked shocked and puzzled. They commented one after another, and some even shouted directly to Princess Odahime. Hody Jones saw the shocked expressions of the fishmen around him, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly when they saw Princess Odahime. That's right. Don't doubt what you saw. The mermaid in front of you is your respected and beloved Princess Odahime, Hody Jones said to the fishmen around him. Yes, everyone, I am Princess Odahime. Princess Odahime saw everyone's disbelieving faces and gave them a definite answer, shouting loudly. Ah, it's really Princess Odahime. Princess Odahime is not dead. What a joy it would have been a few days ago. The fish people started talking again after hearing Princess Odahime's words. Advertisement. After seeing the reactions of the fishmen, Hody continued. I know that the biggest doubt in your hearts now is why Princess Odahime is still alive. All the fishmen stopped talking when they heard Hody Jones's words. Hody Jones saw that all the fishmen were silent, and continued. At first, I thought Princess Odahime had died long ago. Before I entered Ryugu City, I always believed this. But when I entered Ryugu Castle and saw Princess Odahime with my own eyes, I realized that I had been deceived. We were all deceived. Princess Odahime was not dead at all. The human gunman did not kill Princess Odahime. Then why did Princess Odahime fake her death? Yes, why? The fishmen couldn't help but ask with doubts in their hearts. That's because Princess Odahime, whom we have always loved and respected, is scared, Hody roared and continued. The day Princess Odahime was attacked was the day when our agreement was about to be signed. Did anyone think that? Those humans don't really want that agreement with us. They actually just used this agreement to send Princess Odahime away. As for the content promised above, they didn't even think about fulfilling it. They just didn't believe that we fishmen would believe that agreement. They didn't expect us. The fishmen will sign that agreement. But they underestimated Princess Odahime's appeal. They sent people as spies and found out that the fishmen of the Fishman Island actually believed in the agreement and signed it, so he secretly rebelled. They found an opportunity and burned the agreement we had just signed. In order to completely give up our hope of living together as equals with others, they wanted to secretly kill our Princess Odahime. No, it's not like that. Don't listen to his nonsense. Princess Odahime heard that Hody Jones was deliberately distorting the truth, and shouted loudly, Good king, good, to the fishmen around her. That's it. In order to avoid human assassination, King Neptune wanted to protect you, so he announced to all the fishmen on the island that you died in that attack, so that those who were lurking on the Fishman Island could the human killer in the corner mistakenly thought you were dead, so that you could be safe. But what followed was that you could no longer appear in front of the people of the Fishman Island, and your existence could not be known to everyone. You have been hiding in Dragon Palace City for 10 years without showing up. The Fishman Island fish people have thought you were dead for these 10 years. This is the best proof. Hody Jones said with a sullen face and a powerful and firm tone. Chapter 390 The Truth That Shocked the World 3. Ah, that's it. Here comes the hateful man. Sure enough, humans still can't be trusted. Princess Odahime faked her death to avoid being hunted by humans. You actually pushed Princess Odahime to this point. Humans. We fishmen are at odds with you. After hearing what Hody Jones said, all the fish people believed it to be true, and their hearts ignited endless hatred for humans. No, it's not like that. You. Princess Odahime saw that the fishmen around her believed Hody Jones's words, and shouted eagerly and loudly to the fishmen. That's it. Hody Jones interrupted Princess Odahime with a louder roar. Princess Odahime, until now, you are still stubborn. Human beings have pushed you into this situation. You still believe that there are good people among human beings. You can't go out to incite the people, so you let your 3 sons do it. You are undoubtedly pushing me, the fishman, into a human trap. You are so stupid and naive. 830. Hody Jones said this, stopped, and looked into Princess Odahime's eyes with treacherous eyes. We will take revenge on humanity, damn humans. There is no good person in mankind. We must become stronger and eliminate all those hateful people. Unite. We will eradicate evil. Advertisement. All the fishmen were blinded by hatred and shouted with ferocious faces. Everyone, it's not like this, it's not like this, don't listen to this evil person. Princess Odahime shouted anxiously when she saw the misled and angry fishman. Want to explain the truth? However, no matter how much Princess Odahime shouted with all her strength, her voice could only be drowned in the noisy and angry shouts of the crowd. Ha ha, ha, be dage, ha. Hody Jones saw the anxious and helpless Princess Odahime in front of her, with a mocking smile on her face as if her plot had succeeded. Just when Princess Odahime was worried, everyone, don't be bewitched by Hody Jones, Princess Odahime is still alive. I just saw her, and it's not what Hody Jones said. King Neptune, who was seriously injured, shouted with all his strength. Hearing King Neptune's voice, the noisy fishmen fell silent. King Neptune, fake, Hody Jones is lying to us? Hearing King Neptune's words, the fish people's hearts began to waver again. Neptune, you are really good, you were seriously injured and hung up by me for such a long time, but you still haven't lost consciousness, Hody Jones said while looking at Neptune. King Neptune, please stop deceiving us now. Where else could the princess be if she hadn't been in the palace for the past 10 years? She must have been staying in the palace. Advertisement, haha, haha. From now on, the Fishmen Island will unite under the leadership of me, Hody Jones, to wipe out those evil humans one by one on the sea, and return everything they took from us. We will pay back double. We want to rule the world and rule mankind. We are the most noble creatures in the world. Haha. Are you the king? Don't you know that Princess Odahime is still alive? Do you think that the people of the Fishmen Island are all fools? Hody Jones saw that Neptune was trying to shake the public anger that he had managed to incite, so he hurriedly to disturb the minds of the people. Hody Jones and his gang seemed to be enjoying the carnival at the moment before they let go of the light and stepped into the darkness. Everything I said is true. As a king, I will not lie to you. Neptune ignored Hody Jones and continued to speak to the fishmen people. Haha, haha, Hody Jones and the men around him laughed proudly. This feeling of justice being oppressed by evil violently stimulated Shirahoshi's body and mind, making him unable to breathe. Shirahoshi felt heartache, dizziness. Under the interference of Hody Jones, the fish people returned to the wrong cognition. Everyone, don't. Neptune wanted to say something more when he saw this, but he was old, frail and seriously injured. No matter how much he opened his mouth, he was still speechless. King Neptune still wants to deceive us. The end result is Princess Odahime is still alive. How could you not know about it? Shirahoshi's heart is pure white and clean. Her soul is like a piece of snow-white paper, without a single flaw. Right. A cry echoed throughout the world. When Shirahoshi saw the scene in front of him, his righteous father, mother, and brother were tied up and tortured. The Murloc people who did not know the truth were deceived by Hody Jones and felt revenge and anger in their hearts. They screamed crazily with ferocious faces, and the evil, however, Hody Jones and his gang had an ugly laugh as their evil deeds succeeded. Chapter 391 The Truth That Shocked the World 4. A deafening scream. Everyone was shocked by Shirahoshi's voice and stood motionless. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Boom. Boom. Boom boom. Following an earthquake in the Fishmen Island, a group of supergiant sea kings surrounded the entire the Fishmen Island, and their eyes were like a mountain. Sea kings. What's going on? So many sea kings are going to die for us. The fishmen on the island and Hody Jones and his gang were all shocked when the sea kings appeared, and screamed as if the end of the world was coming. One place above, following Shirahoshi's scream, a group of sea kings appeared. On a hilltop not far from the central square of the Fishmen Island, Ron, Nami and Hancock stood on top and looked over, hearing Shirahoshi's scream and watching. Seeing a large group of sea kings gathering, Ron smiled slightly, and Ron's body emitted a powerful Conqueror's Haki. Those sea kings were instantly shocked and stopped swimming. Central Square. Advertisement Shirahoshi was also frightened by the group of sea kings summoned by him. However, seeing that the sea kings had no intention of harming him, Shirahoshi calmed down. In fact, Shirahoshi was not afraid of the sea kings. He felt scared at first sight. As time went by, it felt very friendly. Don't believe the words of the bad guy Hody Jones in front of you. He is deceiving you. Don't be deceived. My queen mother really just met us. She has been living in the country of daughters for the past 10 years. Back then, my queen mother, the truth about the assassination is not what Hody Jones says. The human gunman was not sent by humans to assassinate the queen at all. The human gunman was bribed by Hody Jones to kill the queen. Hody Jones has always hated humans. He does not want us fishmen to establish friendly relations with humans. So after seeing that what the queen mother was doing was about to succeed, he secretly found humans to make a deal, making us mistakenly think that humans had assassinated the queen mother, thus completely destroying the hope of establishing friendly relations between the fishmen and humans. He started from 10 years ago. He is already planning his conspiracy secretly, and killing his mother to undermine the establishment of diplomatic relations is only the first step. He also planned to rule the Fishmen Island, and then attack humans, seize wealth, and rule the world. Now he has launched a war to seize power as proof. Taking advantage of the support of sea kings, Shirahoshi quickly said everything he knew and could think of. A certain mountain top. Haha, Shirahoshi is so eloquent. He explained everything clearly in such a short time, Ron said with an expression of praise. I just saw the group of sea kings she summoned and it was really shocking, Nami exclaimed. That's a cool move. With a loud shout, a group of such huge sea kings are summoned. Such large sea kings are rare, the Empress said calmly. Ron originally turned around to see what they thought of Shirahoshi's eloquence, but found that their concerns were not in the same place as his. Little sea kings, no matter how big or small they are, in my eyes, they are all here to deliver meat, Ron thought indifferently. On the central square, not long after Shirahoshi finished speaking, the group of sea kings slowly sank into the sea one by one with their belly turned over. As everyone watched the large group of sea kings disappear, they felt relieved. People began to think seriously about Princess Shirahoshi's words. If you think about it carefully, what Princess Shirahoshi said makes sense. Advertisement, Hody Jones ruined an important opportunity for us to live in harmony with humanity. He is a sinner. After thinking for a while, everyone began to believe Shirahoshi's words. Corpse. With the sound of metal hitting. When Hody Jones saw the people in front of him turning against him again, his face suddenly turned murderous. He turned to Shirahoshi and said, "It's so scary, Princess Shirahoshi. Your power is really intimidating." Hody appeared in front of a fishman named Mia. How could the princess lie to us when she is still a child? Hody Jones suddenly jumped up and attacked the fishman people like an arrow, shouting ferociously in the air. That's right, it's just like Princess Shirahoshi said. I hate humans. I hate those who want to establish diplomatic relations with humans. Do you know how many Murlocs humans have killed us over the years? You have forgotten, but I have not forgotten. Yami? I remember you signed the prince's agreement again, right? I'll do the surgery on you first. We were scammed. Princess will not lie to us. Shirahoshi is a child and can't lie. Call, real. Princess Odahime turned out to be assassinated by Hody Jones. Finished. The fishman trembled when he saw the harpoon in Hody Jones's hand about to be inserted into his body. Hody Jones and his gang also breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the group of sea kings sinking to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 392 Prince Shark arrives. Hody Jones. You are not allowed to harm the people of my Dragon Palace Kingdom. Prince Sharkstar held a weapon and stood in front of the Mia fishman, blocking Hody's attack weapon and said angrily. Oh, Prince Shark. I thought you were scared out of your wits and didn't dare to show up. Hody Jones was a little surprised, but then he became cold again and said with red eyes. You are a rebellious thug bent on killing. I will punish you on the spot. Prince Sharkstar drank. Kill the current. Prince Sharkstar knew very well the principle of catching the thief first, so he used all his strength from the very beginning, hoping to capture Hody Jones quickly, so that, 280, and his men would be defeated without a fight. Haha. Don't be so irritable, Prince Shark. Do you want to kill yourself as soon as you get started? Hody Jones was not afraid at all when he saw Prince Shark's powerful blow. I saw Hody Jones raising the harpoon in his hand and moving forward. Chang, the knife and fork intersected, and the situation was deadlocked for a while. Boom. Advertisement with an explosion. Hody Jones took 2 steps back, and Prince Shark also took 2 steps back. Haha. That's right. It turns out that the father of a tiger has no son. No wonder Neptune regards you as his successor. This kind of power can be said to be the best among the Neptune army. After Hody Jones stood firm, he praised Prince Shark. Prince Shark steadied himself. After hearing what Hody Jones said, he just looked at Hody Jones coldly without replying. He was also surprised in his heart. As a prince, he was very talented and had his own father, the great Knight Ni. According to Puton's teachings, he believes that he is the strongest person in the current Fishman Island where Jinbei left, except his father. But what Prince Shark never expected was that Hody Jones, who was born in Fishman Street since childhood, was as strong as himself. Everyone, come on, kill Hody Jones. A general from the Neptune army nearby saw that Prince Shark didn't knock Hody Jones down with a single blow, and quickly asked the soldiers next to him to help Prince Shark. Haha, Prince Sharkstar, are you planning on fighting to the death with your handsome army? Hody Jones said with a smile when he saw Neptune's soldiers rushing toward him. Stop. Prince Shark stopped the soldiers who rushed forward. The soldiers heard Prince Shark's order and stopped. Why, Prince Sharkstar? The general on the side asked Prince Sharkstar with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't you see that his men behind him are already going to war with us? Advertisement. The general looked at the men behind Hody Jones. They were all fierce and ready for a battle. Then, let's start the war. How can our Neptune regular army be afraid of rebels like them? The general said not to target Prince Shark, but because he was a soldier and had a certain feeling in his heart. With a competitive spirit and an unwillingness to admit defeat, he saw the arrogant expressions of Hody and his gang in front of him, who did not take their Neptune army seriously, and couldn't help but have the urge to defeat them. Calm down. Who are we around? They are the people of the Fishman Island. We are at war with Hody here. What about these fishmen people? Prince Shark reminded. Hearing Prince Sharkstar's words, the general looked up and saw a group of unarmed fishmen standing around. He immediately understood Prince Sharkstar's situation and was very moved in his heart. Having such a prince who loves his people like a son is really the Fishman Island. What a blessing. The general's love for Prince Shark suddenly deepened, and he secretly made up his mind that he would not let the Neptune kingdom be overthrown by Hody Jones and his gang, even if he sacrificed his own life. No matter what. How is it? Prince Shark. Have you thought about it? How do you choose? There was a crowd behind Hody Jones. Hody Jones looked at Prince Shark arrogantly and asked, "Why does Hody Jones have so many followers? This battle is not going to be easy. The Neptune soldiers, may not get any favors from us," Prince Sharkstar thought in his mind. After pondering for a moment, Prince Sharkstar made up his mind. "Hody Jones. I know you are a very competitive person who worships the strong. You are very strong." Sharkstar looked at Hody and said, "I am also a competitive person. I have never been defeated in the Fishman Island since I was born in 0.9 years old. If you want me to surrender to you, it is very simple. We have a fair fight, one-on-one. You come with me. How about the loser surrendering to the winner? Do you dare?" Prince Shark looked at Hody Jones and said with a solemn face. When Hody Jones heard Prince Shark's words, his expression slowly changed from a mocking smile to a cold smile. "Okay, I accept." Hody looked at Prince Shark with a cold expression and replied. Prince Shark felt delighted when he heard Hody Jones agree. He believed that he would never lose to Hody Jones one-on-one. Chapter 393 Hody Jones, Prince Shark. When some of Hody Jones' subordinates saw that their boss was going to fight Prince Shark in a one-on-one fight, they all shouted excitedly, with expressions on their faces as if they were watching a show. They were not worried at all that their boss would lose. Hody Jones is the strongest player of the new generation in Fishman Street since Fisher Tiger and Jinbei. Fishman Street is a no-no-no zone, where there is no government to maintain order and no expressly stipulated laws, but the fishmen living there have their own set of survival rules, which is that strength is king. If you want to dominate Fishman Street, you must rely on your own strong strength to fight, your fists must be hard, and your strikes must be ruthless. It is difficult for a fishman without strength and weakness to gain a foothold in Fishman Street. The strongest players in the first two generations of Fishman Street were Fisher Tiger and Jinbei. Fisher Tiger was before Jinbei. Fisher Tiger was born with a strong, burly and powerful physique. In addition, he continued to work hard to protect himself and survive in the chaotic environment of Fishman Street. He grew up quickly and defeated the fish when he became an adult. The largest evil force that bullied the weak at the time became the recognized big brother of Fishman Street, 13. When Fisher Tiger became the strongest man in Fishman Street, Jinbei was not yet an adult at that time, but Jinbei has always admired the strong and advocated power. He continued to learn Fishman karate in order to surpass his idol brother Tiger. Later, Fisher Tiger left the Fishman Island because of his ideal to travel the world. Fishman Street, which had finally calmed down, became chaotic again because of Fisher's departure. In the end, due to Jinbei's diligent practice of Fishman karate and his understanding of the secret of Fishman karate, Jinbei defeated all the restless fishmen in Fishman Street and became the big brother of Fishman Street. When the two former Fishman Street brothers became famous, Hody Jones was still a child, but when he saw Tiger and Jinbei, his heart was hot. He was like many children, worshipping these two powerful elder brothers. But he saw the powerful power possessed by Tiger and Jinbei, saw the sun pirates they led defeating enemies one after another, defeating marine warships one after another, and bounties rising again and again, and his heart changed. He changed from worshipping power to being obsessed with power. He believed that power can bring everything to people. As long as there is strong power, wealth and glory can be snatched from others. The strong desire for power in his heart swallowed him up. His heart was broken, and he went to extremes in order to gain great power. He began to frantically search for a way to get power, and he did whatever it took to get it. Finally, he learned about the SE poisonous medicine from the history of the Fishman Island, and successfully found the legendary SE evil medicine. After taking the poisonous medicine, Hody Jones felt completely invincible. Advertisement: after obtaining the power key of the SE poison, Hody Jones and his men have doubled their power. Hody began to carry out the last step of his plan for many years, to seize the power of the Fishman Island. Hody Jones can become the big brother of Fishman Street by relying on his own strength. Although his strength is not as good as Fisher Tiger and Jinbei, he has the bonus of the SE poison. After taking the SE poison, the Hody Jones calculation is not afraid of the elder brothers of the previous two generations. These Hody Jones's men are clear about it, so when Hody's men see their old Yamato Sharkstar Prince duel, they are not worried at all that Hody Jones will lose. "Oh, boss Hody Jones, kill Star Shark. Let him know how powerful the boss is." Hody Jones was very happy to hear the shouts of his men behind him. Hody Jones just enjoyed this moment when he was a strong man and was noticed and admired by the fishmen around him. These shouts were like stimulants for Hody Jones. Excited Hody Jones' whole body was shaking with excitement. Hody Jones' men shouted in uproar. "You actually dare to choose a duel with the boss, you're looking for death." Prince Shark's strength and character are deeply admired by his generals and soldiers. They have never seen Prince Shark fail in anything over the years, and they have never doubted that Prince Shark will fail one day. Ha 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 ha. The men behind Hody Jones suddenly heard the shouts of the Neptune soldiers. The sound was really deafening. No matter how loud they shouted, they tried to cover up the Neptune soldiers' voices. It's all to no avail. After all, how can the noise of a few words be compared to the chorus of regular troops shouting? The soldiers behind Sharkstar Prince suddenly roared like thunder. The neat rows of soldiers with tall and straight postures, led by the generals, cheered for Prince Sharkstar in unison. The momentum was earth-shattering. In an instant, the din behind Hody Jones was drowned out. Advertisement: Prince Shirahoshi grew up rapidly under Neptune's careful training. At the age of 14, Prince Shirahoshi defeated the captain of the Ryugu Castle Guards. At the age of 15, he defeated the Admiral Army of Neptune's army. Prince Sharkstar heard the voices of the soldiers behind him cheering for him, and there was no wave on his face. He just looked at Hody Jones and his eyes suddenly became more determined and sharp, and his heart was ignited with fighting spirit and blood like a raging fire. Prince Sharkstar is the first prince of Neptune. He was born to King Neptune and Princess Odahime at the right age. He is naturally handsome, physically strong and fit, and has been smart and sensible since he was a child. His mind is far superior to that of his peers, and his ambition is high and high. Benevolent and righteous, Neptune loved his son very much. He had carefully trained and disciplined him since he was a child, and taught him everything he had learned throughout his life. Prince Sharkstar is the strongest. Roar, roar, roar. Prince Sharkstar will win. Roar, roar, roar. Prince Sharkstar will win. Roar, roar, roar. Prince Sharkstar, I feel so sorry for you. Comparing the group of people on both sides at this time, it suddenly appeared that the person standing behind Hody Jones was a ragtag group of people. After that, Jinbei became the new guard captain of Ryugu Castle. Jinbei was just starting out in Fishman Karate at that time and was famous. Prince Shark also competed with him, but he did not decide the winner. Prince Shark also learned from Jinbei. He learned some Fishman Karate moves, which greatly improved Sharkstar King 290's strength. The men behind Hody Jones also realized that no matter how loud they were, it was useless. Their momentum was completely suppressed by the Neptune soldiers, and they slowly stopped shouting with guilty conscience. In the past few years, although Prince Sharkstar has been burdened with heavy responsibilities and heavy government affairs, he has always attached great importance to strength training and spent as much time as possible to enhance his strength. How strong is Prince Sharkstar now? No one knows for sure, but one thing is certain, the current Sharkstar Prince is only stronger than before. Chapter 394 Showdown. Hody Jones, who was still immersed in the sounds of his men just now, stared at Prince Shark and the Neptune soldiers behind him with wide eyes. He looked unhappy, and his left hand slowly dropped, and at the same time, his arms a stream of seawater seeped out. Yagasame. Hody Jones' left arm suddenly swung towards the leading general next to Prince Sharkstar. Ah! The general exclaimed in surprise when he saw the water arrows all over the sky suddenly attacking him. Boom! At the moment when the water arrow was about to hit the general, Prince Shark's weapon suddenly appeared and blocked the water arrow. Hody Jones. So that's all you have? Prince Sharkstar put away his weapon and looked at Hody Jones and said mockingly. I, Hody Jones, was born in Fishman Street. I have lived in Fishman Street since I was a child and have been despised and bullied by countless people older than me. Therefore, the last thing I can tolerate is for others to overpower me. The moment I became the boss of Fishman Street, I swore that I would never lose. Prince Shark, there is no way you can win me. Hody Jones shouted angrily at Prince Shark. He attacked Prince Sharkstar with a murderous look on his face. Come on. Prince Sharkstar said in a confident tone without any panic when facing the sudden attack of Hody Jones. Murloc Karate. Plum Blossom Skin. Prince Shark shouted and used the Murloc Karate he learned from Jinbei. Prince Shark was seen facing Hody Jones's weapon, the harpoon, with his right hand thrusting his weapon into the ground, his left hand standing upright in front of his chest, and his right hand across the middle of his left hand. Call. The moment Hody Jones hit Prince Shark's arm, there was a sound like hitting an iron object. Hody's eyes widened and he was very curious when he saw this. The moment Prince Shark blocked the weapon in Hody's hand, he immediately turned his right hand to defend and used the short-distance burst movement technique of Fishman Karate. He came to Hody Jones in an instant and punched Hody Jones's with all his strength. Hit to the abdomen. Advertisement. Boom. A punch hit Hody Jones firmly in the abdomen. Hody received this blow and flew 3 steps away. Finally, he landed and rubbed his feet for a while before he stood firm. Hody didn't seem to be affected by the punch just now, and suddenly another stream of seawater appeared in his right hand. Yabu Akira. Kill. Hody Jones threw out his big right hand and shouted. This move is an upgrade made by Hody himself on the basis of Yabu Same. This move is different from the normal Yabu Same. The normal one is a straight attack, but Hody Jones previously found such a direct straight line. The attack was easily blocked, so he created Yabu Same, Kill, which can attack in a curve. Prince Sharkstar originally thought it was the same move he had just made. He smiled and didn't take it seriously. He put the weapon in front of him to block it. However, when those water arrows reached Prince Sharkstar, he suddenly wanted to have a sense of autonomy. Just like that, suddenly an arc changed its path and bypassed Prince Sharkstar. The weapon in front of him struck like Prince Sharkstar. Ah! Prince Sharkstar was suddenly startled when he saw that incredible move, and he summoned up the inner energy in his body. Boom! Boom! As several water arrows hit Prince Shark's chest, several dull sounds were made. Prince Sharkstar. The generals around Sharkstar shouted in shock when they saw Prince Sharkstar being hit. Haha. Yeah, when Hody Jones saw Prince Shark being hit by his Yabu Same kill, he felt that he had a chance to win. He breathed a sigh of relief and laughed treacherously a few times, but because of Huo, as soon as D. Jones relaxed, he had just endured the pain caused by the punch from Prince Shark, and a trace of bloodline flowed from the corner of his mouth. Boss. The subordinate closest to Hody Jones saw that the boss was injured and stepped forward and shouted. It's okay to be hit by my Yabu-same. Kill, it's amazing. Prince Shark. Hody Jones stared at Prince Shark's face and said with a murderous expression. Although Prince Shark didn't show it, the fact was that Prince Shark, who had just used that move, was much less powerful than before. Advertisement. Hody Jones stepped on Prince Shark's weapon and flew far away with the power of Prince Shark's weapon. HMPH. Prince Sharkstar snorted coldly after hearing Hody Jones's words and said nothing. Hody Jones. You are indeed an insidious and sinister person. If someone else had used this Yabu-gyo move, he would have been defeated. Prince Sharkstar let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Hody in front of him with a solemn expression. Jones, obviously it was not easy for Prince Shark to block that move just now. Great. Prince Sharkstar is fine. The general who was worried about Prince Sharkstar next to him breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Prince Sharkstar's words. Prince Shark struck out with his sword, and a huge sea current flew away like Hody Jones. Hody Jones saw Prince Shark in front of him who seemed to be unharmed, and his proud face slowly turned cold again. Hody, who had escaped Prince Shark's attack just now, grinned. Haha, Prince Sharkstar, you are still a royal prince. Only victory is the most important. No matter what the means, as long as you can win, there is nothing sinister or insidious. Stir up the current. This time it was Prince Shark who took the lead. Can Yabu-same still be used like this? Just when everyone thought Prince Sharkstar was injured, Sharkstar Kaiko spoke in a calm tone. Hody Jones saw that the sea current from this sword was so powerful that he did not dare to greet it. He exerted force on his feet and jumped a few meters to the side to avoid the flying water. I'm fine, Hody Jones said with a wave of his hand. Hody Jones first laughed when he heard Prince Shark's words, and then said to Prince Shark in a cold voice as if he was preaching. Following the sound of Prince Sharkstar, a sea current entangled in Prince Sharkstar's weapon appeared, and the weapon seemed to be alive under the entanglement of the sea current. Prince Sharkstar just used all his energy to block a blow that could seriously injure him. That is the supreme defensive move in Murloc Qigong. That move is very energy-consuming. Prince Sharkstar is not easy to do in the first place. It is used, but it can only be used in the situation just now. At the moment Hody Jones jumped out, Prince Shark appeared in a flash not far from Hody, and attacked Hody Jones with the weapon in his hand. Chapter 395. The Crisis of Prince Shark. Prince Shark, your speed and strength seem to be much weaker now than before. What's wrong? Are you affected by the blow I just made? Hody Jones said to him with a sinister and proud smile. Prince Sharkstar said. Prince Shark's attack on Hody Jones just now was not as fast as Hody's previous punch. Hody had no time to dodge, and when Hody stepped on Prince Shark's weapon, he clearly felt the stamina of the attack was insufficient. Combining these 2 points, Hody Jones concluded that Prince Shark must have been affected by his own same Yabu killing just now. HMPH, each other. At least until now I haven't received any real harm. Prince Sharkstar looked at Hody Jones and said not to be outdone. After saying that, Prince Shark raised his weapon and attacked Hody Jones again. Prince Shark didn't want to give Hody Jones any more chances, although he had spent a lot of strength to resist Hody Jones' blow just now, and his strength was much weaker this time. He did not suffer any damage. On the other hand, Hody Jones already had blood on his lips and suffered internal injuries. Hody's injury must have had a much greater impact on him than his own 503. Prince Shark wanted to not give Hody any chance to breathe, but kept attacking him. In this way, even if he failed to hit him, his injuries would gradually worsen. Prince Shark kept attacking Hody, and Hody Jones kept moving around to dodge. From time to time, he used the harpoon in his hand to block Prince Shark's weapon and tried to counterattack, but he was easily defeated by Prince Shark. Resist cracking. The scene has always been under the control of Prince Shark. Neptune's soldiers on the side saw that Prince Shark had always had the upper hand, and they all felt happy and proud. How could our Prince Shark lose? Prince Shark is invincible. Hody Jones, who had been suppressed and beaten by Prince Shark, slowly became angry and impatient. Faced with Prince Shark's attack, Hody Jones suddenly dodged back again. This time he jumped much further than before. Prince Shark could clearly see that Hody Jones wanted to distance himself from him, so he jumped back again. He quickly attacked Hody Jones without any delay, without giving him any chance to breathe. Seeing that Prince Shark was about to chase after him again, Hody thrust the harpoon into the ground with his right hand and waved his right hand and left hand alternately. Suddenly, the sky was full of water arrows flying towards Prince Shark. Hody tried to use the intensive water arrow attack he unleashed prevented Prince Shark from getting close. Prince Shark saw the dense water arrows coming towards him from Hody Jones's constant waving of his arms. He knew that Hody had been forced by him and was eager to distance himself from him. How could I give you a chance, Hody Jones? Prince Shark stared at Hody Jones's eyes and said to Hody Jones in his heart. Prince Sharkstar turned the weapon in his hand, and the rapidly rotating weapon formed a wall in front of Prince Sharkstar, blocking all the water arrows. Advertisement. Prince Shark blocked all the water arrows and approached Hody Jones slowly. Damn it! Hody Jones cursed angrily when he saw that Sharkstar was not disturbed by his attack and quickly approached him. Hody Jones, fall down, Prince Shark shouted as he approached Hody. The weapon in his hand struck Hody Jones in the abdomen with all its strength. The second before Prince Shark hit Hody Jones, Hody Jones picked up the harpoon stuck on the ground and blocked Prince Shark's blow. Chang. Yeah, Hody Jones and Prince Shark's weapons intersected, and Hody was knocked away. Good. The soldiers behind Prince Shark cheered when they saw Prince Shark knocking Hody away. Boss. Boss Hody. Hody's men screamed when they saw BDFA, Hody Jones being knocked away. Idiot, what is it called? Do you think Boss Hody will lose? The core members of the new Fishman pirate group cursed in annoyance when they heard the panicked cries of their subordinates. No, the scolded subordinate kept denying with fear on his face. Upon seeing this, Sharkstar Prince felt panic rising in his heart that had just calmed down. Hody Jones had become too powerful at this time. With these few moves, Sharkstar Prince already felt that it was impossible to defeat Hody Jones at this time. D. Jones, just avoiding and protecting yourself is very difficult. Advertisement, Boss Hody Jones hasn't used his full strength yet. Boss Hody Jones will never lose. Do you understand? The core member reprimanded with a gloomy look. Yes. This subordinate deserves to die. How could Boss Hody lose? It's impossible to lose. The subordinate quickly followed the reprimand and said. Prince Shark didn't have time to think about it and he put the weapon in front of him. The moment he turned around, Hody Jones's harpoon swung over with great force and hit Master Shark's weapon. Prince Sharkstar instantly felt that his arm was numb from the shock, and then he was knocked away far away. Suddenly Hody Jones moved his hand, and 3 pills appeared in his hand, and he put them into his mouth. Prince Sharkstar was shocked for a moment. The speed was really unnaturally fast. Prince Sharkstar quickly rolled to the side a few times, barely dodging Hody's blow. What did this guy just eat? Why did his speed and strength suddenly become so terrifying? Prince Sharkstar thought anxiously. Prince Sharkstar was shocked. He vaguely saw the figure of Hody Jones dodging his own sword like a ghost and moving behind him. Prince Shark looked in front of Hody Jones to observe his situation. Prince Shark had just escaped a thrilling blow, but before he could stand firm, Hody's body instantly turned towards Prince Shark and attacked. Just when Prince Shark's weapon was about to hit Hody Jones' head, Hody suddenly disappeared in front of Prince Shark. Prince Shark saw that Hody Jones was still moving and had not been knocked down, so he immediately stepped forward to attack. Prince Shark stared vaguely at Hody Jones, who had just knocked him away not far away, feeling frightened in his heart. Prince Shark, who was half kneeling on the ground, had a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously injured internally by Hody's blow just now. Prince Shark shook his head and saw clearly the red-eyed Hody Jones with a ferocious face and bulging veins on his arms, like a mad beast. Just when Prince Shark had calmed down the panic in his heart, Hody Jones pounced on Prince Shark like a mad beast. Hody Jones was knocked away and knelt down on one knee, not moving for a long time. Chapter 396 Observation Haki awakens, Prince Shark. Seeing that Prince Shark was in crisis at this time, the soldiers couldn't help shouting with worry in their hearts. I told you, Boss Hody will never lose. Just now I was just playing with the former Prince of Sharkstar. A core member of the new Fishman pirate group said with a proud look on his face when he saw the beaten Prince Sharkstar running around in a panic. Boss Hody, kill Sharkstar quickly. The other men also shouted excitedly to Hody Jones. Prince Shark now understands in his heart that Hody Jones just took 3 red pills and suddenly became so powerful. Prince Shark's strategy at this time is to give up the idea of defeating Hody Jones and not fight with Hody Jones faced off head-on, hoping that the effect of the drug would be over soon. Prince Shark concluded that the drug would allow Hody to gain such powerful power. It was impossible for Hody and Jones not to pay the price. It must only temporarily stimulate Hody Jones' physical potential gives Hody Jones short-term power. As long as he keeps delaying like this, he will definitely be able to wait until the effect of the medicine wears off, and that will be his decisive moment against Hody Jones. Although Prince Shark has understood everything in his heart and has a way to win, Prince Shark is still worried because delaying time is a very difficult thing to do in front of Hody Jones now. Hody Jones took 3 SE poisonous pills. According to the efficacy of SE, Hody Jones's speed at this time was 8 times that of the normal state, and his strength was also 8 times that of the normal state. His ghostly speed and devilish the power made Prince Shark miserable. Prince Shark had just barely managed to dodge Hody's attack when Hody struck again. Prince Shark had no time to dodge this blow and raised the weapon in his hand to block it. Boom! Prince Sharkstar was so shocked that the weapon in his hand flew out of his hand, and he was also lifted into the air and turned 720 degrees before falling to the ground. Who? Prince Sharkstar fell to the ground and gasped for air. His head was sweating profusely, and his hands were shaking uncontrollably and he almost lost consciousness. Prince Shark understands that if he fails to dodge Hody Jones' attack in time, he will be unable to resist due to losing his weapon. The next time he is hit will be the last moment of this battle, and it is very important. It might be the last moment of his life. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement Hody Jones laughed wildly when he saw the weapon in Prince Shark's hand being knocked away by him. Let's see how you can block the next blow, go to hell. Hody Jones roared and struck Prince Shark again. Prince Shark knew that he could no longer be hit by Hody Jones, so he put everything behind him and concentrated on judging the time and direction of Hody Jones's attack. If he dodged a blow, Prince Shark would be there. Gather all your energy to judge Hody Jones' next blow. In this desperate situation where he would soon be defeated, Prince Shark slowly entered a state where his heart was like Shisui's. Everything around him seemed to not exist. The only thing that existed in front of Prince Shark was Hody Jones alone. As Prince Shark accurately judged Hody Jones's attacks time and time again, and dodged Hody Jones's fierce offensives time and time again, Prince Shark slowly found that he had gradually become more skillful from barely dodging at the beginning. There are even times when Prince Shark will have a strong premonition of Hody Jones's next move. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Hody Jones found that Prince Shark seemed to have adapted to his attack, and his initial panic gradually became calmer. Hody Jones was able to encounter Prince Shark at first. Slowly, Hody Jones never encountered Prince Shark again. Hody slowly became impatient, attacking violently while roaring loudly in annoyance. On the top of the mountain. Observation Haki. Ron said suddenly while watching the battle between Prince Shark and Hody Jones. Well, this Shark Star awakened Observation Haki during the battle. The Empress also followed Ron and said. Observation Haki. This Prince Shark is really good, he's handsome and has great fighting talent. Nami understood what was going on after hearing what Ron and the Empress said, and couldn't help praising Prince Shark. One sentence. But Nami's compliment was heard by Ron, who slowly stared into Nami's eyes with squinting eyes. Please give me flowers. Nami saw Ron's jealous eyes and said quickly, of course, he is very different from our Ron. Advertisement. Ron turned his head with satisfaction after listening to Nami's words. Luo Vinegar Altar. Seeing Ron turning around with satisfaction, Nami complained helplessly in her heart. Originally, I thought that the Shark Prince had just awakened Observation Haki and was not yet proficient in it, so I wanted to give him some Observation Haki skills, but now I have changed my mind. Ron turned around and suddenly said this. Nami's face darkened after hearing Ron's words, and she was speechless for a while. The Fishman Island Central Square. Oh, damn it, die, Hody Jones saw that his attacks were easily dodged by Prince Shark again and again. He was so anxious that he yelled and cursed crazily. Prince Shark also slowly discovered that he seemed to have learned a new ability. It seemed that he could now know Hody Jones's movements in advance and dodge in advance. Just now, he was as fast as a ghost, which scared Prince Shark. Hody Jones is not scary at all to Prince Shark at this time. Brother Wong is so awesome. Shirahoshi has been observing the duel between Prince Shark and Hody Jones attentively. At first, he felt worried when he saw his brother being suppressed by Hody Jones. Now when he saw Shark Star Prince easily dodged Hody Jones' attack and shouted happily. My good son, Princess Odahime praised her son in her heart. Well done, Brother Wong, defeat Hody Jones. Let him know how powerful our Neptune Kingdom is. Prince Flipstar and Prince Wangxing also shouted excitedly. See and hear. Haki, Neptune said in a weak tone as he was seriously injured and saw Prince Shark slowly becoming able to dodge Hody Jones' attack with ease. Father, are you saying that my eldest brother has awakened Observation Haki? The Prince of the Cartoon Star heard Neptune's words and asked Neptune in surprise. Yes, Shark Star, he has awakened to his sense of knowledge, Neptune replied in a weak tone. Chapter 397 Broken Arm. Brother Shark Star King has awakened Observation Haki. Sure enough, Brother King is the chosen one. He is the future king of the Fishman Island, Prince Sunstar exclaimed. Haha. That's great, Brother Wong is so awesome. My brother Wong is the best, Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly when he heard that Prince Shark Star had awakened Haki. It seemed that he was very powerful. But father, what is Observation Haki? Shirahoshi asked Neptune again in confusion. No wonder Shirahoshi doesn't know. After all, Shirahoshi is still young, and he has been forced to stay in the hard shell tower by Vanderdyken for the past 10 years. He is basically isolated from the outside world. Shirahoshi has very little about many things outside. No. Observation Haki is the ability to sense the flow of breath in the body to judge the opponent's next move in advance. Prince Wangxing explained to Shirahoshi after hearing Shirahoshi's question. 370. It is difficult for us fishmen on the Fishman Island to awaken Haki. This may be related to our living environment. The only fishmen I have seen who can awaken Haki are Jinbei, Tiger, Father, etc. Only a few of them, Brother Sharkstar, can awaken and see the S*X chamber energy, which is really amazing. Prince Huangxing said again. Oh, can my father also know how to observe Haki? Brother Shirahoshi said that Neptune knew how to observe Haki and asked. Yes. When my father was young, he once awakened Armament Haki as the great knight of our the Fishman Island. Prince Imperial Star replied to Shirahoshi very proudly. Why don't I know this? My father has never told me, and I have never seen my father show it to me. Shirahoshi felt that he did not fully understand his father. You don't need to know this, and since my father has not fought with anyone for many years since he became the king, Haki will have no chance to use it, said the Prince of the Overturning Star. Yeah, I haven't trained Haki in so many years. Haki needs to be constantly trained. Only in this way can he become more and more skillful in using it. Only in using Haki can he continue to become stronger. Neptune paused here. Alas, I haven't had the time and opportunity to train Haki in so many years. I have almost forgotten how to use it. Neptune sighed and sighed. On the square, there is a duel between Hody Jones and Prince Shark. Ah, go to hell. Hody Jones has been chasing Prince Shark like crazy, but he always almost attacks Prince Shark. Although it is just a little bit close, it seems that Prince Shark is hiding very dangerously, but Shark the Prince hid very naturally and calmly, which made Hody Jones furious and eager to defeat Prince Shark. Hody's men were very happy when they saw their boss almost attack Sharkstar at first. They felt that Hody Jones would be able to defeat Prince Sharkstar with a few more attacks. But when they saw that no matter how many times their boss attacked, he was always just a little short of hitting Prince Shark, they slowly began to feel that something was wrong and began to worry about their boss. The Neptune soldiers in Prince Shark have a completely opposite mental journey. Advertisement: the Neptune soldiers first saw Prince Shark being chased and beaten by Hody Jones, and they barely managed to avoid Hody Jones' attacks several times. My heart is worried about Prince Shark. As time went by, they discovered that no matter how many times Hody Jones attacked, although Prince Shark had a very dangerous escape each time, he could escape without any danger every time, and their worried hearts slowly relaxed. Boom. With another attack from Hody Jones, Prince Shark, after dodging Hody's attack again, did not retreat like before. Instead, he seized the flaw he saw in Hody Jones and fought back. Punched Hody Jones. The punch knocked Hody Jones back several meters. How is that possible? Hody's men on the side couldn't believe the scene in front of them. How could the boss still be beaten after taking medicine? After Hody Jones was knocked back by Prince Shark's punch, he stayed there motionless with his eyes closed. Prince Shark saw the appearance of Hody Jones and said, "What's wrong, Hody Jones? Is the power you gained from the drug almost time to expire? Your attack just now was faster than the previous attack in terms of speed. In terms of strength, it seems to have become weaker." Hody Jones seemed to have no intention of paying attention to Prince Shark and remained motionless. Is it because of the side effects of the medicine that he can't move? Prince Shark thought secretly when he saw Hody Jones still motionless. The breath of his body seems to be very calm at this time, and there is no feeling that he is going to attack again. This is an opportunity, can't let it go. Prince Shark felt the flow of breath in Hody Jones's body through his newly awakened ability to see and hear. He found that Hody Jones was like a sleeping person at this time, his breath was steady and he was completely without aggression. He felt in his heart this was the opportunity I had been waiting for. Prince Shark picked up the weapon next to him that had just been knocked away by Hody Jones, and attacked the motionless Hody Jones with all his strength. Just when the weapon in Prince Shark's hand was about to pierce Hody Jones' body, Prince Shark suddenly felt strongly that Hody Jones' aura suddenly flowed wildly like an explosion. Not good, Prince Sharkstar said secretly in shock when he realized something was wrong. "You can't run away, little monkey," advertisement. Hody Jones suddenly opened his eyes exploded. His body turned slightly to one side, and he grabbed Prince Shark's left arm at the same time. Princess Shirahoshi, Prince Kuaisei, Prince Wansei, Princess Odahime and Neptune all screamed in surprise. "Bah! My prince! Ah! No, Brother Wong! Ah!" followed. Prince Shark's left arm was held by Hody Jones. It felt like it was welded by steel. Prince Shark used all his strength to get rid of Hody Jones' hand holding his left arm. The Neptune soldiers exclaimed in unison. At the critical moment, Prince Sharkstar made up his mind, and his right hand quickly turned into the shape of a knife and slashed hard towards his left arm. If Hody Jones hits Prince Shark with this blow, 1.6 I am afraid that Prince Shark will be killed on the spot. Well, Hody Jones shouted, raised the harpoon in his right hand and struck hard at Prince Shark's head. Hody Jones tried hard to stab the harpoon, but it missed the target, and the Shark Prince in front of him disappeared instantly. Hody Jones slowly lowered his head and saw the left arm of Prince Shark held in his left hand. "Prince Shark, Brother Sharkstar King, no, but I found that I couldn't break away at all." Chapter 398, Vicious Medicine. Prince Shark knelt on one knee 10 meters away from Hody Jones. His face was covered in sweat, his body was shaking from pain, his face was pale, and his right hand was covering the bleeding wound caused by the loss of his left arm. There was a trace of blood on the ground, beach of blood. On the top of the mountain. "Oh, this Shark Prince is really courageous, with such judgment and determination, he is worthy of being a prince." Ron couldn't help but admired when he saw Shark Prince cut off his arm. "A man should have such courage. This Shark Prince is a good man. It's rare for Hancock to say good things about a man. What should this Shark Star Prince do now? How pitiful. His left hand is completely gone," Nami said with sadness when she saw that Shark Star Prince had lost his entire arm. "Don't worry, even if he loses all his limbs, I can restore him to his original state as long as he doesn't die," Ron replied leisurely, not worried at all. "Speaking of which, why hasn't Shirahoshi thought of me yet?" Ron said very depressed. At this time, Hody Jones has admitted what he did, and the fish people have also clearly seen the truth about Princess Odahime's assassination. Ron can now choose to take action to deal with Hody Jones and his gang, but Ron wanted to wait for Shirahoshi to call him, and then appear as a savior in front of Shirahoshi and the fishmen. He successfully pretended to be a coward and let Sha Li see that he, a human, is the savior of the Fishmen Island, and Shirahoshi would also he was even more grateful and worshipful to himself, and finally succeeded in conquering 2 beautiful mermaids. But now it seems that Shirahoshi seems to have forgotten himself? Ron shook his head helplessly. The Fishmen Island Central Square. "What a courage, Prince Shark!" Hody Jones said while holding Prince Shark's arm in his hand and looking at the pale and trembling Prince Shark in front of him. Prince Shark's nerves were completely occupied by pain at this time, and he had no mind to answer Hody Jones's words. Prince Sharkstar stopped the bleeding, and his body changed from violent trembling to slight trembling. Prince Sharkstar's body gradually became paralyzed by pain. Being paralyzed by pain is what Prince Shark wants most at this time. The shorter the paralysis time, the better. Only when the nerves in the body no longer transmit the pain of the wound to the brain can Prince Shark regain his thoughts and continue the duel with Hody Jones. Advertisement. Hody Jones suddenly covered his head with his hands and shouted in pain. At this time, Hody Jones had just reached the time when the poisonous drug had worn off its effects. At this time, the side effects of the poisonous drug appeared. Hody Jones was in pain all over, his brain was in pain and dizzy, and his body was constantly shaking. The side effects of say poison show up with the dosage. Hody Jones took 3 say poison during the duel with Prince Shark and gained 8 times the power. Corresponding to these 8 times the power are the side effects. During this time, Hody Jones felt like his head was going to explode. Hody Jones, who originally wanted to remove Prince Shark's head at this time, was unable to take a step toward Prince Shark due to side effects. The duel between Prince Shark and Hody Jones has now become a battle between 2 people to see who can regain their mobility first. The one who regains his mobility first will be the winner of this duel. Hody Jones's younger brother and the Neptune soldiers all looked at the 2 men in the duel, holding their breath and feeling extremely nervous. Brother Wong. Brother Wong. When Shirahoshi saw that he had lost an arm, Prince Shark was in great pain and was frightened to the point of crying loudly. Princess Odahime also shed tears when she saw her son in pain. Neptune and the 2 princes also endured the pain and sadness in their hearts. Slowly, Prince Sharkstar, who was kneeling on the ground and his body was constantly shaking, slowly calmed down. Prince Sharkstar, who had calmed down, took a breath and rested for a while, then stood up slowly. Prince Sharkstar, who barely stood up, trembled slightly from time to time, and took a few big breaths. Prince Sharkstar slowly stood up, slowly moved his body towards Hody Jones. Hody Jones still covered his head with his hands and screamed. Prince Shark moved his body step by step, getting closer and closer to Hody Jones. With Hody Jones yelling, Hody Jones covered his mouth with the poison in his hand. Advertisement. Hody Jones covered his head, his vision was very blurry. In the pain, Hody Jones used his weak consciousness to look in the direction of Prince Shark. After observing Prince Shark's condition, he found a figure coming towards him, moved slowly. Hody Jones will never allow himself to be defeated by anyone, especially the royal family. If you take Hody Jones away at this time, it will be equivalent to admitting that Hody Jones was defeated by Prince Shark. Then wait until Hody Jones is better. I'm afraid I'll get angry and go crazy. The body cannot handle such a dose of dangerous drugs. Oops. Boss took too much SE today and didn't expect the side effects to be so severe. I have never seen such strong side effects before. Kenda, a member of the new Murloc group next to Hody Jones, said worriedly. I saw Hody Jones slowly put his hand into his pocket, tremblingly took out a handful of S*X medicine, and tremblingly brought the S*X medicine to his mouth. Hody Jones's younger brother was shocked when he saw Hody's crazy behavior. No way. Boss Hody will be defeated if this continues. Let's rush forward to rescue the boss and kill all the Sharkstar and the Neptune army behind him. A combatant of the new Fishman pirates suggested, Road. Hody Jones looked at the vague figure of Sharkstar Prince walking towards him, and slowly made up his mind. After hearing this, the combatant who suggested rescuing Hody Jones gave up the idea of rescuing the boss and stopped speaking. Idiot. Don't you know what the temper of the boss of 927 is like? If we rush to rescue the boss at this moment, do you know whether the boss will lose his temper and kill us? Another combatant with a gun, he cursed loudly. Hody Jones discovered his situation and wanted to regain his mobility, but the side effects were too severe. This time it was stronger than every previous side effect, which Hody Jones did not expect. Boss. This time to seize the Dragon Palace City, Hody Jones took several evil pills to defeat Neptune. He also took 3 evil pills to fight Prince Shark here. He took so many evil pills in one day. Even a crazy person like Hody Jones has never done this before. Boss, what is this? Hody Jones slowly stopped shaking after swallowing another handful of poison. Chapter 399. Calling Ron. Yahaha. After taking the SE drug again, Hody Jones's head, which was in severe pain, no longer hurt instantly, his blurred vision became clearer, and his body, which was in so much pain that he couldn't move, became extremely comfortable. Hody Jones felt that he now had endless power. This series of actions of Hody Jones were clearly seen by Prince Shark. Prince Shark felt that Hody Jones had gone crazy. He refused to admit defeat under such circumstances and continued to take drugs to force his body to continue fighting. Hody Jones's madness at all costs scared Prince Shark, and even Hody Jones's own men were scared. Hody Jones's men know that their boss is crazy and will do whatever it takes to win. This is why even though Hody Jones treats his men very cruelly, there are still men who follow him. Hody Jones is strict and cruel to his men. The same is true for myself. Ha 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 ha. Hody Jones looked at Prince Shark walking towards him with evil eyes and laughed. Hody felt that Prince Shark was as weak as an ant in front of him now and he could easily crush him to death. Hody Jones burst out laughing like a mad beast. The SE drug stimulated Hody Jones's nerves. Due to the huge dosage of Hody Jones this time, the stimulation this time made Hody Jones unable to have his own sense as usual. This time Hody Jones he directly lost his consciousness and became a real mad beast that only knew about killing. Hody Jones raised his head and shouted, then lowered his head and saw Prince Shark in front of him. Prince Shark saw Hody's eyes the moment Hody lowered his head. Hody's eyes had no pupils, only full eyes. Scarlet Prince Sharkstar was shocked, feeling that he would die in the hands of Hody Jones in an instant. Death! Hody Jones shouted and rushed straight towards Sharkstar Prince. The speed was really amazing. Sharkstar Prince didn't see Hody's figure clearly at all. It felt like Hody Jones had teleported and appeared in front of him. Star Prince was knocked away by Hody Jones' blow without being able to make any reaction. Prince Shark was thrown far away by Hody Jones like a piece of paper. Prince Shark fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Advertisement, Prince Shark. When Neptune's soldiers saw Prince Shark being knocked away and unconscious, they shouted loudly and surrounded Prince Shark to protect him, to prevent the crazed Hody Jones from attacking the unconscious Prince Shark again. At this time, Hody Jones could no longer distinguish the situation. The only thought in his mind was, kill. Hody Jones roared again and killed a group of Neptune soldiers protecting Prince Shark. Brother King. Brother Sharkstar King. When Shirahoshi saw Prince Shark being hit hard by Hody Jones, he felt in his heart that his brother's life was in danger, and he cried out in grief. What to do? What to do? Nothing will happen to Brother Wong. Nothing will happen. Shirahoshi thought crazily in his heart. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Shirahoshi's mind. Among the fishmen people on the side, Sha Li showed his figure. Seeing the defeated Prince Shark, Charlie knew that Neptune's only hope was gone. Is it true that the people in my prophecy are not coming to overthrow the Fishmen Island? There will really be humans who will come to help us the Fishmen Island. Sha Li thought silently, and the idea slowly appeared in his heart. The figure of a person. Brother Ron. Save my brother Wong. Shirahoshi, who was crying loudly in the middle of the square, suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly to the sky. Neptune, Princess Odahime, the two princes, and the people of the Fishmen Island all heard Shirahoshi's cry and all looked at Shirahoshi. Advertisement, Brother Ron, didn't you say that when I need you, as long as I shout loudly, you will appear by my side to protect me? I believe that Brother Ron will not lie to Shirahoshi. So Brother Ron, please come out and protect my brother Wong and the Fishmen Island. Boxing cried to the sky again with a burst of tears. Ron. Is it really him? Charlie felt very familiar when he heard the name from Shirahoshi's mouth. Slowly, Charlie remembered that the human man he made a bet with was named Ron. Princess Shirahoshi closed her eyes with infinite hope in her heart, looking forward to the appearance of Brother Ron. Although Charlie had a surprised expression, he also had hope in his heart like Shirahoshi, hoping that Ron would really show up. Although the people don't know who Ron is, from Princess Shirahoshi's shout just now, it sounds like she is someone who can protect the Fishmen Island. Ron, come quickly. Yes, come on, Ron level. Ron. 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 The people's shouts changed from a few words to a loud shout in unison. What's going on? Chapter 400 Ron is coming. Hody Jones's men became frightened when they heard the shouts of Shirahoshi and the people. They were afraid that Ron would really be called by them. On top of the mountain. Ron, Shirahoshi is calling you, Nami said to Ron when she heard Shirahoshi calling loudly. Ron didn't need Nami to tell him. Ron's heart was filled with joy when he heard Shirahoshi calling him, with a slight grin on his lips. You aren't going to help her? Nami asked, seeing Ron just smiling slightly and showing no intention of moving. Wait a minute. Ron replied. Are you still waiting? If you are still waiting, you will have to collect the bodies for them, Nami said anxiously after hearing Ron's words. I'm not worried, so why are you worried? Don't you say that I'm a pervert every day, object to my flirting with girls every day, and say that I have bad intentions towards Shirahoshi? Now that I don't save her, you're worried. Get up. What on earth do you think? Ron looked at Nami's anxious look and asked a little funny. Oops, anyway, I don't care, you hurry up and save them 620 people. After hearing Ron's words, Nami couldn't organize the words to reply, but she couldn't bear the thought of Shirahoshi and these fishmen being killed. Don't worry, I'll go right away. Ron looked at Nami's appearance and replied. The Fishmen Island Square. It had been a while since Princess Shirahoshi's call and the calls of the fishmen fell. Seeing that Ron did not show up, Hody Jones and his gang were relieved. Damn it. Scared lousy. Yes, I must take good care of you. Lousy is scared to death. Advertisement. I thought this Princess Shirahoshi was really related to Ron. Just wait for death. You have no hope, no one will come to you. The relieved Hody Jones and his gang were all clamoring. Shirahoshi slowly opened his eyes, BDFG, but Ron was not there. Brother, Shirahoshi sobbed slightly in disappointment. Hey, Shirahoshi. Are you calling me? Just when Shirahoshi felt disappointed and thought that Ron would not show up, suddenly Shirahoshi's familiar voice sounded directly above Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi's head snapped up at the sound. Haha, yeah, brother Ron. Shirahoshi cried and laughed in surprise when he saw Ron's appearance. Why are you crying? Didn't brother Ron tell you? As long as you need me, call me and I will come to protect you. No one can hurt you or the people around you. Ron said to Shirahoshi in a warm and distressed voice when he saw Shirahoshi's dejected look. When Shirahoshi heard Ron's words, he felt warm in his heart, smiled and nodded in gratitude. In addition to Shirahoshi, everyone on the side also saw Ron's appearance. Ron really showed up. Impossible. What to do? We are finished. He actually called out Ron. Boss Hody, what should we do? A younger brother panicked when he saw Ron's arrival, and shouted to Hody Jones, who was still frantically fighting a group of Neptune soldiers. Advertisement. Hody Jones's men, who had been shouting arrogantly just now, were all panicking. It really appeared. When Charlie saw Ron's behavior, he suddenly felt joyful and confused. It was obvious that Ron was greeting Charlie, and he was also telling Charlie that he had not forgotten the bet between the two of them. Charlie's heart ignited strong hope again, hoping that Ron could save their Fishman Island. The Fishman Island is saved. The people of the Fishman Island, who just thought Ron would not appear and fell into despair, were all ecstatic when they saw Ron's appearance. Ha ha ha. Ron is really here. It's just not human at all. Whatever. If he saves the Fishman Island, then he will be the Fishman Island's great benefactor. What if he goes sailing with him? Sha Li quickly put his thoughts in order. The top priority at hand is the fish. The future of Men Island. Hody Jones is too strong. Hody Jones was still immersed in the madness caused by the poison, and his desire to kill showed no sign of diminishing. Very good. A group of Neptune soldiers trembled and stood in front of the crazy Hody Jones. Next to them were Neptune soldiers lying on the ground. Counting them, this was already the 6th batch. If this guy really saved the Fishman Island, wouldn't I lose? Don't I really want to be his crew member? Did this guy have a plan from the beginning? Sha Li suddenly felt that he was tricked by Ron. Ron should have targeted him early. Monster. A burst of screams. It's really him. Charlie looked at Ron's figure and felt a burst of shock and joy in his heart. Just when Sha Li was staring at Ron seemed to feel Sha Li's attention, turned around and looked towards Sha Li, and waved to Sha Li. Chapter 401. One way, surrender. Seeing that the 6th batch of soldiers was about to be defeated by the crazy Hody Jones, the Neptune soldiers behind were extremely horrified. In this critical moment when everyone is helpless. Suddenly an air door appeared in front of Hody Jones, and the door slowly opened. Suddenly an arm stretched out from the door and grabbed the frantic Hody Jones by the neck, and lifted Hody Jones up in the air. Hody Jones was still shouting while hanging in the air, waving his arms wildly. Ron slowly walked out of the air door. Boss Hody. When some of Hody Poor Jones's men saw Hody Jones, who was so brave and killing everyone just now, being picked up by Ron like a chicken, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to step forward. They could only stand far away and shout. Call. Ron looked at Hody Jones, who was being held in his hands. Originally, Ron wanted to communicate with this Hody Jones to intimidate him, letting him know how powerful he was and willingly surrender under his feet, and then hand it over to King Neptune, but at this time Hody Jones was still in a state of madness and refused to speak human words at all. Then find someone who can speak for Hody Jones. After Ron made up his mind, his other hand turned into the shape of a knife and struck Hody Jones on the neck, who was still struggling. Hody Jones, who was still arrogant just now, suddenly became quiet after receiving a blow from Ron and passed out. Ron threw the unconscious Hody Jones in front of his younger brothers behind him like throwing garbage into their bodies. Before. Advertisement, Boss Hody. When his men saw Hody Jones lying unconscious in front of him, they quickly stepped forward to observe Hody Jones's condition, then looked at Hody Jones's body and shouted. Let the second in command of your new Fishman pirate group come out and talk. Ron said to them calmly after throwing Hody Jones to them. It took a long time after Ron finished shouting before an 8-clawed swordsman fishman walked out from a group of men. The 8-clawed swordsman fishman changed his usual appearance and stood tremblingly in front of Ron, not daring to speak. The previous octopus man was a very strong drunkard. No matter where he went, he would always hold a wine gourd and take a sip of wine after saying a word. He never looked down upon anyone due to his superb swordsmanship. When the members of the new Fishman pirates see him, they always look drunk with a wine gourd in hand. But the octopus swordsman standing in front of Ron seemed to be another person at this time. The wine gourd was gone, and the drunken and leisurely expression disappeared, replaced by a nervous and frightened expression, standing in front of Ron with great dignity. I didn't dare to breathe, for fear that I might say the wrong thing and lose my life. Yes, Brother Patton is right. How can we surrender at this time? It's just a joke. Please give me flowers. No, we have captured Neptune and various members of the royal family. Prince Shark, the last hope of the Neptune kingdom, has also been knocked unconscious. Seeing that our victory is right in front of us, how can you say a word? What if we are told to surrender and we will surrender? After hearing Ron's words, the fishmen of the new Fishman pirates lowered their heads and started talking with the people around them. Many of the discussions ended with them agreeing with Ron's words, because many of them knew Ron and knew that they were under Ron. Without any right to speak in front of them, they should just nod whatever Ron said. If they disobeyed Ron, the result would be death. Now that I, Ron, have arrived, your battle to seize power today is over. All of you should immediately put down your arms and surrender, and release King Neptune and all those captured by you in the Neptune kingdom. Hody Jones is the mastermind and committed a heinous crime. You are the accomplices and can be given a lighter sentence, how about that? Ron said to them, telling them his solution in a straightforward manner. Advertisement. After hearing Ron's words, the octopus swordsman breathed a sigh of relief and asked with his tongue trembling slightly. Yes. Our new Fishman pirate group of more than 100,000 people can still be afraid of you, Ron. Ron was very happy when he saw that many of the new Fishman pirates in front of him were very reluctant, but they all lowered their heads in agreement. After Ron finished speaking, he looked at the reactions of the members of the new Fishman pirate group in front of him. So easy to solve it. It seems that these fishmen are still very smart. Ron couldn't help but praise the new Fishman pirate group in his heart for their understanding. You don't have to be nervous or afraid. As long as you promise what I say, I won't do anything to you. Ron seemed to be like God speaking to those mortals whose fate is in his own hands. His tone was not at all. Pay close attention to the members of the new Fishman pirate group. Just when Ron was praising these murlocs for their success, a discordant and harsh voice suddenly sounded. Ron grinned slightly when he saw the octopus swordsman's appearance. After this harsh sound fell. Oh, hey, okay, tell me. Chapter 402 Disagreement. Oh, let me tell you, there are still some unscrupulous and ignorant people. Ron thought as he shook his head when he heard the objections. Shut up, you bastards. Do you want to die? The eldest brother of the new Fishman pirate group, who knew Ron's prowess, cursed loudly at the ignorant boys who were shouting. What's wrong, brother Dian Zhang? What's going on with you? It's not like you. Why are you scared out of your wits by that Ron? That Barton, loudly dissatisfied when he heard Dian Zhang's reprimand, said. That's big brother Yunnan in Tibet. When did you become so cowardly? Is 457, our big brother Yunnan in Tibet? The brother beside Barton also echoed Barton. Do you know, the fishman named Dian Zhang was about to reprimand them again. We don't know. We only know that we are going to seize the power of the Fishman Island. We only know that we have occupied Ryugu City, we have captured Neptune and his 3 sons, and we have defeated Neptune. Our last hope, now we are only one step away from victory. I don't care who Ron is in front of me, if he dares to block our way, he must die. Can he turn the world upside down by himself? Barton interrupted Dian Zhang with extremely arrogant words. Words said. You idiot, you. The fishman named Dian Zhang cursed as his face turned red with anger at Barton's words. Boys. Follow me. Kill Ron. That Barton didn't wait for Dian Zhang to finish speaking, and directly ignored Dian Zhang and shouted to the younger brother behind him. Yes. The younger brother behind him heard Barton's words and replied loudly. The octopus swordsman felt annoyed when he saw a group of ignorant idiots rushing towards him to die. Advertisement. Ron felt helpless when he saw the group of desperate fishmen rushing towards him. Ron originally didn't want to use force against them. After all, they were too weak. They were like ants in front of him. Killing them was easy. Who would be interested in killing ants? In Ron's opinion, killing them was just a matter of time. An extremely boring thing. But now it seems that these ants are insisting on coming to die, and there is really no way. Ron waved his right hand and the divine sword Yuming appeared in his hand. The octopus swordsman turned around and saw Ron holding the sword in his right hand, with a nervous look on his face, fearing that Ron would accidentally kill everyone on his side and himself as well. Wouldn't it be an unjust death? Sir Ron. Don't be angry, just leave these desperate little guys to me. You don't need to do anything. The octopus swordsman quickly stepped forward to stop Ron from taking action. Ron stopped his movements when he heard the octopus swordsman's words. He looked at the octopus swordsman. When he saw the octopus swordsman's frightened and begging eyes, he slowly took back himself. The divine sword Yuming stood aside. The octopus swordsman saw Ron retracting the sword in his hand and standing aside, obviously agreeing with his words, and he felt happy for a while. Thank you, Sir Ron. The octopus swordsman quickly thanked Ron with a grateful expression. After thanking him, the octopus swordsman turned around and looked at the group of idiot murlocs rushing toward Ron with arrogant expressions. The anger in his heart exploded. The group of idiots almost killed Lousy. The octopus swordsman almost killed Lousy. He pulled out his own swords, 6 in total, and took one for each of the 6 tentacles. His expression gradually became serious as he looked at the fishmen who were getting closer and closer. Octopus. What are you doing? Get out of the way. The fishman who rushed towards Ron saw his octopus standing in front of Ron and shouted in confusion. Brother Octopus, go away. What are you doing, Brother Octopus? Advertisement. After a while of shouting, the octopus swordsman didn't seem to hear it and still stood firm. Just when the fishmen rushed not far away from the octopus swordsman, who had been staring at the rushing fishmen with a solemn expression, suddenly flashed murderous intent and dodged towards the rushing fishmen. Attacking, 6 paths cold light flashed across each other. Brother Octopus, what are you doing, Following a burst of screams mixed with a burst of exclamations, the group of Murloc boys who rushed to the front fell to the ground, all with frightened faces and wide-open eyes, revealing surprise and suspicion in their eyes. Octopus Sword 1.8 soldier stood in the middle of a group of Murlocs lying on the ground, slowly wiping the blood on his sword with a piece of white cloth. The Murlocs who were rushing forward stopped in fear when they saw the evil-minded Octopus brother taking action against their own people. Brother Octopus, what's wrong with you? Why Brother Octopus? We are our own people, Brother Ba Jiao. The fishmen who stopped looked at the octopus swordsman in front and shouted loudly. The octopus swordsman stopped wiping, slowly took out the wine gourd and took a sip of wine. Chapter 403. Go to the cell by yourself. Anyone who takes another step forward will end up in the same fate as them, the octopus swordsman said after drinking the wine, staring at the group of desperate men with a murderous look on his face. Seeing the murderous look on Big Brother Octopus's face, it was obvious that if he stepped forward, he would end up with the same fate as his previous companions. The group of fishmen who did not know whether to live or die were cowed and did not dare to step forward again. Brother Octopus. You are strong and we respect you. We call you Big Brother, but what will happen to you? Why do you want to stop us? Barton saw a group of men who were afraid to step forward and were anxious and unwilling. He asked. The octopus swordsman was about to explain. Boom. The entire central square of the Fishmen Island was in turmoil. A flash of dazzling light and majestic sword energy suddenly appeared. Before Barton and his men behind him could realize what was going on, they were instantly swallowed up by this huge sword energy. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at Barton and a group of his men who were swallowed up by the huge sword energy and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The panic in their hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. Who else is dissatisfied? A lazy voice sounded. Everyone looked at the owner of the voice. It was Ron. Ron had just seen the octopus swordsman take action to stop the men who were rushing forward. Those men had already given in when they saw the octopus swordsman trying to kill them. He thought the matter was almost over, but it turned out that the man was named Barton. The desperate man came out to shout again, which immediately made Ron lose his patience. Unhappy, Ron directly took out the divine sword Yuming with his right hand and struck out with it, instantly killing Barton and the few followers around him. Advertisement seeing that the fishmen who made him unhappy had all gone to see the King of Hell, Ron's unhappy mood eased and he looked at the remaining fishmen who were dissatisfied. When the remaining Murlocs saw Ron's gentle but demon-like attack, they were all so frightened that they could hardly stand. The octopus swordsman was also startled by Ron's blow just now. He turned back to look at Ron and found an impatient expression on Ron's face. Ron had obviously lost his patience. Hey, you bunch of reckless people. Why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake to Master Ron? Octopus was afraid that Ron would be unhappy and kill them all, so he turned around and shouted at those reckless people. He cursed loudly. Oh, that's right, Master Ron, we are convinced. Hey, that's right, I'm done with it. How dare we disobey Master Ron? We will let Sir Ron handle it, and we will never be dissatisfied. Yes. We all listened to Ron God tier. A group of frightened fishmen came to their senses after hearing the octopus swordsman's curses. They all looked at Ron as if they were looking at ghosts and answered tremblingly. When the octopus swordsman saw that these fishmen were finally enlightened, he felt relieved and turned around to look at Ron with a flattering expression on his face. Very good, Ron said with a smile on his face when he saw the scene in front of him. Advertisement. Well, since you all agree now, it's easy to handle it without me doing anything anymore, right? Ron put away his smile and said lightly to the new fish pirates in front of him. No need. How dare we trouble Lord Ron to take action anymore? The octopus swordsman said to Ron in a hurry after hearing Ron's words and swaying profusely. Why are you still standing there? Release King Neptune and everyone else who was captured, then drop the weapons in your hands, tie yourself up and find a cell to stay in. Octopus turned around and scolded the group of idiot-like fishmen again. Yes, those fishmen who were stunned on the spot knew what they were going to do after hearing the words of the eight-clawed sword, and they answered in succession. Okay, not bad. You can go and find a cell to stay, Ron said to him happily when he saw that the octopus swordsman in front of him had arranged everything. Yes, little one, let's go right away, the octopus swordsman replied quickly after hearing Ron's words, then turned around and went to find the cell. 573, oh, don't forget to bring Hody Jones with you. Ron saw Hody Jones lying on the ground in a blink of an eye, and told the octopus swordsman who had just walked away. Yes. Hearing Ron's words, the octopus swordsman turned back and brought in the unconscious Hody Jones. The octopus swordsman was also walking in a hurry. He couldn't escape now, and he was definitely going to jail. The top priority was to quickly choose a comfortable cell for himself. When the people of the Fishmen Island standing around the square saw Ron arriving, they picked up the crazy and invincible Hody Jones like a chicken, knocked Hody Jones unconscious with one move and threw him to the side, and then the extremely arrogant newcomers the Fishman pirates nodded and bowed to Ron, and used one move to deal with the unsatisfied fishmen, and then with a few words made those fishmen who were scared to death surrender. These incredible scenes appeared in front of the people of the Fishmen Island. Those people felt that it was very unreal. They looked at Ron now as if they were looking at a god. They felt that Ron was their savior. Chapter 404, Sha Li's Obsession. Oh, Ron. The Fishmen Island people were stunned after watching Ron frighten the new Fishman pirate group into surrendering. The Fishmen people who came back to their senses cheered Ron for a while. After Ron finished solving the new Fishman pirate group, he was very happy when he heard the cheers of the Fishmen. Ron. Shirahoshi was like a nympho at this time, with an expression of admiration on his face and his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Ron and cheered loudly as the Fishmen people cheered loudly. Like all the fishmen just now, Sha Li was stunned by Ron's actions when he arrived. Charlie is not someone who is so easily charmed by men, not to mention Ron is still a human being, but Ron is different from others, different from everyone else. When Charlie saw Ron picking up the crazy Hody Jones. How is it possible? Hody Jones is so vulnerable in front of him. When hearing Ron's casual tone, he asked the new fishmen pirates to surrender. What? Make them all surrender? Are you kidding? When they saw the octopus swordsman and the fishmen standing in front of Ron, they did not laugh and object to Ron's words. Advertisement, alas, that octopus swordsman and the many fishmen behind him didn't clamor against Ron. When he saw Barton and a group of murlocs coming out to yell at Ron and charge towards him. Let me tell you, how could these extremely vicious people surrender with just a few words from you? When he saw the octopus swordsman defeat the fishman who rushed towards Ron. What's going on? This octopus swordsman and Ron are together. When he saw Ron taking out the divine sword Yuming with a look of displeasure, he struck with an earth-shattering blow, killing that abominable Barton and several of his followers. Oh my god! Is this still a human being? How can there be such a strong person? The entire Fishman Central Square is shaking because of the blow Ron just sent. I seem to understand why what Ron said, that the octopus swordsman and the new Fishman pirate group behind him said that most of the fishmen have expressed no objection. If you object, you will die. When I saw the new Fishman pirates releasing all the people they captured and surrendering one by one, tying themselves up without anyone else. Ron. Sha Li had a look of admiration like Shirahoshi and cheered loudly like a nympho. Ron stood in the center of the square, enjoying the moment. Suddenly, Ron turned around, looked at Charlie, smiled proudly and winked at Charlie. Ah. At this time, Li Jiao. Ron had stabilized Sharkstar's injury. All he had to do was wait for Manchili and other beauties who were good at healing on the ship to come back and reattach Sharkstar's hand. Slowly, everyone calmed down from the joy of victory, and the cheers gradually died down. Advertisement, pretend. The two released princes and Princess Odahime also shouted worriedly about Neptune. King Neptune, you don't have to be like this. Just stop talking. Your injury is not serious. Wait until I finish treating you, Ron interrupted Neptune. At this time, Ron, who was admired by thousands of people, seemed to be the proud son of heaven. His body was equipped with shining buff, and he was radiant. His slight smile was just like the smile of an angel, which made Sha Li's heart beat crazily. When Sha Li saw when Ron blinked at himself and smiled, Charlie's blood suddenly surged, and he felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his body. He quickly ran away and moved his eyes away from Ron, otherwise Charlie felt that he would not be able to bear it. Thank you so much, Ron. King Neptune saw Ron coming to him and squatting down to heal himself, and he quickly wanted to express his gratitude to Ron. Ron walked up to Neptune and knelt down to treat him. Okay. Neptune immediately stopped talking after hearing Ron's words. Oh, that's great, Neptune said with relief when he heard Ron helping Sharkstar heal his injuries. Of course, a series of Charlie's performances and actions could not escape Ron's eyes. When Ron saw Charlie acting like a frightened deer, he grinned slightly and smiled proudly. Father, Shirahoshi cried slightly when he saw King Nipta, who was very weak due to serious injuries. It's okay, I can't die yet, look at Sharkstar, Neptune said in a weak tone to Shirahoshi and others beside him. Seeing Ron's expression, Charlie screamed as if he was suddenly frightened. He stopped cheering and lowered his head with a red face, not daring to look directly into Ron's eyes. Father, don't worry. Brother Wong is receiving treatment from Brother Ron, and his injury has stabilized. Shirahoshi heard Nipton's words and said to Nipton quickly, so that he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Father. Ron came to Prince Shark's side. Chapter 405 After the Crisis. Okay, Neptune's past injuries are no longer serious, don't worry. After Ron treated Neptune's injuries, he stood up and said to everyone. Are you okay? Is your father okay? Shirahoshi said with concern and joy after hearing Ron's words. Well, don't worry, it's okay. Ron looked at Shirahoshi and comforted him warmly. Thank you, Ron. Without you, the Fishman Island would have been controlled by people with evil intentions like Hody Jones. The consequences would be really unimaginable. Thank you for saving all our people on the island. Princess G burst into tears of gratitude and was about to kneel down and bow to Ron. Oh, Princess Odahime, what are you doing? Ron quickly supported Princess Odahime to stop her from continuing. I have told King Neptune and the three princes before that I regard Shirahoshi as my sister. Only Shirahoshi needs me. Ron, am obligated to do so you don't have to thank me like this. If you want to thank me, just thank you. You have a good daughter, Ron said with a righteous expression. Did I tell you this? Ron saw that Princess Odahime stopped and looked at Shirahoshi after hearing his words, and then turned to the two princes, Kai Hoshi and Emperor Hoshi, and asked. Yes, Queen, the star said quickly when he saw Ron asking him. Mother, Ron has done so much for us, the Fishman Island, our Neptune Kingdom, and our Shirahoshi. You just came back and you don't know it, but Ron has already saved us by helping Father Whitebeard win the Summit War. The Fishman Island once, our father and I wanted to do something to express our gratitude to him for his great kindness. We ran out of words to express our gratitude, so now we can only express our gratitude to Ron. Thank you, if we fishmen are needed in the future, we will never hesitate to do so. Prince Kuaise said to Princess Odahime again. That's right, Queen Mother, we will never be able to repay Ron's kindness to us enough, Prince Wangxing said again. Advertisement. After hearing what these two princes said, Ron had a dark look on his face. Didn't these words give Princess Odahime more reasons to turn against him? Sure enough, after the two idiot princes said something to each other, Princess Odahime asked Ron to bow to her no matter what. Ron resisted for a while. Shirahoshi, please tell your mother, everything I did for the Fishmen Island today was for you. Ron asked Shirahoshi for help again. Mother, brother Ron doesn't like this. Mother, brother Ron has always cared and loved me as a sister. He has already regarded Shirahoshi's home as his own. He wants to do something for his own home. It's what you should do. By doing this, you are alienating brother Ron from this family. Shirahoshi was very smart and knew what Ron was thinking, and carefully used his words to persuade Princess Odahime. Princess Odahime actually stopped when she heard Shirahoshi's words and no longer insisted on saluting Ron to thank her. Ron saw Princess Odahime being persuaded by Shirahoshi, and looked at Shirahoshi, BDFG, approvingly, and found that Shirahoshi was also looking at him. Shirahoshi smiled and winked at Ron secretly, as if to say to Ron, "Look, is Shirahoshi smart?" Seeing Shirahoshi like this, Ron felt a surge of doting towards Shirahoshi. Alright Princess Odahime. The most important thing now is to take good care of King Neptune and cheer him up quickly, so that the Fishmen Island, which was made a mess by Hody Jones and his gang, can quickly return to normal. Come on the track. Ron changed the topic and said to Princess Odahime. After giving up the idea of bowing and thanking Princess Odahime. Advertisement. Princess Odahime, Shirahoshi and the two princes were busy arranging for Neptune and Prince Shark to rest peacefully and clean up the mess. Ron left their side and walked towards Charlie. When Sha Li saw Ron walking towards him, he felt nervous and wanted to run away. After all, he had lost to this guy whom he had met less than 3 times. He didn't know what would happen to him after he let him become his crew member. Treat yourself. Ron came to Charlie's side. Hey Charlie, why are you so nervous? Am I that scary? I'm a good person. I just saved your Fishmen Island, didn't you see? Ron couldn't help laughing when he saw Charlie's nervous look, said. Did you plan this a long time ago? Seeing Ron's smiling expression, Charlie felt relieved and said to Ron. What's the plan? Ron said as he looked at Charlie and pretended not to know what he was talking about. When Charlie saw Ron pretending, he rolled his eyes at Ron. What kind of bed did you, such a powerful person, make with me before? You obviously just dug a hole for me to jump into. Charlie rolled his eyes and Ron continued. After listening to Sha Li's words, Ron deliberately pretended to be enlightened. You're talking about the bed. I would have forgotten it if you didn't tell me, Ron said with a slight grin on his face.